The enigma surrounding the self-destruction of ancient, formidable beings remains unsolved, and 5 centuries later, the blue planet teeters on the brink of collapse. Glaciers are melting, sea creatures wreak havoc, and humanity clings to survival on the Eurasian continent. The time traveler Zhao Feiyu witnesses the emergence of stone statues of Western deities, only to realize with astonishment that the 9 provinces are devoid of divine presence. When he inadvertently awakens the dormant bloodline of Eastern deities, he inadvertently unlocks the arcane secrets left behind by ancient powerhouses. Should he succumb to the protective faith of the West, or should he bear the might of Eastern gods within his mortal frame to dismantle the schemes of the sea creatures? In this grand game of divine strategy, what he holds in his hands is not merely life and death, but the very spark of civilization's continuation. Chapter 1. Crisis. Why is it so eerily quiet here? In the vast expanse of the mountains and forests, a gray mist envelopes the surroundings. At this moment, apart from the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind, not a single sound can be heard. This silence is as profound as that of a graveyard. The gray mist, suffocatingly still, is the perfect veil for hidden malevolence. Hearing the words of Jiuzhou, the second sister cast a glance around, pondered for a moment, and then urgently exclaimed, "This place is not safe. We must leave at once." "Ha ha! We have lain in wait for so long, we shall not allow you two to depart so easily." No sooner had the second sister's words left her lips than a cacophony of laughter erupted from above in the forest. Accompanying this uproar, an elderly figure, shrouded in a mask, began to descend slowly from the air. Following the masked elder, 100 or so masked warriors appeared, each wielding silver blades, their presence indicating that Jiuzhou and his second sister would not leave the forest alive. "Who are you, old man, and why do you seek to bring us to our demise?" The second sister's delicate features bore a grim expression as she inquired, her voice raised. "Ha ha ha!" Upon seeing the despair and fury in her eyes, the masked elder could not help but laugh heartily, relishing the moment, and replied with arrogance, "Since your Zhou family has been annihilated, I have no fear of you discovering the truth." With that, the elder pulled down his veil. "It is indeed you." As the veil fell, the second sister immediately recognized him, a flicker of anger crossing her eyes, tinged with helplessness. At this moment, the elder's face bore a sinister grin imbued with a palpable murderous intent. "Lin's son, I never imagined that as an elder of the Lin family, you would stoop to such treachery, ambushing us with sheer numbers. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock in Tianqi City? Ha ha ha! No wonder you are the second miss of the Zhou family. You certainly have a sharp tongue." Upon hearing the second sister's blatant mockery, Lin Sen's expression twisted into an even more menacing grimace. However, what the second miss fails to realize is that the dead are the best keepers of secrets. "Attack!" "Yes." At Lin Sen's command, the throng of warriors surged forward, launching their assault in unison. Second sister, drawing her sword, she braced herself against the relentless onslaught. "Run!" Jiuzhou gazed at his sister, who was desperately buying time, feeling a pang of guilt and indecision. "Think you can escape?" If so." Chapter 2. The Seal Jinner? What interest does the master have in my son? He chuckled. I was fortunate to arrive in time. Thanks to the message from young brother Zhen. Is it truly a message from Zhen? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian and several elders of the family exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with confusion. The conflict between the Lin family and the Zhou family had only commenced 3 days prior. While the distance between Tianqi City and Fangzhong Mountain was exceedingly vast, even with the master's swiftness, it would likely take at least 15 days to traverse such a distance. How could Zhen have anticipated the outbreak of war and sent word? Indeed, this perplexes me as well. However, it is true that young brother Zhen delivered the letter to me a fortnight ago. In it, he expressed grave concerns that calamity might befall the Zhou family, urging me to come to their aid upon receiving his message. The gravity of his words compelled me to hasten here. When I departed from the Zhou family, I heard the old gentleman speak of young brother Zhen's exceptional nature. Little did I realize he possessed the gift of foresight, he added with a chuckle. Zhou Tian, upon hearing this, also smiled faintly. Foresight seems improbable. Perhaps young Zhen has uncovered some hidden truth. We shall await his awakening to discern the matter further. As the night deepened, the cicadas sang, and moonlight streamed into the room. In the Zhou family's courtyard, Senior Qingji, how is little Zhen faring? Within the chamber, the second sister gazed anxiously at the unconscious young Zhen resting upon the bed, her face a portrait of concern as she addressed a young woman clad in green beside her. The elder sister, referred to as Qingji, possesses a countenance as serene as water, strikingly handsome, adorned in garments of a gentle azure hue that imbue her with an ethereal aura. She is the enigmatic avian who rescued the second sister and Zhou Zhen from peril in the depths of the forest. Although her injuries are considerable, they are merely superficial and have not compromised her meridians, allowing for a swift recovery in a matter of days. As Qingji rises and gazes at the second sister, whose face is etched with concern, she offers words of solace. Upon hearing this, the second sister's anxiety visibly dissipates. You may step outside. I shall tend to his wounds. Qingji, you must ensure his recovery. I implore you, the second sister beseeches, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I shall do my utmost, Qingji replies, prompting the second sister to reluctantly exit the room. Since childhood, the second sister has indulged her younger brother in every aspect, showering him with affection. Should a careless dog dare to bark at him, she would likely rush to defend him with fervor. Now, as Zhou Zhen lies grievously injured by the Lin family, the second sister finds herself unable to eat or sleep, harboring an intense resentment towards the Lin family. Once the second sister departs, Qingji begins her healing ministrations for Zhou Zhen. She assists him into a sitting position and settles cross-legged behind him. With her hands positioned, she channels her energy before gently placing them upon his back, a palpable aura visibly coursing into Zhou Zhen's body. Chapter 3. The Celestial Alliance. The night has deepened. Cicadas chirping softly, a gentle breeze sweeping through, while dark clouds obscure the moon. In the rear courtyard of the Zhou family, tranquility reigns. Zhou Zhen lies upon his bed. The pallor from his previous injuries has given way to a healthy flush, radiating the vigor of youth. At this moment, Zhou Zhen had been in a deep coma for an extended period. Upon closer inspection, however, his once tranquil fingers stirred slightly, suggesting a sign of awakening. In an instant, the sky became tumultuous, with swirling air and roiling dark clouds. The previously serene backyard of the Zhou family abruptly erupted into a frenzy. Gentle breezes transformed into fierce gales. Torrential rain replaced the chirping of cicadas, and the moonlit night was usurped by ominous clouds, while flashes of lightning met with the resounding claps of thunder. It was as if commanded by celestial beings, all elements joined in a frenzied symphony, accompanied by the tempestuous cacophony reminiscent of a grand orchestral piece. Zhou Zhen's long-closed eyes gently fluttered open. Upon awakening to this tumult of thunder and lightning, he couldn't help but recall a similar experience from years past. As Zhou Zhen regained consciousness and glanced out at the chaotic weather, he spoke softly, stepping out of his room. The slight upturn of his lips conveyed an air of nonchalance and ease, akin to that of an immortal hermit or a carefree crane in the mountains. Devoid of the rebelliousness often exhibited by his peers, he sensed within himself that the barriers that had plagued him for so long had been shattered, and the two souls that once resided within him had merged into one after the dissolution of those constraints. Years ago, he had lived on that azure planet, in a homeland resembling a rooster, alongside a beautiful girl with whom he shared a flirtatious connection. After enduring a calamity that cost him his life, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this uncharted land, in this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strangers. It took him 5 long years to gradually accept the reality that he had traversed realms and been reborn. This continent was liberated from the scientific constraints of that blue planet. It belonged to warriors, where strength reigned supreme above all else. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen discovered the presence of a tender soul beside him. Over the course of 5 years, the two had come to accept one another. This mutual acceptance brought forth a remarkable enhancement in their cultivation speed, several times that of an ordinary individual. Although 5 years of training time was seemingly squandered, the moment they commenced their practice, leveraging the advantage of possessing 2 souls, they achieved the remarkable milestone of the 7th stage of body refinement in less than a year. Such an astonishing pace rendered them unmatched within the Zhou family and even within the entirety of Tianqi City. It is noteworthy that the most formidable member of the Zhou family had only reached the 7th or 8th stage after over 2 years of cultivation. Following a discussion between Zhou Zhan and his companion, they agreed to merge their souls, only to discover an obstruction in their path. However, at present, as long as one lives freely and unburdened on this continent, it is of little consequence. Chapter 4. Cultivation as dusk fell. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the paper window, illuminating Zhou Zhan's room. At this moment, Zhou Zhan sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes tightly shut, harmonizing his breath. 8 stages of body refinement, he murmured, sensing the refined energy within him. Following the battle against the Lin family, Zhou Zhan had made some progress and had reached the 8th stage of body refinement. Consequently, countless cultivators yearned to swiftly pass through this phase. Nevertheless, the path of body refinement offered no shortcuts. Only through one's own effort and innate talent could one elevate their power. The process of body refinement, while it could refine the body through the cultivation of energy, could not be employed in combat. Only upon breaking through to the 9th stage of body refinement, when one generates a cyclone to store the refined energy within, does one truly become a martial artist capable of engaging in battle with this refined energy. It is opportune to seek out some arcane arts to practice. Despite the inability to engage in chi-based combat during the body tempering phase, one can still cultivate arcane arts. However, the arcane arts available to body tempering cultivators are generally of a lower caliber, mostly consisting of close-quarters combat techniques. The hierarchy of these arcane arts is broadly classified into 4 tiers: feather, palace, earth, and heaven, in ascending order of potency. Each tier is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The cultivation of arcane arts provides substantial advantages in combat. In a duel between combatants of equal strength, the one who has mastered a superior arcane art will gain a decisive advantage. Even if one is slightly weaker, possessing a higher grade arcane art can ensure invincibility in battle. Should one possess an arcane art that is more than 2 grades higher than their opponents, they can even compensate for deficiencies in chi cultivation, achieving victory against stronger adversaries. Naturally, advanced arcane arts are exceedingly rare. Even the Zhou family, one of the 3 great clans of Tianqi City, likely possesses arcane arts of only around the middle grade of the palace tier at best. Zhou Zhan stepped out of his room and headed towards the family's scripture repository. After more than 10 minutes, a pavilion with a slightly antiquated aura came into view. Although the Zhou family had recently experienced the ravages of war, the scripture repository remained unscathed. Zhou Zhan proceeded directly towards the pavilion, which was guarded by family soldiers at its entrance and perimeter. These soldiers were all elite experts within the family, carefully selected for their loyalty and righteousness. The protection afforded to the scripture repository underscored the importance of its contents to the Zhou family. "Young Master Zhou," the soldiers greeted in unison as they saw Zhou Zhan approaching. Chapter 5. Zhouli. The following day, a gentle morning light caressed the earth, bringing with it a whisper of warmth. The dawn heralded the beginning of a new day, and within the Zhou family's sect, numerous disciples commenced their daily cultivation. At this moment, in the training grounds of the Zhou clan, some disciples were engaged in martial arts sparring, while others sat in meditation, absorbing the purest essence of qi available at this time of day. Occasionally, joyous cheers erupted from the young fighters celebrating their victories, creating a vibrant and spirited atmosphere. Not far from the training grounds, Zhou Tian stood on a high platform, his hands clasped behind him, observing the lively scene before him with a satisfied smile and a nod of approval. How wonderful it is to be young, as Zhou Tian mused to himself. He turned to see a boy clad in blue and white robes approaching him. "Father," the boy called out, "I wish to cultivate in the back mountains for the next month, so I came to inform you." "The back mountains, you say?" "Indeed. It is a place of serene beauty, sparsely populated, quite fitting for your reclusive nature, my little immortal." As the father and son conversed, the young disciples in the training grounds took notice of their presence. "Hey, look, that's the 3rd young master of the Zhou family. I saw him at the Sutra Pavilion just yesterday." "I noticed too. The 3rd young master still pays little heed to his attire, haha, but as long as he possesses strength, it matters not. Just last month, he had already reached the 7th stage of body refinement. By now, he must have attained the 8th stage. To cultivate from the 1st to the 8th stage of body refinement within a year, what a prodigy." As the young disciples engaged in lively discussion, a youth clad in a purple robe gradually approached the high platform. "Isn't that Zhou Li?" one remarked. "What could he be up to? Perhaps, This promises to be interesting. Zhou Li, after all, was a disciple of the esteemed purple rank. Upon witnessing Zhou Li's arrival, the young disciples gasped in awe, their words laced with admiration. They were well acquainted with Zhou Li, distinguished by his purple attire. Within the Zhou clan, disciples were plentiful, each possessing varying degrees of talent, categorized into 3 ranks: green, blue, and purple, with green denoting the lowest and purple the highest. The training grounds were predominantly filled with green, interspersed with a few blue, while the purple rank represented the core disciples of the clan, receiving focused cultivation in exclusive training locales, and their numbers were exceedingly rare, perhaps only a handful among the entire Zhou clan. These purple-clad disciples were regarded as the future elders of the family and the principal combatants. Chapter 6. The Rival at Noon, Under the Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhan tidied up his room before setting out for the back mountain. Prior to that, he intended to visit the marketplace to procure herbs and elixirs for his cultivation endeavors. As he reached the door, he encountered the old steward approaching him. "Young master, are you heading out?" The steward inquired with a courteous tone. Sister Heir is also striving diligently. In past city examinations, the Zhou family has consistently failed to gain any advantage, leading to skepticism from the outside world regarding their capabilities. Many believe that the Zhou family has experienced a decline in strength and no longer deserves to be counted among the 3 great families. Meanwhile, other families, equally formidable, eye the Zhou family with intent, eager to usurp their position. Thus, it is imperative for the Zhou family to secure one of the top 5 spots in this year's city examination. Zhou Zhan stepped out the door, and after approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the bustling marketplace. However, a mere middling alchemical technique priced at 700 gold coins seems excessively steep. This ordinary herb is astonishingly marked at 200 gold coins. As Zhou Zhan strolled through the vibrant market, a myriad of items caught his eye, accompanied by the constant sounds of haggling in the air. Most of these precious items have been sourced by vendors who ventured into the treacherous Black Beast Mountains and other remote areas. Known for their lurking venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, and even the occasional encounter with savage magical creatures. Therefore, the elevated prices are quite justifiable. Yet, there are certainly some unscrupulous merchants among them. At this moment, Zhou Zhan is primarily interested in acquiring certain herbs and elixirs, as a month of seclusion is bound to yield some advancement in his strength, potentially even a breakthrough to the realm of a martial artist. It would be most beneficial to procure some herbs or elixirs to solidify his qi refining. After walking for several minutes, he arrived at a herbal stall and came to a halt. "Young brother, have you taken a liking to that particular herb?" Chapter 7. The Back Mountain Lining. Zhou Zhan furrowed his brow slightly, as he had heard of this individual. Lin Ying, the eldest son of the Lin family, possesses exceptional cultivation talent and has made notable progress. Last month, he ascended to the rank of a 2-star warrior. Upon hearing this, Su Ling's expression turned grave. Even after achieving the status of a warrior, he did not relinquish his pursuit of body tempering, but instead, he persisted in refining his meridians. What? Even as a warrior, he continues to cultivate his meridians? Zhou Zhan was taken aback. The process of meridian cultivation, particularly the 9th level of body tempering, is excruciating. It involves a direct torment of the meridians, a searing process aimed at refining them. However, this endeavor inflicts a profound agony that penetrates to the very marrow of one's bones. If the cultivation intensity is miscalibrated, one could easily suffer the severing of their meridians and be rendered incapacitated. The severity of such pain and the potential consequences of failure are indeed chilling. Yet Lin Ying, even after becoming a warrior, persists in his meridian training. A madman. Nevertheless, Lin Ying's tenacity has yielded considerable benefits. His meridian strength is remarkably formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own martial prowess. It is said that Lin Ying, utilizing the power of his meridians, severely injured a 2nd-tier magical beast. Su Ling furrowed her brows and remarked, "To injure a 2nd-tier magical beast with meridian strength." Zhou Zhan was momentarily stunned. Although the magical beast Lin Ying wounded was merely 2nd-tier, it was still capable of contending with martial masters. Perhaps Lin Ying's approach involves some degree of opportunism. Yet one cannot deny the terrifying nature of his meridian strength. Of course, this is merely hearsay. The truth remains uncertain. However, as the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is fire. Even if the account of the wounded magical beast is exaggerated, Lin Ying's prowess as a 2-star warrior is undeniably real. Su Ling remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it again. Indeed. Su Ling nodded, choosing not to speak further. If there was nothing more to discuss, then she would take her leave. Zhou Jun once again clasped his hands in a gesture of respect before turning to depart. He still needed to head to the back mountain. Regardless of Lin Ying's strength, the pursuit of cultivation must not be neglected. After Zhou Jun left, Su Ling gazed at the young man's carefree silhouette, reluctant to part ways, her feet rooted in hesitation. The more courteous you are, the more I fear, Su Ling murmured to herself, her eyes growing warm. 2 hours passed, and dusk had settled as Zhou Jun arrived at the back mountain. Although somewhat distanced from the urban area of Tianqi City, this place remained within the Zhou family's sphere of influence. In the past, the patriarch of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhen's grandfather, had rescued the then lord of Tianqi City during his youth. In gratitude, the lord generously bestowed this back mountain upon the Zhou family as a site for cultivation. Due to the donation being made in the name of the lord's estate, no faction dared to encroach upon it. Chapter 8. The sudden commotion startled Zhou Jun. He hurriedly exited the cave, feeling the tremors still persisting, and looked up at the sky. There, he observed turbulent air currents carrying ominous clouds, surging towards the mountains. The wind deity's wrath had subsided, and the 8 immortals technique remained dormant. What could possibly create such a significant disturbance? With questions lingering in his mind, Zhou Jun ascended the ridge. At that moment, the tremors began to weaken, ultimately ceasing after a minute. However, the dark clouds continued to surge wildly towards the mountains behind where Zhou Jun stood. There, beyond the ridge, lay the source of the disturbance, a formidable mountain. Atop the lofty mountain, it appeared as if a colossal vortex of airflow had manifested, relentlessly drawing in dark clouds and currents, akin to the wrath of a tempestuous deity, albeit devoid of a tornado. The mountain was not far from Zhou Jun, and the accumulation of ominous clouds was quite formidable. The clouds clashed incessantly, and the resounding thunder reverberated, causing a painful sting to the eardrums. The thick clouds gathered at the mountainside, while lightning incessantly struck the peak, creating a scene that was undeniably eerie. The disciples of the sect, who were cultivating on the rear mountain, also took note of the commotion. It seemed Zhou Xiao was also engaged in his practice there. Would anything untoward occur? Should they report this to the elder? Perhaps not. It might merely be a trivial meteorological phenomenon. If they were to inform the elder of such minor matters, they would likely face reproach. Indeed, they would be scolded for being mere fools engrossed in their cultivation. It would be best to focus on their training instead. Just as the disciples were engaged in their discussions, a sudden burst of hundreds of white beams of light radiated from the mountain summit, which then began to spin at an astonishing speed. I had long asserted that this was merely a weather phenomenon. The disciples, clearly unfamiliar with such occurrences, were filled with bewilderment. However, their minds were not inclined to dwell on it, and they swiftly resumed their cultivation. Zhou Jun stood upon the ridge. Having never witnessed such an event before, yet he could not dismiss it as a mere meteorological anomaly. Driven by curiosity, he swiftly descended the mountain, racing towards the unknown peak. The small hill is not far from the great mountain, and it took Zhou Jun merely a little over 10 minutes to reach the foot of the mountain. Chapter 9. Seeking a master, it is essential to find a skill to utilize. Young one, your meridians have indeed been sealed, haven't they? The elderly man cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Jun, whose eyes shone brightly, yet he feigned calmness and sighed in resignation. Indeed, Zhou Jun did not conceal the truth and replied lightly, your meridians appear largely intact. However, the individual who unsealed them was far too feeble, relying solely on a brute force of qi to break the seal. Although the seal has been lifted, it has nonetheless inflicted some damage upon your meridians. The elder remarked while stroking his beard thoughtfully. The master Qingzhu is too weak? Zhou Jun was taken aback by this statement. This very master Qingzhu had single-handedly repelled the formidable members of the Lin family, including those sent by the Tianming alliance to assist them. While he may not have a thorough understanding of Master Qingzhu's precise strength, he was aware that this master had a disciple of at least 6-star martial artist caliber, namely the esteemed Qingzhi, who could train someone of such prowess. Surely, Master Qingzhu's strength must be at the martial sovereign level. Yet here was this elder declaring him feeble? The stark contrast left Zhou Jun momentarily dumbfounded. Oh, his name is Qingzhu? Ah, it matters not what he is called. This Master Qingzhu must be at the martial sovereign level, having made significant strides in the path of cultivation. The elder paid no heed to Jiuzhou's bewildered expression and continued in a measured tone. Embrace life with a smile. In the realm of cultivation, there exist numerous levels, generally categorized as body refinement 9 stages, martial artist, martial master, martial adept, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerable, martial sage, martial deity. If even the martial ancestor can be considered as having entered the realm of mastery, then what shall we make of Jiuzhou, who stands at the 8th level of body refinement? Jiuzhou pondered, thinking that once this old man becomes his mentor, he would undoubtedly utter many remarks that could leave one foaming at the mouth, bleeding from the 7 orifices, and petrified in their entirety. Thus, he must learn to adapt and live with a smile. I have sensed the seal within you. The one who has placed the seal upon your meridians is exceedingly powerful. Perhaps even someone I regard with caution, the elder remarked, ignoring Jiuzhou's presence. Which deity did you offend, little one? How am I supposed to know? Jiuzhou inwardly cursed, though his face wore an exceedingly unpleasant smile. Alas, it matters not. The elder continued to disregard Jiuzhou. Your meridians are rather unique. From my perspective, this individual likely acted out of a desire to protect you rather than to harm you. Chapter 10. Progress within the cave. Jiuzhou sat cross-legged upon a bamboo bed, his posture perfectly upright. With the assistance of old Amo over the past few days, Jiuzhou's comprehension of the 8 immortals technique deepened significantly. The meteoric force is a method of body refinement, thus it does not conflict with other refining techniques. As Jiuzhou's understanding grew, the 8 immortals technique automatically turned to the 2nd page. Wood immortal, wildwood palm. The cultivation method for the wildwood palm, when combined with the meteoric force, entails continuously striking a wooden log to attain mastery. Jiuzhou gazed at the cultivation method for the wildwood palm, his expression darkening. Master, are you certain that this is a technique of the lower palace level? Striking a wooden log to achieve mastery is something I have encountered before. But those were merely ordinary techniques of the lower feather level. Young individuals should not be impetuous. Master Mo's explanations regarding the 8 immortals technique left him somewhat speechless. Indeed, this is a method of alchemy at the palace level, so you can rest assured. In any case, simply follow my instructions, and you shall witness results beyond your expectations. Well, fine. Upon hearing this, Jiuzhou chose not to elaborate further. Although he could scarcely fathom what effect striking a log could yield, he felt compelled to trust Master Mo's words. Upon exiting the cave, he casually selected a round log and began to slightly bend his hands. After a brief moment, he formed a seal, and this time, he executed it with far greater proficiency than before, evidently benefiting significantly from Master Mo's guidance. Gradually channeling the power of the seal into his palms, he focused his mind and struck out with one hand. Bang! The strike landed upon the log, and unexpectedly, this blow, capable of shattering boulders from a distance, failed to split the log, which was far less dense than the stone, leaving no mark whatsoever. Jiuzhou rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could the power have diminished? With a heart full of incredulity, he swiftly followed up with several more strikes. Bang! 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 Despite the series of blows, the log remained utterly unscathed. Teacher, why is this happening? Why has the power weakened? Jiuzhou questioned, his anxiety mounting as he observed the almost non-existent force. I initially thought you would have destroyed several logs to reach this point, but I didn't anticipate this. Master Emo chuckled, observing the anxious expression on Jiuzhou's face. Little one, not bad. You have made some progress. What on earth? Why can't I comprehend this? Jiuzhou felt utterly perplexed. Was it my foolishness or the teacheress? He chuckled lightly. If you strike this log with 200 or 300 palms, you will surely understand, old Emo replied with a smile. TCH, why must it be so cryptic? Why not speak plainly? Jiuzhou inwardly cursed, then turned his gaze towards the log, his hands beginning to form seals. Sigh. 200 strikes, indeed. Chapter 11. The city examination begins. A month has passed, and the city examination has arrived. In the back mountain, the morning sun casts its golden rays upon the vast expanse of greenery, teeming with life. The back mountain appears as though it has just been graced by rain, imparting an invigorating freshness to the air. To inhale a mouthful of that slightly damp atmosphere would surely be a refreshing delight. However, due to the imminent city examination in Tianqi City, the numerous disciples who had originally come to cultivate in the back mountain departed several days prior to participate in the examination, likely missing out on such treasures. Yet, it matters not. The back mountain belongs to the Zhou family, and time is abundant for future enjoyment. shifting his gaze to the small back mountain. It too radiated with sunlight and vitality, much like its larger counterpart. However, unlike the back mountain, a youthful figure remained in the small back mountain. Beneath the waterfall and beside the pond, a young boy clad in a pale blue and white robe cupped his hands to gather some water, rinsing his still youthful face. "Ah, how refreshing!" Jiuzhou exclaimed, raising his head to admire the surrounding beauty of the small back mountain. He gently closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, then exhaling slowly. "Truly, I do not wish to leave." As he opened his eyes, Jiuzhou reluctantly bid farewell. Having spoken, he took a determined stride forward, departing from the small back mountain and making his way toward Tianqi City. With each step, he advanced, while behind him, on a broad expanse of land atop the small back mountain, countless small stones lay scattered. Upon closer inspection, one could discern deep fist imprints on some of the larger stones. "The city examination is it? Here I come, Jiuzhou." Tianqi City, the Zhou family's martial training ground. The morning sun cast its warm glow upon the training area, which had remained tranquil throughout the night. As disciples of the sect began to converge, the once quiet ground transformed into a lively scene. A multitude of spirited young men and women arrived at the training grounds. Their purpose, unmistakable, to join the Zhou family's ranks and head to the city lord's residence for the city trial. Although some were not yet eligible to participate, the higher-ups of the Zhou family were unperturbed, willing to bring along additional disciples to bolster their presence and allow them to observe the battles. At this age, even merely watching fights between those of higher ranks proved immensely beneficial for the younger generation on their path of cultivation. The city lord's residents welcomed this behavior. For events like the city trial thrived on grandeur. The more impressive the turnout, the greater the impact. Consequently, every sect would bring along 100 or so participants for the city trial, while the three prominent families could muster 200 to 300. Thus, the city trial evolved into an irreplaceable grand affair within Tianqi City. Chapter 12. Jiuzhou takes action. The 12th City Martial Arts trial commences. No sooner had the words been spoken than a middle-aged judge stepped into the center of the grand arena. Surveying the surrounding arena, the middle-aged referee proclaimed, "I shall now elucidate the rules of the contest. Firstly, the use of prohibited elixirs and secret techniques that temporarily enhance one's abilities is strictly forbidden. Secondly, both combatants must regulate their strength to avoid causing fatal harm. Thirdly, a participant is deemed defeated if they fall to the ground or step outside the ring." With that, he declared, "Now, I shall call forth the names of the competitors to ascend the stage." The first match features Su Jia's Su Jin against Yuzong's Yu Jia. As the referee's words echoed, two figures, who had been eagerly awaiting their turn, sprang onto the grand stage, swiftly positioning themselves before one another. They exchanged a glance, silent yet charged with palpable tension. Though they did not possess the formidable reputation of Lin Jia's Lin Ing, Su Jia's Su Ling, or Zhou Jia's second sister Zhou Li, they were nonetheless well known within the confines of Tianqi City. Moreover, the Yuzhou clan was among the few factions regarded as adversaries by the Su family. Thus, the atmosphere became electric with the fervent cheers from their respective supporters as they took their positions. It was rumored that during a previous contest between a general from the city lord's residence and an elder from the Su family, the general, despite his utmost efforts, was unable to breach the elder's defenses. As the contest on the grand stage commenced, it was no surprise that Yu Jia initiated the match with swift, agile movements, launching a relentless barrage of fierce attacks aimed directly at Su Jin's vital points. However, the fierce and domineering assault could never breach Su Sheng's defenses. Although Su Jin did not initiate a single attack, Yu Jia's relentless onslaught was skillfully and gently neutralized by Su Jin, bearing the brunt of the opponent's formidable strikes with minimal cost. It seemed that Yu Jia would not be able to endure for much longer. Observing the back-and-forth battle on stage, Jiuzhou offered his assessment. Why is that? Hasn't Yu Jia always held the upper hand?" In response to Jiuzhou's commentary, a rather young sect disciple behind him inquired. The second sister, hearing this, smiled and explained, although Yu Jia's offensive is fierce, it comes at the expense of rapidly depleting his stamina and overexerting his internal energy. Such reckless aggression will ultimately leave him with considerable vulnerabilities. Look, she said, pointing to Yu Jia, his complexion is beginning to pale due to the excessive consumption of his internal energy. Chapter 13. Securing victory, Jiuzhou struck with his palm, appearing before Zhang Ji in an instant. Zhang Ji's pupils constricted, The sudden offensive left him no time to establish a defensive barrier of internal energy, forcing him to cross his arms defensively across his chest, bracing himself against Zhou Zhun's palm strike. Bang! After receiving the blow, Zhang Ji staggered back several steps, but managed to stabilize himself. Not bad. A mere ordinary palm strike can still channel internal energy. It seems you have broken through to the realm of a martial artist, Zhang Ji sneered, his face contorted in a grimace. No wonder this way stares to attack Zhang Ji. He has indeed become a martial artist. Lin Yun commented with a cold snort from the audience. Sister Air and Zhou Tian were equally astonished. Wasn't Zhou Jin merely at the 8th layer of body refinement just a month ago? How could he have suddenly ascended to the ranks of warriors after a mere visit to the back mountain? The palm strike you executed just now, capable of repelling me, indicates a remarkable confidence in your own strength. However, at this point, Zhang Ji's countenance darkened considerably, as if he wished to swallow Zhou Jin whole. As for me, I take great pleasure in shattering others' confidence. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Ji surged towards Zhou Zhun, his body propelling forward with incredible speed. A punch erupted from him, his skin transforming from a deep, dark hue to an intense silver, resembling a being forged entirely of steel, unyielding and formidable. Zhou Zhun observed Zhang Ji's approach with indifference and remarked, "You are indeed correct. I possess unwavering confidence in my strength." As he spoke, he effortlessly formed a seal with his hands, channeling the power of the technique throughout his entire being. He then took a decisive stride towards Zhang Ji, eager to engage in a genuine close-quarters combat. The onlookers below gasped in astonishment at Zhou Zhun's audacity. This waste of space has truly lost his mind. Daring to compare his physical prowess with Zhang Ji's? Indeed, he is nothing but a failure. Unable to discern the situation, Zhang Ji is a warrior. And in addition to his towering stature, his physical strength surpasses even his own martial prowess. Xiaozhen, over at the Zhou family. Sister Air clenched her fists tightly, filled with concern for Zhou Zhun. Is this truly how it is? In the eyes of Zhou Tian, Zhou Zhun had only been acquainted with the 8 Immortals technique for a month, and therefore possessed limited knowledge regarding the art of cultivation. Consequently, during the battle, he could only employ the most rudimentary method of infusing his qi, engaging in a physical confrontation. Bang! Their palms collided, the 2 streams of qi clashing against one another, causing both to retreat 2 steps. Ha! How amusing! Zhang Ji laughed heartily. It has been a long time since anyone could engage me in such close combat. Once again, the qi within him coalesced, encircling his body, and with a heavy stomp of his foot, Zhang Ji. Chapter 14. The might of meridians. Zhang Ji fell to the ground, and the audience fell into silence. After a moment, the Zhou family's side erupted into thunderous cheers that pierced the eardrums. The other factions, particularly those from the Mad Blade Society, stood in stunned silence, gazing blankly at the slender figure draped in pale blue and white atop the arena. Damn it! This Zhang Ji cannot even defeat that useless one. Lin Yun fumed with rage. Beside him, Lin Ying raised an eyebrow, pondering darkly. It seems he hasn't even begun to fight seriously. This is intriguing. The middle-aged referee ascended the arena, grasping Zhou Zhun's hand and raising it triumphantly. In this round, Zhou Zhun of the Zhou family emerges victorious. Hooray! With the referee's announcement, cheers erupted once more from the Zhou family. Zhou Zhun smiled subtly as he descended from the stage. Little Zhun, well done. You truly pressed that fellow to the ground, exclaimed his second sister, laughing joyfully. Zhou Zhun chuckled in response. Zhou Li and several disciples clad in purple also offered their congratulations, to which Zhou Zhun nodded in gratitude. Well done indeed, my son. Ha! At this moment, Zhou Tian was immensely delighted, heartily patting Zhou Zhun's shoulder and laughing boisterously. Zhou Zhun smiled as he gazed at the arena. In the 27th match, Jian Dongbang's Wuqi faced off against Lin Ying from the Lin family. After the referee loudly announced the names, he stepped down from the stage. As the referee uttered the latter name, the previously animated audience fell silent once more. Some even widened their eyes in anticipation of the appearance of the one reputed to be the foremost of the younger generation in Tianqi City, Lin Ying. Lin Ying. Zhou Zhun silently pondered this name. This must be the person Su Ling spoke of, the Lin Ying who, after entering the realm of warriors, continued to cultivate his meridians. Oh, so Lin Ying is the individual you mentioned? Mo Lao inquired, having sensed Zhou Zhun's thoughts. I must observe him closely. Indeed. Zhou Zhun nodded and turned to his elder sister. Sister, what is Lin Ying's true strength? It seems the entire arena is quite fearful of him. Upon hearing this, his sister's expression turned grave. Lin Ying holds considerable prestige within the Lin family. Aside from his father and a few elders, he is perhaps the most respected individual. However, I am uncertain of his exact capabilities. He should be at the level of a 2-star warrior. Yet, his combat prowess undoubtedly exceeds that of a typical 2-star warrior. His meridian strength is exceptionally formidable. Even as a 2-star warrior myself, I doubt I would stand much of a chance against him. As she spoke, a look of apprehension clouded her face. But that is not the most pressing concern. What is most critical is that he is also one of Su Ling's admirers. Zhou was perplexed. What significance does that hold? Chapter 15. The initial encounter with Meridians, the entire arena fell into a stunned silence, awestruck by Lin Ying's formidable power over the Meridians. With but a single punch, he shattered the formidable aura generated by Wu Qi's martial technique, which was comparable to the lower tier of palace-level mastery. Following that, another strike effortlessly breached Wu Qi's defensive qi, leading to his defeat and leaving him gravely injured on the ground, destined to spend the remainder of his life in a state of languor. Such power was indeed terrifying. This was the prowess of Lin Ying's mastery over the Meridians. Furthermore, he had also practiced a rather peculiar martial technique, specifically designed for those who cultivate the power of the Meridians, likely of the upper tier of feather level. However, despite Wu Qi also utilizing a feather level technique, he had suffered utter defeat. Second sister harbored a tinge of apprehension regarding Zhou potential encounter with Lin Ying. Thus, she shared some insights about him. A martial technique specifically crafted for the mastery of meridian power? Does the Lin family possess such a thing? Zhou inquired, perplexed. Naturally, the Lin family could not possibly own such a technique. It must have been gifted to Lin Ying by his enigmatic master, second sister elucidated. Who exactly is Lin Ying's mysterious master, and what is their connection to the Lin family? Zhou pondered. Uncertain, second sister replied. It is said they belong to the Heavenly Dark Alliance. The Heavenly Dark Alliance, Zhou murmured. It appears that Lin Ying poses a considerable threat. On the grand stage, the referee approached once more, observing as personnel carried the gravely injured Wu Qi away before announcing the outcome of the match. The arena's rules permit injury, yet it is forbidden for spectators to incite the combatants to lethal violence. Failure to comply will result in severe punishment from the Lord's Manor, branding the offender as a murderer. Generally, with the Lord's Manor overseeing, no one dares to transgress these regulations. For even if one possesses the prowess to escape the heavily fortified Tianqi city, they would undoubtedly face a bounty issued by the entire Tianqi dynasty. Nonetheless, it is prudent to remain vigilant against unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing the referee announce the results of the match, Lin Ying paid no heed to the unconscious Wu Qi being carried away. Instead, with a detached gaze, he turned his attention to the Zhou family, fixating intently on Zhou. In that moment, his previously indifferent expression transformed into one of icy intensity, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of murderous intent within his deep, dark eyes. Lin Ying narrowed his eyes and raised an eyebrow, glancing at the incapacitated Wu Qi before returning his gaze to Zhou, as if to convey, in 5 days, during the finals, this shall be your fate. Their mutual stare drew the attention of the entire audience, making Zhou the focal point of discussion once more. With his eyes narrowed amidst the multitude of significant glances, Zhou felt the flow of qi surging within him, undeterred by Lin Ying's formidable energy. As Zhou's qi surged forth, Lin Ying too ceased to suppress his own, allowing the energy to overflow. The qi emanating from both their bodies gradually filled the space around them. Chapter 16. Initial understanding of meridians. As night fell, Zhou sat cross-legged upon his bed, the silvery moonlight streaming through the window and casting a cool glow within the room. He began to circulate a portion of his internal qi. Zhou slowly opened his eyes, following the instructions of Master Mo. A thin layer of qi gradually flowed from his lower abdomen. This must be the body-forging effect of the 8 Immortals technique, which not only expands the storage of qi, but also enhances physical strength. The 8 Immortals technique, seemingly of moderate power, surprisingly had such remarkable effects. With such enhancements, one could indeed compete with the intermediate levels of alchemical arts. Hearing Master Mo's praise, Zhou wholeheartedly agreed. During the city trial, he had managed to defeat Zhang Ji solely relying on this 8 Immortals technique. Now, let us begin cultivating the strength of the meridians, Master Mo instructed. Master, what should I do? Zhou inquired eagerly, having witnessed the formidable power of the meridian strength and not wishing to fall behind others, especially Lin Ying. With only 5 days remaining until the finals of the city trial, Zhou felt a daunting sense of competition, especially considering Lin Ying's exceptional prowess. The thought of facing such a powerful rival made it exceedingly difficult for Zhou to envision securing a place among the top 5 in the trials. This predicament left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Thus, he realized that he must accomplish something significant within these 5 days. With this thought, Zhou's gaze suddenly grew resolute. "Do not rush. First, listen to my words," Master Emo spoke slowly. "The strength of the meridians also exhibits a clear distinction in intensity. Typically, the initial strength of the meridians appears pure white when externalized. The stronger the power, the deeper the color. The darkest hue I have ever encountered is black. And at such a level, one could effortlessly annihilate mountains with a mere snap of the fingers." At this point, Zhou's pupils dilated in astonishment. Yet that person has vanished without a trace, perhaps having fallen somewhere or hidden deep within the mountains. Elder Mo continued to speak. "Generally, after white comes purple, followed by black. Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, upon acquiring certain extraordinary abilities, the originally black veins of power may transform into red, gold, or other hues. Regardless of the color, there exists a limit. When that limit reaches its zenith, the comparison lies in the mastery of alchemy and the strength attained. The individual named Lin Ying possesses veins of a pale purple hue, indicating that he has merely just begun his journey. However, due to the arduous nature of cultivating this vein power, even a pale purple is commendable." Chapter 17. The indomitable path of martial arts in the rear courtyard of the Zhou family. In the stillness of the night, Zhou remained in a deep slumber, lying upon his bed. Suddenly, a gust of wind burst through the door, extinguishing the remnants of the candle on the tea table, plunging the already dim room into complete darkness. Accompanying the fierce wind were flashes of lightning, thunder, and torrential rain. "Is he finally awakening?" Sensing the change in Zhou, Elder Emo murmured, feeling a sense of relief. Moments later, with a resounding clap of thunder, Zhou's body trembled violently once more, and then slowly. His eyelids began to flutter open. "Why must I always awaken from my stupor to such ghastly weather?" He attempted to sit up, but the pain in his head compelled him to lie back down. "Still hurting?" Elder Mo inquired gently. "It is bearable now, not as painful." Enduring the discomfort, Zhou nevertheless struggled to rise. "Take some painkillers. It will alleviate your discomfort," Master Mo suggested, handing over a bottle. Zhou readily accepted it, opened the bottle, and swallowed a pill. Moments later, the pain diminished somewhat. "Teacher, I have succeeded?" Just feel it for yourself," Master Mo replied with a gentle smile. Observing Zhou's bewildered yet hopeful expression. "Indeed, I have succeeded," Zhou thought, once more channeling his will to propel the energy within his bones and meridians outward. A thick layer of white emerged on the surface of his skin, emanating a faint luminescence that rendered his already fair complexion even more radiant, rather than unhealthy pallor. Zhou gazed in awe at the softly glowing white, exclaiming, "Teacher, I believe I have become a bit more dashing." Master Mo, speechless, chose to disregard the comment. However, what exactly constitutes this whiteness? Zhou pondered aloud, regaining his composure. "You little rascal," Master Mo chuckled, looking at Zhou with mock disdain. "Do you think this meridian power is something that can be easily cultivated? Even if others possess the courage to train, reaching your level would likely require an immense price and countless days and nights. Yet, you achieved this in less than a day, with merely 3 days of unconsciousness as the cost, and you remain unsatisfied? You must be driving those diligent practitioners to despair." Chapter 18. Alliance Martial Academy let you wield power over the world, yet my martial path shall endure eternally. Martial path, eternal. With that brief statement, Zhou found himself momentarily stunned. A sensation akin to a resounding strike from a colossal bell reverberated within Zhou's heart, igniting an unusual fervor within him. In that moment, he found himself harboring a profound admiration for the formidable figure who had uttered such words. How grand and audacious it was to articulate such a sentiment. As if one had transcended the worldly notions of honor and disgrace, wholly devoted to the pursuit of martial prowess. Observing the impassioned Zhou, old Imo chuckled. "Indeed. When I first heard it, I was equally struck, filled with admiration for that great warrior. It is not just you and I. Countless youths across the continent share this sentiment. Some factions have even adopted these words as a guiding principle, motivating their disciples to embark on the path of martial excellence. Old Emo continued, "In this world today, many regard that formidable figure as their beacon of faith." Upon hearing this, Jiuzhou felt as if he were ablaze with inspiration. A mere phrase had the power to illuminate the path for countless youths in the ages to come, whether in the realm of worldly accolades or martial cultivation. The reigning emperors of that time predominantly advocated for civic engagement among the populace, fearful that the empowerment of the masses might usurp their authority. Yet, with the emergence of this phrase, those who had once wavered between the realms of martial arts and power now found their direction. Indeed, there were not a few who transitioned from the pursuit of power to the dedication of martial arts. Jiuzhou fell into contemplative silence, his resolve for the martial path solidifying further. "Master, what is the name of that great warrior?" The great warrior is revered as the pioneer of martial arts by future generations, known as Qin Tianhong. As old Emo spoke these three syllables, a look of admiration graced his countenance. Qin Tianhong. Were it not for Qin Tianhong, the martial arts might have been forgotten by time, ultimately leading to its decline. Old Emo sighed and said, "Do not allow this to incite in you an overambitious spirit. The path of martial arts is devoid of shortcuts. It is imperative to progress step by step. Indeed, that is most wise. Rest well tonight. You have been in a coma for several days. Tomorrow marks the finals." Old Emo gently reminded, "After the finals, I intend to take you beyond this realm to witness the world outside. Remaining in Tianqi City constrains you too much, hindering your advancement." "Very well, teacher." Jiuzhou had already spent over a decade in Tianqi City and yearned to venture out. "But, teacher, where shall we go?" "I originally planned to take you into the Black Beast Mountain of Tianqi City to confront those magical beasts day and night, as that would accelerate your strength." Chapter 19. The Injury of Second Sister Xiaozhen. "Let us go." Second Sister smiled gently at Jiuzhou, who promptly followed. However, this trial format poses little challenge for the major powers. For instance, among the three prominent families, several members participate, especially the Lin family, which boasts 7 members, while smaller factions struggle to muster even one. The members of these lesser powers are often reluctant to band together. Their daily existence is fraught with intrigue and rivalry. And when it comes to the critical moment of vying for admission slots at the Alliance Martial Academy, tensions mount even further. Dong, dong, dong. The clear chimes from the referees' stand heralded the official commencement of the chaotic battle. As the chaotic battle commenced, the anticipated fierce combat failed to materialize. Although there were sporadic sounds of energy clashing, such encounters were merely superficial. A brief exchange would ensue, followed by a hasty retreat, avoiding any entanglement. Some solo competitors merely scanned their surroundings, swiftly retreating at the slightest indication of an attack. Despite their caution, a few unfortunate souls, positioned poorly or misstepping, fell victim to ambushes, their bodies propelled off the stage, bidding farewell to this year's city trials. Though both the Yu clan and the Mad Blade Society had only 3 participants in the fray, their flawless coordination, defending back-to-back and concentrating their fire, ensured they suffered no losses, instead sending several adversaries flying. The Su clan, renowned for their defensive techniques, managed to lose only 1 member due to the seamless collaboration of their 6 fighters. Consequently, at the onset of the melee, the Zhou clan suffered the greatest losses, akin to the Yu clan and the Mad Blade Society, with only 3 remaining members, while the Lin clan retained 4 and the Su clan 5. Indeed, the Zhou clan appeared weak, having already been down 2 members. Although the Lin clan also faced a reduction of 3, their objective was crystal clear: to protect Lin Ying at all costs, ensuring their survival until the final contest for the top 5 positions, preserving their energy. Moreover, it was evident that the Lin clan and the Mad Blade Society had formed an alliance to target the Zhou clan. Truly, the Zhou clan faced a daunting challenge. However, it must be noted that the remaining 3 members of the Zhou clan, Zhou Jiqing, Zhou Li, and Zhou Zhen, were not to be underestimated. On the stage, the situation unfolded. Chapter 20. Zhou Zhen's Fury. Xiaozhen. Are you all right? The corners of Second Sister's mouth, stained with blood, forced a semblance of a smile as she gently caressed Zhou Zhen's face, inquiring with concern. Zhou Zhen offered a faint smile in return, assuring her, "It's nothing." After this, he lifted the severely injured Second Sister in his arms and made his way toward Zhou Li. "Take good care of her," he instructed before entrusting her to Zhou Li. Turning back, Zhou Zhen cast an icy glare at Lin Ying. With a heavy thud, he advanced slowly toward Lin Ying. emanating an aura of qi that had never been revealed before. The dust on the arena began to swirl, as a powerful and fierce qi enveloped the entire area. Those near the stage shielded their faces with their hands, straining to keep their eyes open, unwilling to miss the imminent clash. They understood that Zhou was enraged. With each resounding chime from the judges' table, the atmosphere thickened. Zhou, consumed by fury, coldly regarded Lin Ying, disregarding the judges' calls. All he desired was to utterly incapacitate Lin Ying. Zhou, what do you intend to do? The free-for-all has ended. Lin Ying, feeling the overwhelming pressure of Zhou's sudden surge of energy, found himself paralyzed with fear, unable to move. The judge, witnessing Zhou's indifference as he approached Lin Ying, offered another reminder. Meanwhile, from the balcony, Lu Ren interjected, Elder Ling, let it be. Consider it the first contest for the top 5. I too am curious to see who is stronger between Zhou and Lin Ying. The other participants may step down for a moment. Upon hearing this, everyone on the arena, except for Zhou and Lin Ying, vacated the stage. Inger, do not panic. Your strength surpasses his. Lin Hai observed the expression of terror etched upon Lin Ying's face and offered a word of caution. Gradually, Lin Ying regained his composure. After all, he was a 2-star martial artist, surpassing Zhou by 1 star. With this realization, the fear dissipated entirely, replaced by a smirk of disdain. The onlookers below shook their heads in disbelief at Lin Ying's words, astonished that the young champion of Tianqi City would display such vulnerability. It appeared that Lin Ying had been thoroughly intimidated by Zhou's imposing presence. Indeed, Zhou was formidable, having instilled such fear in Lin Ying truly remarkable. Chapter 21. The extravagance of Lu Ren. With a furious roar, Lin Ying's veins bulged ominously on his neck and forehead. He took a decisive step forward, and the crowd witnessed a faint purple aura enveloping his arm as the formidable force of his meridians surged forth, tearing the fabric of his sleeve asunder. Zhou, today, I shall utterly incapacitate you. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the stands as the spectators realized that Lin Ying had not sustained grave injuries. Instead, he had summoned his meridian power once more, tilting the odds of victory in his favor. With the renewed application of his meridian strength, Lin Ying's arm appeared to swell with muscle, and the air around him shimmered as if struggling to contain the might of his energy, augmenting his imposing aura. The crowd's astonishment returned, their expressions grave, for such power was likely unmatched among the youth of Tianqi City. Lin Ying had indeed been driven to his limits. Confronted with such overwhelming strength, Zhou could only hope to withstand a single blow. The disciples of the Zhou family fixated anxiously on the ruins of the arena, their expressions betraying their tension. With such formidable power, Lin Ying could be regarded as one of the elite even among the younger generation of the Western Jin dynasty. Zhou, bid farewell to the martial arts. Humph. Zhou scoffed softly, inwardly reflecting. The power of the meridians? Do you think you are the only one possessing it? This hue, on the pavilion, a look of astonishment crossed Lu Ren's face. Is that also the power of the meridians? However, it seems slightly weaker than Lin Ying's. The audience erupted in exclamations. To be able to alter the color of one's skin must surely be the power of the meridians. Who would have thought? Zhou has concealed his abilities too deeply. Ha 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 ha, he truly is my son. Zhou Tian laughed heartily, his expression a mix of surprise and joy. This time, he could finally contend with Lin Ying. Lin Ying frowned upon witnessing this, then coldly scoffed to himself. Even if you possess the power of the meridians, it is but a mere white. In comparison to mine, it pales significantly. Contemplating this, he summoned an immensely powerful force in his arm, converging it in the palm of his hand, and suddenly clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a punch. The meridian forging technique. The Mount Tai fist. The force of the punch surged forth like roaring waves of the sea. This time, I shall utterly incapacitate you, just as I did that wretched Zhou Ziqing. Lin Ying's countenance darkened as he cast a sinister smile at Zhou, his body lunging forward with such speed that the onlookers could barely catch a glimpse. Zhou, incensed by those arrogant words, felt his fury escalate. What enraged him most was that Lin Ying had the audacity to openly call out his second sister's name, even resorting to insults. Chapter 22. The Sorcerer Master. How is my second sister's injury? She was struck directly by the force of her meridians, even with protective armor. She will likely spend the rest of her life confined to bed. Elder Mo's tone was heavy as he spoke. Damn it, Zhou exclaimed, anger flickering in his eyes. If I had known, I would have crippled that thing's meridians too. Is there truly no way to help her? Elder Mo fell silent, lost in thought. Well, there are indeed some methods, but really, Zhou heart surged with hope. Master, please tell me. Very well, Elder Mo sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. In truth, it is not excessively difficult to mend severely injured meridians. However, given your current circumstances, it is far from simple. There are several methods for repairing meridians. The first involves extraordinary abilities, specifically those of beast types. Such powers can enable the wielder to reconstruct their internal organs, meridians, bones, and even bloodlines. Yet, setting aside the scarcity of extraordinary fruits or pills, those who possess them usually keep them for themselves. Unless one is in dire need of money. Who would sell such items? And even if someone were willing to sell, would your finances allow for such a purchase? Thus, this method is impractical. Elder Mo paused for a moment. As for the second method, it requires high-level elixirs, at least of grade 7 or above, but, much like the extraordinary abilities, it is also unfeasible. And the last method? Zhou inquired eagerly. The final option is for you to rush to the capital of the Shijin dynasty to participate in the sorcerer examination and aim for victory. Sorcerer? Examination? What does that mean? It was evident that Zhou was unfamiliar with the concept of sorcerers and inquired. Old Mo stroked his beard and replied, in the process of battling using qi refinement. The majority of individuals engage in close combat, as it allows for more direct attacks on the opponent, and this holds true even on the battlefield. Consequently, this results in the inherent weakness of sorcerers, rendering them comparable to ordinary individuals in terms of physical strength, creating significant disadvantages in combat. A swift advance can easily defeat them without any pressure. Although the weaknesses of sorcerers are quite apparent, if provided with a secure combat environment, they can unleash terrifying capabilities for widespread destruction. This characteristic of warfare is most suited for large-scale conflicts between dynasties or empires. To put it plainly, Chapter 23, The Journey. On the following morning, Zhou and Old Mo chose not to take the spacious and well-trodden highway, but rather the meandering mountain paths. Oh, I'm utterly exhausted. After a night of travel, Zhou was now both weary and drowsy, plopping down on the ground and leaning against a roadside stone. Master, why don't we take the main road and rest in the cities we pass through? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Elder Mo emerged from the spatial ring, gazing at the exhausted Zhou, who lay sprawled on the ground. You were eager to enhance your strength, weren't you? Walking along these winding mountain paths serves as a commendable form of training. Once your stamina is restored, you will come to appreciate its merits. Given Elder Mo's assertion of its usefulness, Zhou had no reason to doubt. After a brief respite, Zhou rose and continued on his journey. The trip to the capital was expected to take about a month. However, as we traversed mountainous terrain, we would bypass smaller towns and make stops only in larger cities to explore their markets or auction houses for worthwhile items, Elder Mo explained. Well, teacher, Zhou said with a hint of embarrassment, I didn't bring much money when I set out, so I fear. He chuckled awkwardly. Also ahem. You ought to change your attire. After all, you are the scion of a prominent family. This shabby appearance is quite unbecoming. Upon hearing this, Zhou glanced down at his robe and sheepishly scratched his head. It does seem a bit worn. Let us proceed. After crossing 2 or 3 mountains, we shall reach a large city. Remember, while traveling, especially with the concern for family behind you, do not easily disclose your true identity, Elder Mo cautioned. Zhou nodded in agreement and then jogged along the mountain path. On the winding mountain path, the journey was exceedingly monotonous. However, Zhou was not one to be impatient. Instead, he found immense pleasure in traversing the verdant hills and clear waters, listening to the melodious calls of the mountain birds and inhaling the fragrant scent of wildflowers. This transformation from an initial brisk jog to a leisurely stroll was quite evident. Days later, as the sun began its descent and twilight enveloped the sky, Zhou casually erected a small shelter within the woods. He kindled a modest bonfire and roasted the fish he had caught from a nearby stream, preparing it as his evening meal. Chapter 24. The martial arts contest for marriage. What I currently lack is money. Zhou mused, aligning his steps with the crowd as they proceeded forward. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes of walking, they arrived at the venue for the contest. The martial arts stage, hastily constructed, stood about a meter above the ground. Square in shape, and nearly 20 square meters in size, nestled beneath a bustling pavilion. At that moment, the area surrounding the stage was thronged with spectators and participants. so densely packed that even a mouse would find it difficult to squeeze through. Due to the overwhelming turnout, the Wen family had enlisted a contingent of local soldiers to maintain order. Under the bright midday sun and clear skies, two middle-aged men ascended the stage. After a brief exchange of whispers, they leaped to the pavilion's railing, gaining a vantage point over the crowd. One of them addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your attention." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, as if compelled by an unseen force. Observing the stillness, the man continued, "First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for supporting the Wen family, as well as to the city lord for his assistance." The other middle-aged man, standing beside him, smiled quietly without uttering a word. "Allow me to elucidate the rules of the contest. It is quite straightforward. This competition will take the form of a wheeled battle, without a designated champion. Two participants from among you will face off, and the defeated will forfeit their eligibility, while the victor will continue as the champion, accepting further challenges. Ultimately, the last standing contender may choose to claim 5,000 taels of platinum from my family, or alternatively, become a son-in-law by marrying into the esteemed Wen family." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur in excitement. 5,000 taels of platinum. "The Wen family truly is generous," exclaimed one. "Huh. Only a fool would accept such platinum. Everyone knows that the daughter of the Wen family is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also their sole heir. The future son-in-law will inherit the position of head of the Wen family." Another chimed in. "Indeed, while platinum may surpass gold in value, it cannot compare to the worth of the Wen family's daughter. Why even offer this platinum option? But you fail to comprehend. Should the Wen family encounter someone of formidable strength yet lacking in appearance, would they not consider marrying their exquisite daughter to him?" A voice interjected. "Oh, I see now. Should such a person arise, they would be compelled to offer him wealth to drive him away." At the rear of the crowd, Zhou's eyes sparkled with anticipation. 5,000 taels of platinum. That is equivalent to 50,000 taels of gold. Wow, I am destined for fortune, he thought excitedly. In conclusion, participants must be between the ages of 14 and 18. The contest will be conducted with restraint, wherein a participant either concedes defeat or is knocked off the stage. With that, the competition begins. Having stated the rules, the head of the Wen family instructed his aides to bring forth two challengers. Chapter 25. One move I shall strike lightly. I do not wish to leave you incapacitated. Oh? Shui Hai's eyes brightened, pondering. Could this young man be so daunted as to be rendered speechless? He then erupted into laughter. It appears you possess great confidence in yourself, but I fear that under my imposing presence, you shall find yourself utterly immobilized, let alone engage in combat. Imposing presence? Zhou responded with a cold smile, stepping forward, emanating a formidable aura. By heavens, a two-star warrior? The spectators below the arena were astonished. This youth, so young yet already a two-star warrior. No wonder he dares to challenge Shui Hai. He must possess considerable merit. Oh, a two-star warrior at the tender age of 13 or 14. The two individuals atop the pavilion were equally astonished. Such talent is unparalleled in Ni City. How come we have never heard of this person's name before? Shui Hai's pupils narrowed. Indeed, it is no wonder he dares to challenge me. He arrogantly declared, "State your name, for although I shall ultimately emerge victorious, your talent deserves to be renowned throughout Ni City." As he spoke, Shui Hai's own aura surged forth, a wave of energy radiating from him, causing ripples in the surrounding qi. Below the arena, those of lesser strength felt the oppressive weight of his presence, leaving them exceedingly uncomfortable. Indeed, he is at the pinnacle of two-star warriors. Shui Hai is truly formidable. Perhaps in less than a month, he will ascend to become a 3-star warrior. What a terrifying prospect. The crowd murmured, "Pray tell, how many moves do you think that young man can withstand from Shui Hai?" Few moves? One cannot be certain, just now. You all witnessed Shui Hai's formidable combat prowess. Most of his opponents have lingered in the 2-star realm for quite some time, yet this young man, despite also being a 2-star, has only recently achieved this breakthrough. To withstand 2 or 3 of Shui Hai's attacks would be commendable enough. Indeed, the foremost youth of Ni City shall henceforth be claimed by Shui Hai. Following today, he is also set to wed the young lady from the Wen family. A future boundless with promise. Wen brother, what are your thoughts on this competition? Inquired the lord of Ni City. The head of the Wen family shook his head, remaining silent. Perhaps we have all underestimated that young man. I have faith in him for this contest. The head of the Wen family was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he glanced at Jiuzhou, who appeared rather unremarkable, save for being slightly more handsome than Shuai. A name? Zhou Zhun mused silently, recalling his mentor's advice to refrain from disclosing his true name too readily. Zheng Lu. Zhou Zhun smiled broadly. Zheng Lu? I have not heard of you. Where do you hail from? Shuai inquired. Zhou Zhun chuckled. Just a wild child from the mountains. It is entirely normal for you not to have heard of me. Very well. Shuai raised his head, a look of disdain upon his countenance. Chapter 26. A spring breeze for 10 miles. As Zhou Zhun strolled along the grand avenue of the Wen family, he marveled at his garden-like surroundings, exclaiming in admiration. The Wen family, indeed, differs greatly from martial clans. Even their environment exudes such poetic richness. Though the blossoms have yet to bloom, a fragrant aroma still wafts through the air. Zhou Zhun inhaled deeply, feeling an immediate sense of ease, his spirits lifted by the beauty that surrounded him. Within the Wen family's reception hall, the head of the Wen family, accompanied by Zhou Zhun, entered the reception hall, exchanging laughter and conversation along the way. Through their discussions, Zhou Zhun gleaned that the Wen family not only ranks among the prominent literary families of Nijiang, but also wields considerable influence within the Western Jin dynasty. Wen Long, the head of the Wen family, has a younger brother named Wen Jie, who currently serves in the court as a favored aide to the esteemed Prime Minister Wang Hong, the foremost civil official of the Western Jin dynasty. Consequently, the Wen family has risen to prominence as a literary powerhouse in Nijiang. As a distinguished family of scholars, they have naturally invited numerous literary figures as honored guests. Upon hearing about the martial arts competition for marriage, several guests came to offer their congratulations. Zhou Zhun, please have a seat. Wen Long gestured graciously, smiling. Zhou Zhun politely nodded and, without hesitation, took a seat at the secondary position. The other guests said nothing, for he was indeed the future son-in-law of the Wen family. They regarded Zhou Zhun with curiosity. Clad in white garments, he appeared youthful and handsome, embodying more the essence of a scholar pursuing the path of wisdom than that of a warrior emerging victorious from a competition. Thus, their glances towards him were far more benevolent than those directed at other martial artists. Wen Long, noticing the guest's interest, remarked with a smile. Though Brother Zhou Zhun is a cultivator of martial arts, his appearance is akin to that of us literary men. It is truly remarkable. Zhou Zhun chuckled softly, recalling his days as a humanities student in high school, where he diligently studied classical poetry and prose, participated in various training programs, and now could be said to be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In comparison to me, you elderly gentlemen still possess the vigor of youth. Yet, Jin did not voice such sentiments, for it pertains to another's household. During my moments of leisure amidst martial cultivation, I occasionally indulge in literature and poetry, thus inevitably acquiring a touch of scholarly demeanor. Upon uttering this, Zhun could not suppress a quiet chuckle. Scholarly demeanor? I scarcely believe it myself. Were it not for the allure of 5,000 taels of platinum, I would hardly put on airs. Wen Long inquired, Oh, have you, young brother, perused such texts? Have you read those poems? The preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tingyan Quiet Night Thoughts, among others. The preface to the Pavilion of Prince Ting? Quiet Night Thoughts? I, too, have been a scholar for decades, yet I have not encountered these works. Might you recite a line or two? Wen Long seemed to be testing Zhun. Chapter 27. The examination in the capital. After departing from the Wen family, Zhun meandered through the bustling city of Nishi. Yet, upon failing to find suitable items, he decided to leave. Though Nishi could be regarded as a sizable city, it still fell short of the standards of Tianqi City. To procure necessary goods, one would likely need to venture directly to the capital. It is almost there. As the capital drew near, Zhen opted for the main thoroughfare instead of the mountain paths. Over the past few days, he had traversed several smaller towns, though diminutive in scale. They remained bustling with activity and throngs of people. Occasionally, Zhen caught snippets of conversation regarding the sorcerer's examination and thinking of his second sister still bedridden. His heart began to race with urgency, prompting him to quicken his pace. In the midst of this tedious and uninspiring journey, 7 days had passed, and Zhou Zhun finally beheld the capital of the Western Jin dynasty, Jinlong City. Upon entering the city, he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes sweeping over the magnificent and opulent buildings, and he could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the capital of the Western Jin dynasty. The level of prosperity here undoubtedly marked it as the foremost city of the Western Jin dynasty. Teacher, how much longer until the mage examination? Old Emo pondered for a moment and replied, About 8 days remaining. Zhou Zhun inquired, What shall we do now? First, we need to locate the Mage Guild. We must register before the examination. Should I still use my false identity? Indeed. Understood. As he traversed the main thoroughfare of the capital, Zhou casually approached a passerby to inquire about the specific location of the Mage Guild. The individual appeared momentarily taken aback, displaying a look of astonishment, as if recalling something, before politely directing Zhou. Zhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed the citizens of this capital held the status of mages in high regard, a stark contrast to the ignorance he had encountered in Tianqi City. Jinlong City, being the largest city of the Western Jin dynasty, was bustling even in the early morning, the streets alive with the sounds of voices, as noble carriages came and went, creating a tapestry of vibrancy. Following the directions he had gathered, Zhou swiftly made his way to the Mage Guild. The building was impressively grand, its Gothic architectural style reminiscent of a cathedral. His gaze fell upon the entrance, where a massive fragrant wood plaque displayed the 5 characters of Mage Guild, emanating a subtle golden glow. Pausing momentarily outside, he then stepped inside slowly. Upon reaching the entrance, several soldiers clad in military uniforms glanced at Zhou. The young man, adorned in a pristine white robe, possessed a tranquil visage that exuded an air of elegance, leading them to surmise he must be of noble lineage. Consequently, they refrained from intervening, allowing him to proceed unimpeded. Chapter 28. The Golden Yuan Auction House, standing amidst the throngs on the bustling street. Zhou lifted his gaze toward the imposing structure of the auction house that loomed not far ahead. This auction house, known as the Golden Yuan Auction House, spanned an area comparable to that of a football field and was operated under the auspices of the Jinmin Group, the largest commercial entity of the Western Jin dynasty. When discussing the financial prowess of the Jinmin Group, it was said to rival that of the royal family itself, with its wealth perpetually on the rise. Many speculated that within 5 years, the riches of the Jinmin Group would surpass those of the royal lineage, solidifying its position as the foremost conglomerate in the Western Jin dynasty. Consequently, the resources auctioned at the Golden Yuan Auction House were indisputably the finest and most exclusive throughout the entire dynasty. This phenomenon was particularly pronounced in the capital, where the Golden Yuan Auction House nearly monopolized the auction industry. Additionally, due to its vast wealth, the Jinmin Group stood alongside the Tianming Alliance and Tongwen Pavilion as one of the 3 dominant forces within the Western Jin dynasty. At this moment, Zhou found himself merely a minute's distance from the Golden Yuan Auction House. However, it took him a full 20 minutes to reach its entrance. Perhaps this was the true essence of a grand metropolis. At the threshold of the Golden Yuan Auction House, over a dozen fully armed men scanned each entrant with frigid gazes. Judging by the faint aura emanating from these individuals, they were evidently martial artists of 7 to 8 stars. Even a leader has attained the remarkable rank of 9 stars. Are 9-star warriors merely destined to serve as gatekeepers? Zhou pondered, realizing that the martial prowess of the Jinmin Group is indeed formidable. In other cities, those nearing the rank of martial master could potentially become the backbone of their respective factions. Following the throng, Zhou entered the auction house, its vast expanse momentarily overwhelming him as he made his way to the front row of the hall. Chapter 29. Contestation. The auctioneer continued to extol the arcane and mysterious nature of the refining technique, striving to enhance its bidding value through every conceivable means. However, reality proved starkly indifferent. The audience remained unimpressed, with some growing impatient and departing the auction altogether, while others succumbed to slumber. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm compared to previous bids, the auctioneer, with a resigned and awkward smile, announced, "This feather-level refining technique, the whirlwind palm, has a starting bid of 2,000 gold coins. Let us commence." With the strike of the gavel, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Attendees exchanged meaningful glances, speculating on who would dare to spend 2,000 gold coins on a technique valued at merely a few hundred. Seated in the front row, Zhou felt an acute tension, his hands trembling and palms sweating. He hurriedly concealed his hands in his pockets, forcing his expression into one of calm resolve, fearful that others might discern his anxiety in the competition. No matter what, he was determined to secure this refining technique. Upon hearing the price, he inhaled sharply. How could it be so inexpensive? What if someone else contested me? Damn it! Suppressing the excitement within, reason dictated that this was not the opportune moment to act. Should he hastily place a bid, it would undoubtedly arouse the curiosity and attention of some affluent young scions. And before long, this coveted item could be snatched away by others. observing the silence of the auction hall, coupled with the myriad of scornful glances. The auctioneer shook his head. In his more than a decade of experience, he had never encountered such a situation devoid of bidders. The embarrassment was palpable. Internally, he began to denigrate those so-called appraisal experts, no matter how enigmatic or mysterious they claimed it to be. This technique was merely a lower-tier refinement and could not possibly be worth 2,000 gold coins. Even the wealthiest individuals would not squander their riches in such a manner. The silence lingered for approximately 2 minutes. Witnessing the lack of bids, Zhao felt a wave of joy wash over him as he wiped the sweat from his palms. 2005. Just as the auctioneer, with a look of resignation, was about to strike the hammer and declare the auction a failure, Zhao could no longer restrain himself. His calm voice resonated throughout every corner and level of the hall, drawing countless gazes towards him. Had this fellow lost his senses? Spending 2,000 gold coins on a lower-tier refinement technique. Truly, in this vast forest, one finds all sorts of birds. Alas, my friend, I happen to possess a dozen or so of these lower-tier refinement techniques. Would you care for one at the same price of 2,000 gold coins? Laughter erupted in the hall. Zhao exhaled deeply. Is no one discerning? Then this is indeed fortuitous. The auctioneer exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the perspiration from his brow, and remarked with a smile, "My friend, let us proceed." Master Imo spoke indifferently. "There is nothing left in this auction that can captivate your interest." He rose from his seat and quietly exited the venue. As Zhao stepped out, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he made his way to the backstage to collect his auction item. Upon entering the backstage lounge, a female attendant approached him. After Zhao explained his purpose, he followed her a short distance to a room. "Please wait here for a moment while I fetch your item and complete the handover procedures," the attendant said respectfully, presenting a cup of hot tea before exiting the room. Zhao inhaled the aroma of the tea. Indeed, it is fine tea. While he savored the beverage, he heard the sound of measured footsteps approaching outside the room. Creak. The door swung open, and a male attendant entered, escorting an elderly gentleman. "Esteemed elder, this young man is the one who purchased your refining technique," the attendant said with deference before departing. "You are the one who acquired my refining technique?" The old man scrutinized Zhao, remaining silent. Internally, he mused, "Why am I unable to perceive the strength of this young man's meridians? Logically, someone who could purchase my technique must be a cultivator of substantial meridian power, yet this individual..." After a moment of sensing with no results, the elder sighed and exited the room. Such a peculiar old man, Zhao murmured to himself. The elderly gentleman had barely departed when the waitress entered. "Sir, this is what you acquired at auction, totaling 2,500 gold coins and 600 platinum coins." Upon hearing this, Zhao searched his spatial ring with his divine sense and made the payment. As twilight deepened, the moon's luminescence streamed indoors. In a certain chamber of the inn, moonlight cascaded through the window, bathing Zhao as he sat cross-legged on the bed, absorbing the day's most refreshing qi. Chapter 31. Old Mo's abilities late into the night. Within the inn room, Old Mo declared, "It's quite simple, actually. I possess a unique ability." "An ability?" Zhao mused, contemplating what power could render one invisible. "Good heavens! Invisibility!" he exclaimed. "Indeed, precisely," Old Mo confirmed. "Master, you possess such an extraordinary ability and failed to inform me." With that, Zhao rose to his feet, poised to depart. "Hold on, lad, where are you off to?" Old Mo inquired. "To the women's bathhouse." "In the dead of night? Who idly bathes for your viewing pleasure?" Old Mo chuckled derisively. "Ah, you're right," Zhao responded with an awkward smile. Then another day. Old Mo rolled his eyes, dismissing the matter. "You should commence cultivating that body-tempering art." "Oh, that's right." Hearing this, Zhao recalled his acquisition of the body-tempering art. "Master, the cultivation method for the body-tempering art isn't the same as ordinary feather-grade inferior cultivation techniques, is it?" "Certainly not," Old Mo replied. "However, it's rather straightforward. It merely involves using the power of your meridians to assimilate the information within the body-tempering art." Zhao appeared utterly bewildered. Why can't I comprehend this?" "Do not fret," Old Mo replied with a calm demeanor. "In your usual practice of common alchemical techniques, you employ the essence of qi to enhance your vision, thereby grasping the methods of alchemical cultivation. The same principle applies to the training of meridian forging techniques. It involves channeling the power of your meridians into your eyesight, allowing you to perceive the methods of this cultivation." "Is it truly that simple?" Zhao queried, unable to believe it. Even simpler than you might imagine. I shall give it a try. With that, Zhou focused his qi, a rich, white energy of the meridians manifesting upon his skin, which then converged into his pupils. Old Mo instructed, "Now, you may unveil the meridian forging techniques." Zhou cradled the whirlwind palm in his hands. To the onlookers, it appeared as an ordinary alchemical technique. Yet within Zhou's eyes lay a completely different tome, or rather, merely a single sheet of paper. "Oh, is that so? Congratulations on your successful cultivation," Old Mo remarked without lifting his eyelids, his tone nonchalant. "Huh, is that it?" Zhou exclaimed in disbelief. "What else did you expect? What did you envision? I assumed there would be some arduous trials." Chapter 32. The examination commences on a clear morning a few days later. Under a vast azure sky devoid of clouds, the night rain had just passed, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The sunlight was perfect, and the warm, humid atmosphere invigorated the spirit. Today marked a grand event for the West Jin dynasty. The long-anticipated mage examination, held every 7 years, was set to commence in the sacred city of Jinlong. Since the early hours of this morning, the tranquility of the streets, which had remained undisturbed throughout the night, was finally shattered by the influx of people. The majority of this crowd consisted of young sorcerers heading to the Mage Guild to partake in the sorcerer examination. The profession of a sorcerer primarily revolves around the cultivation of magical soul energy, often leading them to a life of seclusion, making them a rare sight in daily life. Their significance to the military and national strength only adds to their aura of mystery. Yet today, these esteemed sorcerers continuously streamed into the Mage Guild. Furthermore, all the shopping plazas opened their doors early, not solely for profit, but also to assist those participating in the examination. For this test bears great weight regarding the fate of their country. In a certain inn, within his room, Zhou had risen early. After a brief morning routine, he approached the window and gazed down below. TSK, he mused. In the few days I've been here, aside from a few in the guild, I have yet to encounter another sorcerer. But today, it seems I am finally witnessing something remarkable. Zhou reflected on how sorcerers, being human, inevitably develop a sense of national pride over time. Coupled with their youth and fervent passion, they are eager to repay the homeland that nurtured them. For sorcerers, this examination represents the finest stage and opportunity. Finish your business quickly and set out, Old Mo advised lightly. You are entirely unfamiliar with the examination process and unaware of your main competitors. Leaving early to gather some intelligence would be quite beneficial for you. Indeed, the reward for the first place remains uncertain. It would be splendid if one could directly receive a supernatural fruit or a medicinal elixir, as it would not only aid my sister's recovery, but also enhance our prowess. Contemplating this, Zhou suddenly felt a surge of pressure. However, his resolve remained steadfast, unwavering as his footsteps. If one cannot endure such minor pressures, then how can one aspire to immortality in martial arts? A 13 or 14-year-old third-tier mage. When did the Western Jin dynasty witness the emergence of such prodigies? Zhou's soul power test was conducted a few days prior at the guild. Devoid of the ostentation that some mages from influential factions displayed, seeking to make their accomplishments known throughout the entire dynasty. Hence, the only individuals aware of Zhou's name are likely the waitress from that day and a handful of mages. In the spacious thoroughfare, youthful and enchanting maidens gathered. Chapter 33, the first round. Huan Chuan stood on the square, observing the raucous audience, and declared, "We shall now commence the first round of examinations. Should any instances of deceit be discovered, irrespective of your talent, your qualifications for the examination will be immediately revoked." Huan Chuan proclaimed with authority. Upon hearing this, Zhou felt indifferent. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed some individuals bowing their heads, gritting their teeth, evidently beset by fear. Perhaps their guilty consciences weighed heavily upon them. Zhou internally scoffed. It seems this straightforward test may lead to the elimination of 1/5 of the participants, due to the large number of examinees. Each test would involve 10 individuals concurrently. When your name is called, please step forward promptly. In the square, beside the towering black monument stones, the tester stepped forward, retrieving a list from his pocket and coldly reciting the names: Shangwan Jason, Yu Xiaobei, Jin Chengnan, Mu Yin, Yi Jun, Qin Chuan, Ling Yun Mai Hao, and Ishuan, Han Jiu. Step forward. As soon as the tester's voice fell, a few individuals nervously approached, while others ambled onto the square, chatting and laughing. Zhou observed the jovial group with an impassive expression, For days, he had traversed alone to this unfamiliar city, finding solace only in the refinement of his abilities and the fervent desire to protect his family, which alleviated the profound loneliness and monotony within him. The tester loudly announced the results, eliciting a chorus of disapproving murmurs from the audience, clearly appalled by the fraudulent behavior displayed. The two individuals departed the square with grim expressions. Shangguan Jason, Yu Xiaobei, soul power insufficient at level 2, eliminated. The tester smiled gently. Jin Chengnan, Qin Chuan, Ling Yun, Mai Hao, and Ishuan, Han Zhiyu, you have passed the test. Please proceed to prepare for the next round. Zhou Zhan silently clicked his tongue. Realizing that nearly half of the first group had been eliminated, what would become of the subsequent groups? Next, the names called were Chu Li, Gu Cheng, Cheng Xia, Ouyang Sun. As the second group of candidates stepped forward, Zhou Zhan squinted, recalling Old Mo's voice in his mind. That Chu Li seems rather extraordinary. He had never heard of this name before. Perhaps he could be a dark horse in this examination. Chu Li, level 3 soul power. Indeed, Zhu murmured, as he observed the astonishing scene unfolding before him. Chapter 34, The Cruel Competition. Level 3 soul power. The arena fell into a profound silence. A stillness so complete that one could hear a pin drop. Another individual possessing level 3 soul power, and he appeared so youthful. When did level 3 soul power become so commonplace? With this, for individuals had now achieved it. In the front row SVIP section, the noble elites and leaders of powerful factions stared with wide eyes, transfixed by the incredulous spectacle. Yin Zongfeng too was momentarily stunned, exclaiming inwardly, damn it. One Chu Li was already troublesome enough, and now there's another Zheng Shul. Meanwhile, the lovely Yuan Yilin furrowed her brow, her expression serious as she scrutinized the young boy on the field. Although she also possessed level 3 soul power, she was already 15 years old, while Zhang Shul appeared to be merely 13 or 14. It was utterly terrifying. On a raised platform adjacent to the square, Yuan Binchu sat upon a dragon throne, lifting his eyelids slightly as he inquired of Huan Naichuan. That child is named Zheng Shul, correct? At such a young age, he stands on equal footing with Zongfeng, Yilin, and Chu Li. Yet, why have I not heard of him before? Indeed, Your Majesty, Huan Naichuan replied with a dry chuckle. This is the first time I have heard of Zheng Shul as well. Perhaps he has a mentor of great renown guiding him. A mentor of great renown? Yuan Binchu shook his head. You are aware that the cultivation of magical soul power is a process where guidance from a mentor is significant. Yet talent remains the paramount factor determining the strength of one's soul power. Huan Naichuan listened, awkwardly nodding. He was certainly aware of these matters. But out of respect for the royal family behind Yuan Yilin, he could only feign ignorance. Yuan Binchu remarked, I initially thought having Chu Li to compete with Yin Zongfeng was already commendable. Unexpectedly. Haha, it seems Yilin has more choices now. Upon hearing this, Huan Naichuan was rather unfazed, yet a small eunuch beside Yuan Binchu trembled slightly and then discreetly retreated. Did I pass? The examiner, regaining composure, stammered. Yes, you passed. Phew. After Zhou Zhan exited the stage, the atmosphere remained eerily silent. Ahem. Next group. The first round of testing continued. Yet in the subsequent groups, no one exhibited third-level soul power, allowing the audience to gradually recover from their astonishment. Approximately an hour had elapsed when the first round of tests finally concluded, with the number of participants dwindling from the initial count. Chapter 35. The intervention of Old Mo. The second round of examinations commenced. Zhou Zhan did not summon his soul fire immediately like the other candidates. Instead, he stood calmly in the square, meticulously reciting the formula from the parchment, utilizing a low-temperature flame of 300 degrees to forge medicinal herbs, purifying for 15 minutes, followed by calcination at 850 degrees for 17 minutes, and then fusing the herbs at 620 degrees with gentle heat, subsequently undergoing a second purification at 280 degrees with low-temperature flames, culminating in the formation of the elixir at 1160 degrees. My heavens, what an exquisite and precise mastery of flame control this requires. Zhou Zhan gazed at the prescription described, exclaiming in astonishment, and this is merely a second-tier prescription. This round of examination necessitates the formulation of a medicinal pill known as the Star Ascension Pill, a name that aptly signifies its purpose for martial practitioners seeking to enhance their prowess. The second tier is designated for use below the rank of martial masters, with each application capable of augmenting one's strength by a star. Therefore, Such pills that directly elevate strength are not deemed particularly precious, even in the marketplace. They command a mere 1 or 200 gold coins, appearing rather trivial compared to the plethora of similarly affordable and practical healing potions. The crafting of the Star Ascension pill requires only 4 types of medicinal herbs, rendering the process not overly complex. However, regardless of the simplicity of the procedure, for Zhao, who possesses no knowledge of alchemy, it has provided ample material for contemplation over the span of several days. Nevertheless, this time around, Zhao does not intend to concoct the pill himself. Instead, he will be a mere observer, as Master Mo takes the helm. The art of pill refinement, whether for healing or enhancement, regardless of its myriad processes or swift execution, ultimately converges upon a singular truth. The efficacy of the elixir manifests within the human body. At this moment, Master Mo began to control Zhao body, simultaneously engaging in the alchemical process while elucidating the intricacies involved. Therefore, one need not be overly fixated on the descriptions provided in the prescription. Rather, it is imperative to consider the specific physical condition of the individual utilizing the remedy. If the person is gravely injured, a more gentle approach to the alchemical process should be adopted. Furthermore, the age of the medicinal herbs specified in the formula must also be taken into account. For instance, regarding the Ascending Star pill before us, the prescription is technically accurate. However, the herbs do not meet the requisite age, necessitating a more aggressive method of refinement. Zhao listened intently, realizing that the art of alchemy is indeed a profound discipline. Committing Master Mo's teachings to memory, he turned his gaze around and was astounded to discover that everyone else, including Yin Songfeng and Yuan Yilin, had chosen to forge weapons. Chapter 36. Astonishing, all the king may promise his daughter to him. As soon as this was uttered, Huan Ichuan inwardly lamented, fearing that, given the king's usual fondness for his granddaughter, a reprimand was imminent. With this thought, Huan Ichuan lowered his head in preparation. However, the reality unfolded differently than he anticipated. Yuan Binshu remarked, regarding Yilin, "My granddaughter possesses a strong personality. I wonder if she will agree. Nevertheless, I shall speak with her." Upon hearing this, Huan Ichuan looked at Yuan Binshu with astonishment and said, "Your Majesty's consideration for the nation is commendable. I hold you in high regard." Though he spoke otherwise, he contemplated. In this manner, the king may be perceived as a good ruler, yet he fails to embody the qualities of a commendable elder. "Oh, princess, this is the fate that befalls you as a member of the royal lineage. Ultimately, one must sacrifice for the sake of interests. It is precisely for this reason that this challenge has proven formidable for over half of the participants. Originally, the square was bustling with more than 300 individuals, yet now fewer than 250 remain." Zhao listened to the ceaseless sounds of the exploding furnaces around him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He had opted for the simplest method, yet still exited in failure, and could only lament his own lack of diligence. Moreover, he was astonished by the elimination rate of the examination. From the onset of the first round, nearly 75% of the contestants had already been disqualified before the round's conclusion. Such a brutal competition format reveals just how extraordinarily gifted the eventual victor must be. They would be the most exceptional mage of the entire West Jin dynasty, truly a rarity among thousands. Zhao, with deft hands, cast the medicinal materials into the alchemical furnace, where the yellow and white flames fervently scorched the ingredients, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that wafted through the air, prompting Zhao to express his admiration. Alchemical elixirs are indeed remarkable creations. Old Mo observed Zhao expression of delight and cautioned, while elixirs can swiftly enhance one's strength, they do not represent the true path of martial arts. Over-reliance on such potions will render your cultivation superficial, even undermining your combat capabilities. One must remain grounded in their practice. Chapter 37. Great Assessment. Zhao advances directly. As Wan Iquan's voice fell, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. After a brief moment, some candidates who had passed the examination voiced their discontent. "Why is it that he can advance directly after passing the exam, while we are still required to undertake further tier assessments? Isn't the essence of an examination to uphold fairness and impartiality? If there are tests to be conducted, they should be administered collectively. Indeed, together." Yin Songfeng observed the unfolding scene and let out a cold chuckle. Meanwhile, Chu Li and Yuan Yilin cast disdainful glances at those around them, clearly unimpressed by the petty-mindedness of the inept. Wananaikwen regarded the raucous individuals in the square and replied nonchalantly, "If any of you can concoct a second-tier elixir within the same time frame, regardless of its quality, I shall consider you directly advanced." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a state of despondency and ceased their clamoring. At that moment, Zhou interjected, "Senior Wananaikwen, since they are discontent, let us conduct the assessment together." "I am indifferent." The crowd retorted with scoffs. "Humph. Do you think you are someone of significance, capable of brewing a second-tier elixir? How audacious." Wananaikwen was about to defend Zhou when Yuan Benshu whispered to him, "Let him take the test. I am curious to see if he possesses genuine skill." Wananaikwen found himself in a quandary, but ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, let us proceed with the assessment together." Although he stated this, he had already resolved in his heart that, regardless of whether Zhou passed the test, he would allow him to participate in the third round of examination. For the latter's previous actions had truly left him in awe. The tester approached the plaza and drew aside the black cloth beside the platform, revealing a finely crafted instrument emanating a golden glow. This was a tier-testing device provided by the dynasty's government to the Mage Guild, capable of assessing all elixirs and weapons below the third tier. The tester pointed to a small black light. "This is the purity indicator. It emits a silvery gray hue when the grade is below Tier 2, signifying failure to pass the examination. Upon reaching Tier 2, it glows yellow, indicating success." The tester paused momentarily, adding, "Although it is unlikely, I must mention that at Tier 3, it will shine red." "Now let us commence." One by one, the candidates who had passed the examination stood up, eagerly approaching the instrument, their eyes filled with anticipation for the revelation of their results. A second-tier mage, standing closest to the device, rushed forward and placed his forged weapon before it, eager to be the first to undergo the test. "Tester, I have only recently advanced to a second-tier mage. I am uncertain if I will pass." The tester nodded with a smile, acknowledging the remarkable talent of one who could forge a Tier 2 weapon so soon after the breakthrough. Chapter 38. The final assessment. Silence enveloped the plaza once more. The instrument flickered a brilliant red, the light casting a glow over the astonished faces of the onlookers. Everyone gazed, transfixed, at the youth standing alone on the platform. Could this truly be a boy of merely 13 or 14 years? To possess the ability to concoct third-tier elixirs at such a tender age. Such talent is beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. Huan Aichuan's heart was tumultuous. As the foremost magician of the Western Jin dynasty, revered as the most esteemed individual beneath the king, he found himself feeling somewhat overshadowed by the scene before him. Having mastered the art of concocting third-tier elixirs at the tender age of 13 or 14, he could not help but reflect on what he had been doing at that age. In that moment, Huan Aichuan realized that his assessment of Zhou had been rather understated. To succeed in producing an elixir in such a short time was already a remarkable talent. But to have crafted 2 third-tier elixirs? What sort of extraordinary gift did that signify? Furthermore, the exquisite control over soul power and the wealth of experience that would typically require 50 years of diligent practice. The prowess displayed by Zhou was truly unparalleled. Shaking his head, Huan Aichuan deemed the vision too splendid to even contemplate. "Teacher, it seems a bit excessive." Zhou murmured to himself. Old Mo scoffed, "TCH, a bunch of Navi individuals, acting like country bumpkins." The silence lingered for quite some time, until Zhou's voice shattered the stillness. "Examiner? Surely I have passed?" The examiner was taken aback. Oh, yes, of course." As Zhou descended from the stage, countless curious gazes fell upon him. Most were distant and respectful, though there were also hints of jealousy and animosity intermingled among them. Casting a sidelong glance, he recognized the figure of Yen Songfeng. Though he was acutely aware that he could not match Zhou in terms of innate talent, Yen Songfeng had acquired knowledge through certain connections that the final round of the assessment would not heavily weigh the abilities of a magician. In fact, it might even lean towards his own strengths. Thus, he held unwavering confidence that he would humiliate Zhou in the last round, demonstrating to the king, the princess, and all present that he was the true genius. Chapter 39. A contest of speed? The one with the swiftest cultivation and the most formidable destructive power would emerge as the ultimate champion. Everyone was astonished. They had not anticipated that the final round of the magician's examination would focus on the magician's weaknesses. Nearly all were aware that a magician's identity stemmed from their lamentable martial arts aptitude. This inadequacy was twofold. Firstly, their physical strength was exceedingly feeble, and secondly, their comprehension of martial arts was deficient. The latter constituted the ultimate barrier that constrained magicians, due to their inherently limited understanding of martial arts. Whether in cultivating qi or refining techniques, their speed was irredeemably sluggish. However, the formidable nature of their magical soul power enabled magicians to wield refining techniques with a potency that far surpassed that of ordinary warriors, often by dozens or even hundreds of times. Thus, a magician could achieve the effects of palace-level or even earth-grade techniques by merely practicing rudimentary skills. Yet, due to the scarcity and insufficient development of magical soul power, which could only be innate and not acquired, magicians remained exceedingly rare, verging on an endangered species. Despite the numerous obstacles they faced in their cultivation, no one would dare to doubt the formidable might that a magician could unleash. On the battlefield, it is often the sorcerers who determine the outcome of conflicts. Their significance has garnered them the favor of imperial dynasties, which, in turn, has led many to pursue the intricate and esoteric art of magical cultivation. After all, due to the barriers imposed by martial arts, sorcerers are perceived as rather peculiar entities in the eyes of warriors, a fact that serves as a source of their frustration. Therefore, when the audience learned that the final examination would touch upon the very vulnerabilities of the sorcerers, the martial artists in attendance murmured with bewilderment. Yet, despite their discussions, none dared to mock the sorcerers. It is well understood that behind each sorcerer often stands a dynasty or an even more formidable empire. Should anyone provoke a sorcerer, they would likely face retaliation from an entire dynasty or even an empire. This is no trivial matter, for it could lead to the annihilation of cities or, in extreme cases, the destruction of nations. Such warnings are not mere hyperbole. There are precedents to substantiate them. Upon hearing the details of the final examination, Yin Songfeng cast a slightly mocking glance at Jiuzhou, thinking to himself, "Despair now, have you? Soon, you shall witness what true genius entails. Today, I shall redefine the very essence of genius." Jiuzhou, noticing the disdainful expression on Yin Songfeng's face, pondered in confusion. What has sparked such a reaction? That expression. Simply remarkable. Huan Chuan then announced, for the third round of the examination, in the interest of fairness, the magical arts to be practiced will be provided by the Sorcerers' Guild. As he spoke, a massive black structure slowly ascended at the edge of the square. Chapter 40. The Victor. Casting a sweeping glance over the crowd, Huan Chuan extended his hands, signaling for the raucous atmosphere to subside, and the audience complied with his request. After undergoing the magical alchemy examination, only 4 contenders remained: Zheng Shuai, Yin Songfeng, Yuan Yilin, and Chu Li. Among them, Zheng Shuai demonstrated the swiftest progress, followed closely by Yin Songfeng, with Yuan Yilin and Chu Li trailing behind. Yin Songfeng wore a sullen expression, as if on the verge of bursting, overwhelmed by a persistent sense of being overshadowed by Jiuzhou. In contrast, Yuan Yilin appeared more composed, displaying little discontent, while Chu Li exuded a spirited determination. Inspired by Jiuzhou's performance, fueling his desire to grow stronger and surpass him. The next phase involved comparing the potency of their alchemical techniques. A straightforward affair, the side with greater power would emerge as the ultimate victor of this examination. The crowd was taken aback. Could it be that the assessment of a sorcerer's magical prowess would take place within the confines of the royal palace? Huan Chuan discerned their curiosity and chuckled, "We cannot transform the examination grounds into a battlefield just yet, thus the evaluation of power will occur here within the palace." He added, "Of course, the palace is not a venue for destruction." With that, Huan Chuan gestured, and attendants brought forth a colossal, obsidian stone tablet. This tablet, known as the soul-testing steel, was forged from a unique stone material capable of withstanding up to 20,000 tons of magical damage. You 4 need only to unleash your most formidable powers upon the soul trial steel, and it will automatically display the totality of your might. Do you understand? Huan Chuan inquired with a smile. Understood. Jiuzhou and the others replied in unison. Very well, let us commence. Chu Li, you shall go last. You may proceed first. As Huan Chuan's words echoed, a palpable tension enveloped the arena. Jiuzhou sat cross-legged upon the square, calmly observing the eliminated contestants in the audience. He cast a disdainful glance, harboring little sympathy in his heart. These sorcerers had always relished using their status to bully the martial artists hailing from impoverished backgrounds. Thus Jiuzhou felt nothing but contempt for them. They fancied themselves as esteemed magicians, deriving pleasure from their perceived superiority over others, unaware that the more unattainable their desires, the more they would stir restlessly. Yuan Yilin lowered her gaze, polishing the silver sword in her hand, occasionally glancing at the white-clad youth meditating quietly. Upon closer inspection, she was struck by his unexpectedly handsome features, causing her heart to flutter momentarily. Is this what they call beauty in the eyes of the beholder? Yin Songfeng turned his head, noticing Yuan Yilin gazing at Zhou with an air of infatuation. Chapter 41. Lingering Troubles 17,800 tons. A profound silence ensued. The arena was enveloped in a deadening stillness as all faces turned towards the steel, astonished by the almost unfathomable number and the cracks upon its surface. Moments later, the sound of gulping echoes reverberated throughout the hall. Upon the elevated platform, Huan Chuan felt a heaviness in his chest, nearly overwhelmed by shock to the point of retching. Could it be that he was still a martial artist? At the tender age of 13 or 14, mastering both martial arts and sorcery? Gazing upon the radiant youth. If the truth aligned with his thoughts, then the prodigious talent of this Zheng Shui was indeed terrifying, so much so that it left the practitioner speechless in his presence. Behind Huan Chuan, seated upon the dragon throne, Yuan Binshu was equally astonished, pondering whether the Western Jin dynasty could retain such a talent. 17,800 tons. That was a full 10,000 tons more than Yin Songfeng's strength. With such power, it seemed that in just 5 or 6 years, he could ascend to the rank of a Grand General of Magic or even a commander within the dynasty. Are you foolish? To cultivate magical arts with such rapidity and with such formidable might, Zheng Shui's aptitude for refining energy must surely surpass that of a sorcerer. Indeed, it is said that while sorcerers are highly favored by imperial dynasties, every martial artist understands that the true pursuit lies solely within the realm of martial arts. Let you wield power that can eclipse the heavens, yet it is I, the martial artist, who remains immortal. Even if you possess the ability to dominate the world, you cannot withstand the techniques of a martial artist. Your life and death are in my hands, regardless of your status as an emperor of a mighty empire. As martial artists, we move freely, relishing in the joys and sorrows of life, loving passionately and avenging ruthlessly. Unconstrained by worldly ties, we act according to our desires, reveling in our triumphs. How delightful is that? As the martial artists in the audience contemplated these thoughts, their conviction in the path of martial arts deepened resolutely within their hearts. In stark contrast to the resolute expressions of the other warriors, Yin Songfeng wore a somber visage, his heart raging with disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. Yet the truth unfolded before his eyes with an ironclad certainty. The esteemed nobles and influential leaders in attendance turned their gaze toward Jiuzhou, an astonishing thought emerging. Zheng Shui has redefined the very essence of genius. Ahem. Wananaiquan cleared his throat, rousing the stunned assembly from their shock. Now that all tests have concluded, although all of you have witnessed the proceedings, it is still imperative that I declare the ultimate champion of this year's mage examination. And that champion is Zheng Shui. Zhou exhaled softly, the weight in his heart finally lifting. According to the pre-examination declarations, he was entitled to depart after Chapter 42. That overwhelming aura. A 4-star warrior. Even though Wananaiquan had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. A boy of merely 13 or 14, adept in both martial arts and magic, not only maintained a remarkable pace but achieved significant accomplishments in both realms, magic reaching the 3rd level and martial arts advancing to the formidable 4-star rank. In terms of martial talent, he was undoubtedly the foremost among those under 15 in the entire dynasty. Moreover, this young prodigy had just claimed the title of champion in the mage examination. Such a youth is truly formidable. Furthermore, one must ponder the immense strength of the mentor capable of nurturing such an extraordinary disciple. Huan Chuan dared not ponder further. This Zheng Shui, unexpectedly proficient in both magic and martial arts, and both strengths are remarkably formidable. Regardless of his prowess, his opponent is Yin Songfeng. How could one truly engage? Indeed, Yin Songfeng is the direct disciple of the esteemed King Qingsheng and the son of the Lord of the Golden Dragon City. With such connections, Zheng Shu's situation in Golden Dragon City is likely to be precarious. Furthermore, I have also heard that the leader of the Tianming Alliance, Lu Tianming, shares a close relationship with the Lord of Golden Dragon City. TSK, Zheng Shui has, with a single blow, provoked 3 formidable factions. One is the royal bloodline, another is the imperial capital, and one of the 3 major powers, How terrifying that is. I hope he can endure. Such a genius is an immense asset to the entire dynasty. I wonder if, when real conflict arises, the Mage Guild will come to his aid. Logically, the champion of the Mage exam is already considered a member of the guild, and if protection is desired, it merely takes a decree from the higher-ups for the king to intervene. Yet, that is uncertain. Our king may not be inclined to provoke 3 powerful factions for the sake of a mere teenager. Amidst the discussions at the special seating, a young man with a calm gaze was observing Jiuzhou. This young man is none other than Lu Tianming, the leader of the Tianming alliance. Behind him, 2 elderly men whispered, and these 2 were Lu He and Lu Feng. Lu He addressed Lu Feng, saying, "Great elder, I have recognized him. This young man is the one who harmed my disciple. His name is not Xing but rather Jiuzhou." After speaking, Lu Feng approached the special seat and informed Lu Tianming, alliance leader. Lu He claims that this Xing is indeed the one who injured his disciple. His true name is Jiuzhou. Oh, Lu Tianming raised an eyebrow. Has he changed his name? Indeed, Lu He is an elder of our alliance, and his disciple is considered part of our ranks, he continued. Chapter 43. Ambush in the forest. There are 2 martial kings tracking you. What should we do? Jiuzhou inquired, feeling somewhat at a loss. Do not panic. With me here, although I cannot handle the 2 martial kings at present, they shall not be able to harm you, Master Mo reassured him. This place is crowded. Draw them into the forest before devising a plan. Understood, Jiuzhou responded, striding forward with increased pace, occasionally casting sidelong glances behind him. I wonder if that fellow has noticed us. The speaker was none other than Liu, conversing with Lu Tianming. Surely not. We are martial kings, and he is merely a 4-star martial artist. He cannot possibly sense our presence, Lu Tianming asserted. Let us follow him. Even if he does discover us, no matter how skilled he may be, he cannot contend with 2 martial kings. Let us proceed. Thus, 3 figures, 2 following closely behind and 1 in front, departed from Golden Dragon City. After approximately half an hour, Jiuzhou arrived at a forested area. At noon, beneath the blazing sun, the air at ground level was stiflingly hot, waves of heat crashing over one like an unwelcome tide, inducing a sense of agitation. Yet, within the dense embrace of the forest, only a scant few rays of sunlight managed to pierce through the layers of verdant leaves, casting a coolness upon the forest floor. However, this refreshing chill, when paired with a deadly plot, transformed into a sinister coldness. He surveyed his surroundings, the environment seeming vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered an ambush in this very forest before. Very well, said old Mo, I shall take control of your body now. Jiuzhou walked for several more minutes until he reached the depths of the forest, suddenly halting his steps. He gazed up into the canopy and called out loudly, Esteemed seniors, there seem to be few enough souls here. Might I request an audience? High above, 2 individuals concealed from sight were taken aback by his words. How could he have discovered us? Lu Tianming furrowed his brow, perplexed by the astuteness of this young man. Liu, his expression twisted in a snarl, declared, This boy cannot be allowed to live. He must be eliminated. Lu Tianming regained his composure, feigning calmness as he addressed Jiuzhou. It seems I have misidentified you. Young brother Jiuzhou, we mean you no harm. We merely wish to pose a few questions. Should we receive satisfactory answers, we shall take our leave and not trouble you further. Jiuzhou let out a cold laugh. No ill intent. Then why the clandestine pursuit? And what of this need for satisfactory answers? Very well, he replied. Let us see what inquiries you wish to make. Chapter 44. The news of Jiuzhou's death. As dusk descended, the sun sank below the horizon, casting a gentle waning light that would soon be replaced by the cool, silvery glow of the moon. The day gradually surrendered to nightfall, beneath a mountain forest, beside a babbling brook, by the flickering campfire. A youth clad in a white robe savored the freshly roasted fish, still steaming and slightly too hot to touch. Master, do you think Lu Tianming and Liu will fall for it? The boy, inexperienced and naive, began to grasp the intricate dynamics of this self-serving society following the recent examination and its accompanying events. The pallor of his youthful visage slowly faded, giving way to a hint of maturity reflected in his sun-kissed complexion. There shouldn't be any issues. You didn't notice Lu Tianming's expression at the time, did you? Huh. You nearly frightened the life out of him. I reckon that Lu Tianming won't achieve any significant breakthroughs for at least a decade. Jiuzhou remained skeptical. Is that true? Am I really that formidable? Indeed, old Mo replied. For a martial artist like you to frighten 2 martial kings into such a state, Heh, you can boast about this for a lifetime. Uffed. Jiuzhou scoffed. They're just two cowards. What is so impressive about that? Look at the older one. How old is he? Yet he has only managed to attain the status of martial king? This speaks volumes of his lack of talent. As for the younger one, why would he, a martial king so young, choose to confine himself within the West Jin dynasty, instead of seizing the opportunity to traverse the continent and elevate his realm? Even without my presence, he would find it challenging to make further progress. Old Mo gazed at Zhao with astonishment, praising him. Not bad at all. You have developed such a profound understanding of martial arts. Truly deserving of being my disciple, haha. By the way, master, do you think those two are always together because they share a special relationship? Or could it be that they are simply lacking? Upon hearing this, Old Mo was taken aback, lowering his head in contemplation. After a moment of mutual gaze between the master and disciple, a serene silence enveloped them before the corners of their mouths curled into smiles, leading to an uncontrollable bout of laughter. Ah, master, what is the name of that last technique? It allowed you to evade the attacks of two martial kings unscathed. Oh, and that sword. It looked rather formidable. That is not a sword. It is a ruler, heh, meant for disciplining students. Goodness, master actually employs such an instrument. Jiuzhou exclaimed. And what about that technique? The one that can dodge the attacks of martial kings. Old Mo replied. That technique is called the Azure Lotus Sword Formation. It is merely one of the moves from my Azure Lotus sword art. Speaking of Azure Lotus, wait, aren't you specializing in physical techniques? Why are you interested in my sword arts? Hey, I never claimed to specialize solely in physical techniques, heh. In fact, I can learn any form of swordplay or knife techniques. The more, the merrier. Jiuzhou chuckled. Old Mo said, I shall teach you. Chapter 45. Entering Black Beast Mountain in the tranquil forest, Jiuzhou wandered alone along a narrow path through the grass. After more than a month of arduous travel, he had finally arrived at the westernmost fringe of Black Beast Mountain. The elder Mo once remarked that although the outermost regions of Black Beast Mountain are primarily inhabited by low-tier magical beasts, they still pose a considerable nuisance for a warrior like him. Thus, Jiuzhou remained vigilant, constantly observing the surrounding circumstances and prepared to respond to any unforeseen events. Despite having ventured into Black Beast Mountain only a handful of times, he possessed the knowledge to utilize avian creatures to gather information. Currently, the birds soaring above the forest merely chirped without exhibiting significant reactions, indicating the absence of any magical beasts capable of disrupting the balance of power nearby. While traversing the periphery of Black Beast Mountain, all appeared tranquil until Jiuzhou encountered an attack from a first-tier magical beast. This creature, known as the Black Earth Rat, was originally an ordinary field mouse. However, for reasons unknown, these field mice had migrated to Black Beast Mountain, where they coexisted with various magical beasts and were exposed to numerous bloody battles, thereby absorbing the essence of slaying and transforming into magical beasts themselves. As a magical beast, the Black Earth Rat possessed a keen territorial instinct, often perceiving anyone who approached as an intruder. Nonetheless, being merely an evolved field mouse, its strength was not formidable. Its resilience, however, was remarkable, and devoid of intelligence, the Black Earth Rat resorted to mindless aggression, which proved quite bothersome. It took Jiuzhou a considerable amount of time to finally defeat one of these rats. Goodness, this mouse is remarkably tough. After vanquishing the Black Soil Rat, Jiuzhou found nothing of value within its carcass, prompting a sigh of resignation, as it was merely a low-tier magical beast. The encounter with the Black Soil Rat heightened Jiuzhou's vigilance. However, in the vast expanse of Black Beast Mountain, avoiding encounters with magical creatures was nearly impossible. Relying on his chi-sensing abilities, he endeavored to steer clear of overly powerful beasts. As Jiuzhou traversed nearly a kilometer deeper into the mountain, he sensed that he had genuinely entered the outskirts of Black Beast Mountain. A mere 300 meters further, he faced two waves of attacks from low-tier magical beasts. Fortunately, their strength was manageable, allowing Jiuzhou to hold his own. During one encounter with a feline magical beast, he exerted all his strength but could only manage a stalemate. After its failed assault, the feline beast swiftly retreated, leaving Jiuzhou gritting his teeth in frustration. If you're going to fight, then fight. What does it mean to just harass and flee? Old Mo chuckled. Do not be disheartened. You have matched its strength. Chapter 46. The wind sweeps away the clouds one early morning. As the night receded, the verdant grass was adorned with glistening dewdrops, exuding a gentle coolness. The golden sunlight cascaded down, bestowing warmth upon the forest. Atop a certain mountain platform, a young figure stood tall. Jiuzhou stretched languidly, inhaling the crisp, refreshing air, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. Behold, there is something remarkable in the southeastern sky. Suddenly, the voice of Master Amok echoed in his mind. Jiuzhou turned his head and, amidst the haze, discerned a magnificent surge of spiritual energy erupting from a nearby valley, akin to a tsunami rising into the heavens. Intermingled within this ethereal energy was a faint radiance of green light. Jiuzhou, with a look of astonishment, realized this was his first encounter with such a vast expanse of celestial energy and quietly inquired, "What is that?" "I am uncertain as well." Master Amok contemplated for a moment before responding. "It must be some form of advanced herbal essence." "Perhaps." "Advanced herbal essence?" Jiuzhou was momentarily taken aback, only to succumb to despondency, sighing, "Never mind. Advanced herbs are typically guarded by formidable magical beasts, so even if I wanted to gather them, it would be futile." With that, he slumped down on the ground. Slap! Master Amok, upon hearing this, delivered a sharp smack to the back of Jiuzhou's head and reprimanded, "You foolish child. The magical beasts have gone to pay their respects. What could possibly be occupying those herbs now?" "Oh, indeed. How could I have forgotten that?" Jiuzhou exclaimed, as realization dawned upon him. "So can I rise now?" A wave of lethargy washed over him. "Oh, master, cannot you simply soar through the air? Why must I run there? It sounds exhausting. How audacious of you to issue commands to your mentor." With these words, Master Mo's lips curled into a frosty smile, a ruler materializing in his hand. Moments later, the energy of refinement began to swirl around him. Just wait and see how I deal with you, my indolent disciple." Crack, crack, crack. As the words fell, the ruler in hand struck towards Jiuzhou's backside, eliciting a pained cry from him. Instantly, he leapt to his feet and dashed toward the valley with great speed. However, Old Mo's ruler continued to rain down upon his rear. "Damn it, you old scoundrel. It's one thing to hit me, but to use chi on top of that. Oh, it hurts so much. Oh, how dare you speak back? It seems I haven't applied enough force." Smack, smack, smack. Ouch, ouch. This is unbearable. Jiuzhou ran frantically. Yet he could never quite escape the half-meter distance maintained by old Mo, who floated behind him, unable to suppress his laughter at Jiuzhou's desperate state. Chapter 47. In search of treasures within the valley, let's first seek out that medicinal herb. Upon hearing this, Jiuzhou surveyed his surroundings, sensing slightly. Just a moment ago, I could still detect the aura of that herb along the way. Why is it absent now? If that is the case, then this herb must possess a significant rank. Having begun to exhibit a degree of intelligence, Jiuzhou was taken aback. Has it already gained intelligence? Then this herb must be at least of the 4th rank, right? Indeed, old Mo replied lightly. Let us proceed. Although its aura appears weakened, I can still sense it. All right. With that, Jiuzhou took a bold step forward, guided by old Mo, confident that locating the herb would not pose a significant challenge. After traversing the valley for over 10 minutes, I encountered numerous magical beasts along the way. However, these creatures were all of the 1st tier, and due to their low rank, they lacked even the qualification to participate in the pilgrimage. Thus, they merely wandered through the valley in search of sustenance. With no mercy, I unleashed my strength upon these low-tier beasts, for even within their frail bodies, there might exist some valuable essence. Regrettably, the creatures I vanquished yielded nothing of interest. Continuing my journey through the valley for nearly another 5 minutes, I finally caught a glimpse of a small clearing not far ahead, where a gentle green light emanated. This verdant glow was undoubtedly the manifestation of high-tier medicinal herbs. Filled with excitement, I hurried towards it. Moments later, I beheld a herb radiating a vibrant green aura. The herb emitted a soft luminescence, flickering between brilliance and dimness, exuding an enchanting vitality, truly mystical in appearance. As I approached to pluck the herb, I noticed numerous tracks and tufts of fur scattered across the ground surrounding it. These must have been left by the beast that claimed this herb as its own, likely belonging to some species of bear-like creature. Not far off, I discovered a cave, the dwelling of this magical beast. In the treacherous Black Beast Mountain, any creature possessing a stable abode must surely be of the 3rd tier. The 3rd order magical beast is akin to a martial artist of the Wuxian level. Upon contemplating this, Jiuzhou shivered slightly. Fortunately, they had all gone to pay homage. Otherwise, such a remarkable treasure would never have been within my grasp. Elder Mo cautioned, remember, when harvesting herbs, use a small knife to slice them off. Do not damage the root and stem. Jiuzhou nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, master. Preserving the root allows the herb to regenerate. If one cuts the grass but does not remove the roots, it will spring back with the warm winds of spring. Chapter 48. Chaos Diamond Iron. Let us proceed. The heavy stone door, accompanied by a dull grinding sound, slowly creaked open. At the moment the door swung ajar. It did not release the stale air of thousands of years. Rather, it welcomed the fresh air akin to that of the surrounding forest. As Jiuzhou stepped through the stone door, he immediately encountered a staircase leading downwards. He picked up a piece of wood from the ground and retrieved some fuel from his spatial ring, improvising a torch for illumination. Descending the staircase, after nearly 10 minutes, Jiuzhou was astonished to discover a spacious cavern concealed within the stone door. The cavern soared to a height of 12 to 13 meters and stretched over 6 to 700 square meters, surrounded by steep rock walls and a multitude of scattered stones. Upon entering the cavern, he could faintly hear the rhythmic dripping of subterranean water. The darkness enveloped the cave, and Jiuzhou could only make sense of his surroundings through the flickering light of the torch as he examined the rock walls for any noteworthy features. The voice of Elder Mo resonated in his mind as Jiuzhou approached the wall, illuminating it with the torchlight. The master and apprentice discovered that the rock face was adorned with ancient golden patterns. Upon closer inspection, the designs depicted numerous scenes of battle, which struck Jiuzhou as somewhat extravagant, showcasing moments where attacks could level mountains. Yet, Jiuzhou surmised that these illustrations chronicled the extraordinary feats of a formidable figure. However, he did not notice the astonished expression on Mo Lao's face behind him. Could it be that this individual hailed from the Western Jin dynasty? Teacher, our humble Western Jin dynasty has never boasted such a prominent personage. Perhaps this individual simply relishes in ostentation. Who can say? Mo Lao replied calmly. Let us proceed inside and see what treasures we can uncover. With a nod, Jiuzhou continued deeper into the cavern. Although the stone cave was cut off from the outside world, he could still feel a chilling breeze, eerie and foreboding. In such a cavern, others might not dare to take even a single step forward. After approximately 3 minutes, they reached the depths of the cave. Jiuzhou paused to take a few sips of water. Suddenly, Chapter 49, the wind moves with me. Following the steps, he exited the cave, and the sight before him transformed into a wide and bright panorama. Knowing that the higher-tier magical beasts had already ventured deep into Black Beast Mountain for the Beast King's homage, Jiuzhou did not exercise excessive caution upon leaving the cave. Instead, he ambled along, humming a merry tune, blissfully unaware of the lurking dangers around him. Old Mo observed the calm demeanor of his companion and chose not to offer a warning. Given his prowess, he undoubtedly knew that a third-tier magical beast lay in slumber within the cave nearby. However, Old Mo merely wore a teasing smile, remaining silent, as if eagerly anticipating the events that would soon unfold. As Jin stepped out of the cave and into the forest, he was taken aback by an unsettling atmosphere. Unlike before, the once chattering birds had fallen eerily silent. A low growl echoed through the air. Was it a leopard? Or perhaps a bear? Turning his head, Jin was startled to find before him a creature adorned with leopard-like spots, yet resembling a large gray bear. Its size is modest, surely. Its level cannot be too high. With that thought, Jin issued a sharp exhalation, a robust aura of energy enveloping him, indicative of his strength, which had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of a 5-star warrior. Then, with a powerful stomp of his foot, he launched himself forward, delivering a fierce kick. The small spotted bear sensed the imminent threat and sprang to its feet, raising its formidable arms defensively before its chest. In a heartbeat, Jin charged forth with the ferocity of a tiger. Astonishingly, the small bear made no attempt to defend itself, but instead absorbed Jin's full-force kick with its neck. Standing resolutely unmoved, realizing the peril he was in, Jin's eyes widened in alarm as he felt the earth-shattering impact of a massive bear paw crashing against his chest, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Alas, how is this beast's body so unyielding? It feels as though I am kicking a stone. With the numbness radiating from my foot, Jiuzhou exclaimed in frustration. Moreover, the force of that beast's gentle strike is immense. Were it not for my protective armor, I might have fainted from the impact. The little leopard-patterned bear, hearing the incessant outcries of the individual before it, noted that in a single breath, there were 3 exclamations. Master, if you do not emerge soon, I shall truly be struck down. Ah, my young apprentice, I witnessed your previous battle. Commendable indeed. To hold your own against a third-tier magical beast is no small feat. You are truly deserving of my mentorship. Damn, you still acknowledge me as your disciple? Just as the little leopard-patterned bear was about to deliver a powerful strike to Jiuzhou, the praises of old Mo echoed in his mind, causing the chi within him to surge to an unprecedented level. Martial ascendance. With a swift bend, Jiuzhou adeptly evaded the bear's strike. In an instant, a sword-shaped ruler materialized in his hand. Given your recent performance, I have decided to impart to you my Qinglian sword technique. Roaring in frustration, the little leopard-patterned bear charged at Jiuzhou with renewed vigor. Behold, Qinglian sword slash. Jiuzhou took a giant leap, his speed reaching unparalleled heights, akin to a bolt of lightning, as he brandished the ruler and dashed forward with a whoosh. The speed was so astonishing that even the little leopard-patterned bear could scarcely discern it, as if only a fleeting shadow had appeared behind it. Instinctively, it turned its head and struck fiercely with its paw. The blow, though it failed to strike the young man named Jiuzhou, was powerful enough to snap a tree trunk as thick as a water barrel. Whoosh, crack, whoosh, crack, whoosh, crack. In the mere span of a breath, 3 shadows appeared before the little leopard-patterned bear, each accompanied by the sound of a blade slicing through flesh. In the next moment, the bear raised its head, a glimmer of fear dawning in its eyes. Suddenly, a young man clad in white emerged before it, standing resolutely with a sword in hand. The gentle breeze rustled, causing the white robe to billow gracefully. Howl. Moments later, the little leopard-patterned bear lowered its head, only to discover 3 gaping wounds on its chest, from which blood was gushing forth uncontrollably. By the looks of it, the bleeding would not cease anytime soon. Howl. The relentless flow of blood caused the little bear to cry out in agony. This was the first time it had ever been wounded since its birth. Deep down, it instinctively realized that it could not contend with the figure before it. Thus, after a few more desperate cries, it turned and fled. Humph. Thinking it could escape? Jiuzhou let out a soft exclamation, his figure flashing as he pursued the fleeing little leopard. Chapter 51. The Ascension of Power. The refuge discovered by old Mo was a cave, within which most of the magical beasts in a radius of 1 to 200 meters had already been cleared away by him. The cave, located merely 3 kilometers from the site where the crimson flame bird ascends, allows Elder Mo to sense any disturbances in the vicinity, enabling him to swiftly reach the scene. Within the confines of the cave, the space is relatively modest, encompassing approximately 50 square meters. However, it suffices for Jiuzhou's habitation and cultivation. Upon venturing inside, one discovers a bamboo bed adorned with various decorative items, while the center of the cave features a marble tea table accompanied by stone stools. It appears that this cave once served as a retreat for an esteemed individual, yet the furnishings are now cloaked in dust, indicating a prolonged absence of visitors. Jiuzhou retrieved a wooden bucket and fetched a pail of water from a nearby stream to clean the cave thoroughly. At last, the cleaning is complete. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiuzhou placed his hands on his hips and surveyed the cave with satisfaction. Just then, Elder Mo emerged. Have you finished? Yes, Jiuzhou replied. Now, let us attend to the matter at hand. Your progress this month has been somewhat sluggish, and your physical intensity has already surpassed the standard. It is imperative to enhance your chi refinement. Otherwise, mere physical prowess will not suffice in combat. Jiuzhou nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his travels had indeed limited his time for cultivation, although his physical intensity had seen considerable improvement. Let us first refine the emerald crystal root grass. It will undoubtedly assist in elevating your rank by at least 2 stars. Jiuzhou delicately extracted the emerald root grass, lowering his gaze upon it. This close inspection allowed him to perceive the exquisite beauty of the 4th-tier herb. Within its rich emerald hue resided a potent and remarkably pure essence of the heavens and earth. As he inhaled the fragrant aroma emitted by the herb, a wave of tranquility washed over him, causing the chi within his body to resonate gently. Could it possibly enhance his abilities by 2 stars? Jiuzhou's eyes sparkled with fervor as he ascended to the bed, sitting cross-legged and taking a deep breath to calm his slightly exhilarated heart. It had been a long time since he had experienced a breakthrough. A stream of chi gradually emerged from Jiuzhou's dantian, enveloping the emerald root grass. The herb, feeling the pressure, trembled slightly and struggled momentarily, after which cracks began to form in its verdant leaves. releasing droplets of sap infused with the vast essence of the natural world. This essence radiated a blazing green light, transforming the dim cavern into a verdant paradise. The refreshing scent of the herb also spread throughout the cave. Zhou greedily absorbed the ethereal energy of the herb, drawing it into his being. Chapter 52. The Demonic Path. The demon clan. On the following morning, Zhou, adhering to the instructions of Elder Imo, ventured out early for training. As he walked through the forest and grasslands, a blade of grass nestled between his lips and his hands clasped behind his head. He chewed on the root contentedly. Teacher, you summoned me to this forest at dawn to hunt for magical beasts, yet the formidable ones have already retreated, leaving only a few first-tier beasts behind, which are no match for me. Alas, this is truly dull. One must not be careless. It is merely a matter of not having encountered them yet. Should you cross paths with a second-tier beast, it would certainly be quite a formidable challenge for you. Did you perhaps frighten them away during your last expedition, Master? Pondered for a moment. Well, I only utilized my strength equivalent to theirs, so it cannot be said that I frightened them. However, there ought to be more second-tier beasts in this forest. Could it be that others have ventured here as we have? Not necessarily. Those with the audacity and motive would likely be the two martial kings from Golden Dragon City. Yet, they would need to come accompanied by mages and an army, which would take at least 40 to 50 days. Do not fret. Once the Beast King's tribute is concluded, there will be ample opportunities for you to engage. The Beast King's tribute? Zhou truly felt a bit awkward and chuckled. Master, I fear that by the time the tribute is over, I may no longer be able to contend with those beasts. Heh. Oh, are you already conceding? Just a moment ago, you seemed eager for a fight. At this, Zhou smiled again, hesitant to press further. Ah, Master, what did you mean the last time when you spoke of the heart of the demon having been formed, no longer belonging to humanity? Since there is nothing pressing at the moment, why not share your thoughts? Zhou was greatly intrigued by such matters. Tales of demon clans were only things he had heard from storytellers. Contemplated for a moment. Very well, I shall share my insights. I once spoke to you about the realm of beasts, where they can be divided into spiritual beasts and demonic beasts. The former adhere to the path of divine cultivation, while the latter specialize in the path of demonology. Similarly, in the human world, there exist numerous paths of cultivation, such as martial arts and literary arts. Beyond humans and beasts, there lies another path, the path of demonology. Those who cultivate this path are known as the demon clan. In truth, demonology was initially a mere offshoot of martial arts. However, due to the overwhelming prowess of its practitioners, who are often formidable warriors capable of single-handedly turning the tide of battle, the demon clan grew in strength. Consequently, people began to observe that demonology started to deviate from the principles of martial arts, even contradicting its essence and rules. After a prolonged period of development, demonology completely severed its ties with martial arts, evolving into a distinct path of cultivation. Chapter 53. Yuxing, Ruin Yen. Indeed, someone has intruded into the Black Beast Mountain. Old Master Imo remarked, it seems they have encountered some trouble, but their level should not be too high. Let us proceed to investigate. All right. The location of the battle was not far from Jiuzhou. It took merely a minute to arrive at the scene. Jiuzhou lay concealed nearby, and the intruders were two martial artists of similar age, whom he somewhat recognized. Those two were none other than Yuxing and the 10-year-old martial artist, Ren Yan. Despite possessing only the strength of martial artists, they had the audacity to venture into the Black Beast Mountain. What reckless bravery! In the city trials of Tianxi, Yuheng, as the most formidable disciple of the Yuzong, brought glory to his sect by securing a place among the top 5. His triumph was particularly noteworthy as he had previously lent his assistance to the Zhou family, which fostered a sense of goodwill from Jiuzhou towards him. Conversely, Ren Yan, a mere 10 years old, emerged as Yuheng's rival in the trials, already possessing the strength of a warrior at such a tender age. Following the trials, his reputation began to soar. In Jiuzhou's eyes, both of these individuals exhibited exceptional martial talent, rivaling his own capabilities. Even when considering the entirety of the Western Jin dynasty, they would undoubtedly rank among the elite. Now, as they journeyed together to the Black Beast Mountain, it seemed their camaraderie blossomed after their confrontation during the trials, a case of enmity transforming into friendship, perhaps. To their astonishment, they encountered a pinnacle second-tier magical beast, one that Jiuzhou had fruitlessly sought throughout the morning. The fortune of these two seemed quite favorable, as they stumbled upon a second-tier beast right upon their arrival. Jiuzhou smirked and remarked, "What? Do you plan to take action? Old Mo inquired. Zhou nonchalantly replied, let us lend a hand, after all. Yuheng has helped me before. Yet, Old Mo jested, although you possess the foundation of a martial master, your strength does not yet match that level. That magical beast is a true pinnacle second-tier entity, and equal to human martial masters. He continued with a teasing tone, there's a staggering 5-star disparity. Even with 2 additional allies, it seems unlikely that you would prevail against that beast. Zhou chuckled, but I still have my 3rd-level magical soul power, right? That should suffice to severely injure that creature, wouldn't you agree? However, magic possesses the capability for widespread devastation, thus, accurately striking a magical beast proves to be quite the challenge, Elder Mo cautioned. Jiuzhou, with a confident smile gracing his features, rose to his feet and declared, then I shall condense my magic to strike with precision. In the next instant, his hands came together, forming a myriad of colorful, ever-changing seals that materialized between them. Over the past month, he had diligently contemplated the essence of magical energy. Now, while employing the arcane arts, he had progressed significantly. In Chapter 54, the Brotherhood, Ren Yan, Jiuzhou, and Yu Sheng strolled together, arriving at a bamboo grove not far from the cave. They settled around a stone table, sitting at angles to one another. Although still in their youth, the trio exuded an air of nonchalance. Without any pretense of vigilance, they engaged in delightful conversation. Jiuzhou, feeling at ease, produced a flask of the clear wine he had brewed during their journey, sharing it with Yu Sheng and Ren Yan. Yu Sheng's father had a profound affinity for alcohol and possessed remarkable tolerance, a trait that Yu Sheng had inherited. In contrast, Ren Yan, being younger, could not quite match their capacities, yet he continued to drink heartily, showing no signs of reluctance. The 3 conversed animatedly, harboring sentiments of camaraderie as if they had known each other for ages, and they raised their cups in jubilant toasts. Elder Mo observed this peculiar dynamic with a sense of intrigue. His disciple, who was typically guarded and somewhat aloof towards others, seemed to share a profound connection with these young men, displaying warmth and enthusiasm that was rarely seen. He even offered them his homemade wine, a rarity for Elder Mo, who usually only caught a whiff of its aroma. How strange, truly strange. The 3 individuals engaged in fervent conversation, discussing an array of topics from the philosophies of life and ideals to martial arts and techniques. Their dialogue flowed seamlessly for 2 full hours, leaving even Elder Mo astonished at the seemingly endless stream of words. Observing the trio, Zhou and the others, sharing drink after drink, a hint of inebriation began to emerge, causing him to feel a twinge of concern. After all, they were in the treacherous Black Beast Mountain, a perilous place, and yet they dared to indulge so freely. What was worse, he could only watch. Thus, Elder Mo offered a gentle reminder, but Zhou appeared somewhat tipsy and paid no heed to his words. Ren Yan, too, was thoroughly enjoying the revelry and suddenly struck with inspiration. He proposed, since we are so in sync, I have a thought. Let us pledge brotherhood here in this bamboo grove. How do you feel about that, Brother Yu and Brother Zhou? Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. Are we to forge a bond of brotherhood? Haha, I have long harbored this intention. Ren Yan looked at Zhou with eager anticipation. What say you, Brother Zhou? Zhou replied with a hearty laugh. Even without a formal pledge, I have already considered you both as my brothers. Ren Yan was overjoyed at this, exclaiming, splendid. Then let us make our pledge now. With that, he filled their cups to the brim and declared, as I am the youngest, just 11 this year, I shall take the first toast. Zhou raised his cup, saying, I am 13 years and 10 months old. So I presume Brother Yu is a few months my senior. I shall drink up. Yu Sheng chuckled, since I am the elder brother, I ought to drink 2 cups. With that, he downed his drink in one go, followed by another for good measure. Laughter erupted among them. After the 3 had finished their drinks, they exchanged smiles, their laughter echoing throughout the bamboo grove. At that moment, Zhou felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 55, The Enigmatic Realm as the days slipped by unnoticed. One particular morning, Zhou, seated cross-legged upon his bamboo bed, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, sensing a slight enhancement in his energy cultivation compared to the previous day. If this progress continued, it would only take 4 or 5 more days for him to achieve another breakthrough. He rose from his bed and approached the tea table, glancing at the dimly lit cave, now devoid of any company. An inexplicable sense of emptiness surged within him, accompanied by a profound loneliness. Old Mo cleared his throat a couple of times, saying, But I am still here with you, my disciple. Nevertheless, you must learn to adapt to solitary cultivation. It was always clear that even I could not remain with you indefinitely. As he spoke, a hint of frailty and resignation crept into old Mo's voice. Setting aside his current, ghostly appearance, which could not be sustained for much longer, he continued, even if I were to regain my former strength and body, my days are numbered. When that time comes, no one will be left to protect you. Therefore, my little one, you must strive to become stronger. With a smile, old Mo added, there are certainly methods available. However, in the past 100,000 years on the illusory world continent, no precedent has existed. Even the likes of Qin Tianhong could not achieve it when faced with the death of his closest friend. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun's face was etched with despair. If someone of that caliber could not accomplish it, could he truly succeed? However, he resolutely stated, as long as there is a method, there exists an opportunity. Please, master, enlighten me. Paused for a moment, astonished by the confidence emanating from his disciple. Ah, it is indeed a good thing for the youth to possess such self-assurance. Have you heard of the underworld? The underworld? Isn't that the legendary realm of hell? Zhou was taken aback. Hell is merely a colloquial term for mortals. It is not solely a myth, chuckled. Zhou gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the underworld truly exists in this world? Indeed. I only learned of it after my demise. According to the laws of heaven and earth, the underworld governs the souls of those who perish untimely. Whenever a life is taken, the underworld sends its agents to forcibly escort the soul away. However, I am an anomaly. Chapter 56. The Magical Array Come. Allow me to teach you how to utilize magic to form an array. As they walked, Zhou remarked, Master, shouldn't such activities be conducted in the dead of night for convenience? He considered the timing inappropriate. How could one employ dark tactics in broad daylight? The night was too quiet, making detection likely, while the cacophony of daytime, roars of beasts and chirps of birds, would mask any sounds, rendering suspicion unlikely. Do you understand? Indeed. That makes sense. Eagerly, Zhou was keen to learn the art of magical array formation. By the way, Master, given the presence of an army, there must be a considerable number of them. Can a low-tier magical array encompass so many? If it were a high-tier one, I wouldn't be able to grasp it in a short time. Rest assured, the array I will teach you is not only simple and comprehensible, but also capable of ensnaring many. With the aid of Elder Mo's prowess, Zhou swiftly arrived at the periphery of Black Beast Mountain. Concealed within the boughs of a tree, he gazed upon a distant assembly of troops and mages attired in peculiar vestments. As it was early morn, the army was occupied with the preparation of breakfast. Wisps of smoke curling skyward. Elder Mo elucidated, the combat methods of mages are generally twofold. One involves the employment of magical evocation for ranged bombardment, and the other entails the deployment of formations. In parity of rank, the potency of formations far surpasses that of magical evocation. However, the construction of formations necessitates considerable time, rendering them less amenable to the vicissitudes of the battlefield. Nonetheless, for ambuscades, they are unparalleled. Zhou listened attentively as Elder Mo continued. The deployment of formations is bifurcated into two stages. The first, the delineation of the array, is protracted and intricate, demanding the observation of celestial timing, the survey of terrestrial topography, the induction of refined energy, and the infusion of magic. Only thus can the utmost efficacy be achieved and the array's configuration manifested. The second, the conjoining of the array, is comparatively simple, particularly for martial practitioners, amounting virtually to instantaneous completion. Now, I shall assume control of your corporeal form. Zhou alighted softly upon the earth, stating, the formation I am about to construct is not exigent in its demands upon celestial timing or terrestrial topography. Thus, it may be employed at any juncture and in any locale. With these words, Zhou closed his eyes, his hands gently converging above and below. Subsequently, a faint yet resplendent radiance emanated from the aperture between his hands. Elder Mo deliberately decelerated the delineation of the array, so that Zhou might observe with clarity. Zhou watched as Elder Mo alternately scrutinized the heavens and surveyed the earth, his eyes gleaming with astute brilliance, his fingertips incessantly gesticulating. Each action suffused with an air of arcane and fantastical mystique. With the radiance placed before him, he moved his right fingers incessantly. After a brief moment, a circular pattern emerged, emanating a faint yet resplendent glow, adorned with marvelous designs. Chapter 57. the Beast King's tribute. Zhuzhen's true form dashed forth at an extraordinary speed, with nearly 200 concealed formations hidden within the grass. It was likely they could delay Li Yonghua and his companions for a considerable time. Thus, Zhuzhen chose not to rely on the power of Elder Mo for this journey. After all, sprinting rapidly through the forest and grasslands served as an excellent form of cultivation, invigorating and energizing the qi within his body. However, without Elder Mo's assistance, his speed diminished significantly. After a brief preparation, Zhuzhen set off once more, running for about an hour until he finally arrived at the outskirts of his destination. We're almost there, be cautious. The magical beasts here possess formidable strength. Any one of them could easily devour you, Elder Mo warned. Zhuzhen slowed his pace, taking deliberate steps with utmost care, constantly observing the changes in his surroundings. To his surprise, the forest was eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of cicadas and birds. This unusual quietude suggested that high-ranking magical beasts had driven them away. This was certainly not a place they dared to tread. Consequently, Zhuzhen became even more vigilant, avoiding even the smallest twigs on the ground, fearful of producing any noise that might attract the beasts. The high-ranking magical creatures had developed a certain level of intelligence. They could sense even the slightest disturbance. After approximately 10 minutes of slow and cautious walking, the lush greenery began to dissipate, and his field of vision gradually widened. Swish! Swish! Jiuzhou emerged from the dense forest, stepping onto an elevated terrain. As he advanced slowly, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his skin bristled with the chill that penetrated his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. From this vantage point, his gaze fell upon the scene below. Before him lay an expanse of charred black earth, vast enough to encompass at least 100 football fields. The ground appeared as if it had been ravaged by an unknown inferno, presenting a bleak, ashen vista devoid of any vegetation. What was even more chilling was the sight of thousands of high-ranking magical beasts kneeling on that barren land. These creatures bowed their heads, emitting deep, resonant growls, as if they were beseeching an unseen entity for some form of salvation. Was this what it meant to witness the homage of the Beast King? Chapter 58. The battle of beasts and humans. The mournful howls of the beasts grew increasingly pronounced. From his vantage point on the slope, Jiuzhou observed over 100 mages collaboratively unleashing devastating spells, each incantation delivering nearly 20,000 tons of magical damage upon the beasts. It was evident that these mages were rigorously trained, enabling them to wield such terrifying power. In this moment, even Jiuzhou felt his pupils constrict and his expression turn grave. He pondered that with such formidable might, it would only take an hour to reduce a mountain to rubble. Indeed, mages were the pivotal force determining the outcome of a war. Jiuzhou marveled. Master, why have the magical beasts not retaliated? Old Mo squinted slightly and remarked, the crimson flame bird is still recuperating its strength, leaving it preoccupied, while those magical beasts have not received orders from their beast king, and thus dare not act rashly. Moreover, the majority of those struck down were merely low-tier, third-level magical beasts, so the overall strength of the beasts below remains largely unchanged. Jiuzhou felt a twinge of anxiety, saying, the combined power of that group of sorcerers may well overwhelm the third-level beasts before long. Old Mo remained unperturbed and replied, do not fret. Should the third-level beasts truly falter, there are still the fourth-level beasts to consider. One must understand that in the realm of magical beasts, the leap from third to fourth level is nearly a qualitative transformation. Upon hearing this, Jiuzhou's heart eased somewhat, yet concern lingered. Even so, aside from the sorcerers, they have an army of over 300,000 and two martial kings, Li Yonghua and Lu Tianming, along with Lu Feng. This assembly is indeed formidable. Old Mo responded calmly, there is no need for excessive worry. Lu Tianming is currently restrained by the political entanglements within the dynasty and is unlikely to intervene anytime soon. Relying solely on Li Yonghua and Lu Feng, a 7- or 8-star martial artist, they certainly cannot contend with the Crimson Flame Bird. Even if, hypothetically, Li Yonghua and Lu Feng manage to prevail, do not forget that I am still here. Listening to Old Mo's patient reassurances, Jiuzhou felt a significant weight lift from his heart. For some reason, he now felt that as long as his teacher was present, there was no challenge insurmountable. Old Mo always provided him with confidence at critical moments, exhibiting a calmness akin to that of a mountain, along with a comforting sense of security. As Jiuzhou reveled in his sense of security, the ground beneath him suddenly began to tremble violently. The intensity of this upheaval was so great that even the soldiers of the army struggled to maintain their footing, swaying precariously. The tremors persisted, and from atop the high platform came a crisp and resounding call of a bird. Chapter 59. The Emergence of the Crimson Flame Bird Roar. Countless fourth-tier magical beasts surged forth like a tidal wave towards the opposing army of over 300,000, intent on crushing them utterly. The sheer momentum was enough to swallow mountains and rivers whole. Jiuzhou, aided by old Mo's chi refining eye, gazed upon the tumultuous tide of beasts. Some of these creatures were truly formidable, with muscular builds that shook the earth as they ran. Others appeared to be ordinary carnivorous animals at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the bloodthirsty malevolence lurking within their eyes. A few took to the skies, their wings unfurling as they soared with piercing cries filled with ferocity, hurtling towards the enemy forces. Gray phosphor-stone gibbons, spotted bear lords, golden-winged hawks. Jiuzhou's pupils constricted in astonishment. These magical beasts were akin to monarchs in the Black Beast Mountain. Usually, they were merely heard of in whispers, their forms shrouded in mystery. Yet now, they stood vividly before his very eyes. Old Emo chuckled. Awakening your senses, are you? I told you. The vast illusory world continent is home to even more powerful beasts and humans than these. Zhou smiled bitterly and remarked, fortunately, most of these magical beasts primarily cultivate their strength. If they were to refine their chi, I fear that this group of fourth-tier magical beasts could crush both the army and myself under their oppressive chi alone. Alas, it seems my current strength is still woefully inadequate. Hearing this, Elder Emo offered a comforting smile, saying, do not lose heart. Your talent is exceptional, and your potential is vast. Reaching or even surpassing that level is merely a matter of time. Always remain vigilant and nurture a proud confidence within you. Remember, this world does not esteem false humility. As I have told you, when dealing with outsiders, you must even learn to boast. Yes, master. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the army, atop a war chariot, Li Yongyan squinted his eyes, observing the menacing tide of beasts advancing relentlessly. Yet he felt not a shred of fear. With fervor, he bellowed, to the rear. Where are the drums? Boom, 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 boom. The Iron Blood Brigade, forming a wall of armored men ahead, responded with a resounding roar as the battle drums echoed. The atmosphere was grand and imposing. Li Yongyan turned his gaze back to the beast tide, silently counting. 1,400 steps. 1,250 steps. 1,100 steps. Chapter 60. Dark clouds descend. Thunder god approaches. With a piercing cry, the crimson flame bird emitted a clear call, unleashing an invisible pressure that enveloped the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding chi to become frenzied. Surrounding the entity, a fierce inferno blazed, the scorching heat having charred the ground, which now bore cracks from the relentless flames, from which white mist wafted upward. Though none present had experienced it, every individual was acutely aware that the temperature of that mist was unfathomably high. The scarlet flame bird, Li Yonghua, lost in thought, paid no heed to the unconscious Lu Feng beside him, his gaze fixated in astonishment upon the colossal avian creature on the elevated platform, its wings beating with tremendous force. Due to the considerable distance and the mist that permeated the air, Li Yonghua could not discern the precise appearance of the scarlet flame bird. He could only vaguely perceive its massive, crimson-hued form, engulfed in flames. In a moment of terror, he exclaimed, "This energy, it's at the 7th tier." With another resounding call, the creature cried out. Jiuzhou, crouched on the hillside, trembled slightly and asked, "Master, why has this scarlet flame bird been incessantly calling out since earlier? What is it trying to convey?" Old Emo replied, "It is awaiting the manifestation of a celestial phenomenon. Although its current power stands at the 7th tier, it has yet to undergo the trials of the heavenly Tao, meaning its 7th tier strength has not been recognized by the heavens." Perplexed, Jiuzhou inquired, "Must this cultivation be acknowledged by the heavenly Tao?" "Indeed," Old Emo chuckled. "The trials of the heavenly Tao for spirit beasts are profoundly challenging and possess minimal tolerance. Once their power surpasses a certain threshold, it becomes intolerable to the heavenly Tao. At that point, calamities will descend from the heavens. Should the spirit beast survive this tribulation, it may break free from the shackles of its race and pursue the path of chi refinement." Old Emo spoke with an air of profundity, leaving Jiuzhou only able to grasp a vague understanding of his words. Aware of the obscurity of his explanation, Old Emo continued, the formidable beasts, due to their generally colossal physiques, find it nearly impossible to undergo the arduous cultivation of the 9 refinements of the body. Without mastering the 9 refinements, they cannot integrate the essence of qi into their bodies, rendering them incapable of acclimatizing to this energy. Thus, these creatures typically face greater challenges and slower progress in their preliminary training, albeit with a lower threshold for entry into the Tao of Heaven. However, once they transcend their limitations and transform into humanoid forms, they can cultivate qi just like humans. Upon hearing this, Zhou exclaimed in astonishment, "So, as long as spirit beasts reach a certain level of power, they can metamorphose into human forms." With a smile, old Emo replied, "Once they assume a human shape, their bodies can better adapt to the essence of qi, allowing for the cultivation of it." Chapter 61. Negotiation. I am the Thunder God, Shen Ao. His voice, deep and resonant, reverberated like the thunder behind him, permeating the entire plane and shaking every conscious individual present. Even the earth and the very fabric of this space trembled in response. In that moment, he seemed to embody the heavens themselves, exuding an aura reminiscent of a deity. Li Yonghua's expression turned grim. Had he not possessed the strength of a martial king, he might have been rendered deaf by the sheer force of that voice. Old Mo's face mirrored apprehension as he chuckled nervously. Even the deities from the Tao of Heaven possess such a formidable presence when they speak. Zhou, taken aback, inquired, "The deities of the Tao of Heaven? Is that akin to the martial gods of the martial Tao?" However, such formidable individuals have long stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Why would they deign to come to this desolate place? Shen Ao Zun hovered in the air, his gaze contemptuously surveying the world beneath him, and spoke once more. "Which spirit beast is undergoing tribulation here?" The tribulation that spirit beasts must endure is meticulously arranged by the 4 great celestial deities. Generally, when a spirit beast is set to undergo tribulation, the heavens will automatically generate the corresponding challenges. Thus, the deities themselves need not descend in person. Of course, should a spirit beast possess extraordinary talent, or if a deity is in a particularly good mood and finds themselves with nothing to occupy their time, they may occasionally choose to personally oversee the arrangements. When a deity personally orchestrates the tribulation, its intensity is palpably amplified. At this moment, what loomed in the sky was but a manifestation of the thunder god Shen Ao Zun, yet even this semblance was formidable enough. Zhou observed the unfolding situation. In his eyes, the already peerless crimson flame bird appeared as insignificant as a blade of grass beneath a towering tree. This stark contrast sent chills down his spine, deepening his reverence for Shen Ao Zun. The thunder god Shen Ao Zun followed the sound with a raised brow and remarked coolly, "Oh, I thought it was someone significant. It turns out to be merely a young crimson flame bird. To begin striving for the 7th tier at such a tender age, this exceptional talent must have not graced your clan in several centuries." The crimson flame bird remained silent. Shen Ao Zun, uninterested in further pleasantries, coldly declared, "According to the laws of heaven, you must endure my thunder tribulation if you wish to break free from my celestial cultivation." In a calm and unassuming manner, it was stated, "Although you have severed ties, I, the heavenly Tao, shall still acknowledge you as my disciple. When your strength reaches a certain pinnacle, I shall bestow upon you an esteemed title. The prerequisite, however, is that you must endure my thunder tribulation. I trust you are aware that my thunder tribulation is not to be taken lightly." The crimson flame bird smiled faintly. Chapter 62. Surmounting the thunder tribulation. Do you wish to help me bear the burden of the thunder's might? Zhou chuckled softly. "In a sense, yes. To be precise, I desire to enter the thunder tribulation alongside you, for that would render the absorbed thunderous power far more refined." Ignoring the astonished expression of the crimson flame bird, he continued, "Since I cannot enter on my own, I require your assistance to guide me through. In return, I shall aid you in dealing with the troubles posed by the sorcerers." The crimson flame bird gradually regained composure. Although uncertain of the source of the former's confidence in absorbing the most tempestuous, thunderous energies of heaven and earth, the latter's demeanor suggested he was well prepared, thus prompting no further inquiries. "While I still possess 5 5th-tier magical beasts, if I were to send them to impede the sorcerers, I would have no beasts left to help me withstand the thunder tribulation. However, if you can distract the sorcerers without deploying those 5 5th-tier magical beasts, I am confident that I can successfully navigate this challenge." The crimson flame bird felt a surge of excitement. Having previously failed once, it understood that, according to the celestial rules, each failure in transcending tribulation renders subsequent challenges increasingly arduous. Indeed, should one fail more than twice, their life would likely be confined to such a state forevermore. During the last water tribulation, it was naturally restrained by the attributes of the Red Flame Bird clan, and its failure was somewhat understandable. However, this time, during the Thunder Tribulation, it had meticulously prepared, absorbing the essences of thousands of magical beasts. And with the support of 5 fifth-tier magical beasts, it had harbored a modicum of confidence. Yet, an unforeseen complication arose with the manifestation of the Thunder God, elevating the difficulty several notches. Despite possessing immense confidence, even the most self-assured would feel the weight of such formidable challenges. Nevertheless, the proud spirit beast would rather return in disarray than allow itself to retreat in shame. The Red Flame Bird, suppressing its inner turmoil, inquired, "Might I ask if you have a method to resolve the issues posed by the magician?" Jiuzhou smiled, but remained silent, retrieving a flute from his bosom. "What is this?" Jiuzhou was at a loss for words. To directly declare himself a beast master? Preposterous. After all, the spirit beast harbored a deep-seated disdain for human beast masters. If he were to utter such a claim and offend the creature, it could very well refuse to assist him in the Thunder Tribulation, or worse, deny him any extraordinary powers. Hence, Jiuzhou opted for silence, leaving the question hanging. In his haste, he merely uttered something about the flute being extraordinary to pass the moment. The Red Flame Bird was entirely oblivious to what made the flute remarkable, as it appeared devoid of any spiritual energy and was far from being a treasure. Yet, since the human had proclaimed it to be extraordinary, it chose to accept that assertion. Meanwhile, during the negotiations between Jiuzhou and the Red Flame Bird, Lu Tianming pondered. Chapter 63, The Might of the Thunder Tribulation. Could it be that the young man truly survived? How could it be possible? At that time, it was I who, alongside Li Yonghua, vanquished him. Regardless of his formidable abilities, he could not possibly escape the clutches of 2 martial kings with merely the strength of a few 4th or 5th-tier warriors. Upon this realization, Lu Tianming's face was etched with horror. That youth had almost morphed into his inner demon, resulting in a month devoid of any progress in his own strength, and perhaps even a slight decline. Li Yonghua, oblivious to Lu Tianming's expression, inquired, "Master Lu, what shall we do now? Should we retreat? What about the Crimson Flame Bird? Shall we abandon it?" Lu Tianming, with a look of helplessness, replied, "What other choice do we have? The Crimson Flame Bird is already undergoing its tribulation, and outside, there are still 5 fifth-tier magical beasts. We are currently entangled with this wretched crow, even if we manage to deal with them. Do you have the confidence to prevent the Crimson Flame Bird from transcending its tribulation?" Upon hearing this, Li Yonghua was rendered speechless. The troublesome crow before them was already a significant concern, and with the presence of 5 fifth-tier magical beasts, it appeared they lacked the capacity to thwart the Crimson Flame Bird's tribulation. Lu Tianming continued, "Since we cannot impede it, we must depart swiftly, otherwise, once the Crimson Flame Bird successfully transcends its tribulation, it will be our misfortune." Li Yonghua, hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile. "It is easy for you to say. As a general, how could I abandon my numerous subordinates and flee for my life?" Lu Tianming replied, "For now, focus solely on dealing with these troublesome crows. I shall handle the rest." "Very well," Li Yonghua acquiesced. Though it remains uncertain what assurance Lu Tianming possesses to awaken over 300,000 soldiers, there is little recourse left. He resolves to treat this dire situation as a last resort, prepared to share the fate of the soldiers within the Black Beast Mountain should all else fail. Boom. At this moment, Jiuzhou, guided by the Crimson Flame Bird, has plunged into the tempest of tribulation. The air is filled with the resonant sound of thunder, as the once bright sky darkens into a dismal gray. Before him lies an endless expanse of black thunderclouds, as if this realm harbors a distinct set of cosmic laws divergent from the outside world. Jiuzhou can vaguely sense that the spiritual energy and the essence of refinement surrounding him are unable to withstand the oppressive nature of these rules. Hastily retreating from the influence of the tribulation. The tribulation is indeed remarkable. Even though the essence of refinement cannot be summoned, the teacher remains poised in the air. Old Mo chuckles and explains, "Here lies the form of spatial combat I previously mentioned, where the essence of refinement cannot be utilized." Across the continent, Numerous places similar to this tribulation exist, places that suppress and expel the essence of refinement. To survive in such realms, one must rely solely on the strength of one's meridians and the power of the soul. Chapter 64. Successful Tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. Within the boundless gray realm of thunder, countless bolts of lightning cascade from above like a torrential downpour. All the golden lightning bolts surge directly toward the crimson flame bird, unerring and swift in their pursuit. Caw! The crimson flame bird fiercely flaps its wings, unleashing the full might of its inner power at this critical juncture. Confronted with an extraordinarily powerful thunderstorm, even with its formidable seventh-tier strength, it dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. With a resounding cry, the indomitable crimson flames swiftly coalesced once more, surging forth like an inferno, engulfing everything in their path. If unleashed in the ordinary realms outside, this relentless assault could undoubtedly obliterate a grand city like Tianqi City. The blazing inferno surged forth with unstoppable momentum, as the tempest of flames scorched the entire spatial form, rendering the temperature exceedingly searing. Jiuzhou sat cross-legged in the dim void, the sovereign red flame bird momentarily gaining the upper hand, allowing him a brief sigh of relief. Yet, he soon clenched his fists tightly, his heart quaking violently. He sensed that, although the thunderstorm found itself at a disadvantage and was retreating, its counterattacks were becoming increasingly frequent. Judging by its demeanor, it seemed on the verge of turning the tide. Consequently, Jiuzhou's breathing rate and heartbeat surged dramatically. After a moment, Jiuzhou's pupils abruptly constricted. He beheld, not far away in the adjacent space, another colossal thundercloud materializing instantaneously. This thundercloud was astonishingly 4 to 5 times larger than the previous one, coalescing in a mere span of seconds. It is noteworthy that the initial strike of the thunderstorm, capable of annihilating a mountain, had taken 5 minutes to form its thundercloud. Yet this time, the evident strength was several times greater than the first, having coalesced in just a matter of seconds. Jiuzhou murmured, "It seems this thunderstorm is finally about to erupt." The air trembled with a resounding roar. Zhou clenched his teeth tightly, as he beheld a colossal and formidable lightning bolt, accompanied by a golden radiance and a resounding thunder, descending upon the sky above the crimson flame bird with tremendous force. Boom! The golden lightning, with a momentum akin to that of a bamboo being crushed, instantly obliterated the defenses of the searing whirlwind, striking directly at the body of the crimson flame bird. Screech! The creature was directly hit, emitting a piercing cry of agony, as billowing black smoke began to emerge from the spot where the lightning had struck. However, the surrounding injuries were swiftly attended to, searing the enormous wound, after which the black smoke dissipated and the sensation of pain gradually subsided. Chapter 65. Transformation. Pill. Time passed. Though it was unclear how many days had gone by, on the scarred earth, the morning light caressed the land. The crimson bird still remained, albeit diminished in size to that of an adult human, its numerous wounds now completely healed. Had I successfully transcended the tribulation? With the approval of the heavenly Tao, I was now able to cultivate qi, thus qualifying myself to become a divine beast. I could feel the power within me, though still at the 7th tier. There was an overwhelming and nearly boundless sensation that was truly unparalleled. While lost in thought, his gaze swept across the surrounding plain. Where has the human boy gone? Has he left? What is this? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a finely crafted, ancient wooden box at his feet. Opening it, his expression suddenly shifted in astonishment. The transformation pill. It expressed its emotions vividly. "Thank you, young human." A surge of excitement washed over it once more, and its eyes shimmered with profound gratitude. Subsequently, enveloped in deep appreciation, it consumed the elixir. Moments later, the avian figure emanated a faint glow. After a quarter of an hour, the radiance faded, and in place of the bird, there stood a graceful woman, her skin as white as snow. She rose to her feet, ready to depart. "Oh dear, I forgot that I am in human form now. I cannot simply go out like this. I must dress as any ordinary human would." With that, she closed her beautiful eyes, her delicate figure shimmering with light as a black gown materialized, concealing her sudden allure. "Alas, this person, not even a name to remember you by. How shall I find you?" The woman said with a bright smile, her steps light as she began to move, her enchanting form gradually becoming ethereal, eventually vanishing. After her disappearance, the area surrounding Black Beast Mountain fell once more into silence, leaving behind a desolate landscape, barren and lifeless. Half an hour after the woman's vanishing, the space rippled faintly once more, and then several robust figures materialized from thin air. These three sturdy silhouettes appeared to be men in their 30s, each cloaked in dark capes. The leader, with his ebony skin and well-defined muscular arms, was unmistakably a seasoned warrior. Behind him stood another man with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a portly companion. At this moment, they gazed calmly at Chapter 66, the demon lord of the underworld, Mo Yuan. The two individuals behind him were momentarily taken aback, contemplating the integrity and righteousness with which Elder Mo had conducted himself. Although he never claimed to be a paragon of virtue, he certainly could not be characterized as insidious or cunning. Reflecting on the past, when Elder Mo was still in his youth, he had ventured alone into the treacherous Western Sea, armed only with a sword, to rescue his elderly and destitute mother. The depths of the sea were painted in blood-red hues. In the lands of the southwestern tribes, he led his followers to subdue countless clans to save his beloved daughter. In the eastern sea, he vanquished a hydra for a friend, quelling a rebellion among the aquatic tribes. To save his close ally, he plunged into the demonic path, wielding the Qinglian sword technique, staining the 9 heavens with blood in just 3 days. Subsequently, he was declared a fugitive by the Imperial Alliance, landing among the top 10 on the wanted list. It was from this that he earned the title of the Demon Lord of the Underworld, Mo Yuan. With this in mind, the two understood why their leader placed such unwavering trust in Elder Mo. A formidable figure capable of such extraordinary feats could never be associated with treachery or deceit. This embodies the fundamental moral character of a true powerhouse. Only those who genuinely stand at great heights can comprehend the profound truths within. Their gazes towards the man were thus imbued with newfound reverence and faith. The man smiled brightly. Let us proceed. Although Elder Mo is intentionally concealing the boy's presence, I can still faintly sense it. With that, the three figures vanished once more. In the eastern region of Heishou Mountain, dusk was settling in. Teacher, night is fast approaching. You should quickly find a cave, or else you'll end up sleeping in a tree again. Mo Lao firmly declined, saying, No, the last time I assisted you in finding one, I regretted it ever since. Hiding in a cave all day to cultivate will render you oblivious to the lurking dangers around you. If one loses their sense of crisis, what is the purpose of training in the Black Beast Mountain? Zhou, with a distressed expression, pleaded, Oh, teacher, this isn't merely about crisis anymore. I've been sleeping in trees these past few days, and I'm nearly driven mad by the mosquitoes that bite me all night. Mo Lao, observing Zhou's woeful visage, couldn't help but chuckle. With a mock serious demeanor, he cleared his throat, placing his hands behind his back. I said no, and that is final. If you must find one, you shall do so on your own. I do not suffer from mosquito bites. Why should I be concerned? In response, Zhou rolled on the ground in exasperation, lamenting, Oh, teacher, how could I possess your remarkable resolve? How could I possibly find one? Mo Lao merely smiled and remained silent. Chapter 67. A touch of carefree elegance first. You should consume this extraordinary fruit. Consume? Must it be swallowed whole? What other method could there be? Well, you could take your time eating it, after all. No one is vying for it. Zhou, at a loss for words, thought, Isn't the issue here? Shouldn't it be refined with qi? Mo Lao inwardly cursed the rustic simplicity of his pupil and remarked, The phenomena birthed from the heavens should not be subjected to qi refinement. Do you dare refine it? The scent of the extraordinary fruit would spread throughout the Black Beast Mountain, attracting 4th and 5th tier magical beasts. How then would you proceed with the refinement? Upon hearing the words, Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if one were to refine the essence through qi cultivation, the fragrance of the fruit would undoubtedly waft in all directions, potentially attracting 4th or 5th tier magical beasts, which would be quite delightful. Elder Mo extended the fruit towards him, urging, Hurry and eat. This is the quickest and safest method. Not dwelling further on the matter, Zhou accepted the fruit. It was remarkably peculiar in appearance, resembling the dragon fruit he often consumed on Earth, yet its hue was not as deep. It was simply a pristine white. This white was not merely pure, it possessed a textured quality. Upon receiving the fruit, he was momentarily startled. The fruit, roughly the size of an adult's palm, was surprisingly light, akin to a feather. Could it be hollow? Elder Mo observed Zhou's astonishment with amusement, finding his expression reminiscent of a rustic villager visiting the city for the first time. Stop dawdling. Just slice it open and enjoy the flesh. Understood. With that, Zhou retrieved a dagger and split the fruit in half. The flesh within astounded him as well. The exterior, with its elegant white lines, had already captivated Zhou, but the interior resembled a collection of glistening, translucent pearls. These pearls emitted a faint white luminescence, reminiscent of diamonds, an exquisite sight to behold. Wow, how stunning! Just when Elder Imo anticipated Zhou would express concern about devouring such beauty, the next words left him utterly flabbergasted. It must taste incredible. Old Imo chuckled softly, imparting a subtle warning. I advise you to consume that fruit in moderation. Excessive indulgence may harm your teeth. Really? Is that so? Believe it or not. When your teeth eventually fall out, do not blame me for not having forewarned you. Ah, very well. Zhou ambled slightly. Chapter 68. The Taro Grape Pie. On the morning of the 5th day, the landscape unfolded with undulating, picturesque mountains adorned with lush greenery. Near the summit, peculiar rock formations and ancient trees stood alongside thick, serpentine vines coiling like dragons. The earth was carpeted with vibrant green grass and fragrant wildflowers, exuding vitality and vigor. In stark contrast to the dimness and desolation of the plains where the crimson flame bird had ascended, this locale was undoubtedly a tranquil paradise, even allowing one to forget that it lay within the feared eastern region of Black Beast Mountain. Zhou, with a tuft of grass in his mouth, hummed a little tune as he leisurely traversed the mountain path. It was surprising that even in the often perilous Black Beast Mountain, such a sanctuary could exist. It seemed there was a small town ahead. Perhaps he should investigate. Old Imo cautioned. By the way, remember to conceal your abilities. Why? Those who stand out in a forest are often subject to the winds of adversity. You must learn to blend in with others at appropriate times. Only then will they feel at ease. Especially in places like this small town, which exists outside the law. In the desolate depths of Black Beast Mountain, how could a town possibly thrive? Surely, it must be a haven for nefarious individuals. Old Imo continued. Due to the nature of extraordinary abilities, only one can exist in the world at any given time. Thus, there are those who covet your unique power. Upon realizing that you possess what they yearn to claim as their own, jealousy will undoubtedly arise. It is not inconceivable that they might resort to eliminating you to allow the extraordinary ability to be reborn, thus enhancing their own chances of acquisition. I understand, Master. When should I utilize this ability? Old Imo was momentarily taken aback, finding the question rather amusing. Oh, foolish disciple, it is, of course, to be employed in times of peril. Under the scorching sun, the midday heat radiated waves upon the roads of the small town. Fortunately, dense forests surrounded the area, providing a constant breeze. Sipping tea or wine in the shade while contemplating the myriad aspects of life could indeed be a delightful experience. As he walked along the path, unlike others, Zhou did not exhibit beads of sweat on his brow, a benefit of his extraordinary ability, which allowed him to summon cool breezes with his thoughts. Come on, young master, it's so hot outside. Hurry in to cool off. Oh, my little darling, I've missed you dearly, huh? Oh dear, how annoying you are. Help. Someone save me. Still calling for help? Even if you scream until your throat is raw today, no one will heed you. As Zhou strolled along the road, observing the diverse scenes around him, he suddenly found himself in the midst of chaos. Chapter 69. The Bounty Bang. Clang. The wooden door of the tea house was kicked open, crashing to the ground. A group of adult men clad in yellow and white robes entered, each exuding an air of menace. The foremost among them, particularly imposing with his fierce brows and large eyes, wielded a gleaming silver knife that resembled the sinister figure of a murderer from tales spun by adults to frighten children. He approached the bar, resting the knife on his shoulder as he swaggered over. Casting a gaze upon the proprietress that was akin to observing mere ants, he coolly declared, "Madam, I require 10 servings of taro grape pie and a crate of wheat wine." The proprietress, feeling as if she were facing the embodiment of death, broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly replied, "I sincerely apologize. Although we still have wheat wine, the taro grape pie has unfortunately sold out." Sold out? The man in yellow glanced at the 4 remaining pies on the bar and the one clutched by a small boy, expressing his dissatisfaction. "But there are 4 right here." The proprietress forced a smile. Well, that one belongs to my child, and the other 3 have already been purchased by this gentleman. If you truly wish for some, I could procure the ingredients and..." However, she was at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the small boy, displeased with the man's demeanor, shouted, "Hey, you big uncle, how can you be like this? Those taro grape pies have already been bought by Uncle Chu. If you want some, you should go buy them from another shop." The man in yellow, infuriated by the outburst, retorted, "Who is this little brat? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you even know who I am?" The proprietress hastily intervened, "Zhao Fei, do not speak out of turn." Subsequently, with a face full of contrition, he remarked, "My sincerest apologies. This is my child, merely 5.5 years old, and quite unaware of his surroundings. Please do not hold it against him. Indeed, such an impolite gentleman is nothing short of a deviant." "What did you just say?" The proprietress, sensing the ire of the man in the yellow robe, grew flustered, hurriedly scooping up the little boy and covering his mouth, rendering him unable to speak. Crack! The man in the yellow robe, now visibly impatient, raised his shimmering silver blade and struck down upon the bar, which, being wooden, immediately splintered under the force of the blow. The man bellowed, "Enough of your nonsense. Quickly bring forth the wheat wine. My subordinates can hardly contain themselves. If you do not comply, I shall dismantle your establishment." The proprietress, startled by his outburst, dashed to the kitchen in haste to procure the wine. Chapter 70. Fearless of the blade, I said to you, the lot clad in yellow, having taken your fill and engaged in conflict. Do you not intend to compensate before your departure? A voice emerged from behind, causing the group in yellow robes to pause momentarily. Turning to regard the unfortunate figure sprawled upon the ground, his head still adorned with a blood-stained cloak. At that moment, the cloaked man bore an inexplicable smile upon his face. The other patrons within the tavern fell into a hushed silence, their eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed upon the cloaked figure, whose smile seemed to conceal a sharpness that was anything but benign. The proprietress and the young boy were momentarily taken aback, but soon gratitude illuminated their faces. Their modest establishment, a quaint tea and wine house, felt the weight of even a few bottles of wheat liquor and 4 portions of taro grape pie, which weighed heavily on their hearts. Compensation? The leading man in the yellow robe believed he had misheard. His countenance darkened as he scoffed. "Do you comprehend whom you are addressing? Compensation? On what grounds? Merely based on your pitiful appearance?" Ha ha! The followers behind him erupted in derisive laughter. The proprietress hurried over to assist the cloaked man, wiping the liquor off his attire. He slowly rose to his feet and settled back onto the bar, jesting, "It seems you truly have no intention of compensating. So what? Do you intend to challenge me to a duel?" "A duel?" the cloaked man remarked with a faint smile. "Now that is indeed an intriguing proposition." The yellow-robed man's brows furrowed. He was practically a local tyrant in this realm, having ruled with an iron fist for years without encountering someone like the man before him. He pondered the formidable individuals he had encountered throughout the continent, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. When he proclaimed himself a wanted criminal under the Imperial Alliance's bounty, others fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Yet this man remained unfazed, and his companions exhibited a blatant disregard for the situation, instilling in him a sense of unease. It was for this reason. "Attack!" The yellow-robed man commanded with a low growl, and immediately 4 of his subordinates surged forward. Their arms surged with formidable energy, compressing the surrounding air as they charged directly at the cloaked man. 8-star warriors. Chapter 71. Fear and disarray in the establishment. Those unafraid of peril were encouraged to remain. Upon hearing this proclamation, the patrons were immediately struck with trepidation, exchanging anxious glances before hastily retreating. However, they did not truly depart. Instead, they concealed themselves just outside, eager to observe the unfolding spectacle. Humanity has an inherent penchant for witnessing tumult. In a secluded corner, Jiuzhou remained unfazed by the potential for violence. There was no need for him to scurry away in alarm. Nevertheless, he sought to avoid drawing attention to himself. Thus, he discreetly retrieved a straw hat and veil from his spatial ring, concealing his visage. The cloaked figure had noticed Jiuzhou's presence, raising an eyebrow in amusement. The 2 companions accompanying him also took note, casting a glance at their leader. Could this individual be the apprentice of Master Amok? Conversely, the group clad in yellow robes across the way spotted Jiuzhou seated in the corner, though they were unfamiliar with his identity. Among them, a frail man in yellow robes bellowed, "Who is this insolent brat? Do you not see that I am about to engage in a fight? Get out of here at once. Fight your fight. I shall enjoy my drink. What concern is it of yours?" Jiuzhou retorted defiantly. "Ah, you dare to speak back? Let me show you how I handle insolence." the man exclaimed, stomping his foot heavily before charging forth, propelled by a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Jiuzhou. A mere 8-star warrior. Jiuzhou scoffed, disregarding the aggressive onslaught as he leisurely lifted his cup to sip his wine. Beholding Jiuzhou's utter disregard for his vehement onslaught, a surge of indignation welled up within him, instantaneously unleashing the entirety of his qi refinement, thereby elevating his potency to its zenith. He harbored the intention of obliterating Jiuzhou with a single palm strike. However, his aspirations were grandiose, while reality proved to be stark. Just as his palm was a mere step away from Jiuzhou, his chest felt as though it had been impacted by an immense force of qi propulsion. With a cacophony of crashes and clatters, his figure recoiled violently, toppling several wine tables in its wake. The man struggled to his feet, clutching his aching chest, and glared at the nonchalant Jiuzhou, exclaiming, "Insolent brat! What underhanded trickery did you employ?" Jiuzhou remained indifferent, continuing to imbibe his wine, musing inwardly. Its efficacy against even an 8-star martial artist is so diminished. It seems the power of meteor force is gradually waning. I must hasten to cultivate tempestuous fury and azure lotus swordplay. You, the man, incensed by Jiuzhou's continued disregard, was beside himself with rage. Enough, the yellow-robed leader interjected. Let us deal with the present adversary first. Await your turn. We will deal with that dark-faced fellow before coming back to extinguish you. Insignificant insect. The man resolved to desist. Chapter 72. Zhao Feiyu the cloaked man proceeded to a secluded corner, observing the quivering proprietress and the small boy. He crouched down, wearing an affable smile. "Madam, I sincerely apologize. It's quite all right." The proprietress seemed somewhat timid. The man chuckled, extracting an exquisitely adorned sachet from his pocket. "As recompense, please accept this." The proprietress gazed at the smiling man in the cloak, easing her vigilance. "What is this?" "This is my personal belonging. Take it to any elder in charge at the Golden Gate Group of the Western Jin Dynasty. Show it to him, and he will fulfill all your requests." This is too precious. I cannot accept it." Before the proprietress could finish her sentence, the man forcefully pressed it into her hands. He then turned to the man in the yellow robe lying on the ground and said, "In this, I do not know his name, but he claims to be wanted by the Imperial Alliance with a bounty of 100,000 gold coins. I cannot ascertain the truth of this." He produced a pitch-black rope and continued, "When the time comes, take this rope, bind him, and go to the government of the Western Jin Dynasty to claim the bounty. 100,000 gold coins, though somewhat meager, should suffice to cover the entrance fee for the Golden Gate Group. This, The proprietress was overwhelmed with gratitude, her voice choking with emotion. For years, she had diligently managed the tea house, driven by this very hope. Now that it was within reach, how could she not be moved? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed. Thank you so much." The cloaked man smiled, glanced at the small boy beside her, and gently patted his head, saying, "You must cultivate diligently in the future to repay your mother for her nurturing. Do you understand?" The little boy nodded in affirmation, and the proprietress lovingly embraced him. "Zhao Feiyu." With that, the cloaked man began to walk slowly toward another corner where Jiuzhou was located. "So, you are called Jiuzhou, are you?" Jiuzhou's pupils constricted. "How could he possibly know my name?" "Who are you?" he asked. Do not be alarmed. We are merely seeking Elder Mo. Might you know his whereabouts?" Jiuzhou gazed at the man with a beaming smile, who appeared to harbor no ill intentions. Yet, how could the whereabouts of Elder Mo be disclosed so casually? "My master has gone on a journey, and as for his destination, I am unaware." Zhao Feiyu smiled in return. Chapter 73. Dialogue. The ethereal form of Elder Mo drifted to the riverbank, where Zhao Feiyu stood with his arms crossed, observing the river, which was considerably calmer than during the day. "Feiyu." Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Feiyu turned his head, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the elusive spirit. "Elder Mo, there is no need for such formalities," Elder Mo replied with a smile. "You have already ascended to the pinnacle of power on this continent. Renowned as the martial emperor of the illusory realm, you ought to possess your own pride." Zhao Feiyu shook his head dismissively. "My achievements today are a result of your past guidance, Elder. A mere gesture of respect hardly suffices to repay your teachings." Your sentiment is sufficient." Zhao Feiyu inquired. "Elder Mo, since your escape from the 9 heavens, I have sought you countless times, but to no avail. Only recently, as this year marks the 11th anniversary of the sect leader's passing, Did I come to the Western Jin dynasty and discover that the 3 treasures left by the sect leader have been taken? I sensed a trace of your aura. He continued, could it be that you, Elder Mo, suspect that the sect leader's wife and children are also in the Western Jin dynasty? Hehe. The treasure was taken by my disciple. However, I once heard him mention that his homeland lies within a small dynasty of the Moonlit Empire, but at that time, I thought he was merely rambling in his drunken state and paid it no heed. In retrospect, it does raise some suspicions. Could it possibly be that lad? Chu Weiyun glanced at the slumbering Zhou and remarked. Old Mo chuckled and shook his head. His talent for cultivation is indeed quite similar. Yet he is already 14 years old, and the ages do not align. Then who could it be? In this small West Jin dynasty, it is unlikely that there are many with such extraordinary talent as that lad. Who knows? Even if the leader's child possesses only average talent, it may not be a bad thing. After all, the leader's original intention was for him to live a life as ordinary as the common folk. Chu Weiyun sighed softly. Perhaps so, but I believe the other loyal disciples of the sect will not cease their search. For that blood feud must eventually be avenged by future generations. Moreover, the Imperial Alliance has been searching for over a decade and even dispatched an army here. Alas, when will this cycle of vengeance end? However, if the martial world were devoid of grievances and rivalries, it would lose its intrigue. Hehe. The path of eternity truly gives one a headache, Old Mo said with a helpless smile. Let nature take its course, if he is found. We must ensure his protection and not reveal a whisper of his whereabouts until he grows stronger. Chu Weiyun affirmed. That is only natural. However, Old Mo, given your current state as a soul, have you not considered your own circumstances? Do you wish to forever exist in a state that is neither human nor ghostly? Mo Lao chuckled helplessly. Chapter 74. The journey home as dawn approached, the air was refreshingly crisp, particularly within the forest and by the riverside, where this sensation was particularly pronounced. Early in the morning, Zhou was roused by Chu Weiyun, who, claiming to be his half-brother, insisted on the duty of urging him to cultivate diligently. Thus, as the sun began to crest the mountains, Zhou was already engaged in his training with great enthusiasm. Chu Weiyun's thoughts were rather straightforward. Mo Lao had planned to initiate his actions in approximately 5 years, regardless of whether Mo Lao would succeed in his quest for vengeance. Zhou, as his disciple, would inevitably be discovered. At that point, the Imperial Alliance would spare no effort to eradicate him as a threat. Therefore, Zhou must hasten to enhance his strength for self-preservation. Of course, Mo Lao had not explicitly conveyed these thoughts to Zhou, fearing it might distract him. Zhou, you are indeed Mo Lao's cherished disciple. Seated upon the ground, Chu Weiyun gazed at Zhou, who was diligently practicing by the riverside, murmuring to himself. Just then, a paper crane radiating a faint golden light soared from the distance, arriving before Chu Weiyun. A 1,000-mile sound crane? Who could have sent this? Could it be? With a gentle tap of his fingertip on the crane, a golden sound wave flowed into his ear, transforming his expression from shock to fury. Dianyu. He silently uttered the names, then turned to the 2 slumbering figures and shouted, Pudgy, we're leaving. The voice of Chu Weiyun was enveloped in an aura of qi, resonating with a formidable volume that startled the 2 individuals awake, who scrambled up in a flurry. Oh dear, Chief, must you disturb our slumber so early in the morning? They grumbled upon realizing it was Chu Weiyun who had roused them. No time for sleep. Hurry and gather your belongings. We must leave. What is the urgency? They inquired. We shall discuss it on the way. Be swift. With that, the 2 turned to hastily pack their things. Chu Weiyun, with a grave countenance, addressed Zhou, Young one, we are departing now, but you must continue your cultivation. Remember, time is not on your side. No sooner had he spoken than the 3 companions soared into the sky, heading towards the distant horizon, leaving Zhou in a state of bewilderment. What do you mean, time is short? Why do you always leave without completing your thoughts? At that moment, Old Mo also emerged, silently gazing at the sky where Chu Weiyun and the others had flown. Zhou, even the mightiest among them bear their own burdens. Zhou, clearly perplexed, exhibited an expression of confusion. Old Mo chuckled. Fear not. Focus solely on your cultivation, and do not let other matters trouble your mind. Speaking of cultivation, Zhou became animated, his face lighting up as he exclaimed, Master, after much effort. Chapter 75. I have returned. The Black Beast Mountain is renowned as one of the most perilous locations within the Western Jin dynasty and indeed throughout the entire Moon Knight Empire. The entire mountain range occupies nearly 6/10 of the territory of the Western Jin dynasty. The ridges within the mountains connect seamlessly, extending for thousands of kilometers. The eastern region of Black Beast Mountain is the most expansive area, as well as the dominion of the most formidable magical beasts, encompassing approximately 1/3 of the entire mountain. The vast expanse, with its endless forests, ensures that the spiritual essence of heaven and earth stored within Black Beast Mountain is, without question, several times or even dozens of times more abundant than in other locales. Tianqi City, as a prominent border metropolis in the western part of the Western Jin dynasty, lies merely across a river from the western area of Black Beast Mountain, practically bordering it. Due to its geographical position, Tianqi City serves not only as the primary marketplace for first-hand transactions of treasures from Black Beast Mountain, but also as the foremost city to benefit from the overflowing spiritual essence of heaven and earth emanating from the mountain. Consequently, the young cultivators in Tianqi City tend to progress at a significantly faster pace compared to their counterparts in other cities. The wealth of resources, the incessant influx of spiritual essence, and the most conducive environment for rigorous cultivation collectively elevate Tianqi City to the status of a bustling commercial hub and a center for training within the Western Jin dynasty. Its standing within the dynasty has consistently remained high, rivaling even that of the capital, Jinlong City. However, Tianqi City is not a political center. Despite being a border city of the dynasty, its proximity to Black Beast Mountain deters other kingdoms from foolishly attempting to invade this major city. Thus, Tianqi City is affectionately dubbed by the denizens of the Western Jin dynasty as the safest of the great cities. Tianqi City lies far beyond 1,000 miles at the edge of the dynasty, hence it is rare for any significant power of the dynasty to station its forces nearby. Consequently, despite the unique cultivation conditions Tianqi City offers, the competing forces are few, and the intensity of competition is not as fierce as that in the capital, nor are their strengths comparable to those of the capital's factions. Nonetheless, it is beyond doubt that each faction in Tianqi City, even those of moderate standing, possesses wealth that flows like oil. The Zhou family, one of the three prominent families in Tianqi City, may lack the martial prowess of the Tianming alliance in the capital, yet their financial resources could rival, if not exceed, the annual tax revenue of Golden Dragon City. As for my second sister, her injuries should have healed by now. I trust she is diligently practicing in preparation for the impending admissions examination of the Alliance Martial Academy. Chapter 76. Uncommon indeed at this moment. The youthful voice became exceedingly melodious. The Grand Elder turned towards the source and beheld a figure, initially taken aback, his taut body relaxing as tears streamed down his weathered cheeks. The young man stepped into the center of the hall, approached the assembly, and gazed at the middle-aged man seated above, bowing respectfully. Father, Zhao, Zhun. My second sister stared vacantly at Zhou Zhan, whose youthful visage appeared slightly more mature, yet retained an essence of innocence. Zhou Zhan also looked at his second sister, a sense of warmth washing over him as he smiled gently and nodded. Second sister, your injuries have completely healed, haven't they? Yes, she affirmed with a vigorous nod. Is it truly you? You are alive. Zhou Zhan gazed up at the hall, bewildered by Zhou Tian's expression, equally perplexed. Dead? Have I ever truly died? Zhou Tian was at a loss for words, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I always said, my son would never perish so easily. It must be that Luha speaking nonsense. Luha? Zhou Zhan, who had been diligently cultivating in the Black Beast Mountain, was entirely oblivious to the affairs of the Zhou family. Luha, the Leaf family army. As Zhou Zhan listened to his father's words, a fire of rage ignited within him. He had never anticipated that by deliberately feigning death at the hands of Lu Tianming and Li Yonghua, not only would it fail to alleviate their concerns, but they would also turn their aggression toward his family. How could he not be furious? The Grand Elder, observing the enraged Zhou Zhan, offered words of comfort. The Tianming alliance and the Li family army are foes beyond our capacity to confront. It is best to endure for now. The second elder chimed in, saying, Indeed, moreover, every time the Tianming alliance and General Li personally intervene, individuals from the Jinmin group assist our Zhou family. Thus our losses have been minimal. Zhou Zhan was taken aback. The Jinmin group? Why would they aid the Zhou family? It appears we have no business dealings with them at all, do we? The Grand Elder was equally astonished. What? Young Master Zhou Zhan is unaware? According to those from the Jinmin group, the reason they extend their assistance is solely because of you, young Master Zhou Zhan. Zhou found himself increasingly perplexed. Chapter 77. Slaying the Forest Sea. After lunch the following day, Zhou engaged in playful antics with his second sister. Their frolics soon evolved into a contest of skill, and he realized that even at full strength, he might not be a match for her. Thus, a burden that had weighed heavily on his heart was finally lifted. According to old Amo, his sister had only exerted about 60 to 70% of her strength, yet had forced Zhou to retreat repeatedly, leaving him utterly defenseless. Zhou couldn't help but marvel at the relentless progression of martial artists. Just a single star of difference in their ranks had rendered him so beleaguered. Upon further reflection, he recognized the astonishing efficacy of the 6th-tier elixir. It was noteworthy that after the city trials, Zhou and his sister had been nearly equal in strength. However, after his sister sustained injuries that prevented her from training, Zhou continued to advance. When she eventually recovered, not only had her strength surged, but she had even surpassed him by 1 star. Her innate talent for cultivation was already remarkable, and coupled with the effects of the 6th-tier elixir, it seemed unlikely that she would lag behind others upon entering the Alliance Martial Academy. 2 hours later, Zhou seemed to finally grasp some of the principles and rules, albeit only superficially. It was akin to seeing a figure through a veil. He could discern its form, yet not its features. Zhao, are you in your room? It's time to eat. After another hour and a half, dusk had fallen, and his sister's voice drifted from outside the door, signaling that dinner time had arrived once more. Humans are indeed peculiar creatures, consuming 3 meals a day, along with afternoon tea and a midnight snack, totaling 5 meals. Is their digestive capacity truly that remarkable? Perhaps it would be wiser to devote more time to contemplating one's own abilities. As time gradually elapses, the sky has completely darkened, and it is now the witching hour. On this dark and windswept night, a perfect opportunity for mischief arises. Zhou has donned a fitted black robe, embodying the very essence of an assassin. He steps out of his chamber, leaps gracefully, and his shadow melds into the night, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, Lin Hai is in a state of unease, pacing restlessly within his room. Suddenly, he senses something amiss. What is this unfamiliar presence within his chamber? He swiftly turns his gaze toward the window and is taken aback to see a figure clad in black robes, having emerged unexpectedly from the darkness. The figure, shrouded in a black veil, reveals only a pair of chilling eyes. Who are you? Lin Hai's agitation escalates, startled by the sudden apparition. Your nemesis. Zhou replies in a cold, detached tone. My nemesis? Are you from the Zhou family? Lin Hai speculates, recognizing the somewhat youthful voice. You are Zhou. Zhou merely smiles, remaining silent. You certainly possess audacity, daring to invade my sanctuary alone? Huh. Truly oblivious to the peril you invite. Veins pulse on Lin Hai's forehead. Recalling the man who had once crippled his son, his hatred for this individual has festered to an unbearable extent, and now, he is astonished that Zhou would dare to confront him alone in the dead of night. Zhou sneered disdainfully. Stop daydreaming in the dead of night. I am well aware of your intentions. Thus, I have laid a magical formation outside. At this very moment, no one can hear your voice. Magical formation? Zhou scoffed. Today marks the end of your life, Lin Hai. With a solemn expression, Zhou unleashed a powerful punch, the sheer force of which drained the surrounding qi, unleashing a torrent of earthy wind that bore down on Lin Hai like a mountain, rendering him immobile. Lin Hai's pupils constricted in disbelief, his face a mask of horror and dread. Martial sovereign. The tempestuous force of Zhou punch raged toward Lin Hai, and even as Lin Hai summoned his strongest defensive qi, it proved utterly futile. Like withering grass before a tempest, Lin Hai's body succumbed to countless deep fissures, blood flowing profusely, heralding the end of his life. Chapter 78. The suggestion the following day. Zhou, having retired late the previous night, did not awaken until midday. By that time, Tianqi City was already abuzz with excitement. The cause being the shocking news of the untimely demise of the Lin family patriarch, Lin Hai. In a small tavern in Tianqi City, a voice exclaimed, "Did you hear? Just last night, Lin Hai, the head of the Lin family, was assassinated." Many gathered in shock, exclaiming, "What? Lin Hai was assassinated? But he is the head of the foremost family, the Lin family, and it was him who was killed. Are you certain? With so much misinformation circulating these days." "Certainly, I am quite certain. I have a friend who works within the Lin family, and he overheard a conversation among several elders of the family. It is said that the demise was exceedingly gruesome, almost as if they were shattered into pieces. Those elders even commanded that no information be divulged. Goodness, this is undoubtedly explosive news. Who could argue otherwise? The Lin family, a prominent member of the three great families of Tianqi City, has had its patriarch assassinated right under their noses. The days ahead for the Lin family are surely going to be difficult. Indeed, the one who perished was Lin Hai, who was regarded as the most formidable force aside from the city lord's manor, was he not? Even someone as powerful as he could not escape misfortune. Henceforth, it seems the Lin family will inevitably descend from their status as a top-tier force in Tianqi City to a mere second or third-rate power. I wonder which faction will succeed them among the three great powers. Who else could it be but the Yu sect? Why are you so certain, Brother Zhang-san? Well, indeed. However, Lin Hai's strength was already at the martial ascendant level. To slay him would surely require someone of the martial sovereign rank, would it not? Zhou. Naturally, Zhou lacks such strength. Perhaps he received assistance from his master behind the scenes. Do not make such baseless conclusions. Be wary of attracting fatal retribution. I assure you I have my reasons. Do you not recall? Just a few months prior, there was news that Zhou was slain by two martial kings outside of Golden Dragon City. Yet now, he is not only alive and well, but his strength has reportedly surged, and he is said to be an 8-star warrior now. Perhaps the news from several months ago was a fabrication? Unlikely. The information is undoubtedly authentic, although the identities of the two martial kings remain unknown. Numerous witnesses attest to the fact that Zhou was brutally slain by their combined might, leaving the ground itself scarred with a crater several meters deep. Months may have passed, yet I believe that gaping pit still exists. If you doubt, feel free to verify. Speaking of which, the mentor behind Zhou must possess extraordinary strength, considering he managed to escape unscathed from the onslaught of two martial kings. However, let us not overlook the fact that even if Zhou were to dismantle the Tianming alliance, I would not be surprised. Brother Zhang-san, surely this is a bit of an exaggeration? The Tianming alliance is one of the three great powers of the Western Jin dynasty. How could it possibly be vanquished by a mere martial artist? Do you doubt it? Then let us wait and see. In any case, the decline of the Lin family is a boon for us common folk, as they have long acted like tyrants. This can be viewed as poetic justice. Indeed, given the na-ve demeanor of the Su family, it seems that in the future, the city of Tianqi will belong to the Zhou family and the Yuzhou. The Zhou family, having heard the news of Lin Hai's untimely demise, convened an impromptu family meeting over lunch, discussing plans for the future. Among those present were Zhou Li, the second sister, and Zhou himself. During the assembly, several family elders proposed a decisive offensive to eradicate the Lin family, ensuring that no remnants would remain to pose a threat. Zhou Tian felt that such an action was imprudent. It would only provoke a backlash from the Lin family, potentially leading to a devastating confrontation. Thus, he refrained from proceeding with the plan. The Grand Elder considered the matter and concurred that this course of action might yield more losses than gains, though he found himself at a loss for alternative solutions. The Grand Elder remarked, "What then should we do? Although Lin Hai has perished, his family's enterprises remain intact, and their financial inflow continues unabated, leaving them with opportunities for resurgence in the future." Zhou Tian fell into contemplation, stating, "Acquiring the Lin family's assets is undoubtedly impossible. They would never consent." He lifted his gaze to discover Zhou engrossed in his meal, shaking his head in resignation. Only he could still find appetite amidst such turmoil. Zhou Tian inquired, "Zhan, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing his name, Zhou looked up to find all eyes upon him, hastily swallowing the morsel in his mouth and offering an awkward smile. He had long contemplated such issues, feigning a moment of reflection before suggesting, "I propose that we ally with the Yu sect to establish a bank and hold an auction, thereby constraining the financial inflow of the Lin family. Ideally, we should also create a sect with the Yu sect, exerting dual pressure on both financial and martial fronts, ensuring that the Lin family faces inevitable bankruptcy, making any recovery exceedingly difficult." The elders exchanged glances, pondering his words. While the idea of establishing a sect to compete for young disciples against the Lin family was understandable, they questioned how a bank and auction could effectively undermine the Lin family's financial resources, given that they could not simply seize their enterprises. Beside them, second sister and Zhou Li were also deep in thought. After a moment, Zhou Li softly remarked, "I believe what Jindi means is that Yuzhou enjoys considerable prestige among the common folk. Partnering with them would encourage the populace to deposit their savings in the banks. With an influx of funds, the bank could cover the expenses of the auction, and naturally, when the people have money, they would be more inclined to participate in the bidding. As the bank secures its financial backing, the public would be further motivated to entrust their deposits to it. At this juncture, we could extend loans externally, support the development of smaller factions, and collaborate with the city lord's office to construct roads and bridges, thereby generating income from interest. In this manner, we would command the hearts of the people and the market, as well as the favor of the city lord's office, making it exceedingly difficult to suppress the Lin family's enterprises. Am I correct, Zhendi? Zhou Zhen smiled and affirmed, precisely as you say. Second sister Zhou Tian and the elders nodded in agreement. Zhou Li continued, moreover, I propose an additional measure. We could offer insurance to mercenary groups and small teams venturing into the Black Beast Mountain. With such coverage, the mercenaries would undoubtedly be more motivated to seek treasures, thereby fully aligning their interests with ours. Zhou Zhen was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion, which was indeed a brilliant enhancement he had not anticipated. He had long heard of Zhou Li's adeptness in management, and now it was evident. The others listened intently, nodding continuously, such foresight and comprehensiveness in thought, compared to their more direct approach, was undoubtedly far more strategic, addressing not only their objective concerning the Lin family, but also considering their own development. Most importantly, it is a matter of achieving multiple objectives with minimal effort, thereby reaping greater rewards. Zhou Tian, upon hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter, striking the table with great force, causing the bowls and chopsticks to rattle. He exclaimed joyfully, excellent. I shall personally engage in negotiations with that sly old fox from the Yu sect. His laughter echoed, filling the room. His second sister, rendered speechless, cast Zhou Tian a disapproving glance, suggesting that he ought to enjoy a good drink instead. Zhou Zhen, equally exasperated, shook his head. It was apparent that the temperament of these individuals mirrored that of the Celestial Dynasty, easily stirred to excitement. Chapter 79. The situation in Tianqi City the following day. Zhou Tian took it upon himself to meet with the Yu sect and its leader, Yu Feng, to discuss matters of collaboration. Initially, Yu Feng appeared somewhat hesitant. However, with Zhou Tian's bold declaration, I shall treat you to a drink, it was not surprising that Yu Feng readily consented to the partnership. Subsequently, the two engaged in discussions regarding the specifics of their collaboration. Yu Feng was remarkably open-hearted. Upon hearing the suggestions from Zhou Zhen and Zhou Li, he expressed his strong agreement and offered compliments before readily acquiescing. The name of their bank was quite straightforward, combining Zhou Tian's given name with Yu Feng's surname, resulting in Tianyu Bank. The auction house, too, bore a name that was a phonetic play on Yu Feng's name and Zhou Tian's surname, dubbed Jiuzhou Auction House. While both names were simple, they carried a profound significance and resonated with a commanding presence. At first glance, one might assume that the two had come to these decisions after careful deliberation. However, the reality was that they had arrived at these conclusions rather hastily, fueled by their inebriation. Predictably, with the involvement of the Yu sect, the common folk began to deposit their surplus funds into the bank. The auction house naturally garnered the recognition of various mercenary groups, with an unceasing stream of high-quality offerings, which undoubtedly ranked among the finest in the entire Tianqi city. It gradually ascended to become the pinnacle of the western region of the Western Jin dynasty. Due to the flourishing business of the bank and the auction house, the revenues of the Zhou and Yu families multiplied exponentially. Following this, Zhou Zhen not only swiftly restored his financial strength, but soon ascended to the second position in Tianqi city, surpassed only by the city lord's manor. The Yu family, leveraging their significantly increased income, eclipsed the Lin family, rising to become one of the new prominent three families. Most astonishingly, the Su family, which had always remained aloof from worldly affairs, unexpectedly declared their groundbreaking decision to join the collaboration between the Zhou and Yu families. Subsequently, the three families united to establish a financial company, aptly named after the bank, with the bank and auction house operating as subsidiaries. Moreover, after deliberation, the three families established an insurance company for the benefit of the citizens and various mercenary groups, which was met with widespread acclaim. However, the external perception of the cooperation among the three families was still underestimated. Tianyu finance developed at an astonishing pace and soon, to the astonishment of all in Tianqi city, undertook all governmental projects, including roads, bridges, hospitals, and other public facilities. Not only that, but Tianyu Finance also acquired substantial shares in numerous public facilities. Gradually, Tianyu Finance began to evolve into a major conglomerate, embedding itself into the daily lives of every citizen in Tianqi City. Looking back at the Lin family, although Tianyu Financial never contemplated acquiring or suppressing them, the latter's burgeoning influence, coupled with the Lin family's already tarnished reputation, resulted in the populace's indifference. Consequently, various shops along the streets of the Lin family either shifted allegiance to Tianyu or faced closure and bankruptcy, leading to a state of desolation. Once one of the three prominent families, the Lin family now finds itself in such dire straits, and despite the brevity of time, it evokes a profound sense of melancholy. Yet, there is no one to extend sympathy. After Tianyu Financial established its dominance in the city, its reputation cascaded into various Western cities, leading to an influx of collaboration requests, and it has undeniably become a formidable entity within the Western Jin dynasty. However, the upper echelons of the Zhou and Su families are acutely aware that mere commercial success cannot sustain Tianyu Financial indefinitely. As martial practitioners, they understand that the paramount achievement lies in martial prowess. Although the top combatants of the three families are at the Wu Shun level and in considerable numbers, they still pale in comparison to those formidable forces possessing Wu Zong or even Wu Wang. While the area of the small back mountain may not rival that of the back mountain, it is evidently superior in many respects. In the future, as Zhou's strength continues to ascend, the significance of the small back mountain will diminish, allowing it to serve as an exclusive training ground for the Zhou family's descendants. Crucially, the upper management of the three families operates under a uniform system, one family head and 3 elders as deputies. Thus, the three families collectively comprise 12 individuals, each a Wushan powerhouse. Furthermore, within the realm of Tianqi City, the forces that have joined Tianyu amount to an impressive total of 15 formidable warriors at the martial ascendant level. Merely emphasizing this tier, Tianyu has already attained a status that can rival the great powers of the Shijin dynasty. However, they do not perceive Tianyu as having the qualification to proclaim itself a dominant force. Thus, these 15 martial ascendant warriors, amidst their daily endeavors, find solace in exchanging insights and experiences related to their cultivation journeys. Over time, this collective effort has led to significant advancements for each of them. Among them, Zhou Tian, Yu Feng, and Su Lai, the head of the Su family, are relatively youthful yet possess the highest prowess and have made the most substantial progress. Through prolonged discourse, the trio gradually ascended to the pinnacle of the martial ascendant level, beginning to approach the realm of martial sovereigns. Relishing the long-awaited sensation of empowerment, Zhou Tian inhaled deeply and remarked, reaching the martial ascendant level brings about this feeling, which occurs but once every few years. At this rate, I anticipate that in 6 months, I shall attain the martial sovereign level. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng and Su Lai exchanged glances and shared a smile, clearly indicating that old conflicts between their families had been set aside in favor of harmony. Yu Feng chuckled, "Indeed, I share this sentiment." Su Lai added, "It is insufficient for us to grow stronger alone. Our younger generation must also keep pace." He sighed. "My daughter Su Ling has secured a spot in the Alliance Martial Academy, but I wonder whether it is a blessing or a curse." Yu Feng, puzzled, inquired, "Who among the younger generation does not aspire to enter the Alliance Martial Academy? Surely, it is a fortuitous opportunity. Why would you think otherwise, Brother Su?" Su Lai chuckled bitterly, reflecting that within the Alliance Martial Academy, there would undoubtedly be numerous exceptionally talented individuals from across the continent. Once Su Ling entered, she would no longer stand out among the elite. Alas, he could only hope that the pressure would not weigh too heavily upon her. Yu Feng, listening to this, sighed in agreement. However, Zhou Tian was dissatisfied and retorted indignantly, "Being able to enter is already a blessing, yet you all remain discontented. My son wishes to attend, but cannot even do so." Yu Feng, upon hearing this, replied irritably, "Your Zhou family has 2 members who can enter the Alliance Martial Academy, and yet you remain unsatisfied? Do you truly expect 3 of you to go together? Oh, I see. I almost forgot about Ziqing and Zhou Li." Yu Feng then inquired, "By the way, has your son Zhou truly given up his spot at the Alliance Martial Academy? What will he do instead? He cannot possibly remain in this small town of Tianqi, can he?" Sighing, Zhou Tian replied, "A few days ago, Master Qing Zhu became aware of this matter as well. He mentioned that the recruitment day for Fangzhong Mountain is approaching and expressed his intention to invite him to cultivate there. It remains uncertain whether he will accept, Both men were taken aback, exclaiming, Fangzhong Mountain, one of the legendary 3 great immortal mountains. If he could gain entry to cultivate there, it would rival even the Alliance Martial Academy. The decision to go or not would ultimately rest upon Zhao Zhen's own choice. Chapter 80. Reassessing plans. The rapid ascent of Tianyu finance has encroached upon the living space of the Lin family. At this moment, the streets under Lin family's jurisdiction lay desolate, devoid of any patrons, with not a single shop open for business. To an outsider, it might seem as if this place had been ravaged by a plague, resembling a deserted village. The architecture is weathered, litter strewn about. Yet no one tends to the mess. A chilling breeze sweeps through, rendering the desolation almost eerie. In the absence of patrons, the shops remain shuttered, and without commerce, the Lin family possesses no means of income. They now survive solely on the meager remnants of their former wealth. This dire situation has arisen solely due to the untimely demise of their patriarch, Lin Hai. In the council hall of Tianqi City, several elders of the Lin family sit around the conference table, their faces pale and devoid of vitality, resembling the deceased. Lining occupies a seat among them, his brow furrowed in deep concern and melancholy. Since consuming the extraordinary ability elixir, his internal injuries have gradually healed, and he senses that his strength will soon surge. Hence, he has chosen to enter a period of seclusion for cultivation. His chi refinement has ascended from a 2-star martial artist to the pinnacle of 8 stars. He contemplates that upon emerging from seclusion, he must propose to his father a course of vengeance against the Zhou family, to obliterate them entirely. However, contrary to his aspirations, upon his emergence, not only is he unable to retaliate against the Zhou family, but the Lin family finds itself subjected to retribution from the people of Tianqi City. What, then, is the worth of the skills he has painstakingly acquired? Now, in the council hall that once buzzed with the exchange of ideas, a somber silence prevails, with every face etched in worry. With the death of Lin Hai, the position of patriarch remains vacant, and the elders, advanced in years, find themselves at a loss. The Lin family lineage has been passed down through 3 generations, with only Lin Ying deemed worthy to inherit the title of patriarch. The question lingers, can the Lin family endure until that time? Upon reaching this point, the elders exchanged glances, their silence laden with unspoken thoughts. With a resigned shake of their heads and a soft sigh, they lowered their gazes, tears cascading like 1,000 streams. Ever since the establishment of Tianyu finance, conflicts of power within Tianqi City have nearly vanished, replaced instead by a landscape of cooperation and competition. Cooperation manifests among the factions, while competition arises among the mercenary groups. In the tranquil courtyard of the Zhou residence, Zhao Zhen found himself in a relatively peaceful environment, allowing him the opportunity to focus on his cultivation. Even he had not anticipated the substantial benefits that would follow Lin Hai's demise. Had he known, he might have taken the initiative to eliminate him upon leaving home, thereby simplifying matters. One must be a bit ruthless in life, after all. Zhao Zhen exhaled deeply, sensing a slight enhancement in his internal energy, yet he murmured in dissatisfaction. The pinnacle of the 9 stars. Why is my progress becoming increasingly sluggish? Old Mo, equally perplexed, pondered aloud. What could be the reason for this? The cultivation plan was tailored specifically to your circumstances by me, and according to that plan, your strength should now be at least at the level of a 7th or 8th-star martial artist, yet. The slow pace of his cultivation led Zhao Zhen to question, Master, could it be an issue with my innate talent? Old Mo shook his head resolutely, asserting, that is impossible. Your cultivation aptitude is certainly not lacking, as evidenced by your own physical sensations. Furthermore, your physical prowess has now far surpassed your energy cultivation. After a brief calculation, it appears you are at the pinnacle of an 8th-star martial artist, even better than I had anticipated. Yet, why does your energy cultivation remain stagnant? It truly is a source of frustration. Zhao Zhen was taken aback to discover the remarkable strength of his own physique, his eyes gleaming with surprise. Am I truly this formidable? He mused. Well, that suffices. After all, we are all at the martial master level. Hearing this, Old Mo chuckled. You are rather optimistic. When the time comes to face an opponent, you may find that even your skills in refining techniques cannot be summoned before you are already defeated. Ah, indeed, Zhao Zhen conceded. By the way, I heard from your father that Master Qingzhu has invited you to participate in the recruitment at Mount Fanzhong, correct? Yes. Zhao Zhen nodded in response. I was just about to ask you whether I should attend. Old Mo stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, from my personal perspective, I highly encourage you to go. Really? Why is that? Zhou inquired. Old Mo explained. Mount Fanzhong is one of the 3 renowned sacred mountains of the illusionary world continent, home to some influential figures who are descendants of the 8 immortals. Goodness! Descendants of the 8 immortals? That is quite a lineage. Zhou exclaimed, contemplating. It seems I must indeed make the journey to Mount Fanzhong. Old Mo continued. The recruitment at Mount Fanzhong occurs once every 2 years, and there are still 7 or 8 months remaining until the next event. There is no need for haste. 7 or 8 months. Zhou pondered. Even with my teacher's assistance, it would take over 10 days to reach Mount Fanzhong by flying. However, I realized that is unlikely. As he spoke, Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Old Mo. If I were to walk, with my wind ability, it would still take me about a month. In other words, I will have to wait for nearly half a year? Remarked, you certainly cannot remain idle. I will devise a new training plan for you soon. You shall utilize this half a year to elevate your qi refining prowess to match your physical strength. Zhou was momentarily taken aback. In just over half a year, to advance from the pinnacle of 9 stars to Wushan. Teacher, you jest. Over the past 4 months, I have only managed to ascend by 6 or 7 stars. Chuckled, do not fret, when I guide you to Wushan. Even the king of hell cannot impede your progress. Zhou, visibly skeptical, replied, is this merely fanciful talk? You truly believe I can overturn the Tianming alliance and General Li's estate in 6 months? That, I admit, is feasible. Chapter 81. The Seagull's reluctance to leave the sea. The power struggle among the factions in Tianqi City concluded with the Lin family's defeat, marking a transition from malevolent conflict to healthy competition and cooperation among the various forces. The fall of the Lin family rendered them a trivial power. Their former grandeur long extinguished. Rumors suggested they were contemplating departure from Tianqi City. Shortly thereafter, public attention shifted away from the dynamics of power relations and focused on the enrollment of the Alliance Martial Academy. It was reported that, for certain reasons, the Academy intended to advance the enrollment period by several months. This unexpected announcement caught many martial artists, who had not secured a spot, off guard, prompting them to retreat into seclusion, striving to make further progress at the 11th hour in hopes of meeting the Academy's admission criteria. As the sole martial arts academy managed by the Empire Alliance on the mainland, the enrollment criteria of the Alliance Martial Academy stand among the most stringent across the continent. One must possess martial prowess not inferior to that of a martial master before the age of 16. Upon hearing this standard, even Zhou could not help but click his tongue. He was merely a 9-star martial artist at the tender age of 14, thus falling short of this requirement. Such a rigorous benchmark undoubtedly poses a formidable challenge to the majority of the younger generation, not only in Tianqi City but across the entire continent. The students who meet these demanding standards are undoubtedly the most exceptional youths from various regions. Their future achievements are likely to secure them positions of at least vice lieutenant within the Empire Alliance, commanding armies of thousands. However, despite this, Zhou remained indifferent to the Alliance Martial Academy. As Qin Tianhong remarked, regardless of their overwhelming power, my martial path shall remain immortal. What Zhou yearned for was the unrestrained, eternal journey of freedom, rather than the so-called formal martial arts dictated by the Empire Alliance. Formal martial arts? It is merely a euphemism designed to numb the senses and brainwash individuals, ensuring prolonged dominion. The financial and material resources expended by the Empire Alliance to establish this academy for the indoctrination of martial artists were immense. It is said that at the inception of the Academy's creation, no empire was willing to allocate land for it, leading to considerable delays. Ultimately, several years later, a monumental decision was made to venture into uncharted territory. Pioneering may appear deceptively simple. However, one must acknowledge that the illusory world continent has been cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Despite its vast expanse, it has been nearly entirely developed by our ancestors, leaving only a few small regions and some perilous areas deemed as forbidden zones of life. The territory where the Alliance Martial Academy resides was once one of the legendary 10 forbidden zones. It is difficult to ascertain the immense price the Empire Alliance paid for this conquest. What is known is that, following the subjugation of that forbidden zone, 2 martial saints from the Empire Alliance mysteriously vanished. Furthermore, 7 of its member states have remained in turmoil from that time to the present, plagued by warlords seizing land and feudal lords asserting their dominance, while emperors have been reduced to mere autumn leaves, drifting with the wind. Perhaps as a result of this, The Alliance Martial Academy enjoys the Empire Alliance's favor, akin to a cherished heir of a noble lineage receiving an abundance of sweets. Elder Mo informed Jiuzhou that the region where the Alliance Martial Academy is now situated has undergone a magnificent transformation from its original status as a forbidden zone to one of the most distinctive and prosperous cities on the illusory world continent. The Alliance Martial Academy is located in the southeastern part of the continent, where the air is humid and the four seasons are distinctly marked, generally divided into rainy and snowy periods. As Jiuzhou listened to Elder Mo's descriptions, he was reminded of the enchanting water towns of Jiangnan in the Celestial Empire. It is well known that the Alliance Martial Academy prioritizes the innate talent for martial arts cultivation over the power or wealth of a student's background. Without sufficient talent, one would find it exceedingly difficult to gain entry into the academy. The Martial Arts Academy's admissions process seems to disregard one's identity or profession. As long as one has not been wanted by the Empire Alliance, even the most humble beggar or thief may gain entry. The news of the recruitment team from the Shijin Dynasty's Martial Arts Academy reaching Tianqi City has ignited a wave of excitement among the local martial artists. Amidst the anticipation of the citizens of Tianqi City, a few days later, the Alliance Martial Arts Academy's recruitment team finally arrived. Although Jiuzhou did not intend to attend the Alliance Martial Arts Academy, he felt compelled to witness the recruitment team since his elder sister, Zhou Li, and his sworn brother, Yu Sheng, had both secured spots. In Tianqi City, at the city lord's residence, a square stood where the city examination had taken place months prior, and now served as the venue for the academy's admissions. Jiuzhou and his sister walked together to this location. Zhou Li, having received an acceptance quota from Jiuzhou, only needed to register her name, thus avoiding the need to undergo any further assessments like others. Xiaozhen, are you really not planning to attend the Alliance Martial Arts Academy? Zhou Li asked cautiously, though she herself yearned to go. She was hesitant, fearing that her decision might leave Jiuzhou with nowhere to turn. Jiuzhou paused for a moment, then smiled, placing his right arm around his sister's shoulder and thumping his chest confidently. Oh, dear sister, rest assured, your brother is exceptionally gifted. Even if I forego that insignificant academy, my progress in cultivation will surely remain unparalleled. Really? Zhou Li gazed at him with wide eyes, skepticism evident in her expression. Of course, just consider who your brother is, Jiuzhou proclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. Sister Air chuckled softly, a warm current flowing through her heart, realizing her younger brother had indeed grown. However, a lingering concern weighed upon her. She feared that if Jiuzhou truly lacked those resources, he might gradually fall behind his peers. Perceptive as he was, Jiuzhou sensed his sister's apprehension. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said, "Do not worry, Sister Air. Even if we were to consider the worst-case scenario, I still have Mount Fangzhong, which is, after all, one of the three great celestial mountains. It cannot possibly pale in comparison to the Alliance Martial Academy." Sister Air, aware that Jiuzhou was merely trying to comfort her, thought to herself that such reassurances were rather far-fetched. The Alliance Martial Academy was a prestigious institution managed by the Imperial Alliance, where nearly all of the exceptional resources within the Alliance were allocated. It was hardly something that could be rivaled by the three celestial mountains, which were not even on par with the transcendent powers filled with monsters. Nonetheless, she kept these thoughts to herself, having resolved that after her graduation, she would devote herself to protecting Jiuzhou until he matured, vowing that no one should dare to harm even a single hair on his head. After Sister Air completed her registration, the two set off on their journey home. She inquired, "Xiaozhen, with more than half a year remaining before the recruitment at Mount Fangzhong, what are your plans for this time?" Listening to her, Jiuzhou's eyes reflected a profound reluctance. However, matters concerning the overthrowing of the Tianming Alliance and General Li's residence were not something he could share with her. If he were to speak of it, not only would Sister Air oppose him, but the entire Zhou family and even Tianyu Financial would likely do everything in their power to thwart him. He replied, "I have some matters to attend to and may need to travel far, balancing my training with my journey to Mount Fangzhong." "Is that so?" murmured the elder sister. "When will you leave?" "Perhaps the day after tomorrow," replied Jiuzhou. "Is it that urgent?" she inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Jiuzhou nodded affirmatively. "All right then." A hint of melancholy washed over her as she added, "I too shall soon depart. Only our father will remain at home." At this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she quickly transformed her expression into a radiant smile, saying, "Let us spend these next 2 days cherishing our time with Father." Chapter 82. The ability to soar higher. The Martial Arts Academy differs significantly from the Literary Arts Academy, the latter offering a month-long break each year. In contrast, the Martial Arts Academy does not observe winter or summer vacations. Students are seldom granted leave unless for matters of utmost importance. Thus, with her departure, the prospect of reunion between Zhou Zhan and his elder sister could very well extend to several years. The sect's regulations are even more stringent, permitting only the most formidable disciples to embark on missions outside the sect, let alone request time off. Therefore, Zhou Zhan's own departure would likely see him bound for many years before regaining his freedom. Zhou Zhan and his sister made a pact to devote these next 2 days to their father, engaging him in heartfelt conversations. Zhou Tian understood the siblings' intentions and set aside his own tasks to relish these final days together over the coming years. Regardless of how the 2 days unfolded, they felt fleeting, as though a mere blink had ushered them swiftly away. The Zhou family arrived at the city lord's mansion, which today served as a gathering place for students who had passed the rigorous assessment of the Alliance Martial Arts Academy. This day marked their departure from Tianqi City, embarking on the journey to the academy of their dreams. Alongside the Zhou family were other clans and students from various cities within the Shijin dynasty, accompanied by their parents who came to bid farewell. At this moment, like the Zhou family, they all concealed their profound reluctance behind parting words. Some emotionally fragile young women had already succumbed to tears. The second sister, not wanting to cause undue worry for Zhou Zhan and their father, valiantly suppressed her tears despite the excruciating pain in her throat. She managed to maintain a cheerful smile, yet chose silence, fearing that speaking would unleash her sorrowful cries. Soon, the new students of the academy were finally assembled, and the second sister stepped onto the floating school bus destined for the Alliance Martial Arts Academy. As the bus ascended, it distanced itself from Tianqi City and the memories that had accompanied her for over a decade. It remains uncertain whether this transition is a blessing or a curse for the second sister. The sorrow lies in the fact that she would not see her beloved father and little Zhen for several years. Conversely, she could finally release her suppressed tears and alleviate the painful constriction in her throat. The moment she slipped out of her father and little Zhen's sight, she crouched in a corner and began to sob quietly. Zhou Tian had told her that a man must not shed tears at the moment of parting. Yet, turning away, he found his own cheeks streaked with tears. Human beings experience joy and sorrow, partings and reunions, just as the moon waxes and wanes. This has been a challenge throughout the ages. May we wish for enduring connections, sharing the beauty of the moonlight, even across 1,000 miles. Zhou Zhan departed from Tianqi City, taking care to avoid arousing his father's suspicions. Instead of heading directly to Jinlong City, he ventured once more into the mountains, just as he had previously. However, the circumstances were markedly different. His former frailty had been replaced by newfound strength. He had transcended to a 9-star warrior, his combat prowess now rivaling that of a martial master. Coupled with his unique wind ability and the power of his meridians, he found himself untroubled by the ordinary serpentine beasts that once intimidated him. Even second-tier magical creatures would scarcely pose a challenge. Consequently, Zhou Zhan no longer felt the trepidation that had once hindered him. He moved with a newfound freedom, his speed significantly enhanced. Through extensive exploration and practice, Zhou Zhan had thoroughly grasped the essence of the Seven Demons Sutra. Following its principles, he directed his consciousness within. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his mind. The character Sha within the text conveyed the notion of a fleeting moment, emphasizing swiftness and the power of thought. The sutra comprises 7 layers, with energy divided into 6 paths. Its transformations are unpredictable, yet its culmination is singular. Zhou Zhan settled into a meditative posture, gently closing his eyes, and began to circulate his qi as instructed by the 7 Demons Sutra. The qi within him had coalesced, forming a robust reservoir in his dantian, akin to a tranquil lake. Peering into the depths of this lake, he was astonished to find that while the surface remained placid, currents surged beneath. With a breath of relief, he realized his success. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exclaimed, "Haha. Mo is minor," chuckled, remarking, "That analogy is quite apt. If one were to misalign their own bones, connecting a hand to a foot, the result would hardly resemble a human being." At that time, traversing with hands and fighting with feet not only resulted in sluggish speed, but also significantly diminished power. Old Master Mo remarked, pulling out a booklet from his pocket. "I believe your 8 Immortals technique may no longer serve you well in combat. Here is the Azure Lotus swordsmanship. Take your time to study it thoroughly. There is no rush, for your sword has yet to be forged. Zhou received the Azure Lotus swordsmanship with astonishment, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Shall we take out the Chaos Adamantine? Are we to forge it now? Indeed, it is better to act promptly. The 8 Immortals technique is truly insufficient. You must cultivate diligently. Understood. With that, Zhou joyfully retrieved the Chaos Adamantine. Subsequently, Old Master Mo handed Zhou an ancient piece of parchment, stating, "This is the sword blueprint. Simply follow the instructions for forging, and I shall assist you. You need not worry. After all, this weapon was to be forged for his personal use, and it must embody his own magical soul force." Furthermore, having his teacher's guidance naturally instilled a sense of assurance. Chapter 83. Frosty Days in a Cold World. Meanwhile, within the Li family's general mansion in Golden Dragon City, Li Yongbo remarked, "The situation is gradually becoming clearer. It appears that Princess Yilin is firmly aligning herself with Wang Hong." He sighed. With Princess Yilin's support, Wang Hong is likely to become even more arrogant in the future. Nearby, a slender young figure stood calmly, his eyes reflecting no emotion. This individual was Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming remarked, "Although Princess Yilin is currently favored by the king, she remains a mere woman and cannot possibly dictate the transfer of power. Master Lu, what do you think the princess truly means? Why has she suddenly emerged to openly support the Wang family? Were you unable to discern her intentions during the mage examination? It seems our princess is rather smitten." Li Yongbo, taken aback, responded, "Huh? What do you mean? Are you suggesting the princess has taken a liking to that Jiuzhou fellow? Even if she has, does she believe we are the ones who eliminated Jiuzhou?" Lu Tianming chuckled. "Princess Yilin has always been remarkably astute. It is no surprise she could see through it. Not to mention, public opinion largely favors us, and among those present in Jinlong City who could have acted, only we two were in a position to do so." Li Yongbo expressed a tinge of regret, saying, Had I known, I should have sent my subordinates to handle it. At least that way, we wouldn't have exposed our identities. Despite all our calculations, we still underestimated the princess's move." Then, with a hint of disdain, he added, "This princess is rather indiscriminate. Of all the possible suitors, she chooses to fancy Jiuzhou, whom she has only met once." "Calm down, General Li," Lu Tianming reassured. "Princess Yilin does not yet pose a significant threat. Our primary concern now should be how to address the power vacuum in the court. The Wang family has gained the princess's support, while the Honorable Wang remains indecisive, presenting us with quite a predicament." Li Yongbo cast a glance at the nearby Lu Tianming, who appeared at ease, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It seems that Lord Lu has already devised his plans. Why not share them with me?" Lu Tianming chuckled lightly in response, saying, "If Lord Gongqing refuses to take a side, we must chart a different course." "A different course? Are you suggesting that the Lu clan wishes for my General Li's residence to choose a patron?" Lu Tianming nodded in affirmation. Understanding the implications, Li Yongbo inquired, "Which prince does Lord Lu have in mind?" Lu Tianming pondered briefly before responding, "The eldest prince. Although the Western Jin dynasty does not hold the notion of seniority in reverence, the eldest prince is more martial in nature and has shown considerable respect towards your Li family. Once he ascends, it would be easier for us to exert our influence over him." He continued, "Moreover, the eldest prince shares a strong camaraderie with Yan Zongfeng. Thus, even if Lord Gongqing remains neutral, it would be difficult for him to lend his support to the Wang family." "Splendid," Li Yongbo exclaimed. "In this case, even if the Wang family backs the second prince, the influence of the princess will be diminished, leaving us to share the spoils equally." His expression brightened. "Once the eldest prince takes the throne, we can later accuse Wang Hong of conspiring with the second prince to foment rebellion and eliminate him with ease." "Haha." Lu Tianming laughed, saying, "When that time comes, with the assistance of myself and the Lord of Golden Dragon City, we shall possess the strength of 3 martial kings, while Lord Gongqing of the royal family remains neutral. Indeed, even with Wang Hong and the individual from Tungwen Pavilion on their side, our overall strength will still surpass theirs, compelling them to reconsider their position." However, Li Yongbo expressed his concerns, stating, "For some reason, I still harbor worries about the Jinmen group. The depths of these merchants' cunning are unfathomable to me." General Li reassured him, "Rest assured, you are well aware of the Jinmen group's formidable background. Such a colossal entity would not deign to concern itself with the fate of a minor nation like the Western Jin dynasty. As long as we do not provoke them, they shall not interfere with us. Upon hearing this, Li Yonghua sighed. The Rainbow Consortium, indeed, is a true behemoth. Even the current royal family, including the king himself, shows deference to the elders of the Jin Men group. Lu Tianming also felt a surge of emotions, choosing to remain silent thereafter. In a mountain forest of the Western Jin dynasty, Zhou Zhan had finally forged his own weapon after 10 days and nights of relentless toil. His magical energy had been completely depleted, leaving him utterly exhausted. Both his physical strength and magical power were severely drained, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Within Zhou Zhan, the spirit of old Mo also appeared feeble. His once ethereal form now seemed even older and more frail. The immense expenditure of energy, however, had yielded an astonishing result that left him profoundly satisfied. In Zhou Zhan's hand lay an ancient piece of parchment, which was, of course, the sword diagram. A closer inspection revealed the diagram's rank, a majestic 9th Order Emperor level. Should this sword diagram be revealed, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire illusionary world continent. The 9th Order Emperor level. Even the martial emperor would traverse mountains and seas, disregarding all else in pursuit of it. No wonder that in the process of forging, not only did Zhou Zhan exhaust all his magical soul energy, but even old Mo appeared weak and feeble, as if on the verge of losing his very essence. Beside the weary form of Zhou Zhan, a 3-foot-long sword, radiating a luminous white light, floated in the air. Accompanying Zhou Zhan's faint breaths, it emitted a continuous humming sound, its blade undulating rhythmically. Not far away, a beast of indeterminate rank twitched its nostrils, seemingly catching a whiff of Zhou Zhan's presence, akin to sensing the aroma of sustenance. It then charged wildly towards Zhou Zhan. Rustle. Moments later, the beast's massive form burst forth from the underbrush, letting out a furious roar. Feigning the posture of a territorial invader, it gazed at the prone Zhou Zhan, believing the latter to be cowed by its imposing aura. With another thunderous roar, it prepared to pounce. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, in the next instant, its pupils constricted sharply as it beheld the 3-foot-long sword, suspended in midair, pulsating with that radiant white light. At that moment, the sword resonated with a deafening hum, instilling terror in the very soul, evoking an overwhelming sense of helplessness and oppression. The beast longed to resist, yet found itself paralyzed. How? The beast's consciousness and spirit seemed to be struck with tremendous force. It let out a wretched cry. Its eyes filled with boundless fear. It yearned to flee, but for reasons unknown, despite summoning all its strength, it could not take a single step, not even manage to turn around. The dignity of an emperor, sacred and inviolable. Moments later, the beast's limbs could no longer endure, and it fell to the ground, prostrating itself in submission. Then, blood began to trickle from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, before it fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon collapsing, its eyes widened in terror, as if it had encountered a malevolent, god-slaying demon. Just hours prior, before Zhu Jin succumbed to unconsciousness, his body lay on the ground, his eyelids heavy with impending sleep. He strained to keep his eyes open, gazing at the sword radiating a brilliant white light. He was unaware of the terrifying power that this gleam possessed, yet he understood that its overwhelming ferocity was capable of vanquishing any foe. He realized that this sword had nearly drained his magical soul energy to forge a connection with it. He was oblivious to the fact that old Mo had forcibly infused his dormant royal soul power into it, thus creating an unparalleled divine sword of the future. The royal soul power invaded the mind, devouring the soul, suppressing both spirit and essence. Should fear take root, the soul would scatter. The sword measured 3 feet in length, its form exuding a snowy white brilliance. Henceforth, I shall name you the Frosty Heaven's Cold World Snow Sword. With that, he smiled contentedly before slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 84. Murong hung at the same moment. After Zhu Zhan had collapsed, old Mo's frail form emerged, conjuring an ancient golden spell with his hands, murmuring incantations under his breath. Subsequently, a 1,000-mile sound crane materialized in his palm, its wings gracefully flapping as it soared toward Golden Dragon City. Golden Dragon City, the headquarters of the Jin Men group, within the tallest office of a skyscraper. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, lowered his head, engrossed in reviewing documents. Moments later, the 1,000-mile sound crane flew in through the window, coming to rest before him. The elder lifted his head, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "Qianliyin," he exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't this the unique skill of the illusory star pavilion?" This secret technique, once established, had only been possessed by a few superpowers allied with the illusory star pavilion. The Jinmen Group, as a minor branch under the Rainbow Consortium, one of those superpowers, was indeed qualified to possess it. However, within the entire Jinmen Group, he was the sole bearer. This was classified information known only to those above the rank of Martial King who were unequivocally loyal to the Rainbow Consortium. The elder gazed at the Qianliyin before him, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment as his mind raced. He was the only one in the entire Western Jin dynasty who understood this secret technique. If someone from above had arrived, they would certainly be aware of it as well. Who could it be? Could it be Chu Wuyan? But wasn't Chu Wuyan currently engaged in battle with Jianyu? The elder pondered, unable to make sense of it all. Let us listen to what this person has to say. With a delicate touch, he tapped the resplendent paper crane, activating the magical seal. A golden sound wave flowed into his ears like a gentle stream. "Zhouzhan." The elder's expression shifted to one of utter shock, his voice trembling like that of an aged man. According to what he heard, the young man was still alive. He even mentioned that if he had any concerns, he should convey a message to a certain steward of the Rainbow Consortium. 20 years ago, an old friend who shared tea and philosophical discussions with you deeply misses you. Subsequently, he learned that this champion of the mage examination, Zhouzhan, seemed intent on toppling the Tianming alliance and General Li's residence, a matter that bore no significance to him. However, if one were to enlist the aid of the Jinmen Group, would that not contradict the principle of non-involvement in power struggles? The expression on his face shifted from shock to gravity, tinged with an indefinable hue. "This matter pertains to the reputation of the Rainbow Consortium. Should I not report this to the elders? Yet, those elders are not easily approached for communication. And should I inadvertently disturb them, the repercussions would be considerable." The old man pondered why the higher-ups had recently instructed the Jinmen Group to protect Zhouzhan and his kin at all costs. Realizing that this young man must possess significant connections to warrant such attention from above, the old man's countenance fluctuated. But then he resolved with a glint of determination in his eyes. "Regardless, as this concerns the consortium's reputation, it is unlikely that I would be blamed by the higher-ups. And furthermore, that individual appears to be quite familiar with that esteemed figure." He then murmured softly, his hands deftly weaving intricate hand seals, as a golden paper crane took shape and soared into the void. At this moment, in a city thousands of miles away, the streets were bustling with throngs of people, and the flow of traffic was relentless. Every individual donned renowned luxury brands from the continent, their attire casually worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Every pair of eyes in every corner of this city exuded an air of opulence, mingling with the scent of money. On streets that rose like mountains, a resplendent skyscraper pierced the clouds, standing out amidst the forest of buildings, so lofty that its pinnacle was nearly obscured. The golden paper crane ascended, breaking through the clouds, yet astonishingly only reached the midsection of the towering edifice. At last, the golden paper crane alighted within a spacious and luminous office. The room was adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, subtly emanating a kaleidoscope of radiant hues. The walls appeared to be forged from pure gold, exuding opulence beyond measure. In this resplendent office, seated at an aromatic wooden desk, was a middle-aged man clad in business attire, donning gold-rimmed spectacles. Beside him stood a statuesque secretary, her red lips moving enticingly as she communicated something. Upon hearing her words, the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, "Inform the imperial envoys from Nanchuan that my Rainbow Consortium does not engage in war-related enterprises. They must seek more astute options. As for the alliance government, they shall be disregarded as per our established protocol. Moreover, convey to the Floral Consortium that if they wish to collaborate, they must exhibit genuine sincerity. My Rainbow Consortium does not conduct business with hypocrites." Suddenly, the middle-aged man halted, his pupils constricting in astonishment as he extended his hand, catching the paper crane that had descended from afar. The secretary's expression shifted as well. She realized that transmitting a message to the board's leader at this moment undoubtedly signified a momentous event. She grew anxious and somewhat flustered, anticipating that something significant was about to occur. Upon hearing the news, the secretary's face turned particularly pallid, and unease washed over her. The West Jin dynasty was merely a minor realm. Even if the Jinmen Group had been annihilated, It should not warrant a direct report to the board. The middle-aged man, seemingly indifferent, unfolded the paper crane, and a wave of sound surged into his consciousness. What? He sprang to his feet, exclaiming in a mixture of shock and elation. Disbelief etched across his features. Ha! After so many years, you have finally returned. Master Morong, what has transpired? The beautiful secretary inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Internally, she was filled with trepidation. Master Morong had never displayed such a lapse in composure. She was certain that something grave had occurred within the Western Jin dynasty, which inevitably involved her uncle, who oversaw the entirety of the Moonlight Empire. Morong Hang's hand glimmered with golden light, his expression shifting erratically as he extinguished the hefty cigar between his fingers. At that moment, his own heart was in turmoil. Swiftly, he formed several seals and infused them into a golden paper crane, which took flight once more. Mo Yuan. Oh, Mo Yuan, you truly are fortunate. No wonder you are the king of the demonic path. He laughed heartily. The beautiful secretary was taken aback, lost in confusion. Having only joined the Rainbow Corporation 2 years prior, she was unaware of who Mo Yuan was and chose to disregard it. However, the mention of a board meeting at the corporate level was significant, akin to the activation of protective formations by various sects. It seemed that such a gathering had not occurred in over a decade. Yet, she quickly realized the magnitude of the situation. In an instant, he found himself somewhat at a loss, murmuring to the paper crane addressed to Elder Mo, on the eternal road, tears fall in twos. Chapter 85, Divination. Duan, upon hearing this, felt utterly flustered, his entire being trembling. This was the first time since assuming the role of the highest authority in the Golden Gate Corporation that he had been so visibly shaken. If he could complete the phrase, he would be recognized. Should he fail, it would mean his demise. The mere recollection of that esteemed figure's words caused his pores to involuntarily constrict. The chill penetrated to the very marrow of the bones. Morong Hang's esteemed acquaintance must possess formidable strength. How else could he venture to this desolate corner of the Western Jin dynasty? And he has taken on a disciple? From the tone, it appears that this disciple harbors a deep-seated enmity with both the Tianming alliance and General Li's residence. Very well. Since even Morong Hung himself has indicated that meeting him is akin to meeting the esteemed Morong Hung, I shall extend my assistance. A hint of a smile graced his lips. But the Western Jin dynasty will find no peace as a result. It seems the Tianming alliance and General Li's residence are destined for misfortune, perhaps even a change of dynasty. Contemplating further, it appears that General Li's residence has already begun to form alliances, showing intent to support the eldest prince as the crown prince. If Zhou insists on standing against them, he must align himself with either the second or third prince. However, the third prince, despite his remarkable military exploits, is evidently a brash warrior lacking in strategic acumen. Supporting him would pose significant challenges. Thus, the only viable option remains the second prince. Alas, though the second prince is known for his benevolence and is well liked by the people, mere popularity may not suffice for seizing the throne. Moreover, he seems somewhat superstitious. The literati seem to maintain a favorable rapport with the second prince. It remains uncertain whether Wang Hong and the Tungwen Pavilion will lend their support. Nonetheless, having chosen to intervene, it is prudent to declare war early. It is time for Bai Ling to take action. At the Tungwen Pavilion, a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar stood within a small pavilion, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing serenely at the expanse of the lotus pond before him. This individual is a practitioner of the righteous and profound way within the Western Jin dynasty, ranked fourth among the strongest in the realm. He is none other than Lan Xun, the esteemed leader of Tungwen Pavilion, one of the three great powers of the Western Jin dynasty. It seems that General Li's household is currently preparing to choose sides, remarked a similarly attired scholar beside him, whose garments bore the semblance of official attire. Should one behold his visage, they would easily recognize him as Wang Hong, the chancellor, known as the Hand of the King. Upon hearing this, Lan Xun raised an eyebrow in surprise, inquiring, "Oh, whom have they chosen?" As anticipated, it was the eldest prince. I see. Lu Tianming is indeed astute. Lan Xun responded with a dry chuckle. The eldest prince excels in both civil and martial pursuits, and though his demeanor is somewhat reserved, he possesses the discernment to speak appropriately in various situations, earning the favor of Yuan Benchu. Wang Hong, perplexed, asked, "If you hold the eldest prince in such high regard, why not allow me to take the lead and align with him first to seize the initiative?" Lan Shan chuckled lightly, replying, "If we were to align ourselves first, Li Yongbo would undoubtedly concoct an excuse to accuse you, Wang Hong, of forming factions for personal gain and plotting usurpation. Although Yuan Benshu would not truly punish you, he would nonetheless dampen your momentum." Turning away, Lan Shan continued, "In contrast, if we allow Li Yongbo to make the first move, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. However, in Yuan Benshu's eyes, we would appear to be compelled to choose sides, rather than genuinely vying for power." Upon hearing this, Wang Hong seemed to comprehend. Awakening to the realization, indeed, the king harbors a profound disdain for those who form cliques for personal gain. The previous prime minister met his demise for this very transgression. He smiled as he remarked, "If the king were to learn that the second prince, and we are compelled to align ourselves, even if he favors the first prince, he might inadvertently show favoritism towards the second prince." After a moment's reflection, he pondered, "Master Lan, have you considered the presence of King Gongqing?" "King Gongqing?" Lan Shan shook his head, recalling that decades ago, King Gongqing famously stated his sole loyalty to the nation rather than to the king. His demeanor is exceedingly peculiar. Yet he remains part of the royal kin. Even Yuan Benshu could do nothing to sway him. Although his disciple, Yin Songfeng, was harmed by Zhou Zhan, and Lu Tianming and Li Yongbo eliminated Zhou Zhan in a bid to curry favor, he remains unmoved, showing no signs of choosing a side thus far. I suspect that even in dire circumstances, he would still opt for neutrality. Wang Hong found this reasoning quite sound and breathed a sigh of relief, subsequently saying, "That is indeed good. As long as he does not support Li Yongbo, he may play as he wishes. I feel far more at ease regarding the Jinmin group, a collection of naive yet remarkably formidable individuals." As he spoke, Wang Hong clasped his fist in a gesture of respect towards Lan Shan and politely stated, "I shall not disturb Master Lan's rest any further. I will visit again when time permits, to engage in a day's worth of chess with you." As night descended, the residence of the second prince awaited. Bai Ling was a maid from the Jinmin group, strategically placed in the residence of the second prince. Possessing remarkable beauty, she had captivated the attention of Prince Yuan Hai upon her arrival. However, Yuan Hai was drawn not merely by her looks. He was also aware that she was a disciple of a once prominent but now declining sect, and he found her plight as a solitary, homeless woman quite pitiable. Furthermore, her exceptional martial skills led him to appoint Bai Ling as his personal guard. Over time, their prolonged companionship fostered within Yuan Hai a peculiar affection for her. At this moment, within the confines of Yuan Hai's chamber, the two were engaged in a conversation. Yuan Hai wore an expression of concern and confusion, pacing restlessly around the room. "Why has my elder brother consistently opposed me in the court these past few days, making me feel humiliated at every turn? Have I inadvertently offended him in some way?" Upon hearing his words, Bai Ling halted him in his tracks. Although she was known for her candidness, Yuan Hai was momentarily taken aback. "Are you implying that General Li has chosen his side?" Bai Ling nodded affirmatively. Yuan Hai's countenance shifted slightly. "So, it has finally come to this." Regaining his composure, he smiled and remarked, "Last time, when you divined for me, you foretold that I would gain my father's favor and be permitted to participate in court discussions. Indeed, I have become one of the few princes involved in state affairs. Now that General Li has declared his allegiance, could you perhaps divine once more for me? I wish to ascertain what the future holds. How many ministers will stand by my side?" Divination is a rare and esoteric art, not widely practiced in the world and often regarded as an obscure secret technique. Its intricate calculations are exceedingly complex, and even when a prediction is made, its veracity is not guaranteed. Thus, this secret technique, which neither enhances strength nor is time efficient, has gradually been forgotten. Chapter 86. The Return to Golden Dragon City. Bai Ling was acutely aware of the difficulties and precision involved in divination. The results of such practices, encompassing individuals or objects, must not demand an excessively powerful soul force. For divination relies on observing the fated stars of a matter and the soul force they encompass to calculate their trajectories and future paths. The outcomes derived are at best mere predictions, lacking stability. Moreover, the trajectories of the fated stars are often influenced by natural external factors, such as earthquakes, floods, and widespread plagues, unavoidable elements. What can be calculated are primarily human-induced incidents, including accidents, assassinations, poisoning, and even sleepwalking. Most critically, divination comes at the cost of the life force of the individual being assessed. Bai Ling had previously informed Yuan Hai of this price. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his desire to glimpse the future. Bai Ling retrieved a withered green turtle shell from her spatial ring and gently placed it upon the ground. Afterward, she gestured for Yuan Hai to pierce his own fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto the tortoise shell. Yuan Hai, seemingly compliant, followed her lead. Bai Ling then utilized his blood to etch peculiar and fantastical formations around the shell, before retrieving several gold and black copper coins shaped like the heavens and the earth, placing them strategically around the formations. Once this was accomplished, she closed her eyes, palms pressed together, murmuring incantations in an incomprehensible tongue. Moments later, streams of golden tadpole-like entities emerged from her mouth, swirling above the formations. The 4 copper coins began to levitate gracefully, harmonizing with the golden entities overhead, ultimately merging into an enlarged celestial tray representing the heavens and the earth. The celestial tray rotated above the tortoise shell, and after a quarter of an hour, a golden luminescence traversed from the vast starry sky, infusing itself into the celestial tray. Subsequently, Bai Ling opened her eyes, and Yuan Hai was astonished to see her pupils radiating a blinding golden light, which intensely focused on the celestial tray for approximately 3 minutes before dissipating. Bai Ling gently closed her eyes once more, and the celestial disk, resembling a round tray, began to rise and fall in tandem with her breath. As if a profound connection had formed between the two, Yuan Hai stood nearby, his expression shifting restlessly, clearly displaying signs of anxiety. Minutes passed, and the luminous glow descending from the starry sky gradually transformed into a series of ancient characters inscribed upon the celestial tray. Bai Ling sensed the changes occurring on the tray. A strand of consciousness surged forth from within her, entering the celestial disk and swiftly deciphering the information conveyed by the archaic script. Yuan Hai finally perceived this transformation, yet his features betrayed no clear indication of whether he felt joy or sorrow, elation or anger, astonishment or fear. Bai Ling's deciphering persisted for a quarter of an hour, and by this time, Yuan Hai's impatience had grown exceedingly acute, for never before had a divination taken such an extended duration. After another 20 minutes had elapsed, Bai Ling finally opened her eyes, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. "How is it, Bai Ling? Why did it take so long?" Yuan Hai inquired, his heart racing with anxiety. "It never seemed this arduous before, did it?" Bai Ling's expression was grave as she responded. "The trajectory of your fate star's movement appears to be quite normal. Although it has encountered some minor obstacles, the journey remains relatively smooth, and there is no immediate threat to life." "Then why did the divination take so long?" Yuan Hai pressed. Bai Ling, her demeanor still serious, replied, "In the initial phase of deciphering the symbols, I did not encounter many difficulties. However, at this juncture, her pupils constricted slightly, filled with astonishment. It seems I was overwhelmed by the soul energy of another fate star, or perhaps it was a warning." Yuan Hai was taken aback, his face pale. "A warning?" Bai Ling's expression remained one of astonishment. Her heart filled with trepidation as she recalled her master's words. If a person's soul force is so powerful that even the life star cannot contain it, at that moment, the trajectory of the life star is controlled by the soul force. This type of soul force is known as the soul of a monarch. She continued, "My master once said that those who possess the soul of a monarch are the ancient creators, who, while crafting existence, infuse their unique essence into their creations. Such a soul is destined to transcend the mundane world, impervious to scrutiny. Any forceful attempt to pry into it would provoke resistance, as evidenced by the prior warning. Isn't that destined transcendence akin to a divine mandate?" Yuan Hai murmured, "Who is this individual?" Yuan Hai felt a surge of fear and a twinge of envy as he wondered, "Why have I never possessed such power?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ling felt a flicker of derision within her. After all, what was a mere small dynasty? Even if one were to inherit the throne, could it truly be considered a divine decree? This is a sentiment she would never articulate aloud. With a smile, she remarked, "Destiny does not necessarily favor those in positions of power. It could equally favor those who possess formidable martial prowess." As for the formidable martial artist, Yuan Hai's expression began to brighten. He inquired, "Does Bai Ling know the name of this individual?" Bai Ling was taken aback. Had she not just claimed her inability to perceive? She shook her head. "I cannot glean any insights, hence I remain uninformed." Yuan Hai sighed in disappointment, stating, "If that is the case, then so be it. I had hoped to cultivate a friendship with this martial expert." Yuan Hai believed that by displaying an appreciation for talent, he could win Bai Ling's favor. Little did he realize that Bai Ling was thinking to herself, a mere prince of a small dynasty, yet to ascend to the throne, aspires to befriend a martial master? Furthermore, not only does he not yet hold the title of king, but even if he were to become one, those haughty martial experts would likely dismiss him entirely. Bai Ling sighed. The second prince overestimates his own importance. He is still quite young. Yuan Hai could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Will this person pose a threat to the trajectory of my fate?" Bai Ling candidly reassured him, "Your Highness need not worry. Such a formidable individual would never deign to lower himself to this insignificant dynasty. Furthermore, I suspect that this person may even bring you good fortune. With his assistance, your ascension to the throne is virtually assured." Yuan Hai exclaimed with delight, "Oh, he will aid me?" Bai Ling nodded in affirmation. Yuan Hai fell silent, realizing that his earlier enthusiasm had been merely a fade. When Bai Ling referred to the dynasty as insignificant, a flicker of irritation arose within him. However, contemplating Bai Ling's exquisite visage and extraordinary martial prowess, he recognized that he would require her support in the future, and thus, he could only force a smile. He remarked, "Since this individual is destined to assist me, we shall undoubtedly cross paths. I wonder when I shall behold him?" The response came, "This person's fate is not far from your highness. You are likely to encounter him within the next few days." "Oh, so soon? I must contemplate how to attract him for my purposes," he replied. Bai Ling gazed at him in astonishment, a peculiar smile forming within her heart. "For your purposes? Look at you. You seem on the verge of becoming subservient to others. Yet you speak of attracting someone? To have them serve you like a father?" Strangely, this second prince presented himself as a modest gentleman to others, exuding a refined charm, with a passion for literature and a wealth of knowledge, marking him as a talented scholar. Yet, in her presence, he appeared more like a pretentious deity, bordering on foolishness. It would be best for him to merely contemplate this matter. Should he act upon such thoughts, he might very well scare the other away, leaving him to ponder his next steps. Yuan Hai seemed to have sensed something, pondering that girls are often drawn to assertive and domineering men. Indeed, Bai Ling, with her exquisite beauty and unpretentious purity, should not be judged by ordinary standards. It is no wonder she often regards me with such a frosty demeanor. It appears I must adopt a different approach." Though the hour was late, as the capital of the Western Jin dynasty and its largest metropolis, Jinlong City was just beginning to awaken to the vibrancy of its nightlife. A young man, wielding a 3-foot sword in his left hand, strolled through the city gates. Gazing at the bustling streets illuminated by flickering lights, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Jinlong City, I have returned once more." Chapter 87. An audience in the palace at the very moment the second prince summoned Bai Ling for divination, within the inner palace of Kaiwei Palace. The Kai Palace serves as the residence of Yuan Yilin. Though it is the dead of night, the chambers are ablaze with light. Within this space, Yuan Yilin sits gracefully behind a delicate veil, while a black-clad guard kneels before her on one knee. With a frosty demeanor, Yuan Yilin inquires, "What developments have transpired recently between the Tianming alliance and General Li's estate?" The guard, without lifting his gaze, responds, "Your Highness, the interactions between Lu Tianming and Li Yonghua have markedly increased in frequency over the past few days." Yuan Yilin lets out a cold huff, her expression revealing her evident exasperation towards these two individuals. "What news from Uncle Gong?" Upon finishing his report, the guard clicks his tongue in disbelief, pondering how Prince Gongqing managed to elevate from a 1-star warrior to a 9-star powerhouse in merely half a year. He speculates that the prince must have provided Yin Songfeng with a considerable supply of elixirs. Yuan Yilin discerned the underlying sentiment, a fleeting glimmer of disdain crossing her eyes. As a sorceress, she was acutely aware that no matter how much Yin Songfeng's mastery of qi might improve, his comprehension of martial arts remained subpar, rendering his potential power significantly inferior to that of an ordinary 9-star warrior. He would not prove formidable. The guard replied, "Individuals from General Li's estate and the Lord's residence have indeed sought an audience with Prince Qing and have met with him. However, I noticed that Li Yonghua's expression upon exiting the prince's residence was rather grim, suggesting that Prince Qing did not acquiesce to their requests." Upon hearing this, a hint of warmth finally graced Yuan Yilin's icy countenance, her smile blossoming like a flower. She murmured, "Uncle Gong has indeed not disappointed me." The guard, taken aback by her radiant smile, quickly regained his composure, well aware of the princess's temperament. To provoke her could endanger his own limbs. From what you say, has Yin Hanyang also joined forces with Li Yonghua and Lu Tianming? I am afraid so. After all, Lu Tianming and Li Yonghua have not denied their involvement in the killing of that former leader, and it is only natural for Yin Hanyang to join them out of a sense of obligation. Yuan Yilin's expression hardened, her demeanor icy as she remarked, "Humph. To accept the dynasty's salary while forming factions for personal gain is truly despicable." The guard was startled by her sudden change in demeanor. Just moments ago she was calm, and now she was aflame with anger. The complexities of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the depths of the sea. By the way, Princess, Lu Tianming and Li Yonghua have recently been in close contact with the Crown Prince, suggesting they have chosen him as their ally. How did my elder brother react? Oh, with such support, the Crown Prince must have been delighted to accept it. Yuan Yilin's expression fell. Although she was aware that a struggle for the throne was inevitable, hearing it confirmed now left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Do not be disheartened, dear princess. The struggle for the throne has been a timeless affair, quite natural and indeed unavoidable. She shook her head, responding with a hint of resignation. I am not saddened, merely feeling that it is somewhat premature. I appreciate your efforts during these trying days. Yang Yi, the guard, taken aback by the princess's sudden softness, paused for a moment before replying. Serving you is my duty, your highness. Your gratitude is unwarranted. Moreover, although I was once a notorious rogue, my existence was fraught with fear. Had it not been for your guidance and rescue, I would likely have been captured by the authorities long ago and would not be here now. Yuan Yilin smiled gently and said, You may retire for the evening. There is no need for vigilance tonight. Rest well. It is nothing. Those of us in this line of work are often night owls. Sleep eludes us at night. Yang Yi chuckled. Then I shall take my leave. Very well. As Yang Yi rose to depart, he paused momentarily and turned back. Princess, you look far more enchanting when you smile. Upon uttering these words, he, fearful of inciting the princess's ire, hastily fled into the darkness. Yuan Yilin, upon hearing his remark, found herself momentarily stunned. Could it be that she had indeed been too aloof? Upon arriving at Golden Dragon City, night had already fallen, and Zhou casually sought refuge for the night at a local inn. Old Mo remarked, Your previous assumed identity has likely been uncovered by now. In the minds of the people, both you and Zhou are presumed to be deceased. It is imperative that you adopt a new persona. Zhou lamented. But how can I change my name? This face cannot be altered. After that magician's examination, I fear many will remember me. If I am recognized. Old Mo chuckled softly. Who says a face cannot be changed? Zhou was taken aback, exclaiming, Could it be that the teacher possesses a magic array that can be applied to one's face? Old Mo, equally bewildered, gazed at Zhou as if he were a simpleton and laughed heartily. What absurd magic array. If you do not wish for others to see your face, why not use a disguise? Ha. A disguise? Zhou inquired, his curiosity piqued. Coughing lightly, Old Mo added, Of course, it is not that simple. To avoid being recognized by those formidable warriors, one must incorporate some additional elements. What elements? Zhou asked. Facial toner, Old Mo replied with a grin. Zhou was utterly astonished. Could it be that the teacher has traversed from the Celestial Empire? The Celestial Empire? No. Then what of the name toner? It is a title I just coined. Zhou's expression turned sour. Do you have a penchant for canines? Elder Mo regarded him with an unusual gaze. Your taste is rather peculiar, showing an affinity for beasts. I protest. You protest? What nonsense is this? Elder Mo tossed a small black bottle towards him. Here. This is the toner. Simply apply it to your face before the disguise. This is toner? Why is it so dark? Are there any adverse effects? Zhou inquired with a look of disdain. Ahem, you underestimate your teacher. Of course, there are no adverse effects from what I concoct. Zhou was dubious, but he applied it nonetheless. Oh, there really aren't, and it feels wonderful. Zhou praised. This dark water is as clear as water when applied, without any color. Not bad, quite comfortable. Ahem. Old Mo coughed heavily twice, suppressing a smile. He mused to himself. That's because it hasn't dried yet, while the toner is still damp. Quickly apply the painted skin. A few minutes later, Zhou affixed the already painted flesh to his face, and a slight tingling sensation spread across his countenance, which then transformed into an unfamiliar visage. The transformation was truly remarkable, far beyond expectations. Zhou exclaimed in astonishment, only to sigh softly afterward, remarking that it was indeed less aesthetically pleasing than before. Once the disguise was complete, Zhou exited the inn and made his way toward the Jinmin group. The innkeeper, upon seeing this unfamiliar visage, expressed his surprise. "Isn't this the young man who checked in last night? How is it that I seem not to recognize him? Could it be that I was too fatigued to see clearly?" The distance from the inn to the Jimin group was not extensive. After a brief 10-minute walk, Zhou arrived at the towering edifice of the corporation. With a whisper, he mused to himself, "Here we are, but..." He gazed at the young man before him and inquired, "Pray tell, what business do you have with me?" Chapter 88. A conversation, may I ask? What brings you to seek my company? Upon encountering the youth across from him, he refrained from uttering a name. Thus he could only refer to him as this young sir. As the paramount leader of the Jinmin group and its affiliated sects, he possessed the formidable prowess of a martial king, ranking second on the Western Jin dynasty's list of formidable warriors, surpassed only by the illustrious Lord Gongqing. Such a renowned figure, whose every action commanded attention, was now bowing before a mere teenager. The beautiful receptionist beside Zhou, along with all those present, were momentarily rendered speechless. The sheer visual impact felt surreal, as if they were ensnared in a whimsical dream, albeit one too absurd to be true. 2 lines of tears on the eternal road. Was there some profound meaning hidden within this phrase? The curiosity of those surrounding him was on the brink of madness. Should there indeed be a deeper significance, they would willingly forfeit half, no, all of their wealth in exchange. The Jinmin Group, a formidable branch of the superpower Rainbow Consortium, conferred an unparalleled status. Armed with such connections, one could traverse the Western Jin dynasty and even the Moonlit Empire with impunity. Zhou was taken aback. While Elder Imo had informed him that the Jinmin group would treat him with great courtesy, he hadn't anticipated such a grand gesture. After all, he was also a junior in the martial arts realm. Nevertheless, Zhou graciously accepted the gesture, recognizing that such deference implied the other party's intentions, and he need not diminish his own stature. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "Please, rise. You may call me Taishu." "Very well. This way, please." After speaking, the 2 individuals ascended one after the other, leaving the crowd below in a state of stupor. The office of the segment was situated on the top floor of the Golden Gate Group building, towering over 20 stories high. Zhou initially believed they would need to walk. Had he known, he would not have agreed to step aside for a conversation. This magical array was established both at the ground and top levels. When ascending, the array on the ground would activate, channeling qi to the base of the cloud-lifting staircase, thereby elevating it. Conversely, the process would reverse when descending. As Zhou marveled at how this cultivation of qi had permeated every aspect of life in the illusory world continent, he heard the voice of old Imo echoing in his mind. "Why are you always so concerned with the character for leading in your names? When people come to know of it in the future, they will recognize that Zhou once led, truly handsome, and Zhou Tai led, exceedingly handsome." The segment let out a dry chuckle and asked, "Young Master Tai, do you have any instructions? Yuan Yang, what are your thoughts on him?" Yuan Yang is well versed in both literary and martial arts, yet he evidently favors the martial aspect more. He appears rather introverted, but in my view, this is a form of restraint. Those who admire martial prowess are often ruthless. I have heard that there seems to be discord between Prime Minister Wang Hong and Li Yonghua. The segment laughed lightly, stating, "It is not merely discord. They are polar opposites. The Western Jin dynasty has always viewed literary and martial pursuits as adversarial. Has there been any movement from Wang Hong? Although Wang Hong holds the esteemed position of Prime Minister, the majority of significant decisions are made by the head of the literary pavilion, Lan Qin. I contemplate that Lan Qin will soon lend his support to the second prince, Yuan Hai." Zhou mused. "Which side do you believe has a greater chance of victory?" After a moment of reflection, the paragraph responded, "While the second prince has Wang Hong and Lan Qin on his side, the first prince boasts Li Yonghua and Lu Tianming, thus retaining a distinct advantage in strength. In terms of military power, the Gongqing Wang is the foremost force, however. He seldom engages in state affairs, let alone in the struggle for power. The third prince, Yuan Zhang, though still young, has achieved remarkable military feats. Despite being a loyal supporter of the crown, he is likely to assist the second prince, Yuan Hai, when it truly matters. Yet even so, he pales in comparison to Li Yonghua, who stands as the third most formidable military figure, after Gongqing Wang and Yuan Benchu. Hence, the second prince's prospects in this regard appear rather dim." Zhou remarked, somewhat indifferently. "So, Does this not place the second prince in a rather awkward position? The paragraph chuckled lightly. If one were to identify an advantage for Yuan Hai, it would undoubtedly be the support of the populace. Yuan Hai diligently studies the arts of governance and devotes himself to the teachings of sages, naturally endearing himself to the people. Zhou scoffed. What love for the people? That is merely a gentler form of manipulation. The paragraph remained unfazed, stating, if the esteemed Tai Shua wishes to undermine the Tianming alliance and General Li's household, it seems he can only support the second prince. Yuan Hai? Zhou Zhen displayed a nonchalant demeanor, ultimately concluding, I am here merely out of boredom, treating this as an experience along the vast journey of martial arts. If not for my distaste for the Tianming alliance, I would have no qualms supporting Yuan Yang instead. I have no interest in influencing the fortunes of this diminutive dynasty. The paragraph is filled with uncertainty regarding whom to trust. He is perplexed by the unwavering confidence of the youth before him, who appears to have already secured victory. Indeed, Master Tai, in just half a month, it will be the 80th birthday celebration of Yuan Benchu, during which the imperial palace will host a grand banquet, inviting various prominent figures. With a proud demeanor, he declared, as one of the so-called three major powers, my Jianmen group will certainly receive an invitation. You shall accompany me as a disciple of my Jianmen group, allowing you to gain a clearer understanding of the current court dynamics, thus facilitating your decision-making. A banquet at the imperial palace? That sounds agreeable. Chapter 89. The affiliated sect of the Jianmen group. However, Zhou is indeed a discerning individual. He recognizes that the quality and speed of cultivation at an pale in comparison to that within a sect, so he readily accepted the offer. Soon after, the two made their way to the affiliated sect of the Jianmen group. The distance was not great, and before long, they arrived. Upon entering the sect, Zhou could not suppress an exclamation of awe. The Jianmen group is truly deserving of its status as one of the three major powers of the Western Jin dynasty. Their strength is not merely rooted in their immense wealth, but also in their formidable martial prowess and the promising potential of their younger generation, which should not be underestimated. The martial sect of the Jianmen group differs from other established powers. They are notably more open in their recruitment of newcomers. In contrast, other factions, such as the three prominent families of Tianqi City, or the Tianming Alliance and Tongguan Pavilion of Jinlong City, tend to focus on nurturing disciples of their own lineage. For instance, the sect of the Zhou family places a significant emphasis on nurturing its own kin, such as Zhou Ziqing and Zhou Li. Much like the Tianming Alliance prioritizes the training of the Liu clan. However, the Jinmen group adopts a markedly different approach. They treat martial arts with the same openness as business. In the realm of commerce, if one possesses sufficient managerial acumen, advancement to senior management is a tangible possibility. Similarly, in martial arts, with ample talent, attaining the position of sect elder is not merely a fanciful notion. The case of Duan is a testament to this. He began as a humble cowherd in a small village within a kingdom on the continent, but through fortuitous circumstances, he arrived at the Jinmen group to cultivate his skills. With exceptional aptitude for cultivation and a wealth of knowledge in business management theories, he has ascended steadily over the decades, ultimately becoming the highest authority in the Jinmen group. Time has flown by, and that esteemed individual has likely already attained the rank of martial emperor. The cultivation plaza of the Jinmen group is not only expansive, but also rich in spiritual energy, basking in sunlight from dawn till dusk, greatly benefiting the practitioners. Zhou sensed the surroundings and noticed that most of the young disciples in the plaza were merely 12 or 13 years old, younger than himself, with only a few of his age. Yet, their prowess already reached 8 or 9 stars in martial arts, with several even attaining the rank of martial masters. Zhou mused within himself, it seems the world is indeed vast. During the mage examination, my 4-star martial artist prowess astonished the audience, and I believed myself to be formidable at that time. Yet, witnessing these younger individuals with comparable strength to my own, I lament, for it appears my progress has been rather sluggish. Elder Mo chuckled reassuringly, saying, I do not believe your talent is mediocre. Rather, your dual cultivation in both magic and martial arts naturally results in a speed that cannot rival those who specialize solely in martial arts. Furthermore, when you initially entered the Black Beast Mountain, the spiritual energy there was already quite insufficient, and you squandered a considerable amount of time during your journey. With a smile, Elder Mo continued, despite this, you have not fallen behind your peers, and in fact, you possess a slight edge. Viewed in this light, you are indeed an extraordinary individual. Moreover, The combat prowess you can currently exhibit is certainly beyond that of a mere one-star martial artist. Indeed, that is true. After all, the power of this wind ability is something even I fear, he added with a chuckle. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Imo remarked, by the way, I previously mentioned that your physical strength is already comparable to that of a 6- or 7-star martial artist. I initially intended to advise you to slow down your physical training, but upon further reflection, I believe your physical strength should be regarded as an advantage in combat. Elder Imo pondered briefly before stating, when the time is right, I will impart to you a technique for body refinement, which will greatly enhance your physical prowess. Body refinement technique? What level is it? Is it powerful? Jiuzhou exclaimed in astonishment. Teacher, have you really ventured into those legendary 10 forbidden zones of life? Indeed, I have, Elder Imo replied, though reflecting on it now still sends shivers down my spine, and I feel quite apprehensive. Moreover, as for the so-called 10 forbidden zones of life, one has already been conquered, so it should now be referred to as the 9 forbidden zones of life. Jiuzhou, momentarily lost in thought, awkwardly scratched his head. Ah, right, I nearly forgot about the origins of the Alliance Martial Academy. Lord Tai, please, he continued, how remarkable it is, truly, that being one of the 3 major powers, their collection is so extensive. Although Jiuzhou remarked this, he had no intention of borrowing any cultivation materials. They paled in comparison to what old Imo had provided him. Accompanied by his guide, Jiuzhou wandered through the impressive grounds, deeply impressed by the might of the Jinmin group. As they traversed the premises, he sensed that the disciples' strengths were progressively escalating, evolving from the initial 8- or 9-star warriors to the 4- or 5-star martial masters among the senior disciples, all around the tender age of 16. With such a gifted younger generation, it is indeed challenging to imagine not becoming one of the 3 great powers. Jiuzhou mused that while the Jinmin group attained its status through commercial affluence, the Tianming Alliance and Tongwen Pavilion, as mainstream sects of martial arts and literature, must possess extraordinary strength. It seems that to topple the Tianming Alliance, mere brute force would be insufficient. As he continued his stroll, Jiuzhou encountered a familiar face, an 11-year-old boy, his prowess merely at the 8th or 9th stage of body refinement. How could he possibly gain entry to the Jinmin group? Ah, this young lad must be the one recommended by Chu Wuyun. Had the boy not called out to him, Jiuzhou might not have recognized him. The boy's innocent words in that small tea house had indeed amused him. Jiuzhou exchanged a few casual words with the boy, who insisted that he would eventually surpass his older brother and Uncle Chu. Jiuzhou offered words of encouragement before bidding farewell and taking his leave. Jiuzhou stretched leisurely, contemplating the prospect of achieving another star enhancement within a mere fortnight. Chapter 90. The Tenfold Gravity Chamber. According to Elder Imo, the gravity chamber established by the Jinmin group was merely powered by a magical array, lacking the authenticity of a true gravity chamber. A genuine gravity chamber is crafted by a professional array master who employs authentic formations to siphon away the impurities of the surrounding atmosphere, subsequently infusing it with high-purity refining energy, and ultimately harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to create a formidable gravitational force. The gravity chambers devised by professional array masters are imbued with a concentration of refining energy that all martial artists yearn for. However, the number of such masters is exceedingly scarce, and most are imbued with lofty aspirations. The costs of training them are extraordinarily steep. Consequently, only a select few elite factions possess the means to accommodate these masters. Thus, the possession of a true gravity chamber has become a hallmark of a first-rate power. Although the Jinmin group possesses the strength and credentials to do so, the gravity chambers crafted by these array masters harbor a purity of gravity that far exceeds what the disciples of these sects could withstand. By the time they attain the capacity to endure it, their aspirations have likely already soared to the moonlit Empire division of the Rainbow Consortium. Therefore, the Jinmin group opted not to expend exorbitant sums to engage an array master for the setup, instead requesting the Mage Guild of the Western Jin dynasty to create a semblance of the chamber. Although this imitation lacks the rich concentration of refining energy characteristic of a mastercrafted chamber, it is still sufficiently potent for these young disciples to benefit from. Jiuzhou listened with great excitement and said, Teacher, from what you say, it seems that formation masters are quite formidable. Should I consider learning this craft as well? Old Imo chuckled and replied, Indeed, in certain functional formations, mages find themselves at a disadvantage. Take the gravity chamber designed for martial artists. If a senior mage were to set it up, it could directly suppress your soul. Would you still dare to enter for training? It would be a miracle if you emerged without your soul scattering into oblivion. Moreover, formations for gathering energy and spirits yield doubled effects in the hands of a formation master. Yet for a mage, they might merely attract restless souls. And rather than refining energy, you'd be fortunate not to be terrified to death. Jiuzhou grasped the essence of the matter. The greatest flaw of mages lay not in their martial prowess, but rather in the overwhelming strength of their spiritual power. This often rendered them clumsy when attempting to establish functional formations, limiting their efficacy compared to that of professional formation masters. However, in the realm of offensive formations, a mage's array is imbued with the essence of their own magical soul, capable of assaulting not only the skin, muscles, and bones of an adversary, but also their very soul. The power unleashed is unmatched by any formation master. Additionally, Jiuzhou learned that the Mage Guild of the Shijin dynasty is an organization established by the royal family itself, distinct from the guild known to old Mo. According to the elder Mo, in other regions, the leaders of the sorcerer guilds are typically the most formidable wizards within their ranks. The purpose of organizing these guilds diverges significantly from that of the sorcerer guild of the Western Jin dynasty, which is primarily to assist Yuan Binshu in consolidating his rule and to accompany the army in various battles. Conversely, the sorcerer guilds in other locales are characterized by their opposition. The wizards therein continuously strive to thwart wars and conflicts through their talents and abilities. Thus, one could assert that these guilds represent an extraordinary force, serving as emissaries of peace and tranquility. Numerous powerful factions and great empires defer to the authority of the sorcerer guilds, partly because their strength and influence far surpass those of the empires, and partly due to the indescribable allure that the guilds offer. Gradually, he entered a dimly lit training facility, where nearly 200 gravity chambers were arranged in a labyrinthine manner. Upon stepping into this shadowy realm, Jiuzhou immediately felt an overwhelming pressure atop his head, inducing a sense of discomfort that made even walking a challenge. This was a gravity level of twice the normal. Had he already encountered such pressure before even entering the gravity chamber? As he pondered, Jiuzhou prepared to proceed into the chamber. Elder Mo advised him, "Since this is your first experience training in a gravity environment, it would be prudent to acclimate outside for a while. Observe your current state. Even this double gravity is causing you dizziness, let alone the intense gravity within the chambers." Jiuzhou chuckled awkwardly. It's only natural for a first-timer. First, let's complete 500 push-ups. That will expedite your adaptation. All right, 1, 2, 3. Jiuzhou, upon hearing these words, promptly positioned himself and commenced the arduous task of push-ups. By the time he reached 496, he was breathless. 496, 497, 498, 499, 500. Oh dear. I'm utterly exhausted. To perform 500 push-ups under double gravity is akin to executing 1,000 in normal conditions. Teacher, my arms ache, my legs are sore, and my neck feels stiff. Old Mo chuckled. Now stand up and see for yourself. With a powerful push, Jiuzhou rose to his feet and was astonished to feel a newfound lightness in his body. The soreness in his limbs had dissipated, and the pressure on his crown had vanished, although his neck remained rigid. Have I managed to adapt to double gravity? Indeed. However, double gravity is still insufficient for true cultivation standards, so you must proceed to the tenfold gravity chamber. Off you go. Understood. Those who come to train here are predominantly children from impoverished families, hoping to one day become inner disciples of the sect or even advance to the branches in the Moonlight Empire for further enlightenment. This would indeed bring honor to their families. Little do they know that, merely due to his infatuation with a girl, Jiuzhou has unwittingly become a rival to the son of a local gang leader. What astonished him even more was that the son of the mob boss had actually sent someone to eliminate him. In a desperate situation, he plunged off a cliff, only to find himself in this new continent after death. Well, enough of that. It is more important to focus on cultivation. Within the gravity chamber, designed to withstand intense gravitational pressure, the entire room was forged from high-strength steel, coupled with the prolonged pressure of the formation. The gravity chamber was shrouded in a dim and oppressive gloom. Chapter 91. The beastly refinement technique. Jiuzhou stepped into the gravity chamber, and the heavy iron door slowly closed behind him. He cast another glance at the disciples of the sect, each one engrossed in their arduous training, silent and solitary. They all entered with their heads held high, yet left in a state of disarray and helplessness. Once the iron door was shut, Jiuzhou approached it and noticed a palm-sized red button. Could this be the button to activate tenfold gravity? Muttering to himself, he pressed it. Instantly, a beam of dust-laden light descended from above the gravity chamber. With the aid of the faint illumination, Jiuzhou could vaguely discern the walls of the less than 10 square meter room, which bore mottled stains of blood. These disciples truly trained with reckless abandon. No wonder they were exceptionally powerful at such a young age. Old Emo had not anticipated the relentless dedication of the disciples within the Golden Gate group. He exclaimed in astonishment, "The path of the strong knows no shortcuts." He praised them, saying, as the saying goes, diligence can make up for lack of talent. Though these disciples possess average innate abilities, with such determination, it is merely a matter of time before they become formidable forces. Indeed, it is evident that even a minor subsidiary of the esteemed Rainbow Consortium wields considerable influence. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from above within the gravity chamber. Has the gravity matrix been activated? Jean ambled towards the center of the room. Shortly thereafter, he discerned an immense force of attrition emanating from beneath his feet. Subsequently, this power swiftly enveloped his knees, thighs, waist, neck, and cranium. Clang! His entire frame collapsed instantaneously, as if all flesh and blood had been compressed into a single mass, plummeting heavily onto the steel floor. His left cheek, pressed against the steel, had already become extensively bruised, swollen to the point of resembling an obese individual. He gasped laboriously, his nostrils proving insufficient, as he inhaled deeply through his mouth, endeavoring to replenish his strength to support his body. Otherwise, even sitting up would be arduous, let alone cultivating. However, he also observed that even with oral respiration and an abundance of air within the gravity chamber, a sensation of asphyxiation persisted. Good heavens! No wonder an abundance of refined qi is imperative within the gravity chamber. Were it comparable to the outside world, I would likely succumb to suffocation. Despite Jin's preparedness, he was nonetheless caught off guard, breathing heavily. The blood within his body had adhered to its lower regions, and the pulsation of his heart was insufficient to promote circulation, resulting in a pallid and ghastly complexion. Hark! A wisp of divine consciousness entered his body, and with a gentle exhortation, it commanded his heart to accelerate its rhythm. Thump! Thump! Upon receiving the directive, the heart's rate of pulsation increased exponentially. The rapid palpitation of his heart was profoundly unpleasant, and after 2 minutes, a series of excruciating pangs began to emanate from within. However, these spasms were far more tolerable than the oppressive force of gravity. The high-frequency throbbing and deep, gasping breaths revitalized Jiuzhou, gradually restoring color to his pallid countenance. Ugh, ah. He gritted his teeth, bracing his hands against the ground. And with every ounce of strength he could muster, he managed to prop himself up with extreme difficulty, ultimately assuming a cross-legged posture. He could feel an immense pressure on his skull, as if it were about to be flattened at any moment. His head was the first to succumb, and now blood trickled from Jiuzhou's orifices. Subsequently, at his point of contact with the ground, a tearing force, akin to a demonic hand reaching up from the abyss, threatened to drag him from the steel platform into the fathomless depths below. He strained to speak. "Master, you didn't bring me here just to torment me, did you?" Master Emo chuckled. "Heh, I didn't expect you, little fellow, to withstand the pressure of 10 times the gravity with the strength of a martial master. TSK, impressive. You should know that the other disciples in the gravity chambers only endure 5 or 6 times. Oh, that's right, your physical body must be stronger. No wonder. Huh, you can set it to 5 or 6 times the gravity." Jiuzhou was dumbfounded, a look of regret washing over him. "Woe is me. I've been played. It's your own fault for not asking. Don't blame me." Master Emo turned his face away, saying, "Alas, seeing your pitiable state, here, this is for you." As he spoke, Elder Emo took out a tome from his spatial ring and handed it to Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou received it, inquiring, "What is this?" "The beastly body refinement technique." "Why is it called beastly? Does that mean I will end up resembling a mere beast upon mastering it?" "I refuse," Elder Emo replied. "This tome, originally titled The Eternal Sovereign Scripture, was renamed after my cultivation led me to feel that the former title did not adequately reflect its efficacy. It is now aptly named indeed." Haha. With that, Elder Emo chuckled with a sense of pride, as if he had achieved something remarkable. Meanwhile, Jiuzhou expressed his disdain, thinking beastly. The original name was so melodious, Yet you altered it to this? Truly lacking in culture. Ha ha ha. Unaware of Zhou Zhan's extreme disdain, Elder Mo continued to laugh heartily. 2 minutes later, Elder Mo cleared his throat and said, ahem. Now let us be serious. Serious, you say? It has always been you who laughed. Zhou Zhan retorted, unable to contain himself, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hurry and cultivate this beastly body refinement technique. Otherwise, you will inevitably struggle under this tenfold gravity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhan revealed a hint of gravity in his expression. For Elder Mo had previously mentioned that his physical body had exceeded the limits, and in future confrontations with stronger foes, this very body would serve as his trump card. Thus, he could not afford to be careless at this stage. Settling into a meditative position, he slowly opened the tome, allowing his consciousness to delve within. The might of the body refinement technique of illusory beasts lies not solely in its capacity to elevate one's physical strength several tiers, but primarily in its remarkable ability to swiftly mend injuries. The first realm of the body refinement technique of illusory beasts is the violent golden body, followed by the demon's fury armor in the second realm, and the overlord body of the third realm. Each level represents a qualitative leap. Yet this is not the pinnacle of the technique's prowess. The most formidable aspect is a unique ability within the technique, known as the unification of creation, which allows one to absorb the entirety of spiritual essence from heavenly fruits or high-grade herbs consumed, leaving not a single drop wasted. The efficacy of this absorption is significantly enhanced as well. Upon reaching the first realm, one is bestowed with the protection of the golden body, which aids in deflecting fatal blows in times of peril, transforming the force endured into nourishment for the physical form, thereby facilitating recovery. Old Mo chuckled with pride, saying, well, what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Zuzan, overwhelmed by the revelation, found himself in a state of astonishment, his limbs numb and his consciousness adrift. Such a miraculous body technique, could it truly exist? Unification of creation? Protection of the golden body? Observing Zuzan's astonished expression, Old Mo smiled and remarked, though this body technique is unrivaled in power, it is your own strength that provides the foundation upon which the technique can manifest its full potential. Moreover, when will you acquire a heavenly fruit? If you were sufficiently powerful, would you even require the protection of the golden body? Zhou Zhan gradually calmed down upon hearing these words, contemplating that the teacher was indeed correct. No matter how extraordinary the body refinement technique may be, it ultimately relies on external aids. Only by fortifying one's own strength can one truly embark on the righteous path of martial arts. With this thought, he began to meticulously study the phantom beast body refinement technique, muttering to himself incessantly. At that moment, the tenfold gravity continued to ravage his crown and torment his thighs. Yet Zhou Zhan, immersed in the technique, felt his consciousness detached from his corporeal form, rendering him oblivious to the pain. Chapter 92. The Crimson Demon Light Bang. 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 The sound of skin rupturing incessantly emanated from Zhou Zhan's body. With each rupture, bursts of plasma erupted forth, staining his face in a gruesome display. This transformation was undeniably a sign of his enhancement. The phantom beast body refinement technique has yielded results so swiftly? Zhou Zhan mused, feeling a powerful force coursing through him. Time seemed to elapse without his notice, and he found himself growing accustomed to the explosive pain. The expression of torment that once marked his visage had relaxed considerably. This extraordinary force was unlike anything he had previously cultivated in terms of qi, meridians, or spiritual power. He recognized that this was an embodiment of pure physical strength. Previously, he believed that physical prowess merely indicated his capacity to endure greater damage, but now, it dawned on him that merely honing the body could lead to enhancement. Truly a remarkable revelation. As he marveled at this realization, a hint of confusion lingered, prompting him to inquire, "Teacher, could it be that body refinement, much like the paths of literature and martial arts, stands as a distinct discipline of its own?" Elder Mo pondered, "I have contemplated this matter before. On the current continent, the majority of formidable individuals tend to categorize body refinement within the realm of martial arts. While I do not share this perspective, articulating my stance clearly is no simple task. Why is that? Although body refinement bears some resemblance to the tempering of the body in martial arts, it merely parallels it at a superficial level." With a smile, Elder Mo continued, "In the illusory world continent, the paths of cultivation are manifold, encompassing literary, demonic, martial, celestial, and heavenly paths, the latter also referred to as the divine path. The distinction among these schools lies in the different energies they cultivate. The literary path nurtures righteous energy, the martial path refines qi, the demonic path harnesses demonic energy. The celestial path cultivates celestial energy, and the heavenly, or divine, path fosters spiritual energy. Among these, the celestial energy of the celestial path and the spiritual energy of the heavenly path are the most refined and can be utilized by practitioners of other paths. This means that those who cultivate the literary, martial, or demonic paths can enhance their strength by absorbing celestial and spiritual energy. Thus, the differentiation among the various schools is established. However, body cultivation, being solely focused on the physical form and lacking the cultivation of other energies, is not recognized as an independent path by practitioners. Consequently, it is relegated to a technique within the martial arts. Jiuzhou, filled with confusion, exclaimed, "What? To classify body cultivation as merely a technique? Are these formidable individuals fools? Where is the strength in such techniques?" Upon hearing this, Elder Imo could only respond with a resigned smile. The formidable individuals he referred to were those within the Imperial Alliance, whom he had always regarded with disdain, and thus, he naturally did not concur with their assertions. "Indeed, Master," the student began, "you mentioned that practitioners of other sects can absorb celestial and spiritual energies. But can those of the immortal way and the heavenly path also absorb the righteous aura, refining energy, and demonic energy?" With a chuckle, Master Imo replied, "Certainly, they can. However, they disdain the notion of assimilating energies deemed inferior to their own, particularly the demonic energy." "What do you mean by particularly demonic energy?" the student inquired. Master Imo elaborated with a smile. "Those who cultivate the immortal way and the heavenly path have long become accustomed to the purest forms of energy. Should they absorb the righteous aura or refining energy, they would merely expel the impurities contained within. Demonic energy, however, poses a different challenge. It stands in stark contrast to celestial and spiritual energies, embodying the most turbid essence of the cosmos. Yet, it is also the most potent force in existence, unmatched even by the most refined celestial and spiritual energies. Demonic energy is primarily born from prolonged experiences of slaughter, infused with murderous intent and malice, and composed of various toxic essences. Such demonic energy revels in consuming the pure celestial and spiritual energies. Should a practitioner of the immortal way or heavenly path allow it to enter their being, it could pose a grave threat to their cultivation and strength, potentially reducing them to the status of an ordinary person or even resulting in their demise. The student's pupils constricted in realization. So, if those who cultivate the immortal way or heavenly path encounter practitioners of the demonic path, is it not a path to certain death? Master Imo pondered for a moment. "Well, it could be seen that way. Is it truly that terrifying?" The student gasped. "If not, how could it be termed demonic? Yet, this is indeed too dreadful. What distinguishes an encounter with the demon clan from an encounter with the Grim Reaper?" Imo Lao shot a glance at me, saying, "Am I not a member of the demon clan myself? Am I here to take your life? Oh, well, rest assured. The demon clan is separated from this place by countless miles. Even if you wish to encounter them, it would be a challenge." "Well, that puts my mind at ease," Jiuzhou remarked. "But where exactly is the domain of the demon clan? It would be prudent for me to avoid it during my future adventures." Imo Lao cast another glance at him and replied, "The illusory world can be divided into 5 regions: the eastern region, the western desert, the southern mountains, the northern territory, and Jiuzhou. The domain of the demon clan lies in the northern territory, while we are situated in the heart of the eastern region, quite a distance apart. In the illusory world, the demon clan occupies merely 1/5 of the northern territory, while the other 4 regions belong entirely to humanity, suggesting that the demon clan may not be as formidable as they seem, likely just a hollow reputation." Imo Lao looked at Jiuzhou as if he were a fool and said, "You imbecile, do you have any idea how vast the northern territory is? Among the 5 regions, the eastern, southern, and western areas are relatively similar in size, but Jiuzhou and the northern territory are far more extensive. The combined area of the other 3 regions barely matches that of Jiuzhou, while the entirety of Jiuzhou does not even reach a quarter of the northern territory." "Humph. Not formidable, you say?" Jiuzhou listened in astonishment, his mouth agape. If that were the case, could it mean that the demon clan occupies nearly half of the entire continent? Imo Lao stroked his beard and casually remarked, "Yes, one could say that. The demon clan. Could they truly be this powerful?" At present, you are not yet suited to comprehend the intricate distribution of power across the continent. Although the realm of the demon clan is vast and boundless, the remaining lands are more than sufficient for the human race to thrive and flourish. Moreover, not all demons are mere ruthless fiends. My esteemed master is a gentle and amiable example of this. However, one crucial point must be made clear, even within human territories. The shadows of the demon clan may lurk. Should you find yourself unfortunate enough to encounter them, it is prudent to avoid their wrath. For even a mere underling of the demon clan can easily devour you. Devour you. Is this still an amiable notion? In this day and age, while the physical forms of many demons have diverged from that of humans, they remain a branch of humanity nonetheless, retaining a semblance of human nature. Yet, there exist individuals who, cloaked in the guise of humanity, commit atrocities that even demons would shy away from. Their humanity has long been extinguished. Such individuals are utterly unworthy of being called human. As he spoke, Master Emo suddenly became agitated, his pupils radiating a dark red demonic light, and an overwhelming aura of power, emanating from a master of the demon clan, began to spread forth. Jiuzhou discerned that the individuals his master referred to were indeed those within the Imperial Alliance. Chapter 93, Frenzied Cultivation, Second Update, Happy New Year. Jiuzhou narrowed his eyes. Every time his master mentioned the demon clan and the Imperial Alliance in tandem, he could scarcely contain his emotions. It seemed that what Jiuzhou had gleaned from Chu Wuyun was indeed true, yet why had his master never mentioned it to him? Alas, the reason is clear, it was for my safety. Upon activating the beast refinement technique, he found that the tenfold gravity was not as formidable as it seemed. Now, not only did he traverse this immense gravitational force with ease, but he also felt a peculiar comfort stemming from the overwhelming strength it imparted. However, such power came at a considerable cost. Enduring the excruciating pain in his flesh required an immense expenditure of stamina. Without having attained the first realm of cultivation, recovering swiftly from this depletion necessitated the invocation of vast amounts of qi to compensate. Jiuzhou nodded slightly. During Jiuzhou's seclusion for cultivation, the other disciples practicing in the gravity chamber sensed the extraordinary situation unfolding at his location. The force opposing the tenfold gravity appeared to be sheer physical strength. Recognizing this astonishing feat, the disciples gathered outside Jiuzhou's gravity chamber, chattering animatedly. Goodness, how can one possess such formidable physicality to resist tenfold gravity? Indeed, and he shows no signs of struggle. You know nothing. This is beyond mere resilience. If you focus, you'll notice that his physical prowess flows effortlessly under tenfold gravity, without a hint of pressure. Remarkably, he seems to revel in the oppressive weight of tenfold gravity. How can such strength exist? When I practiced inside, I dared not engage with tenfold gravity. Quite right. I recall a foolish youth who once attempted to wield tenfold gravity and ended up gasping for breath under its weight. Ah, that individual you mentioned. I've also heard whispers. Rumor has it the youth's femur was fractured under the pressure, likely resulting in permanent disability. It's quite alarming. When did such a prodigy emerge within the Golden Gate Consortium? Everyone is perplexed, unable to decipher it. Soon, Jiuzhou's feat of withstanding tenfold gravity with sheer physical prowess, without faltering, reverberated throughout the affiliated sects of the Golden Gate Consortium. Since you witnessed him firsthand, you must have gleaned some sense of his capabilities. What echelon would you estimate he occupies? Difficult to ascertain. I couldn't quite discern it, but he's certainly no weaker than myself. But aren't you already a one-star martial master? How could you fail to perceive it? In that case, there's only one plausible explanation. He, too, must be a one-star martial master. Impossible. A one-star martial master is merely an average presence within the inner sanctum. How could one dare to confront tenfold gravity, and do so with such ease? Rumors often contain embellishments. One shouldn't accept them at face value. 3 days later, Jiuzhou sensed that the tenfold gravity could no longer facilitate further advancement of his physical form. Thus, he intended to rise and depart. However, upon opening the ponderous iron door, a look of bewilderment crossed his countenance. This is the individual who contended with tenfold gravity? The multitude of disciples awaiting outside the gravity chamber were visibly aghast. Their disheveled attire was to be expected, as nearly everyone who ventured within emerged in a similar state of tatter and disrepair, quite commonplace, indeed. However, before him stood an individual whose attire was tattered beyond repair. And alarmingly, Their entire body bore ghastly bloodstains. At a glance, one could scarcely discern any of their skin's natural hue, as they were enveloped in a thick, sanguine crimson. A layer of congealed blood crusted over their surface, marked with fissures that rendered them akin to a shattered demon. Apart from their eyes, there was hardly a feature that resembled that of a human. Jiuzhou found himself perplexed. Were these individuals awaiting his emergence to engage in their own training? Or was there something uniquely extraordinary about this gravity chamber? Paying no heed to the astonished gazes of those around him, he strode purposefully out of the gravity training area. Look, that person appears to be merely a two-star martial artist, right? When did two-star martial artists become capable of withstanding tenfold gravity? The whispers revealed the truth of the rumors. Behold, under the influence of this double gravity, each step he took seemed effortless, as if he were treading upon level ground. As the crowd observed Zhou Zhan's movements, they couldn't help but be struck by the incongruity of it all. Heavens, though it was merely double gravity. Surely other martial artists would feel a modicum of pressure? Yet this individual. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the astonished silence, startling the onlookers. They instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the cry. A girl, trembling uncontrollably, stood at the entrance of the gravity chamber, having just arrived. Curiosity surged among the crowd as they rushed forward, their eyes widening in disbelief. A few of the more timid girls, overwhelmed by the scene, gasped and knelt down in shock. Within the gravity chamber, the walls and floor, forged from high-quality steel, had become pitted and cracked. The once dark steel floor was now stained a deep crimson with blood. Every heart seemed to be gripped tightly, as if by a colossal hand. Was it truly necessary for this young man to exert himself to such extremes? Just emerging from the gravity training ground, Jiuzhou heard the echoes of astonished gasps from within and instinctively glanced at his own body, soon realizing the truth. No wonder those individuals regarded him as if he were a specter. Oh, it seems I attract quite a bit of attention. With that thought, Jiuzhou made his way to a nearby washroom, seeking a forgotten corner where he could shed his blood-soaked garments. After a quick shower, the scabs of blood were washed away, and he donned a clean set of clothes before stepping outside. The effects of the beast body refinement technique were undeniably formidable. However, the agony endured during training was not something just anyone could withstand. Even he had felt every inch of his skin and muscle shatter, only to regenerate anew. Were it not for the reminders from Elder Mo at his side, his consciousness might have shattered along with his muscles. Elder Mo imparted to him that every peak powerhouse, in their pursuit of strength, had endured suffering that others could not bear, thus attaining powers beyond the reach of the ordinary. The path to supremacy is devoid of shortcuts. Chapter 94. The lineup situation. Jiuzhou had secluded himself for 10 days, not stepping out of the gravity training grounds even once. During this period, his physical strength had ascended significantly, and he had cultivated a considerable amount of corporeal power. Furthermore, his chi refining prowess had also improved, elevating him to the rank of a two-star martial artist. His previous visit had been for the purpose of the mage examination, during which he had not taken the time to appreciate the splendor of the capital. As he strolled leisurely along the main thoroughfare, observing the bustling crowd and listening to the lively calls of vendors, he noticed several performers showcasing martial arts not far away. The vibrant life of a large city was indeed a source of deep yearning. Young Master Tai, a sweet and delicate voice called from behind him. Jiuzhou turned to find Liu Yao, the charming receptionist from the Jinmen group who had attended to him previously. "It's you, beautiful. Is there something you need?" he inquired. Liu Yao blushed slightly and replied, "You may call me Liu Yao. What is it, little beauty? Is there something urgent?" Jiuzhou's eyes narrowed, and his expression grew somewhat displeased. With that, he lifted his foot to leave, soon arriving at the Jinmen group. He mused to himself, "Liu Yao is quite efficient in her duties, isn't she? I merely mentioned inviting young Master Tai over, without implying that it had to be an immediate summons. And judging by young Master Tai's demeanor, it seems she informed him that I had brought his belongings from the inn. Alas, I find myself in a predicament, as I must rely on the esteemed young Master Tai to elevate my standing within the Rainbow Consortium. If this misunderstanding persists, it may spell disaster for me. Young Master Tai, I assure you, that was not my intention." In a flurry, Duanluo rose from his seat, his trembling hands gesticulating in a bid to clarify his position. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. After standing, he hastily offered the plush armchair to Jiuzhou, gesturing courteously. Jiuzhou, however, displayed no hesitation, plopping down into the chair and propping his feet upon the desk before him. "What do you require of me?" he demanded. Observing Zhou's demeanor, Duanluo suppressed any irritation and forced a smile. Fear not, young Master Tai. Allow me to prepare a pot of exquisite tea for you. Zhou poured himself a cup, bringing it to his nose. The fragrant aroma enveloped him, soothing his spirit and gradually tempering his ire. Indeed, this is splendid tea, he remarked. Duanluo, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, noted that Zhou's anger was dissipating. Yet, an unwelcome complication arose as an assistant added to his troubles. He shot a glare at the individual, turning back to Zhou with a forced smile. Ah, please forgive me, young Master Tai. This individual is but a reckless assistant of mine. I shall reprimand him at once. If he is indeed reckless, he need not remain. He should take his leave. Did you not hear? Young Master Tai commands you to depart at once. The assistant, taken aback, stood frozen for a moment, bewildered, before finally regaining his composure and exiting the room. After the young assistant had left, Zhou took a sip of tea, his anger having subsided. After all, he is currently in a cooperative relationship with the Golden Gate Group, and there is no need to sever ties over trivial disputes. Speak quickly. Although I find myself rather idle, I do not wish to squander my efforts on you. At this moment, Duan was overwhelmed with embarrassment and indignation. He understood that while he was in a partnership with the youth, it was the Golden Gate Group, and moreover, himself, who stood to gain the most. Thus he could only comply with great reluctance. Duan awkwardly chuckled, saying, The purpose of inviting young Master Tai here is to inform you that the guest list for the royal banquet in 5 days has been finalized, and I am here to report it to you. Is it not sufficient to write this down on paper and send someone to deliver it to me? Why must you expend your time? He retorted with a smirk. You jest, young master. The relationships among the various factions are exceedingly intricate, and many civil and military officials will be in attendance that day. It cannot simply be distilled into a single note. Duan continued. The reason for inviting you is twofold. First, to report on the attendance, and second, I kindly request that you stay at our affiliated sect of the Golden Gate Group for the next few days. After all, on the day of the royal banquet, you will be attending as a disciple of our sect, which will help to keep your presence discreet. Zhou replied softly, taking a delicate sip of fragrant tea, allowing the anger within him to dissipate. After all, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, even if that face belongs to an old man. He continued, as I anticipated, this year, for Yuan Benchu's 80th birthday, the invitations have once again been extended to various civil and military officials, as well as to the different factions within Jinlong City and high-ranking officials from nearby major cities, in the distant city of Tianxi and several other far-off metropolises. Although high-ranking officials received invitations, the vast distance prevented their attendance at this grand feast. Zhou inquired, were past palace banquets also like this? How can I discern which faction a government official aligns with? Chuckling, the young Master Tai reassured him, rest assured, in faraway cities like Tianxi, the majority of city lords have received immense grace from His Majesty Yuan Benchu. Thus they voluntarily take on the duty of guarding the borders. Therefore, they remain neutral and will only support the legitimate heir to the throne, the crown prince personally appointed by Yuan Benchu. Chapter 95. Various major forces, continued. Second update, Zhou remarked. So, essentially, these individuals share the same stance as Prince Gongqing? Indeed, one might say so. However, Prince Gongqing has previously declared his loyalty to the state rather than to the king. His character is enigmatic. Yet, I believe that in the crucial final moments, he will side with the legitimate heir to the throne. That is well, Zhou replied. Aligning with the rightful heir means aligning with my cause. In the end, there will undoubtedly be a fierce battle for survival. If he can ascertain his position, it would afford him a chance at survival. Duan looked on in confusion. As a seasoned figure in the business world, he had always prided himself on his perceptive judgment of character. Yet this youth before him exuded an aura of inscrutability that left him perplexed. The esteemed Lord Gongqing Wang stands as the foremost figure on the illustrious power rankings of the Shijin dynasty. Even should he personally intervene, he may not necessarily find himself a match for his adversaries. The implication conveyed by this youth suggests that should one not align with him, a dire fate awaits. This notion eludes my comprehension entirely. However, upon reflection, I realize that I too have chosen a side, with the Jinmen Group and Tongwen Pavilion. 2 out of the 3 major factions are already aligned with us. Furthermore, with Wang Hong's faction, we possess the strength of 3 martial kings. Such a formidable assembly makes it exceedingly challenging to avoid claiming the legitimate throne. Yet, In terms of military strength, we still fall short. Without the backing of an army, even if the throne were to be claimed, the consolidation of power would prove arduous. Could it be that this young master of Tai has some hidden stratagem? If we were to unite the mages from the Mage Guild, the resultant fighting force would undoubtedly rival that of 400,000 to 500,000 troops. Thus, in Zhou's vision, our military strength is not to be underestimated. Rather, it serves as our most formidable support. Aside from the high-ranking officials who choose not to partake in the festivities, who else remains? There are numerous martial generals led by Li Yonghua, alongside the civil officials led by Wang Hong. As for the majority, they are mere pawns, insufficient to sway the overarching narrative. The narrative unfolds gradually. Among the more formidable figures is Yin Hanyang, the lord of Jinlong City, who has long attained the rank of 9-star martial sage. His mastery of a formidable ancestral technique renders him nearly invincible beneath the rank of martial king. Additionally, there exists another faction, the illustrious Wen family of Nishi City. Wen Jiujia's younger brother, Wen Jia, has become a prominent figure by Wang Hong's side, possessing the righteous aura akin to that of martial prowess. The Wen family has experienced remarkable growth in recent years, wielding considerable influence within the court of the Western Jin dynasty. They have played a significant role in restraining military generals, and their strength extends beyond mere moral integrity. Their accomplishments in commerce are nearly rivaled only by our Jinmen group. Zhou Zhun listened in astonishment, realizing that a literary family had achieved such heights in business. Clearly not by mere chance. He himself had some connections with the Wen family, having been a guest there during the martial arts competition in Niche City. He fondly recalled showcasing his talents, reciting poetry and playing the lute. One particular piece, Spring Breeze 10 Miles, had summoned a fragrant breeze, and truth be told, had he been unoccupied, he could have played for 3 days and nights. When the head of the Wen family, Wen Long, learned that Zhou Zhun's aspirations lay not in marriage, but in the pursuit of martial arts, he did not express anger. Instead, he increased his patronage, gifting Zhou Zhun with 5,000 taels of platinum, a sum he has yet to fully utilize. Zhou Zhun holds a certain fondness for this illustrious literary family, feeling a sense of indebtedness towards them. Now that the Wen family stands by his side, he considers it an opportune moment to repay this favor. These are the notable figures who will grace the royal banquet on that day. Zhou Zhun listened intently to the intricate web of power dynamics, feeling somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he had drawn certain conclusions. Apart from the Lord's Manor of Jinlong City and the esteemed Wen family of Nishi City, the rest were merely minor players, relegated to secondary positions, posing little threat in his eyes. Having gathered sufficient understanding, Zhou Zhun chose not to linger. If he were to perform, it must be with authenticity. Thus, he departed directly to the affiliated sect upon leaving the Jinmen group. Having sufficiently explored the capital, it was time to devote himself to cultivation. Upon arriving at the affiliated sect, he made his way straight to the gravity training ground. After the gratifying results from his previous experience, he was filled with joy. Unexpectedly, after spending 10 days within, he not only enhanced his physical strength, but also directly elevated his chi refining prowess by a star. He felt immensely satisfied with such training results. Since old Mo revised his cultivation plan, his progress had been steadily increasing, gradually meeting old Mo's expectations. Although old Mo anticipated that Zhou Zhun should have improved his chi refining prowess by 2 stars, even he was astonished by Zhou Zhun's rapid advancement in physical strength, surpassing all expectations. Thus, it could be said that he had barely met the anticipated results. However, old Mo emphasized that Zhou Zhun's goal was Mount Fangzong, where the minimum requirement for new recruits was martial proficiency, not merely physical strength. Therefore, old Mo urged Zhou Zhun that his foremost priority now should be to enhance his chi refining prowess, as his physical strength had already exceeded the standard considerably, allowing him to slow his pace somewhat. Zhou Zhun is indeed aware of the underlying reasons, yet he does not intend to diminish the pace of his physical cultivation. Nor does he wish to miss the opportunity for recruitment at Fangzhong Mountain. Consequently, he can only prolong his daily training sessions. Previously, he dedicated a quarter of his day to cultivation. However, with 5 days remaining, he resolves to spend this time in the gravity training facility. Each time he senses the continuous surge of energy within him, he unconsciously quickens his pace, the fervent desire to grow stronger igniting a sense of urgency within him. Despite his normally unhurried nature, as he strides across the sect's training plaza, Zhou Zhun gazes ahead, paying no heed to the curious glances directed at him by fellow disciples training nearby. "Look, That's the one who is battling against the tenfold gravity in the training facility. Is that really him? He seems a bit unfamiliar. I don't recall such a figure in the sect before. Oh, is it truly him? Indeed, it is. I've heard that his status is quite impressive. Even his dormitory is separate. Really? A private dormitory? That seems to be a privilege reserved for disciples of the inner court. Did he, as a newcomer, gain entry directly into the inner court? That seems rather unjust. Exactly. I too find it unfair. Just look at his strength. He appears to be merely a 1- or 2-star martial artist. In our outer court, such strength only ranks among the elite, but he is certainly not the foremost. Chapter 96. Slaughtering chickens to warn monkeys. Newcomers who have attained the rank of 2-star martial masters are permitted to directly enter the inner court for cultivation. This circumstance leaves us, the disciples who have persevered for several years, feeling a profound sense of injustice. Indeed, it is utterly unfair. As the disciples of the sect voiced their grievances, their indignation only escalated, culminating in a suggestion to petition for redress, which startled everyone. After all, it is well known that only those who have passed the sect's rigorous tests are granted entry to the inner court. That individual is merely a newcomer, untested and unproven. Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of disbelief, or perhaps reluctance to accept the truth. Alas, initially, we placed our trust in the Jinmin Group, the largest conglomerate of the Western Jin dynasty, believing they would not compromise fairness for the sake of a paltry sum. Yet here we are, utterly disillusioned. Indeed, I recall when the Jinmin Group was recruiting, they fervently proclaimed themselves as the sole sect in the Western Jin dynasty impervious to corruption, the epitome of fairness, claiming to overlook the backgrounds of their students in their selection process. We have all been deceived. Where is the absolute fairness? If the price is right, all rules can be bent. Just as the atmosphere thickened with resignation, a voice suddenly broke through the discontent. Is there truly no one to reprimand the individual undermining this environment of fairness? The crowd gradually regained their composure, remarking, "Indeed, that fellow is merely a 2-star martial artist. Even if he were to face some reprimand within the sect, it wouldn't lead to any serious consequences, would it?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. Even if things escalate, it's merely a competition among disciples. Should the elders intervene, they would likely downplay the severity." As they spoke, they intended to stop Jiuzhou, but another voice interjected. "I suggest you refrain from meddling. I've heard that a disciple from the inner court has been seeking that person out, likely sharing our sentiments." The group pondered this for a moment. Indeed, having an inner court disciple take action is most advantageous. A smirk followed. "Let that fellow understand that entry into our inner court of the Jimin Group is not so easily attained. By the way, who is this inner court disciple you mentioned?" "I believe it to be Gao Yuan." "Gao Yuan, the very same who ranks among the top 10 inner court disciples. That's the 8th position." The disciples gasped in astonishment. The so-called top 10 inner court disciples are the elite within the inner court, celebrated for their prowess among the younger generation. Their names resonate throughout the sect, having achieved extraordinary feats that inspire both admiration and despair. Thus, these 10 individuals have become the aspirations and ideals for all disciples within the sect. It is said that even the individual at the very bottom of the rankings possesses the strength of a 3-star martial artist. "Hey, look over there, that person. Isn't that Gao Yuan? How could he possibly appear in the outer courtyard? Look, Gao Yuan is approaching that fellow. Hee. It seems a splendid spectacle is about to unfold. Wow, Gao Yuan. He is my idol. I'm coming, idol." Jiuzhou also sensed the chilling aura emanating from a distance, promptly halting his steps and turning around. The individual known as Gao Yuan has dark skin, a tall and robust physique, evidently displaying some degree of physical prowess. Jiuzhou, overhearing the discussions among the surrounding disciples, learned that within the inner courtyard, Gao Yuan's chi refining strength ranks only in the middle to lower tier among the top 10 disciples. However, his formidable physical strength has caused considerable trouble for many inner courtyard disciples. Moreover, it was said that prior to Jiuzhou's arrival, Gao Yuan held the record for enduring tenfold gravity at the youngest age in the sect, achieving this remarkable feat at just 15 years and 123 days old. Thus, he has become synonymous with physical strength within the sect. Just a few days ago, rumors circulated that his record had been broken, and astonishingly, the new contender was merely 14 years of age, having just joined the sect. Suddenly, he felt his status challenged. His reputation among the numerous disciples of the inner court was built upon the strength of his physical prowess. Now, that very strength, which he held in such high regard, was under threat. Infuriatingly, the challenger was a newcomer, which only fueled his anger. Vowing to find this individual and deliver a sound beating to assert his dominance and solidify his standing. If he did not act now, who could predict what would happen tomorrow or the day after? He then scoffed disdainfully, remarking on the newcomer's short stature and foolish appearance, questioning how he dared to call himself handsome. Though he was a few years older than Jiuzhou and stood half a head taller, he found it difficult to pinpoint any particular flaw in the newcomer, leading him to mockingly address their minor height difference and the audacious name. Jiuzhou, bewildered, noted that this person had consumed 3 to 4 more years of meals, yet was only marginally taller. The newcomer seemed dissatisfied with his own name, but he could not help but wonder how he could critique others when his own name was Gao Yuan, implying he was both tall and round. Or perhaps he fancied himself a brother to the actress Gao Yuan. Even if he had a brother, surely he wouldn't resemble someone as dark-skinned as himself, akin to an African native. Jiuzhou concluded that this individual was indeed an oddity. Observing the gazes of those around him, some looked at Gao Yuan with wide-eyed admiration, while the majority appeared to harbor a semblance of animosity intertwined with an inexplicable amusement, as if they were waiting for a spectacle to unfold. They murmured, "Your name is Gao. Gao what? Ah, I've forgotten. What was your ranking among the top 10 disciples in the inner court? Ah, you wretched fellow. He is none other than the esteemed 8th-ranked Gao Yuan, my idol. If you possess any sense of propriety, you should promptly offer your apologies to my idol. This would be far less humiliating than the tears you are bound to shed later." A girl interjected from the sidelines. Jiuzhou, upon hearing such naive words, couldn't help but chuckle, observing the onlookers who wore expressions of schadenfreude, shaking his head in resignation. He mused to himself, 8th place, is it? Well, that is certainly sufficient. He then addressed Gao Yuan. My time is quite limited, and I do not wish to be continually disturbed. Given your standing among the disciples, I believe it prudent to spare you from further trouble, even if it means I must endure some discomfort. Oh, do you intend to use me as a warning to others? Gao Yuan, no fool himself, grasped Jiuzhou's intent, and a flicker of concealed anger flashed in his eyes. With a derisive sneer, he remarked, "What an insufferably ignorant young man you are." Jiuzhou remained unperturbed, replying coolly, "I have but 2 minutes to spare. I trust you can expedite matters." "Humph. With your mere 2-star martial artist prowess, you are already 2 stars beneath me. It would be a miracle if you could withstand my might for even 2 minutes. How audacious. It is not a matter of enduring 2 minutes, but rather, I intend to defeat you within 3. Such brazen words. Gao Yuan's expression turned icy upon hearing Jiuzhou's declaration. He stomped his foot forcefully against the ground, propelling himself forward with the swiftness of a tempest, delivering a punch imbued with the force of a mountain, aimed straight at Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou remained utterly still, his gaze fixed upon the towering figure of Gao Yuan, who was the first to launch an assault. With a slight inclination of his body, he was acutely aware that even within the affiliated sects of the Jin Men group, there existed numerous formidable young talents from the Western Jin dynasty. As he had just arrived and intended to stay for some time, he understood that in order to deter the incessant challenges and secure a tranquil environment conducive to his plans and cultivation, the sole recourse was to instill fear through sheer force. To achieve such a deterrent effect, an unequivocal and one-sided victory was imperative. With his thoughts swirling, Jiuzhou took a deep breath, extending his hands from beneath his white sleeves and methodically rolling them up. As the ferocious onslaught of his opponent drew near, he nonchalantly adjusted his sleeves, seemingly indifferent to the impending threat. Witnessing Jiuzhou's composed demeanor, the surrounding disciples felt a surge of indignation. Gao Yuan, his eyes icy and filled with contempt, perceived Jiuzhou's actions as a blatant provocation, igniting a fire of fury within him. As his thoughts churned, the qi within him surged violently into his fists. The wind generated by his punches wreaked havoc across the square, stirring up clouds of dust. In an instant, his strikes appeared to be magnified several-fold, both domineering and swift, reaching Jiuzhou's forehead in the blink of an eye. Amidst a multitude of gazes, each brimming with a unique sentiment, Gao Yuan's formidable punch, a veritable tempest of force, bore down upon Jiuzhou's cranium in an instant. Yet, as all anticipated the imminent, gruesome spectacle of a shattered skull, Jiuzhou's form vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed. Where did he go? Even Gao Yuan, his punch meeting only emptiness, was perplexed. He pivoted, his gaze darting about, seeking Jiuzhou, but not even a shadow remained. Moments later, A scene of utter astonishment unfolded. Across the training square, countless eyes swept the expanse, ultimately settling upon Gao Yuan. At that very instant, Gao Yuan's body recoiled as if struck by a colossal force, sending him hurtling backward. A resounding punctuated the air as he expelled a mouthful of blood. With a heavy thud, Gao Yuan was propelled over 10 meters, colliding with the steps before finally coming to rest. It was evident that he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 97. A war without Ginsmoke was that. Gao Yuan. How did he fly out there? Could it be that he lost? Impossible. Gao Yuan is a formidable figure, ranked 8th among the inner disciples. In the training square, the disciples' gazes once more converged upon the spot where Gao Yuan had been flung. In that moment, their pupils constricted, and expressions of stark terror etched themselves upon their faces. There, Zhou Zhen's figure had materialized, seemingly out of nowhere, maintaining the posture of one who had just delivered a devastating blow. He slowly raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. One move. Before his words could fully escape, Zhou Zhen elegantly turned away, indifferent to the astonished crowd. His hands clasped behind his back as he strode directly towards the gravity training ground. Ah, splendid. To think he has swiftly harnessed his wind abilities to such an extent. Remarkable indeed. The voice of old Mo echoed in his mind, filled with admiration, which brought Zhou Zhen immense joy. This was the first time he had utilized the wind since acquiring it in combat, although it felt rather unrefined. The overall execution was satisfactory. He had not anticipated that the elemental manifestation of this wind ability would not only allow him to evade attacks from those untrained in the art of meridians, but also grant him a fleeting state of invisibility. How intriguing. I must learn to wield it effectively in the future. What a misconception about invisibility. It merely transforms you into the wind, while your physical form may be obscured. Anyone skilled in the art of meridians can still strike you with a punch directed at the wind, old Mo retorted dismissively. Furthermore, your technique is exceedingly raw and unfamiliar. Had it not been for a gust of wind that coincidentally swept by, you would have remained oblivious to how to manifest your elemental form. Old Mo spoke with clarity. I have previously mentioned that the abilities of nature not only permit you to become the wind, but also to create it. Thus, you need not wait for the wind to materialize before you can elementalize yourself. You could have conjured the wind and then proceeded to transform. Zhou Zhen, enlightened by this insight, inquired, how can one create it? This can only be honed through frequent practice and battle. Once you master this extraordinary ability, you will be able to summon the wind at will. Old Mo chuckled, stating that the true value of such powers lies not in the difficulty of acquisition, but in how one utilizes, cultivates, and develops them. I once heard of a formidable being endowed with beast-type abilities, who refined his powers to such an exquisite degree that with a single punch, he sent a mountain flying. A truly astonishing feat. Zhou Zhen was so taken aback that he nearly dropped his jaw. To obliterate a mountain relying solely on one's abilities? Even if the beast-type powers were perfected, they still pertain to physical strength. Zhou Zhen, feeling quite formidable with his own physical prowess, considered it remarkable enough to be able to send a stone the size of a grown man flying. Yet, this individual had managed to launch an entire mountain. The disparity was simply incomprehensible. Old Mo laughed heartily. Do not dwell on such thoughts. That level is still far from your reach. Your current task is to maximize and expedite the enhancement of your own strength. Indeed, Old Mo's words resonated with truth. In this life, one must not only aspire to lofty visions and define future goals, but also learn to excel in the present moment. Regardless of how grand the aspirations may be, they must commence from the here and now. The saying, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, encapsulates this principle perfectly. Following Old Mo's counsel, once I conclude my tasks here, I shall proceed to Mount Fangzhong in the East Sea to participate in the biannual recruitment event. The minimum standard for new recruits at Fangzhong Mountain dictates that one must attain the martial arts rank of Wushan before the age of 18. Such stringent criteria have effectively dismissed nearly all the so-called prodigious disciples within the entire Western Jin dynasty. Reflecting upon this, it becomes apparent that by that time, the youngest generation within Fangzhong Mountain would all be formidable individuals at the very least of the Wushan caliber. This level of prowess, when positioned within any faction of the Western Jin dynasty, stands as a pillar of strength. Yet, within these renowned and exalted powers that echo throughout the continent, they are relegated merely to the status of disciples, and that too at the most basic tier, truly a source of lamentation. Zhou, not wishing to ponder further, strode directly into the gravity training arena. Within the royal palace, an elderly eunuch, his demeanor submissive, presented a small booklet to Yuan Benshu. His voice, once sharp, had grown hoarse with age. "Your Majesty, this is the booklet submitted by the Minister of Rites, detailing the various ministers and leaders of factions who will attend the grand banquet, along with their sect disciples." Though the attendees could be easily surmised, Yuan Benshu still glanced through it symbolically, only to stumble upon an unexpected revelation. Taishu, when did the Jinmin group acquire such a disciple? A two-star martial artist does not seem to represent their strongest disciple, does it? Yuan Benshu snorted coldly. Every faction has dispatched their most powerful disciples to attend as a sign of respect towards our royal family. Is the Jinmin group's decision to act otherwise a disregard for our royal lineage? The elderly eunuch continued. This time, the Jinmin group has not dispatched their most formidable disciple, but instead brought along a young lad named Taishua. Surely, they have their own reasons and intentions for this choice. Your Majesty need not worry. Yuan Benshu gradually relaxed his anger upon hearing this. The elderly eunuch had been by his side for decades, and he understood Yuan's thoughts intimately, articulating sentiments that resonated deeply within him. I hope so. Yuan Benshu replied with a faint smile, casting a glance at the eunuch. After all these years, you still know me best. The eunuch chuckled. Indeed, I have served your Majesty for many years, and naturally, I understand your heart better than anyone else. The eunuch was acutely aware that this king had always been exceedingly cautious, perhaps inherently suspicious, and possessed a ruthless streak. Decades prior, shortly after ascending to the throne, his suspicious nature led him to eliminate those royal relatives he believed might covet his power, orchestrating their assassinations and poisoning them. Only the unambitious Duke Gongqing and the simple-minded Duke Qingqing remained. As the years progressed, the king's propensity for suspicion only intensified. This growing paranoia was not solely a consequence of aging and frailty, but also stemmed from the realization that his offspring had matured and were gradually slipping from his grasp, forming factions in pursuit of the legitimate claim to the throne, even scheming against his own authority. Thus, Yuan Benshu's sensitivity to the external discourse surrounding royal authority and the royal family has grown increasingly acute. In the past, he paid little heed to the idle gossips circulating among the populace. However, he now frequently dispatches individuals to gather these remarks, even at the expense of his frail health, venturing incognito into the common folk. It is through these endeavors that Yuan Benshu discovers the eldest prince, Yuan Yang, initially forming factions to secure his claim to the throne, while the second prince, Yuan Yang, reluctantly seeks to enhance his own standing by attracting talented individuals and loyalists. This revelation incites profound anger within Yuan Benshu. Yet he finds himself powerless to alter the course of events. He understands that such occurrences are inevitable and must transpire in due time. Despite his fury towards the rivalry between his two potential heirs, he remains oblivious to Yuan Yilin's surveillance of the princes, even feeling a sense of delight. He recognizes that Yuan Yilin's actions stem from her personal grievances, as Lu Tianming and Li Yonghua had slain the youth he held dear. Consequently, Yuan Yilin often finds leisure in disparaging Li Yonghua to him. In Yuan Benshu's eyes, these actions are merely a reflection of her own affections, devoid of any overt support for a particular prince. Thus, he refrains from expressing anger. At times, he even finds the little princess quite endearing. He muses that since Yilin's heart is aflutter and she has reached the age for courtship, it would be fitting to arrange a betrothal for her during the grand celebration of his 80th birthday. Indeed, old Deng, please inform the officials attending the banquet that Princess Yilin has ascended to the rank of a 4th-level sorceress. Ensure that the gifts prepared for her are of considerable value. Haha. The old eunuch, upon hearing this, was taken aback, as if he grasped the significance of the news, and then, with great delight, replied, "Yes, I shall attend to this matter immediately." At the residence of the Crown Prince Yuan Yang, within the council chamber, the Crown Prince and members of his faction, including Lu Tianming, Li Yonghua, and Yin Hanyang, were engaged in discussion. When the topic of the Jinmin group and their recent arrival was broached, Yuan Yang's reaction mirrored that of Yuan Benshu. However, the others felt reassured upon learning it was the Jinmin group. After listening to the explanations from his peers, Yuan Yang too returned to a state of calm. At that moment, news arrived announcing that Yuan Yilin had indeed advanced to the rank of a 4th-level sorceress, heralding a double celebration to take place at the banquet that very day. While the others received this news with serenity, Lu Tianming's face was a portrait of shock. He remarked, "Esteemed colleagues, I presume you are already aware of Princess Yilin's promotion to a 4th-level sorceress? Indeed, that was a matter from 7 or 8 days ago." They responded, "At that time, we even considered finding another occasion to celebrate, yet it appears that Yuan Binshu is rather hasty." Lu Tianming chuckled. "You may not grasp the true intent of our sovereigness announcement." The assembly fell silent. What does the king wish to convey to us? That the king is preparing to arrange a marriage for Princess Yilin. What? The crowd could not help but exclaim, realizing that the king intended to convey this message. It was only natural, for Princess Yilin had reached the age of marriage. Lu Tianming shook his head with a smile, remarking that this was not the most significant aspect. The crux of the matter was that the king wished to inform them. As he spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Tianming's eyes. He acknowledged the ongoing struggle between the two princes. The battle for the throne had commenced. Chapter 98. Wind, Jade. And heroism. Jiuzhou had once again secluded himself for 5 days, significantly enhancing his physical strength. He sensed that with just another 3 to 5 days, he could attain the first realm of the beast illusion body refinement technique, the violent golden body. According to Elder Mo, reaching this initial stage would grant him access to 2 internal secret arts of the technique, the unity of creation and the golden body protection. The golden body protection would allow him to convert a portion of the damage sustained in combat into personal strength, nourishing his corporeal form and healing his injuries. Conversely, the unity of creation would enable him to transform the various energies of the universe, such as righteous aura, celestial essence, and spiritual energy, directly into martial arts energy, thereby enhancing his cultivation speed exponentially. Elder Mo emphasized that, from a certain perspective, the unity of creation was of paramount importance to him, as he was set to attend the recruitment at Fangzhong Mountain in 6 months. Fangzhong Mountain, one of the 3 great sacred mountains, was home to several key figures who were descendants of the 8 immortals, practicing the revered path of immortality among various cultivation disciplines. The essence of celestial cultivation lies in the cultivation of an even purer celestial energy than that of qi refinement. For Jiuzhou, mastering the art of unity of creation is of paramount importance for his cultivation after entering Mount Fangzhong. According to the beast transformation body refinement technique, there are 3 major realms: the fierce golden body, the demon armor of wrath, and the overlord body of pride. Each realm is further divided into 7 levels, and upon breaking through the 7th level, one transcends to the next realm. After days of intensive seclusion and arduous training, Jiuzhou has reached the 5th level of the first realm, the fierce golden body. With just 2 more levels to conquer, he will attain the fierce golden body. However, Jiuzhou remains unhurried, for he has over half a year to spare. The fierce golden body is essentially within his grasp. He even feels a sense of swiftness in his progress and remarks, "Master, is the beast transformation body refinement technique truly this simple? I have only been in seclusion for a few days and have already reached the 5th level." Old Mo stroked his beard and replied nonchalantly, "Moreover, the difficulty of various body refinement techniques, including the beast transformation body refinement technique, increases as the practitioner's physical strength grows. You will come to realize this once you attain the fierce golden body." Old Mo continued, "The reason you find your cultivation to be so effortless at present is that, from the perspective of the beast transformation body refinement technique, your physical strength is rather insignificant." Jiuzhou was initially proud of his rapid cultivation speed, attributing it to his innate talent, only to discover the underlying truth about the nature of physical cultivation, an embarrassment indeed. Thus, he could only muster an awkward smile in response. It appears that one must diligently cultivate their skills. As Elder Mo observed the amusing expression on his face, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. This little fellow tends to become rather complacent upon achieving minor successes. Without a firm reminder, he would not embrace humility nor appreciate the inner beauty of a gentleman. In this manner, he would be able to concentrate on his cultivation. For when he joined the sect at Mount Fangzhong, he certainly did not wish to be the weakest disciple of his faction. Duan Luo was momentarily astonished, exclaiming, "That is indeed remarkable. Gao Yuan is considered one of the more formidable disciples within our sect. Previously, when I heard that young Master Tai Shua defeated him in one move, I was skeptical, as many rumors are often embellished. Even if the young master could best him, it must have taken considerable effort and sacrifice. I never anticipated this." As he spoke, Duan Luo was taken aback by his own thoughts. remarking, "Young Master Tai Shua is truly a prodigy. Although his cultivation is 2 stars lower than Gao Yuan's, he could still subdue him with a single strike. How astonishing his combat prowess is." Duan Luo speculated that this young man had likely already ascended to the pinnacle of the younger generation within the Western Jin dynasty, perhaps even beyond. It is no wonder that even Elder Murong Hung is determined to protect this youth. It seems my judgment was not in vain. As long as I align myself with young Master Tai Shua, I am bound to gain entry into the Rainbow Consortium's branch. Hee, indeed. The paragraph chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, his spirits remarkably high. He glanced at the youth beside him, finding him unexpectedly pleasing to the eye, and flatteringly remarked, "I never anticipated that young Master Tai, with merely a change of attire, would exude a hint of nobility, displaying such charm and elegance. Akin to a jade tree standing against the wind, strikingly handsome indeed. Truly, you live up to your name." The laughter that followed from Jiuzhou was hearty, as he found such sincere praise amusing. He couldn't recall how long he laughed, but he knew that the greatest compliment he could receive was being called handsome. Moreover, the speaker had employed 3 of his favorite idioms, which further elevated his mood. "Indeed, you are quite forthright, with great potential. However, to speak candidly, even though Zhou Zhan had altered his appearance and was not as striking as before, he still retained a considerable handsomeness." Chapter 99. The royal banquet. The two walked side by side, exchanging banter as they entered the palace. The grand event was to take place in a royal garden. Although it was late autumn, the climate of the Western Jin dynasty was delightful, with 3 seasons resembling spring throughout the year, allowing flowers to bloom in abundance. Strolling along the fragrant royal avenue, the garden featured small stone bridges arching over gently flowing streams. Although the banquet had yet to commence, the harmonious sounds of court musicians could already be heard. Whenever a royal family member celebrated a birthday, the king would decree the palace gardens open for the citizens to visit and enjoy. At this moment, the garden is a vibrant tapestry of blooming flowers, with a gentle stream flowing and soft melodies wafting through the air, creating an enchanting scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. A group of children, who accompanied their elders to play, are utterly captivated by the breathtaking sights, lost in a reverie. The main banquet is set upon a grand platform, towering over 10 meters high, situated at the forefront of the garden. Those honored to sit at this principal table are predominantly the most esteemed figures of the Western Jin dynasty, spanning approximately several meters in length. Beneath the main table lies the secondary seating, already adorned with various wine tables, arranged according to rank and status on either side. The secondary seating is reserved for civil and military officials, extending a remarkable 40 to 50 meters in length. As twilight descends, the space buzzes with activity as guests take their seats, each face radiating joy, clearly in high spirits, engaging in lively discussions. In the foremost row of the main banquet, each prominent seat is accompanied by a position for attendance, designated for the most powerful figures and influential factions within the dynasty, alongside various noble families. These seats lack name tags, a deliberate arrangement by Yuan Benchu, intended to discern the factions loyal to the first and second princes. The Jinmin group stands as one of the 3 major forces within the Western Jin dynasty, serving as a crucial pillar of military and financial support for the government's consolidation of power. Recently, during an attempt to suppress the Zhou family, they discovered the involvement of other factions aiding the Zhou clan, leading to suspicions harbored by Liu Tianming and Li Yonghua, despite their lack of certainty. In the entirety of the Western Jin dynasty, the only forces bold and capable enough to challenge them were the Tongwen Pavilion and the Jinmin group. However, Tongwen Pavilion primarily focused on cultivating righteousness, making it easily recognizable in conflict, while those who aided the Zhou family evidently employed the art of qi refinement. Consequently, suspicions regarding the Jinmin group began to arise in the minds of both Liu Tianming and Li Yonghua, leading to considerable distress, compounded by the complexities surrounding the succession to the throne. As a result, they decided to withdraw their influence from Tianqi City. Should the individuals assisting the Zhou family indeed be affiliated with the Jinmin group, matters would become quite troublesome. Moreover, the Lin family was merely a local faction, unworthy of provoking the Jinmin group over trivial concerns. It is wise to leave a margin for future encounters. The actions of Duan, from the perspective of the onlookers, appeared entirely reasonable, for the Jinmin group was perceived as a party that would never engage in the power struggles of the dynasty. Yet, Lu Tianming and Li Yonghua felt a slight unease, subsequently reflecting on something before regaining their composure. Zhou surveyed the main banquet table. Any individual possessing a modicum of intelligence could discern the current situation. On one side, the first Prince Yuan Yang was aligned with the Tianming alliance, represented by Lu Tianming and the Grand Elder Lu Feng, General Li Yonghua, and his subordinate General Li Yongyan, as well as Yin Hanyang, the Lord of Jinlong City, accompanied by his eldest son Yin Songfeng, along with several military officers. On the opposing side, the second Prince Yuan Hai had the support of the Tongwen Pavilion, led by Lan Chun and the Grand Elder Lan Fu, as well as Chancellor Wang Hong and his close associate Wen Jie, alongside a number of civil officials. Apart from the seemingly neutral Jimin group, the situation was unequivocally clear. Although the second prince appears somewhat weaker, the prestigious literary family behind Wen Jie possesses strength that is not inferior to that of the Lord's Manor in Golden Dragon City. In fact, the Wen family represents the pinnacle of literary prowess in the Western Jin dynasty, wielding immense influence among scholars and literati that far surpasses that of the Lord's Manor. As Zhou Zhen took his seat, he felt a chilling glare directed at him from across the table. He calmly lifted his gaze to find it belonged to Yin Songfeng, the son of Yin Hanyang, the Lord of Golden Dragon City. Zhou Zhen found this hostility inexplicable and held a thoroughly negative impression of Yin Songfeng. Their previous encounter during the mage examination had been similarly confrontational. Back then, he was still known as Zheng Shuai, and he had been subjected to this unfounded animosity from the very start. Upon noticing that Zhou Zhen was aware of him, Yin Songfeng emitted a soft snort, likely only audible to himself. Yet, Zhou Zhen could still discern the disdain etched on his face. Choosing not to meet his gaze any longer, Zhou Zhen turned his attention towards Yuan Benshu, where he noticed the beautiful girl beside him was none other than Yuan Yilan, who was engaged in a close and cheerful conversation with Yuan Benshu. Zhou Zhen then scanned the room once more and, upon seeing Yin Songfeng again, seemed to grasp the situation better. At the main banquet, aside from Yuan Yang and Yuan Hai, only Yin Songfeng and he himself were in their teenage years. Coupled with Yuan Benshu's decision to celebrate Yuan Yilan's advancement during the birthday feast. Chapter 100. The offering. Zhou Zhen chose to disregard Yin Songfeng. He was simply a pathological individual. The Lord's Mansion of Golden Dragon City, like other cities, encompasses the entire realm of power beyond the royal palace. Although it remains excluded from the Council of State Affairs, its status is hardly inferior to that of the officials seated in the court. Thus, the Yin family is permitted to occupy the prominent position at the main banquet table. Upon noticing the unabashed scorn in Zhou Zhen's gaze directed at him, Yin Songfeng's expression turned icy. Duan Luo also sensed the clash of their glances but remained entirely indifferent. In the eyes of the young master of Tai, the presence of those two princes was inconsequential, let alone that of a mere underling. A 14-year-old two-star martial artist, though possessing commendable talent, was hardly unique, as many such individuals existed within various sects, and indeed, there were plenty. Duan Luo remarked, "I forgot to mention that the Mage Association of the Western Jin Dynasty is solely owned by the royal family and does not constitute a true mage association in the conventional sense." He continued, "Nevertheless, the strength of the Western Jin Dynasty's Mage Association is not to be underestimated. Therefore, Huanai Chuan has embarked on a journey to the Mage Association of the Moonlit Empire to assist in applying for the status of a branch of their organization." Zhou Zhen, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Is it truly possible to apply for such a status?" He then added, "However, it is understandable, the Mage Association, in terms of both strength and influence, is certainly not inferior to those superpowers, and may even surpass them. Aligning with such a formidable entity would undoubtedly benefit Huanai Chuan in their own development." Zhou Zhen listened thoughtfully, recalling what Elder Mo had once told him. The Mage Guild is a transcendent entity, distinct from other superpowers on the continent. It does not belong to any particular faction or empire, nor does it heed the commands of the Empire Alliance. Instead, it maintains cooperative relationships with every empire, faction, and the Empire Alliance itself. Even the Empire Alliance, which rules over a significant portion of the continent, finds itself unable to act against the Mage Guild, often having to consider its influence when making certain decisions. Given this context, if Wananaiquan's application is successful, it would mean gaining the protection of the Mage Guild, freeing itself from the commands of the royal family of the West Jin Dynasty. However, the royal family does not entirely oppose this, for while their military strength may be considerably diminished in the long run, A dynasty with a branch of the Mage Guild would undoubtedly experience far greater developmental potential than others. Should the West Jin dynasty acquire such a guild, it could very well ascend to the status of a superior dynasty, akin to the Moonlit Empire, and in a permanent sense. Duan Luo chuckled, remarking on Yuan Benshu's considerable ambition despite his old age. The king has arrived. Amidst the facade of harmonious laughter, a sharp voice pierced through, prompting everyone to rise. Yuan Benshu approached, flanked by several court ladies, amidst the throng of civil and military officials. Long live the king. With his hair now grayed and his steps painfully slow, Yuan Benshu, supported by Yuan Yilin, made his way to the head of the main banquet table, where he took his seat, surveying his ministers with a commanding gaze. Yuan Yilin sat beside Yuan Benshu, allowing her to clearly observe the assembly below. Upon seeing Zhou, she paused in surprise, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Zhou responded with a smile, contemplating that the root of Yin Songfeng's animosity towards him lay with this beguiling young lady. Indeed, Yuan Yilin was strikingly beautiful, her demeanor exuding an air of aloofness, reminiscent of an ethereal ice beauty untouched by the mundane world. Although Zhou felt a flicker of admiration for her, it was merely a fleeting sentiment, devoid of deeper affection. Seated upon the dragon throne, Yuan Benshu surveyed his ministers with his murky old eyes. Suddenly, he emanated the commanding presence of a long-reigning sovereign and remarked with a faint smile, "Today, we feast in honor of my 80th birthday and to celebrate Yilin's ascent to the rank of a 4th-level mage. At last, we have a high-level mage in our royal lineage. This truly brings joy to me." Chancellor Wang Hong was the first to rise, exclaiming with fervor, "Long live your majesty. This is a blessing from the heavens for our prosperous West Jin dynasty and a boon for our royal progeny, resulting in the emergence of such talents. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to your majesty and Princess Yilin." With a smile, Wang Hong signaled to the side, whereupon 2 servants approached, each bearing a delicately crafted box. The larger box contained a century-old Ganoderma, while the smaller one held a string of exquisite pearls. The assembly gasped in astonishment. Both items were of considerable value. Wang Hong was quite pleased with the expressions of the crowd and continued with a sense of pride. "These 2 treasures are the result of my utmost efforts, painstakingly acquired. And I present them to His Majesty and the Princess." Yuan Benshu opened the box to reveal a magnificent mushroom, a large lingji, comparable in size to an adult's palm. It is said that only lingji that have matured for over a century can bestow longevity upon those who consume it, making it an exquisite gift for an octogenarian. Most importantly, such rare treasures of nature are now exceedingly scarce in the continent. It is essential to recognize that humanity has thrived for countless millennia, and the vast lands have long been subdued. Places like Black Beast Mountain, known for their abundant natural treasures, have dwindled significantly. Thus, every piece of such remarkable bounty is particularly precious at this moment, especially a lingji that has aged over a century. Meanwhile, Yuan Yilin also opened her box, and a stunning pearl necklace glittered before her wide, shining eyes. Each pearl was as large as a thumb, and their luster indicated they were of the finest quality. It is a well-known fact that beauty is enamored by jewelry. Yuan Yilin's eyes sparkled with delight as she cherished the necklace, unable to part with it. Chapter 101. A display of opulence. Surely, Prime Minister Wang is a man of considerable wealth. These 2 items must be worth at least 500,000 gold coins. Li Yongbo laughed heartily and declared that since the head of the civil officials had set a precedent, he, as a military leader, could not fall behind. He mentioned that, unlike Chancellor Wang, who possessed great charisma, he had recently heard of the king's frequent insomnia. Thus, he prepared 100 pounds of sandalwood, which could be crafted into incense to aid the king's slumber. Yuan Benshu was immensely delighted. To him, this sandalwood was even more practical than ginseng. For the notion of prolonging life was merely an ethereal concept, and no one could truly ascertain how long they would live. Yuan Yilin also smiled and expressed her gratitude to General Li. Zhou shook his head, inwardly thinking that women always favored the superficial. Lu Tianming observed the reactions of the 2 royal figures and seemed to grasp the underlying dynamics. Yuan Benshu, being elderly, should be presented with gifts that catered to his preferences or deficiencies. While ginseng could prolong life, it was a coveted rarity for a king on the verge of abdication, especially when one of his sons would eagerly await his demise. Therefore, he rose to present his offering. Here are the 3rd-tier longevity pills and beauty pills. The former extends the user's life by 5 years, while the latter preserves youth for a decade. Lu Tianming added with a smile that a person could only consume one in a lifetime. Yuan Binchu was both astonished and overjoyed, hastily swallowing the pill. Yuan Yilin regarded it as a treasure, yet upon hearing Lu Tianming's subsequent remark, she refrained from immediate consumption. Lan Shun from the Tungwen Pavilion also stood up, congratulating. I have heard that your majesty enjoys brushwork, so I present to you a painting of a mountainous peach orchard from my residence as a birthday gift. He continued to smile and said, Princess Yuan Yilin possesses exquisite features, a celestial elegance, resembling a delicate beauty of ice and snow. I once chanced upon the sight of the princess clad in golden armor. It was truly a spectacle of grace, a heroine among women. Hearing these words, Yuan Yilin's cheeks flushed crimson. Despite her usual icy demeanor, she could not withstand the praise of her beauty. Thank you. Observing the effect of his words, Lan Chen chuckled. Indeed, the princess is unparalleled in her splendor and must be deserving of such accolades. I have specially commissioned a hairpin to celebrate the princess's everlasting youth. A servant presented a box containing the hairpin, which Yuan Yilin accepted with great satisfaction. A hairpin? Zhou Zhan was left utterly astonished. He gazed at the exquisite hairpin, but no matter how he looked at it, it appeared exceedingly ordinary. Wasn't this merely a common jade pin? Did she truly need to be so elated? Zhou Zhan pondered in confusion, then glanced at Lan Shun, suddenly struck with realization. He sighed inwardly. Ah, I see now. That old fellow is indeed a cunning fox. Although the hairpin is but a trivial trinket, under Lan Shen's silver tongue and extravagant flattery, it has instantly acquired immense value. It seems that education does have its benefits, at least when it comes to flattering. One can deliver a compliment more resoundingly and astutely. The officials shook their heads, lamenting. After all, the princess is but a girl, innocent and easily deceived. At this moment, Yin Songfeng also rose, his face beaming with a smile, and remarked, Indeed, the gifts from everyone are truly exquisite. In Jinlong City, my financial resources pale in comparison to others. I presented a peachwood zither to the king and a lotus throne to Princess Yilin. The lotus throne? Exclaimed Lu Feng, who stood beside Lu Tianming. His expression one of astonishment. That young master Yan Zhangfeng must have spent a fortune. It is said that meditating upon the lotus throne can ward off the invasion of inner demons, making it an invaluable treasure for those who cultivate magical soul power. Yan Zhangfeng smiled at Lu Feng and replied, Indeed, such a treasure is too precious for my personal use. Only by gifting it to Princess Yilin can its true value be realized. Lu Feng's astonishment lingered as he remarked, That peachwood zither must also be quite valuable. I presume. Yan Zhangfeng feigned sorrow and stated, Yes, it represents several years of my father's income, personally commissioned from a master zither craftsman. The crowd gasped at this revelation. Years of income from Jinlong City? Good heavens! And the lotus throne can truly repel inner demons? Zhou Zhan, his expression fluctuating, was interrupted by old Mo's voice. Well, the lotus throne can indeed help fend off inner demons, but it merely assists the cultivator and cannot provide complete protection. Its efficacy is rather limited, and I estimate its value to be around 70 to 80,000 gold coins. As for the peachwood zither, it is indeed a remarkable item, valued similarly to the lotus throne. Zhou Zhan's astonishment faded. It appeared that the so-called lotus throne was rather underwhelming. Yet the zither's value at 70 to 80,000 gold coins seemed utterly exaggerated. Zhou Zhan pondered, could there be any other exquisite qualities to this instrument? Regardless, it was evident that Yin Songfeng had deceived the masses. Observing the astonished expressions of the officials, he found it somewhat amusing. He was determined to give them a taste of their own medicine. His mind raced as his eyes darted about, and after a moment, he seemed to conceive an idea. Scanning the crowd, he raised his voice and exclaimed, Excellent! Truly magnificent! The startled assembly jumped at his sudden proclamation, their faces contorted in confusion and curiosity. When someone presents a gift, how should one respond? Yin Songfeng assumed Zhou Zhan was complimenting his own offering and replied with a smile. It seems this esteemed young master has discerned the value of these two items, but surely there is no need to announce it so loudly? Zhou Zhan, unfazed, clapped his hands enthusiastically and declared, Wonderful! Absolutely splendid! Splendid? The officials were left in a state of bewilderment. Did he think they were here for entertainment? Yet, as they gazed upon the main banquet, with only Yin Songfeng and Lu Feng standing, they recalled the earlier exchange between the two, which indeed resembled a theatrical performance. Laughter erupted among the officials, particularly from the civil servants, who relished in the missteps of those aligned with the Grand Prince, especially when it involved a pivotal figure. Yuan Yilin caught on to the humor as well, stifling a giggle behind her hand. Upon noticing Yuan Yilin's amusement, Yin Songfeng felt a sting of insult, and his gaze towards Zhou Zhan turned icy in an instant, accompanied by a disdainful snort. As the distinguished guests seated at the main banquet table had already presented their tributes, curiosity arose regarding the gift brought by the esteemed young master Tai Shui. Chapter 102. A Gift of the Guqin. The officials glanced toward Zhou Zhan, pondering whether his own offering would surpass those already presented, especially considering his representation of the esteemed Jinmin group. Zhou Zhan was momentarily taken aback. He realized with horror that he had neglected such a significant matter. On that fateful day, when young Master Tai Shui had been in a foul mood, Zhou had been preoccupied with appeasing him and had not dared to instruct him to prepare a gift. How reckless that would have been. As the illustrious leader of the Jinmin group, Zhou was accustomed to receiving gifts from others, never having personally prepared one. Now, he found himself in a precarious situation, having indulged at the royal table without proper tribute, thus brazenly affronting the royal family. Yin Songfeng, observing the shifting expressions of the two, could not resist a taunt. Humph. Are you people from the Jinmin group here merely to feast at the palace without any offerings? The assembly was rife with curiosity, including Yuan Benshu and Yuan Yilin, not out of disbelief that the two would dare partake without proper tribute, but rather because, in past gatherings, the Jinmin group's gifts had consistently astonished all present with their unparalleled quality, courtesy of their immense wealth. What marvel would they unveil this time? Zhou Zhan, feeling the weight of the scrutinizing gazes around him, turned a shade of green. Yuan Benshu, unable to contain his anticipation, remarked, "Young Master Tai Shui, surely the atmosphere has been sufficiently cultivated by now. Cease to tantalize us any longer. Present your offering for all to behold." Zhou Zhan's mind raced, yet he found himself at a loss as to what gift to bestow. Surely, he could not present his frosty sky cold world piercing snow sword as a token, for it was a weapon of the 9th tier imperial grade, imbued with my magical soul power. Such a gift would serve little purpose if given away. Just as Zhou Zhan was at his wit's end, Master Mo's voice resonated. "Aren't you skilled in playing the piano? Now would be the perfect moment to showcase your talent." Enlightened by these words, Zhou Zhan sighed. "It seems this is the only option available." He continued, "As you all are aware, we are rather impoverished and cannot present anything of significance to match your stature. Therefore, I shall perform a piece on behalf of the Jinmin group, wishing the king longevity akin to the southern mountains and a perpetual youth for the princess." A moment of silence enveloped the crowd as they exchanged glances. "You can play the piano?" The assembly murmured in disbelief. "We know your lineage. The Jinmin group is the wealthiest within the entire dynasty, yet you pretend to be destitute?" Yin Songfeng erupted in laughter. "Huh, play the piano? The palace is filled with skilled musicians. Who would desire to hear you?" Zhou Zhan, undeterred, replied coolly, "It appears the city lord's mansion has grown increasingly audacious. Your modest estate, favored by the king, is fortunate to secure a place at the main banquet. Yet, who would have thought that a mere trickle of generosity would lead to such arrogance?" Yin Songfeng was eager to refute, yet Zhou Zhan offered no opportunity, continuing, "The king's birthday banquet is a sacred occasion. Even the most esteemed officials speak in hushed tones. Yet, your city lord's mansion barks incessantly like a dog, showing utter disrespect to the royal family. This is a crime deserving of the gravest punishment." Taishu, not only Yin Songfeng, but even Yin Hanyang wore a grim expression. However, confronted with the unfriendly gazes surrounding them, he dared not voice any dissent. He recognized the truth in Taishu's words. At the main banquet, they were of the lowest status in Jinlong City's lord's mansion, even lesser than some civil and military officials seated in the second position, let alone the Jinmin group, the backbone of the Shijin dynasty's military and financial might. Thus, they were compelled to swallow their indignation. Yin Songfeng mused, "Humph, so it's Taishu, is it? A mere second-star martial artist. With the elixirs left by my master and my father's guidance, I shall undoubtedly make remarkable strides at the capital's martial arts tournament next month, advancing my chi cultivation to at least a 3rd-star martial artist. With my magical soul power augmenting me, I will become an invincible force. At that time, I will surely subdue you." Humph. "The former Xing Shu has perished, which means that within the Shijin dynasty, my magical soul power and martial prowess will stand unrivaled. Who else in the entire dynasty possesses such extraordinary talent among the youthful generation as I do? By that time, only I shall be worthy of Princess Yilin. Haha. My father will join forces with General Li and Master Lu to assist Yuan Yang in his quest for the throne, and subsequently, they will seize the opportunity to eliminate him. My father will undoubtedly become a minister of great significance, second only to the emperor, and I, having wed the princess, shall be his sole heir. Haha. Once our plans are successful, the first to perish will be you, Tai Shu. Yuan Yilin smiled faintly and remarked, I never imagined that a martial artist such as yourself would possess the talent to play the guqin. Pray, do share a melody. I have grown weary of the palace musicians. Yuan Binshu also chuckled. Indeed, the Jinmin group is truly a cradle of talent. Since Yilin has expressed interest, please play a piece. The peachwood guqin just delivered from the city lord's residence shall serve as your instrument. Upon hearing this, Yin Songfeng felt a pang of anguish. Alas, the peachwood guqin I procured at great expense is now merely a prop for another. The officials silently shook their heads, realizing that the carefully chosen gifts they had presented failed to move the princess or the king, while this young man, with his effortless performance, could elicit laughter from both. Even utilizing the guqin gifted by others as his own accompaniment. Though the atmosphere appeared calm on the surface, beneath it, a tempest of emotions brewed within Duan Luo. He remained uncertain whether young Master Tai Shu possessed any genuine skill on the guqin, yet he found himself with no alternative but to allow the performance to unfold. Even Lanchin of Tunwen Pavilion was astonished, exclaiming, the Jimin group has always been renowned for its financial prowess both within and beyond the dynasty. I never anticipated that there would be disciples within the sect skilled in playing the guqin. It seems I must find an opportunity to pay a visit to the Jinmin group. Duan laughed dryly, replying, Hee, we await your arrival at any time. Yuan Yang, on the other hand, was seething with indignation. Was this not an obvious attempt to curry favor with the Jinmin group? Moments later, someone set up the guqin stand. Placing the peachwood guqin atop it, Zhou Zhun took a sip of tea, allowing his tense emotions to relax. It was his first time performing in front of such a large audience, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. Chapter 103. A serendipitous encounter in the wind. Zhou Zhun approached the guqin stand, gracefully sweeping his robe aside before taking a dignified seat, his expression turning solemn. Observing his serious demeanor, the crowd fell silent. Even Yuan Yang's group quieted down. As he settled, Zhou Zhun caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance emanating from the guqin. The scent of peach wood. This subtle aroma seemed to blend with the essence of peach blossoms, transporting him to a tranquil peach blossom grove, refreshing his spirit. Truly, it was an exquisite instrument. Even before I played, its fragrance had already dispelled my restlessness. Zhou Zhun lifted his hand, his fingertips gently plucking the strings, and melodious notes resonated into the air. The night breeze caressed him, and the fireworks in the sky seemed to lose their vibrancy in response to the lilting melodies. In the garden, even the renowned blossoms, celebrated for their beauty, appeared dim and lackluster beneath the enchanting strains of the guqin. The instrument does not intoxicate, rather, it is the listener who becomes entranced. The officials were already immersed in the enchanting melodies, akin to a century-old fine wine, yearning to break free yet unable to extricate themselves. A cascade of moonlight descended, enveloping them all. The seemingly gentle radiance illuminated them with a chill, yet they remained oblivious. Upon the high platform, an unknown figure wept softly. The music flowed like a gentle breeze. Memories that should be forgotten lingered still. The melodies played by Zhou Zhun seemed to paint the beauty of the four seasons. The spring breeze brought rain, an unwavering belief winding its way through time. The summer cicada song echoed, an unspoken longing stretching endlessly. The autumn leaves fell, vague wishes drifting between heaven and earth. As winter gives way to spring, the unchanging whims of fate dance in the wind. Time does not believe in eternity, only in the fleeting moments of intersection. A moment missed is a lifetime lost. This is fate in the wind. Wenjie was astonished. Is this not the score of fate in the wind cherished by my elder brother? How could he play it? The gentle moonlight faded, revealing a cloud that had obscured it. Bamboo branches, tear stains mark my longing. The officials yearned to listen to the peach lute's tale, unaware of the clarity that the moonlight would bring in the depths of night. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Zhou Zhun was the first to regain his composure, offering a fist salute to Yuan Binshu and Yuan Yilin, saying, though the ancient melodies are cherished, few modern souls play them. I present this piece to you, for true understanding is rare. Yuan Benshu, equally entranced, gazed into the distant sky, sighed softly, and remarked, "Ah, the music of the heavens." He then smiled wryly, continuing, "In my humble palace, there are surely hundreds of musicians and luthiers, yet I have never heard such divine melodies. How lamentable indeed." The officials finally emerged from their stupor, their expressions still imbued with a sense of tranquility. It was only at this moment that they realized the gifts they had offered were mere trinkets, utterly insignificant compared to the performance of a chance encounter in the wind. At this time, Yuan Yilan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, glistening with tears, as she murmured, "What a truly beautiful sound. Yet, why do I weep?" Lan Shen cast a complex glance at Zhou Zhun and remarked, "This piece is titled A Chance Encounter in the Wind, and it is a treasure from the collection of Wenlong, the head of the Wen family in the City of Rainbows. I heard Wenlong say that, thousands of years ago, during the Great War between humans and demons. In the ancient city of Lulan in the Northern Realm, two martial emperors, Gao Li and Li Bai, united their strengths, one playing the chain, the other wielding his sword, to defend the human territories against the demonic invasion. Although they ultimately fell in battle, they managed to slay over 10 powerful demon emperors, earning their names in history. The swordplay of Li Bai was known as the Green Lotus Sword Technique, which later fell into the hands of the infamous demon lord, Mo Yuan. Unfortunately, it has been lost since Mo Yuan's demise. Upon hearing this, the crowd bowed their heads in contemplation, filled with respect for those martial predecessors who perished in the defense of humanity. Lan Shen praised, "The musical talent of young Master Tai Shu has likely reached the pinnacle in this Western Jin dynasty." Zhou Zhun, feeling somewhat at a loss, thought, "What? This piece has such a profound background? Wait, it seems I possess both the Green Lotus Sword Technique and a chance encounter in the wind at the same time. This is too coincidental." The officials, upon hearing this, could not help but extol Zhou Zhun's musical prowess. Beside them, Yin Songfeng's complexion had darkened to the point of resembling a stormy sky. What does it matter how melodious the performance is? It cannot be consumed, nor can it be quenched, and it certainly does not enhance one's cultivation. The princess and the king have gained nothing of substance from it, far inferior to the offerings of others. Yuan Yilan regarded him with disdain, feeling that his words were excessively disruptive to the atmosphere. She coldly retorted, "How vulgar, utterly insufferable." Wang Hong, a scholar deeply enamored with the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, shared a strong aversion for Yin Songfeng. With an air of mockery, he remarked, "If we are to discuss the value of gifts today, this piece of music surpasses the worth of 1,000 troops and countless treasures." Unfazed, Yin Songfeng continued to counter, "There is no need for you to exaggerate, Minister Wang. If you wish to hear it again, simply have Tai Shu perform it once more. You are overstating it." Zhou Zhun chuckled softly, saying, "Every musical score possesses its own essence. Thus, the timing of the performance must be apparent. The art of playing the qin lies in seizing the advantages of nature and harmonizing with all things, enabling one to convey the true spirit of the score, which in turn creates an exquisite melody." With a smile, Zhou Zhun added, "Young Master Yin, engrossed in his cultivation, seems to lack familiarity with the arts. It would be wise for you to dedicate some time to learning." Laughter erupted among the various officials upon hearing this. Yin Songfeng, seething with rage, felt a surge of murderous intent in his gaze. Was this not a blatant insult to his intellect, branding him as illiterate? It was utterly intolerable. Yuan Yilan, meanwhile, stared blankly at Tai Shu, as if she sensed a striking resemblance to him. Each word he uttered seemed to echo the shadow of a former acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Yin Hanyang and Yin Zongfeng were suddenly engulfed by a chilling sensation that penetrated their very pores, reminding them of their earlier attempts to put the two in a difficult position. Alas, they had unwittingly ignited the ire of the Jinmen group, a situation that could yield no benefit for them. Now, the Yin family would have to contend with the consequences. If they wished to prevent the Jinmen group from meddling in the struggle for the throne, they would have to brace themselves for extortion. Chapter 104. Yin Zongfeng's proposal. After a brief moment of awkward silence, Yin Zongfeng wore a face of discontent, his heart brimming with reluctance. He forced a smile and clapped his hands, prompting his subordinates to present a box. "Just now, we received a gift from the city lord's mansion of the capital. But now, I wish to present this personally to Princess Yilan, wishing her beauty to flourish and to marry a most suitable gentleman soon." As the box was opened, the crowd was instantly captivated, their astonishment palpable. With a look of triumph, Yin Zongfeng proclaimed. This is a second-grade martial Dao regulation pill, gifted to Princess Yilin to aid her in advancing to the martial master realm. The martial Dao regulation pill, as its name suggests, contains the principles of martial arts. Being of second grade, it embodies the regulations of a martial master. In the realm of martial cultivation, refining one's qi is only one aspect. The paramount element lies in comprehending the myriad rules of the various realms. Only by grasping these principles can one meet the standards of cultivation. Some practitioners may lag in their understanding of these rules compared to their qi refinement prowess, while others may greatly surpass it. However, the vast majority of cultivators possess excellent talents for qi cultivation, yet lack the intellect or disregard the significance of understanding the rules, resulting in limited strength. However, should one consume the rule pill, they would gain the ability to directly comprehend the principles of the rules, subsequently merely requiring to enhance their qi cultivation to ascend to the corresponding realm. Such pills, imbued with the essence of martial rules, are exceedingly rare, even scarcer than the extraordinary ability pills and fruits. This scarcity arises not only from their inability to be artificially manufactured, but also due to the extensive natural nurturing required for their emergence. Most crucially, the conditions for the existence of these pills are exceptionally stringent. They demand an environment rich in spiritual energy, nearly tangible in its density. And due to the allure these pills possess for magical beasts, there exists a high demand for their population as well. Nevertheless, in spiritual mountains and vast rivers akin to the Black Beast Mountain, one must wonder which of them is devoid of magical beasts. Consequently, even a second-tier rule pill can fetch an exorbitant price of no less than 200,000 gold coins at the auction market, with most regions witnessing a scarcity of demand despite the price. While gold coins are indeed valuable in the eyes of martial artists, they pale in comparison to the rule pill, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. It could be said that the combined value of all gifts presented by the officials falls short of the worth of a single second-tier rule pill. And such a precious item, it is quite astonishing that Yin Zongfeng would dare to offer it as a gift. This is truly extravagant. Do today as youth not consider the cost when pursuing romantic interests? Yin Zongfeng is undoubtedly aware of the intrinsic value of the rule pill, yet his demeanor suggests an utter indifference. Because this rule Dan was bestowed upon him by his master, the esteemed King Gongqing. At that time, there were two, and he had already consumed one. Otherwise, as a mere magician, how could he possibly hope to ascend from a 1-star warrior to a 9-star warrior in just a few short months? Such aspirations are mere folly. The celestial energy within him remains only partially refined. Yin Zongfeng contemplated that once this matter has passed, he would immediately enter seclusion, and after a month, he would certainly achieve the rank of a martial master. For now, however, he must reluctantly part with the remaining Dan and offer it to Princess Yilin. In a state of urgency, Yin Zongfeng swiftly rose from his seat and approached Yuan Yilin, kneeling on one knee before her. Yilin, I have pursued you for so long. Do you not yet comprehend my feelings? Today, in front of all the officials, I ask for your hand in marriage. Yilin, will you marry me? A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience on the high platform at his public proposal. Yin Zongfeng, with his striking appearance and immense potential, was among the elite of the younger generation in the Western Jin dynasty. Although his status did not match that of Yuan Yilin, he was nonetheless one of the few dashing young men in the capital. This single knee drop must have shattered the hearts of countless young maidens. Yuan Yilin, taken aback, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She coldly responded, Yin Zongfeng, rise at once. If you continue to put me in such an awkward position, do not blame me for being heartless. Yin Zongfeng's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted erratically. After going to such lengths, he was met with her anger, leaving him deeply unsatisfied. Princess Yilin, I am aware that I am unworthy of you. But aside from myself, there is no one in the entire Western Jin dynasty who is more deserving. He pondered for a moment and inquired, is it possible that Princess Yuan Yilin has found someone to admire? Yuan Yilin was taken aback, momentarily rendered silent, contemplating to herself, could he be that person? As Yin Zongfeng's words hung in the air, a profound stillness enveloped the gathering. Even Yuan Benchu exhibited a glimmer of anticipation. Gazing at the reticent Yuan Yilin, Yin Zongfeng let out a bitter smile. Realizing after such a prolonged pursuit, he remained unaware of whether she had someone she cherished. Enraged, he demanded, who is he? Perhaps only a select few present were privy to the answer. With that, she cast a fierce glance at Lu Tianming and Li Yongbua, one of whom was a warrior felled by the combined might of the two martial kings. Instantly, the entire assembly fell into a state of shock, as if petrified. Everyone was aware, indeed the entire Jinlong city was aware, that the individual Yuan Yilin referenced was none other than Zhang Shuai, the victor of this year's mage examination. Listening intently at the banquet were Lu Tianming, Li Yongbua, and Zhou Zhan, the very parties involved. Though they had harbored suspicions, hearing Yuan Yilin articulate it aloud filled them with astonishment. Both Lu Tianming and Li Yongbua felt a chill run down their spines. Li Yongbua was struck by the palpable fury and murderous intent radiating from Yuan Yilin, instilling in him a sense of dread. Lu Tianming, too, was reminded of that youth, now a haunting specter in his nightmares. Despite the passage of over 10 months, the mere thought of that individual sent shivers coursing through him, leaving him trembling with fear. Zhang Shuai. Yin Songfeng was acutely aware, as was everyone present. Gritting his teeth, he spoke in a low, forceful tone, no matter who he was. Now that he is dead, I have my chance. What he could achieve, I can achieve as well. Yuan Yilin scoffed, you speak so easily. The magician's exam has long passed, and President Huanai Chuan has applied to establish a branch in the Moonlit Empire. Whether there will be another magician's exam remains uncertain. Even if there is, given the temperament of the Moonlit Empire's Magician Guild, it would be held at least once every 7 years. Do you expect me to wait for you for 7 years? Then, Princess, what shall we do? Yuan Yilin smiled softly, her charm captivating. At last, she perceived a hint of tenacity in the person before her. I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Since you wish to prove yourself, then win first place in the capital's martial arts tournament in a month's time. If you succeed, I, Yuan Yilin, shall marry you. First place in the martial arts tournament? Everyone was taken aback, as if turned to wax figures. Was this not a challenge? Duan Luo chuckled, saying, it's challenging yet not insurmountable. Speak swiftly, do not dawdle. Heh, young Master Tai, the capital's martial arts tournament is on par with the magician's exam, only allowing participants under 18 years of age. And it also occurs once every 7 years. Consequently, the contenders are quite formidable, with average strength around 3 to 4-star martial artists. However, to secure first place, one would likely need to possess 6 or 7 stars. Zhou Zhan exclaimed in astonishment, on par with the magician's exam? Does that mean there are considerable advantages? Zhou Zhan smiled faintly. Hee, you know what I mean. Indeed. Haha. Just when everyone believed that Yin Songfeng had utterly failed, he unexpectedly burst into laughter and said, well, I hope the princess can fulfill her promise. If I secure the first place in the martial arts tournament, then she shall marry me. Yuan Yilin was perplexed by Yin Songfeng's unwavering confidence, feeling that he had no hope whatsoever. She nonchalantly replied, as the princess of the Western Jin dynasty, I shall certainly not go back on my word. The officials exchanged discreet glances, shaking their heads in silent pity for Yin Songfeng. Alas, the youth was indeed still naive. He lacked experience in matters of romance. Yin Songfeng was in high spirits, holding a rule pill in his hands. Princess, then this second-tier rule pill. Yuan Yilin glanced at Zhou Zhan, who was now gazing at the pill with sparkling eyes. She seemed to have conceived a brilliant idea and proclaimed, let this second-tier rule pill serve as an additional prize for the victor of this martial arts tournament. All present were taken aback, astonished at the notion of considering a second-tier rule pill as a reward. What a grand gesture. Zhou Zhan was elated to hear this. He had initially planned to seize the opportunity to obtain the pill himself if Yuan Yilin chose not to accept it after the banquet, for it would undoubtedly enhance his strength by at least 3 stars. The temptation was simply irresistible. Now, it has unexpectedly become a prize for the martial arts competition, an additional one at that. This is undoubtedly more advantageous for him. After all, if he were to engage in a forceful acquisition, there lies the peril of revealing his identity. He certainly does not wish to plunge the recently ascendant Zhou family into a perilous predicament. Sigh, never mind. Let us consider it a means to obtain the rule elixir. Should misfortune truly befall him, and he is compelled to assume an official position, he will simply take his leave and flee. After all, with old Mo around, no one would dare to impede his escape. Zhou Zhan is rather indifferent to such gatherings. Were it not for the circumstances, he would not have attended. After consuming a few morsels of meat and sipping some wine to satiate his hunger, he surprisingly began to meditate with his eyes closed. The onlookers, observing his demeanor, presumed he was merely fatigued from the festivities and paid him no mind, continuing to revel in their merriment. As Zhou Zhun entered a state of cultivation, his spiritual sense probed the qi within his dantian. He realized that he had only recently broken through to the 2-star martial master level. His qi lake had yet to stabilize completely. However, moments ago, after playing a tune titled Wind's Enchantment, he felt an invigorating surge of energy envelop him, bringing a sense of fulfillment to his practice. The zither is exquisite, and the melody is enchanting. I have merely played a passage from this score, and the qi within my body has completely stabilized on its own. Old Mo chuckled and said, "You must understand that the musical score in question was once regarded as a literary art on par with the Qinglian sword technique." He then sighed, adding, "Alas, it is a pity that the supreme literary essence contained within the wind's extraordinary fate has vanished with the passage of time. What a loss! What a lament!" Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhun fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the immense power of a literary art that could be compared to the Qinglian sword technique. Old Mo continued with a smile. "However, despite the literary essence being utterly absent, one can still cultivate a modicum of righteous energy through its performance. I observed the expressions of Lan Chen and Wang Hong earlier. They were clearly immersed in its purest form." He chuckled again. "Most importantly, your physique has undergone a subtle transformation. Although you have yet to attain the violent golden body, you are now capable of assimilating that righteous energy into your internal qi." Zhou Zhun felt a surge of excitement at this revelation, even if the amount he could assimilate was minuscule. After a considerable time, Yuan Binshu rose, expressing his fatigue, which signaled the conclusion of the banquet. The officials began to rise and bid their farewells with respectful gestures. As Yuan Yilin passed by Zhou Zhun, she glanced at him with her large eyes and gently inquired, "Will you be participating in the martial arts tournament?" Yuan Yilin seemed transformed, although her expression remained impassive. Her tone was no longer frigid. Zhou Zhun, perplexed, smiled faintly and remarked, "It depends on the circumstances. Perhaps I shall attend." Yuan Yilin fell silent for a moment, then nodded before departing with the eunuchs and palace maids. "I do not know them. It is merely our first encounter," I replied. Zhou Zhun retorted somewhat irritably, "How am I supposed to know?" "That is quite satisfactory," Zhou Zhun stated, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "However, today's affairs are far from concluded. Someone may come seeking us shortly." "Heh, astute," Zhou Zhun chuckled. "Care to wager on who it might be?" He quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that if the eldest prince, Yuan Yang, truly intended to act, he would not need to intervene personally. He could simply send someone to deliver a gift and orchestrate a fine performance. What of the second prince, Yuan Hai? Yet, we scarcely exchanged words with him at the banquet. Why would he seek us? Zhou Zhun shot him an incredulous glance. Indeed, it was the second prince, but he was not looking for us. He was searching for me. Before them stood a figure, the esteemed son of the Jinmen group, Tai Shui. The voice emanated from a short distance behind the two, and upon turning, they beheld several silhouettes hastily approaching with lanterns. "My master wishes to invite young Master Tai Shui to our residence for a discussion." Zhou Zhun lifted his gaze and noticed, behind the figures, a grand double-horse sedan chair, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, a carriage exclusive to royalty. Within, a figure awaited patiently. Imitating Yuan Yilin's tone, Zhou Zhun coldly replied, "The hour is late, and I am weary. Let us postpone this meeting to another day." Chapter 106. Dialogue with Yuan Hai. As the hour grew late and fatigue settled in, Zhou Zhun reiterated, "The hour is late, and I am weary. Let us postpone this meeting to another day." After a few moments, the double-horse sedan chair arrived before them. The figure inside smiled and remarked, "Young Master Tai Shui, you are mistaken. It is said that one should seize the joy of life while it lasts, lest the golden goblet stands empty beneath the moonlight. Do not let this splendid moonlight go to waste." He continued, "I presume, dear sirs, that you have not yet had your fill. Our residence has prepared exquisite wine and delicacies for the two of you. Might I inquire if you would honor us with your presence?" Seated in the royal carriage, endowed with such remarkable talent, apart from the second prince Yuan Hai, there exists no one else like him. Yuan Hai laughed heartily, pondering how effortlessly he could persuade this esteemed individual if he were to agree to his request. Indeed, as Bai Ling had proclaimed, this person was as captivating as she described. "Haha, no worries at all. This prince can summon a few exquisite dancers for the two of you. Each one is as beautiful as a flower, their graceful figures swaying in a manner that will ensure young Master Tai Shui departs without regret." Zhou Zhun pretended to ponder deeply before responding. "That would indeed be splendid. worthy of consideration. The royal carriage, spacious and luminous, offered ample room even for 3 passengers, ensuring a comfortable journey. It was only then that Zhou Zhen took the opportunity to scrutinize Yuan Hai closely. Born into royalty, Yuan Hai possessed an air of nobility reflected in his features. Apart from his handsome appearance, he exuded an intellectual demeanor, likely a result of his extensive exposure to literature and poetry. Yuan Hai, in turn, observed Zhou Zhen with keen interest, remarking, "Not long ago, I heard that young Master Tai Shua, as a second-star martial artist, had triumphed over a 4-star disciple from the same sect. Truly remarkable. You are indeed extraordinary." Zhou Zhen smiled in response. "Your Highness, you flatter me." As I observed His Highness's demeanor, I noted that while it differed somewhat from the scholarly air of other princes, there was an elusive aura of dragon energy about him, indicative of a sovereign's presence. Yuan Hai was taken aback, surprised by the man's forthrightness. He soon chuckled and said, "I have heard from my subordinates that a noble benefactor will aid me in my destiny. With this person, I shall navigate smoothly through life, but without them, I shall be tossed about by the storms. Might I inquire if young Master Tai is that destined benefactor?" Zhou Zhen shook his head with a smile, replying, "Certainly not. I have no desire to dictate the fates of others. Moreover, the threads of destiny are woven solely by oneself. You, just as I, hold the reins of your own fate." Yuan Hai smiled faintly, skeptical of this notion. Clearly, he did not share the same belief. If each person's destiny were entirely within their own grasp, then what authority would a sovereign possess over anyone? Zhou Zhen discerned Yuan Hai's implication, but chose not to engage in further debate. Before long, the carriage arrived at the prince's residence. Within, another banquet was underway, featuring several officials he had recently encountered, alongside some unfamiliar faces, presumably those recruited by Yuan Hai himself. However, Wang Hong was notably absent. As the head of the civil officials, every action he took was under scrutiny, and thus, his presence or absence at such a trivial banquet bore little consequence on the greater scheme of affairs. Upon taking a seat, Zhou Zhen delivered a sharp kick to him, exclaiming in frustration, "Here you are, supposed to assist me in maintaining an air of superiority, and yet you refuse to cooperate. Not only that, but you sit down and immediately begin to feast. Are you not an elderly gentleman? You consume more in a single evening than I, a growing youth, ever could." Crash. A maidservant, who was in the midst of pouring wine for the ministers, was startled by such treasonous words, causing the goblet in her hand to slip and shatter upon the floor. Yuan Hai's gaze hardened, and fury erupted from within him. The maidservant, pale with terror, hastily knelt down, her delicate frame trembling violently, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. The other maidservants, also pouring wine, turned ashen at the shocking proclamation. Fearing the wrath of the prince, they realized they had committed a grave error that might lead to their demise. They quickly prostrated themselves, pleading for mercy. Upon hearing that their lives might be spared, several maidservants sobbed their gratitude, thanking the Lord for his clemency before retreating. Yuan Hai's expression softened slightly as he remarked, "Ah, regardless of whether young Master Tai Shu is indeed my destined benefactor, let us set that aside for now. I have heard that young Master Tai Shu's elder sister has also ventured to the Alliance Martial Academy for her studies, has she not? Surely, young Master Tai Shua would not be lacking, as his talent and strength are undoubtedly profound, and he would certainly lend me a helping hand." Yuan Hai pondered. Although Bai Ling could not discern the name of this individual or the reason for his arrival in Golden Dragon City, she did unveil the true visage of this so-called Tai Shua, allowing him to uncover the man's lineage based on his genuine appearance. However, Yuan Hai himself was indifferent to the sorcerer examination, thus he remained unaware of the identities of Zhou Zhen or Zhang Shua. Suddenly, Zhou Zhen's gaze turned icy, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the entire banquet, as he contemplated how this person had discerned his true identity. Had he made some mistake? Could it have been that day? Yuan Hai, too, felt a heavy pressure emanating from Zhou Zhen, his heart filled with astonishment, yet he was not overly fearful. For this was his domain, and even if he were to falter, numerous formidable experts were present to safeguard him. With great effort, a faint smile curved upon Yuan Hai's lips as he remarked, "If young Master Tai Shua can assist me in successfully ascending to the throne, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for your family." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Zhen fell into deep contemplation, realizing that he would soon step beyond the confines of the Western Jin dynasty, and the Zhou family remained his greatest concern. Master Mo once said that every great figure has invariably risen to prominence by staining their hands with blood and treading upon a mountain of corpses, inevitably amassing countless adversaries. Should I find myself in a distant land, unable to assist, or even facing mortal peril, how could I ensure the safety of my family? Chapter 107. An extended discourse. If one's own life is imperiled, how can one safeguard their kin? Jiuzhou lamented. As long as the second prince pledges to ensure my family's prosperity, honor, tranquility, and harmony during his reign. Otherwise, should any unforeseen calamity befall my family, your highness would find himself in a precarious position. If I possess the ability to elevate you, I also possess the power to depose you. Yuan Hai's gaze solidified, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Once I ascend the throne, commanding 1,000,000 soldiers and countless martial and scholarly experts, who in this Western Jin dynasty could possibly dethrone me? Who would dare to attempt it? He then exclaimed with delight, "Excellent. This is only fitting. And I can certainly provide this assurance. As long as your family harbors no rebellious intentions, I shall ensure their eternal peace." Upon hearing this, Zhou remained noncommittal. The history of the Celestial Dynasty over millennia of feudalism, as well as the past hundreds of thousands of years of the illusionary world, is replete with instances of discarding the bow once the birds are gone and cooking the hound once the rabbit is dead. As long as matters pertain to dynastic rule, there can be no eternal guarantees. If, on that day, the one seated upon the throne felt discomfort, they might readily fabricate a charge and execute a thorough execution. What he truly required was ample time to cultivate his abilities. Once he attained the strength of a martial king, the assurances of Yuan Hai would hold little significance for him. As he spoke, a woman clad in white entered the room. She reported, "Your Highness, the carriage we parted ways with has been ambushed. Among the assailants, there was 1 martial sovereign, 3 martial masters, and 6 or 7 martial practitioners." Yuan Hai's gaze glinted with a chilling intensity as he remarked coldly, "Humph, to think they dispatched even a martial sovereign to eliminate me. They truly hold me in high regard." Zhou eyes scanned the woman in white. She was none other than Miss Bai Ling, his close attendant. He offered a slight smile and said, "I presume this lady is the esteemed Miss Bai Ling, the personal guard of your highness." It is said that Miss Bai Ling possesses remarkable skills, capable of divination and prophecy regarding future events. One wonders about the veracity of such claims. Both Yuan Hai and Bai Ling wished to express their thoughts, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Amidst the astonishment of those present, Zhou continued with a smile. "However, one must remember that divination is ultimately a double-edged sword. Miss Bai Ling should employ her abilities with caution in the future. If it is absolutely necessary, one must carefully select the object of divination. For it is well known that there exist many formidable entities in this world that Miss White's spirit cannot afford to provoke. Otherwise, should one carelessly choose an object for divination, the consequences may range from a mere intimidation warning to the catastrophic severing of one's meridians, rendering one utterly incapacitated. If memory serves me correctly, the decline of your sect was precipitated by the leader's erroneous selection of an object for divination, leaving them in a state of utter helplessness even to this day." At that moment, White Spirit's pupils contracted sharply. Her mind became blank, devoid of thought, and her handsome visage was marred by horror and dread. During her divination, she discovered that this individual's star of destiny would alter the trajectory of Yuan Hai's star. She had thus proceeded to perform a divination on this star. Yet she did not anticipate that this individual would be aware of her actions and even possess knowledge about her sect, most crucially, an understanding of her sect's affairs. Her leader, though still young, was exceptionally gifted, reportedly a candidate for the position of sect leader at merely a teenager. However, upon assuming leadership, he grew arrogant and disregarded the counsel of the elder members, daring to conduct a divination on a formidable martial emperor. As the elders had foreseen, this young leader was overwhelmed by the visage of death was exceedingly ghastly, shrouded in boundless dread. Later, Bai Ling inadvertently overheard a conversation among the elders, revealing that the esteemed leader had divined the presence of a martial emperor, one possessing the soul of a sovereign. It was this royal essence that had turned upon the leader, instilling profound fear and scattering her spirit. With the demise of this leader, her sect subsequently fell into a state of disarray, ultimately succumbing to the absorption by a long-established local power. However, such matters were unknown even to Yuan Hai. How then did this individual come to possess such knowledge? Zhou discerned Bai Ling's thoughts and mused privately. Naturally, It was Elder Emo who imparted this information to me. Upon witnessing Bai Ling's choked expression and the dramatic change in Yuan Hai's countenance, he hastily clarified, "Young Master Tai Sui, it was I who instructed him to act thus. Please do not blame Bai Ling." "Ah, there is no need for explanations," Zhou Zhan replied with a smile, finding solace in the moment. "Were I in your position, I would have acted similarly. After aiding you in ascending to the throne, I shall distance myself from the Western Jin dynasty, and we shall hardly cross paths thereafter." Yuan Hai, taken aback, inquired, "Does young Master Tai Sui not contemplate elevation to nobility, titles, or ministerial positions? What significance does the dragon's aura hold? It merely denotes a local tyrant. Meanwhile, these cultivators soar as swans amidst the heavens. Even I, as a dragon, possess only the privilege of gazing up in admiration." Upon contemplating this, Yuan Hai suddenly found himself envious of the cultivators, chuckling to himself, wondering if truly mastering one's own destiny was not such a daunting task after all. Regrettably, he sighed. With a bittersweet smile, he inquired, "By the way, Bai Ling, have you uncovered the identity of the would-be assassin?" Bai Jin chuckled awkwardly, responding, "Your Highness, do you not already know? It seems that only another prince would dare to attempt an assassination on a royal." Yuan Hai, with a countenance resembling that of a bitter melon, feigned a lament. Alas, in the pursuit of the throne, they would turn against their own kin, disregarding the frailty of our aged father. At times, I genuinely contemplate relinquishing my claim and allowing my elder brother to take the crown. At this juncture, the officials who had aligned themselves with Yuan Hai paused at his words. Being seasoned bureaucrats, they understood the nuances of such declarations, and in the spirit of feigned urgency, one hastily urged, "The second prince harbors a vision for the realm. It is but a matter of time before he ascends to kingship. Your Highness must not surrender." Numerous officials hastened to flatter, exclaiming, "Indeed, Lord Wu is correct. His Highness's benevolence towards the common people signifies the mark of a sagacious ruler. His reign would be a boon for the populace. Should Yuan Yang seize power, his martial disposition would surely plunge the realm into unending conflict, subjecting the dynasty's citizens to dire straits. Your Highness, for the sake of the masses, you must strive for this." Chapter 108. Analyzing the situation, Your Highness. For the sake of the common people, you must strive. Indeed, strive. Strive, Your Highness. As the officials spoke with fervor, some even knelt, presenting a picture of righteous indignation. Yuan Hai appeared quite embarrassed, seemingly caught in a dilemma. However, an official rushed forth, removing his hat, and declared with fervent resolve, "If Your Highness disregards the welfare of the people and allows Yuan Yang to trample upon this vast land, I shall take my own life before the second prince." "Lord Su, please, hold on," Yuan Hai quickly interjected, sighing, "If everyone is so fervently urging me, I have no choice but to contend with my elder brother for the sake of the countless commoners." The officials listened, their anger palpable, yet none dared to speak. It was then that Lord Su indignantly remarked, "Of course." With a chuckle, Yuan Hai inquired, "I wonder, what are your thoughts on the current situation, young Master Tai?" Zhou Zhan replied, "The second prince is well-versed in literature and, as such, possesses a deeper understanding of governance than the first prince. Moreover, Yuan Bench's intention to support you is evident." Yuan Hai exclaimed in surprise, "Why is that? Has young Master Tai discerned something?" Zhou Zhan smiled and said, "Initially, I too was uncertain about the circumstances, but I gleaned some insights during Yin Songfeng's proposal tonight." Zhou Zhan continued, "While the Western Jin dynasty does not practice matrimonial unions based on parental arrangements or matchmaking traditions, as the sovereign, Yuan Benchu certainly wields the authority to determine an individual's marital affairs. Wouldn't you agree?" Yuan Hai responded in astonishment, "Indeed, that is the case. However, what relevance does this hold in relation to the situation? Could it be?" Zhou Zhan chuckled, saying, "When King Yuan Benchu decided to celebrate Yuan Yilin's advancement, he tacitly approved the competition between the two princes. At this moment, Yin Songfeng's proposal was indeed a maneuver orchestrated by the elder prince, who discerned the implications of Yuan Benchu's actions." Implications? What implications? Firstly, it signifies the tacit approval of the struggle for the throne. Secondly, it involves the selection of a consort for Princess Yilin. The choice of her consort directly reflects the prince whom Yuan Benchu favors. Zhou Zhan continued, "Today, Yuan Benchu refrained from intervening in Yin Songfeng's proposal, allowing Princess Yilin to decide for herself. This is because Yuan Benchu is aware that Princess Yilin would not agree. Therefore, I conclude that King Yuan Benshu has no intention of marrying off the princess to Yin Songfeng, nor does he wish to establish the elder prince as the heir. Yuan Hai, puzzled, inquired, "But father has not promised my sister to anyone. How can one deduce that he intends to appoint me as heir? That's obvious. Consider the individuals present on your side at that time. They were all as aged as fried dough sticks. If you were in my position, would you marry your daughter to an old man?" Upon hearing Zhou Zhen's analysis, Lord Su suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming with delight, "Indeed, I had been pondering why the esteemed crown prince, once renowned for his military achievements, has now relinquished his command to the third prince, Yuan Zhang. It all makes sense now. The profound bond between the third prince and the second prince suggests that, in critical moments, the third prince will undoubtedly assist the second prince. Bestowing military authority upon the third prince effectively empowers the second prince." Lord Su beamed with joy, proclaiming, "It seems the king has long harbored intentions of naming the second prince as the crown heir." Zhou Zhen retorted with a disdainful snort. "Even a fool could discern Yuan Benshu's intentions. Why, then, has it taken you so long to realize?" Yuan Hai offered an awkward smile, saying, "If my father indeed wishes to establish me as the heir, why has he yet to declare it and formally appoint me as crown prince?" Zhou Zhen replied coolly, "This is merely my preliminary conjecture. It is also conceivable that Yuan Benshu is reluctant to relinquish his power, thus propping you up as a counterbalance to the crown prince." Upon hearing this, the others, who had just been invigorated by the discussion, fell back into a contemplative silence. Yuan Hai sighed, "Master Tai Shu truly possesses a remarkable talent. We have debated for an extended period without resolution, yet Master Tai Shu, having just begun his regency, has elucidated the situation with remarkable clarity. Alas, how I lament not having met you sooner." Zhou Zhen smiled, yet within, he harbored a sense of disdain. The intricacies of the political and underworld machinations he had encountered in the Celestial Empire far surpassed the trivial power struggles of this minor dynasty. How could these corrupt scholars dare to compare their intellect with his? It is merely the case that those embroiled in the fray are often blinded, while the observers see clearly. It appears my deductions were not in error. This young gentleman must indeed be the destined benefactor of the second prince. Bai Ling also expressed her delight, though her joy stemmed not from the second princess' fortunes, but rather from the accuracy of her divination. Zhou Zhen continued, "If Yuan Benshu truly seeks to counterbalance Yuan Yang, it signals troubling tidings and presents considerable complications. Currently, the support for the second prince is insufficient to contend with the first prince. Should Yuan Benshu encounter any misfortune, the second prince will find himself in an irretrievable predicament." Yuan Hai's eyes shimmered with brilliance. "Thus, I require additional support. The timely appearance of young Master Tai Shu is indeed a fortuitous blessing. Alas, I am but a mere martial artist, hardly capable of serving as your aide. Perhaps your highness should seek assistance elsewhere," Zhou Zhen replied. Yuan Hai was taken aback. He discerned that Tai Shu's implication was that the Jinmen group would not overtly intervene in this matter. He cautiously inquired, "Is it possible that young Master Tai's insinuation refers to King Gongqing?" Although Yuan Hai deliberately lowered his voice, his words still reached the ears of those present, leaving the officials in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. King Gongqing, not only a member of the royal lineage but also the commander of the most formidable army within the Western Jin dynasty, holds the esteemed position of being the foremost warrior on the strength rankings of the dynasty. Should he lend his support, it would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to one's own power. However, King Gongqing is a unique figure. Not only is he in the prime of life, but having reached the martial king realm, every increment in his strength bestows upon him additional vitality and longevity. Moreover, King Gongqing is a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, and when it comes to physical vitality, he surpasses his contemporaries and even rivals those a decade younger than himself. This is one of the reasons why King Gongqing occupies the pinnacle of the strength rankings within the Western Jin dynasty. Aside from the esteemed King of Light, there exists another individual in a similar predicament, namely the third-ranked leader of the Celestial Alliance, Lu Tianming. This young man, scarcely in his late 20s, has already attained the formidable rank of Martial King, making him the youngest martial king in the annals of the Western Jin dynasty's history. The headquarters of the Rainbow Consortium is situated in the vast expanse of Jiuzhou, the largest region inhabited by humanity, serving as the highest command center of the organization. In various territories, it has established branches, classified as Class A in the Eastern Domain, Western Desert, and Southern Ridge, in the capitals of numerous empires. These branches are designated as Class B, while those beneath the empires, within the confines of various dynasties and kingdoms, are ranked as Class C. Although the Jinmin group currently operates as a small branch within the Western Jin dynasty, it is, regrettably, a reflection of the weak and somewhat pitiable state of the Moonlit Empire. Despite the faade of the Western Jin dynasty being a dominant force within the Moonlit Empire, it is, in reality, rife with deficiencies largely attributable to the circumstances surrounding the Black Beast Mountain. Given these myriad factors, the Jinmin group can only be regarded as the most subordinate branch within the Rainbow Consortium. They are not even permitted to utilize the esteemed name of the Rainbow Consortium. Hence, it is known as the Jinmin group, rather than the Rainbow Consortium's Class D branch. To become a standard for the various branches of the Rainbow Consortium, it is not only essential to possess financial resources, the strength of various sects, and the abundance of local resources, but also to consider the factor of interpersonal connections. The financial capabilities of the Jinmin group have all met the established standards, and the Western Jin dynasty boasts extraordinary resources due to the presence of Black Beast Mountain. However, at this moment, the Jinmin group finds itself lacking in connections. Once this level is elevated, the Jinmin group could subsequently be renamed as the C-grade branch of the Rainbow Consortium. One must not underestimate this designation. It is crucial to understand that it would not only bring immense resources to the Jinmin group, but also yield benefits across various domains. The disparity between the two is akin to that between an empire and a super-empire. Thus, when Yuan Hai uttered these words, his heart brimmed with excitement. For this represented a tremendous opportunity. Zhou Zhan, observing the various gazes directed at him, chuckled. The second prince jested, "I have never met His Highness the Concubine King. So how could I possibly have the influence to bring him in?" Yuan Hai chuckled awkwardly in response. "Oh, is that so? Nevertheless, it matters little." Upon hearing this, the crowd, though initially harboring little hope, silently lowered their heads. Zhou Zhan observed the despondent expressions on their faces and gently remarked, "While I may not be able to enlist Lord Gongqing for my purposes, I can certainly bring a figure of equal, if not greater, power into our ranks. Could it be some hidden master? Yet, how could such a minor official like Tai Shu possibly recruit such a person?" The officials soon wore expressions of skepticism, dismissing the young man's words as mere bravado. They then turned their gaze towards Tai Shu, who wore a smile, seemingly unfazed by their reactions, as if he had anticipated their disbelief. Is there truly someone more formidable than Lord Gongqing? Who could it be? Why have we never heard of such a person? Can this Tai Shu genuinely persuade them to join us? Yuan Hai also pondered deeply, yet he could not arrive at an answer. In his mind, Lord Gongqing was an unparalleled figure within the dynasty, both in personal strength and military prowess. It was evident that his uncle had no desire for the throne, otherwise, he would surely be the reigning king. Yuan Hai ceased his pondering and inquired, "Might I ask which esteemed individual young Master Tai Shu is referring to? Is he truly more formidable than Uncle Gong?" Chapter 110. The words beyond of Zhou Zhan upon hearing Yuan Hai's question. A profound silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to Zhou Zhan. Gradually, they began to perceive young Master Tai Shu as a pivotal figure aligned with the second prince. Zhou Zhan, acutely aware of the attention he had garnered, let out a cold smile and replied, "There are indeed many who surpass Prince Gong in prowess. However, the multitude present here renders such truths obscured." The officials were taken aback, their expressions swiftly shifting to one of discontent. Lord Su, embodying authority, spoke up. Everyone present, with the exception of the two from the Jinmin group, staunchly supports His Highness the second prince. Young Master Tai Shu's remarks imply a lack of trust in us. Zhou Zhan cast a disdainful glance towards him and replied indifferently, "It is not a matter of distrust. It is simply the acknowledgement of an existing lack of trust." Lord Su, incensed, retorted, "Humph. Tai Shu, you insignificant wretch, dare to insult us so brazenly? Do you even comprehend who we are? From a young age, we have diligently studied the works of sages and philosophers. When it comes to the principles of ethics and morality, we possess as much authority as our ancestors over the past 3 generations. How dare you humiliate us in such a manner? This is tantamount to courting death." In an instant, Zhou Zhan's gaze turned icy, a glimmer of brilliance slicing through his eyes as an intangible aura erupted around him. Thud! In the next moment, the crowd witnessed Lord Su collapsing to the ground, his face etched with boundless horror and dread. A high-ranking minister of the dynasty had just perished. Zhou Zhun's voice resonated like a sharpened blade, piercing through the final psychological defenses of all present. "If you dare to speak of my family, death shall be your consequence," he declared. "Should a single word of what I utter tonight escape into the world, let those present assure my family's safety, and they may remain." As Zhou Zhun's gaze swept over the others, they felt as though their hearts had been pierced, cold sweat beating on their brows, trembling uncontrollably, utterly aghast. Yuan Hai was equally terrified, and after a moment, he waved his hand, signaling for everyone to withdraw. Who exactly is this Tai Shuo, possessing such a terrifying gaze? A mere glance from him has caused a living soul to meet an untimely demise. They were already intimidated by Zhou Zhun, no longer daring to meet the gaze of those eyes sharp as blades and as cold as snow, trembling as they exited one by one. Yuan Hai also remarked, "Esteemed lords, your efforts today have not gone unnoticed. Tomorrow, I will ensure that my staff delivers the designated tea leaves to your residences." At this moment, as their leading lord, Yuan Hai could not afford to dampen the spirits of the assembly. He understood that once the struggle against the eldest prince, Yuan Yang, commenced, these scholars would undoubtedly voice their criticisms against Yuan Yang's influence. Therefore, he dared not treat them lightly. Yuan Hai chuckled awkwardly. "Young Master Tai, may we speak now?" Zhou Zhun, unhurried and solemn, replied, "There is a matter that must be addressed up front. Initially, I did not consider it significant, but Lord Su has brought it to my attention, and thus I find myself compelled to mention it. I hope His Highness can understand." Yuan Hai smiled. "Please, feel free to speak." "Ah, then that is reassuring," Zhou Zhun continued. "It pertains to our relationship. Since you are already aware of my true identity, I shall be candid. I, Zhou Zhun, am now your partner in collaboration, rather than a relationship of ruler and subject. Moreover, when your subordinates engage in discussions or actions pertaining to me, it is advisable for them to seek my counsel. Otherwise, the consequences will be borne by the current Lord Su. You must also understand that it is you who seeks my collaboration, rather than me taking advantage of your royal lineage. Should I be dissatisfied, I am more than capable of supporting another prince at any time. Do you comprehend?" Yuan Hai listened. The astonishment and dread that had just begun to subside surged back to the forefront of his mind. He could scarcely believe that Zhou Zhun had the audacity to utter such words before a prince. In ordinary circumstances, Yuan Hai would have been infuriated, immediately resorting to execution to vent his ire. Yet now, merely meeting those eyes extinguished any murderous intent, replaced instead by a creeping fear. Yuan Hai swallowed hard, forcing a dry chuckle. "Young Master Tai Tai, with such remarkable talent, it is only natural for you to offer such suggestions. This prince holds no objections, nor does he see any problems." "That is reassuring," came the reply. "Lord Hua?" "Oh, no, he can no longer be addressed as Lord Hua," Bai Ling remarked. "Hua Naichuan has already departed for the Mage Guild of the Moonlit Empire to assist the Mage Guild of the Western Jin Dynasty in their application to become a branch of the former. Although the success of this endeavor remains uncertain, he has definitively severed ties with the royal family's control." Yuan Haigan chuckled, stating that he had never truly been in control. Others merely valued the wealth of his royal family and the resources it could provide. Bai Ling inquired, "Does young Master Zhou truly have the confidence to secure the assistance of the Mage Guild for us?" Zhou Zhun replied with a smile, "Since I have mentioned it, I certainly possess that confidence." Yuan Hai was instantly filled with joy, exclaiming, "If we can indeed garner the support of the Mage Guild, then my ascension to the throne is merely a matter of time." Zhou Zhun replied with a calm smile, "From the moment I decided to assist you, this dynasty has already become yours." Yuan Hai's delight was uncontainable as he asked, "What methods does young Master Zhou have to enlist the aid of Senior Hua? Could you possibly reveal a hint?" Zhou Zhun shook his head, saying, "I have already stated that you need only learn how to be a good king." Yuan Hai, embarrassed, chuckled and asked, "Then, could young Master Zhou provide some guidance?" Zhou Zhun smiled and said, "Of course, it involves alleviating your father's worries. Your father has toiled tirelessly to raise you for over a decade. Now that you have come of age, it is time for you to demonstrate your filial piety. Having perused the sacred texts for so long, one must not allow the fleeting allure of power to cloud one's judgment." Chapter 111. Sudden Incident. Zhou Zhun, smiling, glanced at the silent Yuan Hai and remarked, "Your Highness, do not forget that despite your royal lineage and elevated status, he is nonetheless your father. No matter how formidable your influence may be, the one who determines your legitimacy as the rightful heir has always been him. Yuan Hai, with a wry smile, sighed deeply and responded, "Indeed, he is my father." At this moment, Bai Ling interjected. Young Master Zhou may not be aware that the officials under the elder Prince Yuan Yang have been persistently urging the king to designate Yuan Yang as the heir. They are already beginning to exert pressure on the palace. Bai Ling's gaze turned frosty as she continued. Now, the longer the king lives, the more unfavorable it may become for the second prince. Yuan Hai, feeling despondent, added, "According to my sister Elin, Li Yonghua and Yin Hanyang advocate for my elder brother to poison our father. Young Master Zhou, have you not noticed? Although our father is aged and frail, he is not entirely devoid of vigor. The banquet has scarcely begun, yet he already feels fatigued." Zhou calmly replied, "The advantages and disadvantages lie in your highness's perception of the situation. If managed adeptly, even a disadvantageous position can be reversed." Overjoyed, Yuan Hai grasped Zhou Zhan's hand excitedly and declared, "If young Master Zhou can assist me in seizing the throne, I could not only ensure the prosperity of the Zhou family for a century, but also, I could arrange for my sister Elin to marry you." "Zhou Zhan, I must refuse. Are you attempting to bring about my demise?" Yuan Hai was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Zhou Zhan truly believed that Elin was unworthy of becoming his wife? He continued, "I understand now. Although Elin is as beautiful as a flower, she is, after all, of royal lineage, accustomed to a life of luxury, and possesses a temperament as cold as ice. How about this? If young Master Zhou has his eye on another woman, he may certainly inform me, and I shall ensure that this matter is arranged." Elin could also be wed to young Master Zhou as a concubine. Zhou Zhan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied, "Let's not pursue this matter any further. My aspirations lie solely with the path of eternity. We should focus on more pressing matters." Bai Ling gazed at Yuan Hai, her expression revealing a hint of disdain, clearly unimpressed by his actions. After a brief pause, Zhou Zhan finally regained his composure and remarked, "Surely, Your Highness the Second Prince is aware that even if you were to attain the status of the legitimate heir, not only would Yuan Yang contest this, but so too would Li Yonghua and Lu Tianming, among others. They would not simply concede." Yuan Hai replied with a wry smile, "This concern is not mine alone. I suspect they have also prepared for this eventuality. Should I ascend to the throne, they will undoubtedly believe I will target them immediately. Thus, they will likely fight with all their might. If victorious, they would seize the throne from my grasp." Though he seldom involved himself in political affairs, Duan Luo, seasoned in the business world, understood such dynamics well. He stated, "What is there to fear? If it comes to it, we shall engage in a grand battle. After all, problems of this nature are ultimately resolved through force." Yuan Hai chuckled softly and said, "Elder brother Chongwu may not be concerned about such matters. As a mere scholar, should I commit the heinous act of fratricide to seize power, I would be condemned to infamy for eternity." Zhou Zhan remarked, "If His Highness the Second Prince were to ascend to the throne, they would accuse him, Yuan Hai, of unlawfully tampering with the imperial edict and harboring treacherous intentions. Conversely, if they were to seize the throne, they would claim you conspired for usurpation, forcing him to slay his brother to solidify his reign." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hai wore a pained expression and sighed. "We are of the same root. Why must we hasten to harm one another?" Bai Ling urged. "Throughout the annals of the Shijin dynasty, the struggle for the throne has always been thus. Your Highness need not lament so." Yuan Hai shook his head, non-committal, and inquired, "Currently, I have the support of Lan Shun from the Tungwen Pavilion, Chancellor Wang Hong, and the Wen family from Niqing. My third brother stands with me in the military. Yet, on my elder brother's side, there are Lu Tianming, Li Yonghua, and Yin Hanyang, with Li Yonghua's forces being extraordinarily formidable. Though I have my countermeasures, I still find myself at a disadvantage overall. What thoughts does young Master Zhou have regarding the present situation?" Zhou Zhan maintained a serene countenance and replied, "Has the second prince forgotten? I had just mentioned that we could enlist the aid of the Magicians' Guild. With their support, even without the third prince, we shall not find ourselves in a weak position." Yuan Hai chuckled awkwardly. "I nearly forgot about the esteemed senior Huan Chuan. However, while the military strength may be bolstered, in terms of high-end combat prowess, the combination of Lu Tianming, Li Yonghua, and Yin Hanyang is significantly stronger than that of Lan Shun, Wang Hong, and the Wen family." Zhou Zhan smiled. Your Highness seems to have overlooked that I also mentioned there are individuals even more formidable than the esteemed King Qingshan. At that moment, a black-clad guard rushed in from outside, appearing to be in a state of urgency. Yuan Hai narrowed his eyes, expressing his displeasure. Can't you see there are guests present? Your frantic demeanor is most unbecoming. Yet, he inwardly pondered, Lishan City? That is where my third brother's troops are stationed. Could something have transpired? He then inquired, Speak. What has happened in Lishan City? Yuan Hai's expression darkened. 10 days ago. Why has this incident only now been reported? The third prince's army comprises many former supporters of the first prince, hence the news would have reached him at once. So Yuan Hai's fury erupted as he exclaimed, Yuan Yang. Once again, it is Yuan Yang. If Lishan City falls, the king's great road will subsequently be compromised, and within a fortnight, they could reach Jinlong City. Does my elder brother not grasp the gravity of this situation? Is he so consumed by his lust for power that he disregards the fate of our vast realm? If the kingdom crumbles, what value does the throne hold? The black-clad guard, equally anxious, quickly replied, Your Highness, do not be alarmed. Princess Yilin is already aware, and this matter will surely be discussed in court tomorrow. Yuan Hai's face remained grim as he scoffed. Humph, given my father's paranoid nature. By the time he reaches a decision, Lishan City may very well have fallen, and my third brother might humph. Should anything happen to him, I shall not let you. Yuan Yang, go unpunished. Bai Ling spoke soothingly. Your Highness, the second prince, there is no need for excessive concern. Lishan City has always been renowned for its defensibility, and the generals under the third prince's command are all formidable warriors. It will be no easy feat for the Junhua kingdom to breach at any time soon. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hai's anger subsided slightly as he replied, However, to have conquered Wuliu town in a single day, the Junhua kingdom must have deployed at least 900,000 troops, and there must certainly be skilled experts among them. No matter how capable my younger brother is, it is doubtful he can withstand for long. Moreover, this incident occurred 10 days ago. With a resigned expression, Yuan Hai continued, Now, we can only await the emperor's stance at tomorrow's court. Nevertheless, we must prepare thoroughly in advance. If father consents to dispatch troops, I suspect Li Yongbo will continue to delay. If that is indeed the case, what course of action should we take? Yuan Hai turned his gaze towards Zhou Zhan, evidently seeking his opinion. This action astonished the nearby black-clad guard. Who is this individual that even the second prince seeks his counsel on such a significant national matter? Zhou Zhan was equally perplexed. Wuliu town? Wasn't that the very place where he encountered Chu Wuyun in the eastern part of Heishou Mountain? How could it possibly be Heishou Mountain? To traverse the mountain with an army would require months, ample time for the third prince to be informed. So how could Wuliu town have fallen in a single day? Could a mere 900,000 troops achieve such a feat? Absolutely impossible. Thus, it was evident that there were at least 4 martial kings among their ranks, or perhaps a powerful contingent of mages. However, how could a mere kingdom of Junhua, a desolate land where not even birds would alight, possibly possess such numerous formidable warriors? If it were true, it would no longer merely be a modest mid-tier kingdom, would it? Thus, Zhou Zhan hesitantly inquired, could this possibly be false information? A kingdom of Junhua should not have such a powerful army, daring to traverse the Black Beast Mountains. That would be tantamount to courting death, let alone breaching Wuliu town within a single day. This would be an insurmountable challenge even for the Western Jin dynasty, let alone for the kingdom of Junhua. Yuan Hai, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment and replied, What does young Master Zhou Zhan imply? Are you suggesting that this news was deliberately released by my elder brother? But what could be his motive? If our father truly consents to lead the army into battle, only General Li in the court possesses the strength to offer support. Bai Ling also grasped the implication and remarked, Indeed, if Li Yongbo were to lead the army into battle, the military forces from the elder princess side would be distanced from the court, which would not bode well for them. Chapter 112. Court discussion. Zhou Zhan contemplated further. Perhaps this is not the elder prince's original intent. It could very well be a scheme between Li Yongbo and Lu Tianming. Zhou Zhan chuckled. It appears that the elder prince's objectives are not singular. Ha. The king has his desires, and the ministers harbor their own ambitions. He continued, stating that Li Yongbo's support for Yuan Yang was not genuinely aimed at assisting the latter in seizing the throne, but rather a means to further his own ambitions. Should Yuan Yang ascend to kingship, Lan Shun, Wang Hong, and Yuan Hai would become the primary targets of Li Yongbo and Lu Tianming. If such a scenario were to unfold, the realm would indeed fall into the hands of Lu Tianming and Li Yonghua. What a clever stratagem it is. The foremost task in executing this plan is to deploy Li Yonghua's army to restrain or even annihilate the forces of the third prince, Yuan Zhang. In doing so, Yuan Hai would lose his military support, and Lan Xun and Wang Hong would be easily vanquished, rendering even the assistance of Duke Gong futile. Duan Luo inwardly laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Ha ha." To deduce the schemes of Li Yonghua and Lu Tianming from a mere piece of news speaks volumes of my discernment. Following him will surely lead to success. Bai Ling then inquired, "But what if the news of the third prince being besieged is indeed true? What should we do then?" Zhou Jin chuckled lightly. "It's quite simple. Li Yonghua will first ally with the third prince to fend off the enemy, and then seek an opportune moment to act." Yuan Hai's face was etched with worry. The third prince, Yuan Zhang, was his sole military reliance, and their relationship had always been one of great camaraderie. He could not bear the thought of any harm befalling Yuan Zhang. "Master Zhou Jun, please speak plainly. What should we do now? Should we support Li Yonghua in his campaign?" Duan Luo pondered momentarily and replied, "If we march forth, Li Yonghua and Lu Tianming's scheme will succeed. If we refrain from action, the third prince will be in peril. Thus, the decision to advance or not presents a dilemma. What do you think?" In other words, the expedition has become an inevitable outcome. Yuan Hai, filled with indignation, struck the table heavily and retorted, "Are we truly powerless to prevent Li Yonghua from returning to the sea like a dragon?" Zhou Jin smiled slightly and replied, "Of course. There is a way. It would be that Li Yonghua suddenly falls gravely ill and is unable to lead the army into battle, allowing the second prince to assume command and personally rescue the third prince, Yuan Zhang." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hai was taken aback and let out a dry laugh. "Ha ha, young Master Zhou is jesting. Li Yonghua is a figure of great strength, and not even the most potent poison could bring him down, let alone a mere illness." Zhou Jin chuckled. "I am fully aware of that. It was merely a jest." Yuan Hai remarked, "At this moment, it seems only young Master Zhou still has the spirit to joke." Zhou Jun patted Yuan Hai on the shoulder and said, "In truth, there is a method. The second prince need not always wear such a long face." Yuan Hai, elated, exclaimed, "Is there truly a way? Pray, do share." Zhou Jun pointed towards the late Lord Su and chuckled. "What do you think the second prince keeps these civil officials for? Just now, did not Lord Su speak in a manner that moved heaven and earth? Moreover, I observe that the second prince is no less capable in this regard than they are." Yuan Hai was momentarily stunned, his mind racing as he pondered. "Young Master Zhou implies that I should." Zhou Jin smiled and nodded affirmatively. Yuan Hai felt an overwhelming pressure. Previously, his competition with Yuan Yang had largely been managed by his subordinates. Now, he was compelled to take personal action, which inevitably made him somewhat anxious. However, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he declared, "Very well, the struggle has reached a fever pitch. As the sovereign, I must set an example." His tone was filled with a sense of resolve. Beside him, Bai Ling looked at Yuan Hai with astonishment, reflecting inwardly on the rare audacity of this second prince. The ministers, too, sensed an impending significant event and began to contemplate fervently. They intended to rise and make their way to the residence of Prince Yuan Hai to discuss matters of great importance. Yet, as they approached the gates, they were met by Yuan Hai's envoy, who informed them that the second prince had already made a decision regarding the matter at hand. They were merely required to wait until the following day in the imperial court to observe the actions and words of the prince. Initially, the ministers were taken aback. When had the second prince matured to the point of making decisive choices? Yet, in an instant, their spirits ignited with fervor. The previously elusive future now appeared distinctly clear. Since the prince had made a resolution, it was evident he possessed the confidence to do so. As loyal subjects, they should follow the path laid out by their sovereign. The next day, within the grand palace of Jinlong City, amidst the assembly in the court, Yuan Binshu spoke calmly. "How shall we address this matter? My esteemed ministers, please share your thoughts." The great Prince Yuan Yang was the first to step forward, stating, "Father, I believe that the military strength of the Junhua Kingdom is far from sufficient to traverse the Black Beast Mountain, let alone breach Wuliu Town within a day or besiege Lishan City. This is nothing short of a fantastical notion of fabrication. It must be a ruse devised by the Junhua Kingdom to lure our great army away from the capital, after which they could set their sights on Jinlong City." Yuan Binshu narrowed his eyes, finding wisdom in his son's words, and nodded in agreement. At that moment, a military general spoke up, "Your Majesty, I am well versed in the art of war. It is often said that deception is essential in warfare, and this is undoubtedly a stratagem of that small Junhua nation. If your majesty finds their actions contemptible, I am willing to lead our army to annihilate that insignificant kingdom." Upon hearing this, Yuan Binshu chuckled dismissively. The second prince also laughed, saying, "General Anji is unmatched in valor. The people of Junhua would surely be struck with terror upon seeing him." Upon receiving praise from a prince, General Anji proudly replied, "Indeed." Yuan Hai then cautioned, "But what if these military orders are genuine? We must remember that it is our royal kin who are besieged." His words echoed the concern of all present, plunging the room into a profound silence. Subsequently, another military officer spoke. "Second prince, I understand the deep bond you share with the third prince, yet regarding matters of military strategy, your youth and inexperience lend themselves to such thoughts. However, given that this concerns the fate of our nation, it cannot be treated so lightly. We must deliberate with utmost caution." In truth, this warrior was filled with a sense of anxiety and trepidation, for opposing the second prince would be tantamount to directly challenging him. Yet, under the pressure exerted by his superior, Li Yonghua, and the first prince, he felt compelled to offend the second prince. Unperturbed by the warrior's concerns, the second prince addressed the king with a grave demeanor. "Father, which is of greater significance? The time spent verifying the authenticity of a military order, or the well-being of your third son and the stability of the realm? Is there any hesitation on your part?" He surveyed the assembly of warriors and continued, "If Lishan City falls, the royal highway shall be laid bare, and the kingdom of Junhua could besiege Jinlong City within a fortnight. At that juncture, the throne would shift hands, and these warriors would merely serve a new master." "But what of you, father?" The courtiers present were taken aback by these words, suddenly silenced by the weight of treasonous implications. Meanwhile, the scholars aligned with Yuan Hai found themselves elated. In matters of rhetoric, they were far more adept than these brash warriors. They seemed to grasp Yuan Hai's intentions, each beginning to calculate their own strategies. Yuan Yang remained silent, having never truly believed he could thwart the march of the army. With events unfolding thus, he resolved to relinquish his efforts. After all, it was Li Yonghua's troops that would be deployed. What was there to fear? However, if he could buy some time, allowing the forces of the kingdom of Junhua to eliminate Yuan Zhang, it would be even more advantageous. This would ease Li Yonghua's burden, leaving him to contend solely with the kingdom of Junhua. Yuan Yang scoffed inwardly. "If we are to embark on this expedition, once we have dealt with the kingdom of Junhua, Yuan Zhang will meet his demise as well. When the time comes, it will be said that the third brother perished in battle. The outcome remains unchanged. The military force you rely upon will ultimately fall to my hands." Chapter 113. Who commands the troops at that moment? The narrative would still assert that the third brother fell in combat. The outcome remains unchanged. The military force you depend on will ultimately be vanquished by me. Yuan Yang dismissed the notion with disdain. "Oh, second brother. The previous skirmishes were mere trifles of verbal sparring. When it comes to the final confrontation, the true measure will be whose martial prowess prevails. Without the support of the third brother, I wonder how you will contend with me." Observing that the assembly seemed to tacitly approve of the expedition, Yuan Binshu spoke. "If that is the case, then let us deliberate on who shall lead the forces to assist Lishan City." General Anji remarked. "Naturally, it should be General Li." Yuan Yang replied with a faint smile. "Father, I concur with General Anji's suggestion. Furthermore, at present, the only general with the strength to support the third brother is likely General Li Yonghua." Yuan Binshu pondered this, recognizing the validity of the assertion. After all, his royal guards could not be easily dispatched from the capital. Thus, he resolved to send forth General Li Yonghua's troops. However, having reigned as king for several decades, Yuan Binshu was acutely aware of the folly in sending a general wielding military power to the borders. Although on the surface, Li Yonghua professed unwavering loyalty to the dynasty, Yuan Binshu remained vigilant. After all, one must always guard against potential treachery. However, as he observed the generals in the court, he realized that each of them was beholden to Li Yonghua. If these minor officials were dispatched, Li Yonghua could easily conspire from within and seize control of Golden Dragon City. Yet, when considering other candidates, who among them possessed the capability to command a vast army, particularly someone not aligned with Li Yonghua? Just as Yuan Binshu was grappling with this dilemma, the second prince, Yuan Hai, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Father, I have heard that General Li has been in poor health. He has been absent from court for several days, and today is no exception. I fear that due to his advanced age and frailty, he may no longer be fit to don the battle armor. This upcoming campaign promises to be a fierce one, and I worry that General Li may not be able to endure it. Nearby, General Angie couldn't help but feel a twinge of sarcasm at this remark. General Li? Frail? What nonsense. Although the general was over 50, he not only diligently trained his body every day, but, as a martial king, enjoyed a vitality and longevity unmatched by his peers. Nevertheless, despite General Angie's thoughts, Yuan Binshu found himself genuinely reflecting on Yuan Hai's words, which echoed his own sentiments. Li Yonghua should not be permitted to lead the expedition. Yuan Binshu cast a surprised glance at Yuan Hai. Could it be that this young man shared his perspective? Indeed, he said, my son has a point. General Li has indeed been absent from court due to illness of late. Yuan Binshu smiled and continued, since you have voiced this, I presume you have a candidate in mind. Please share it with your father. Not only General Unju, but also Yuan Yang and the other military commanders were taken aback. However, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, for it was indeed true that Li Yonghua was unwell and unable to attend the morning court. Yet, the reality was that Li Yonghua had chosen to forego the morning assembly out of inconvenience rather than genuine illness. Reflecting on this, the military officers shook their heads, fully aware that revealing the true reason behind Li Yonghua's absence would amount to treason against the sovereign. Yuan Hai observed the expressions of the various commanders with a knowing smile and remarked, as an unworthy son, I am willing to personally lead the army into battle to support my younger brother. What? This declaration astonished not only the military ranks but also the civil officials aligned with Yuan Hai, who began to murmur their disbelief and question him in hushed tones. The second prince intends to personally command the army? Surely, this cannot be serious? Yuan Binshu was momentarily stunned. However, this statement offered him an alternative solution. He replied, it seems, higher, that you are not particularly skilled in military command. Why, then, do you wish to lead the troops this time? He continued with a chuckle. In this regard, your elder brother Yuan Yang truly excels. Perhaps it would be best to let him take charge. Yuan Hai felt a surge of delight. Recognizing this as a promising beginning, he responded, Father, you speak rightly. I have indeed lacked experience in leading troops into battle. However, in my leisure time, I have diligently studied the art of war. Yuan Hai proclaimed, Father, I have long harbored aspirations of leading troops into battle, yet regrettably, I have not had the opportunity to demonstrate my capabilities. Father, I humbly beseech you to grant me this chance, allowing me to fulfill my dreams of the battlefield. The various civil and military officials were taken aback, particularly the military leaders, who traditionally favored those with a martial spirit. Thus, they had previously shown greater affinity for Yuan Yang over Yuan Hai. However, upon hearing Yuan Hai express his fervent desire to serve in the military, they began to harbor a newfound admiration for him. The civil officials, astute and discerning, quickly processed Yuan Hai's words, their faces reflecting an epiphany. Yuan Yang observed the expressions of those present and noted the simplicity of the military leader's sentiments. They equated admiration for martial prowess with personal endorsement. Conversely, upon witnessing the civil official's reactions, he sensed an ominous shift and hastily interjected, Brother, do not jest. This military expedition not only concerns the life of our third brother, but also poses a grave risk of plunging our Western Jin dynasty into perilous straits with a single misstep. Such a significant matter cannot be treated lightly. It is utterly unacceptable. After a prolonged silence, Wang Hong furrowed his brow and stepped forward, asserting, Your Majesty, I find merit in the second prince's proposal. The kingdom of Junhua has encroached upon Heishou Mountain, besieging the third prince. This is a provocation against our royal family. It is imperative that a member of the royal lineage confront this challenge. As the eldest son, the first prince should assist you in court affairs. Therefore, let the second prince lead the expedition. The various civil officials have clearly defined their objectives. As a trusted confidant of Wang Hong, when Jia stepped forward to express, what Chancellor Wang has stated is indeed correct. I have previously engaged in discussions with the second prince regarding the military strategies of various factions and have simulated battle scenarios. The second prince possesses both wisdom and martial prowess, and moreover, he harbors a fervent desire to lead troops into battle. How could we possibly deprive him of the opportunity to realize his aspirations? Another official echoed, Your Majesty, It is evident to all present that the second and third princes have grown up together, inseparable since childhood, their bond as deep as the ocean. I must ask, who among us could remain indifferent upon witnessing a childhood companion in peril? Thus, for this expedition, it must be the second prince who leads the army. I concur. I concur. Chapter 114. The intensifying struggle with this, it was resolved that the second prince shall command the troops. I concur. I concur. I too concur. Observing that both Wang Hong and Wen Jie had spoken, the other civil officials stood up to declare their support. Yuan Binshu was astonished, not anticipating that his son had matured to such an extent, garnering the allegiance of so many officials, a testament to his diligent upbringing. Yuan Yang remained contemplative. Although he was uncertain why Yuan Hai insisted on personally leading the army, he realized that if his wishes were fulfilled, Yuan Zhang would undoubtedly be beyond reach. Noticing the silence among the military generals, it was clear they shared his sentiment, having no further words to offer. Yuan Hai, on the other hand, was beaming with joy, his heart brimming with excitement. In comparison to these martial generals, the civil officials on his side were all eloquent and silver-tongued, skilled in the art of persuasion. Although they lacked the martial prowess of the generals, it was these civil officials who consistently held sway in the court. After pondering for a quarter of an hour, Yuan Binshu finally lifted his head, his face lined with fatigue, and said, "Since Hayo has the intention, and my ministers have no objections, I too find this quite reasonable. Therefore, I decree that Hayo shall serve as the temporary commander, drawing lightly from the forces of the Li family army, and we shall set forth in 3 days." Yuan Binshu continued, "I am weary. Let us conclude for today and dismiss the court. The king is wise. We humbly bid you farewell." After Yuan Binshu departed, Yuan Hai emerged from the court in high spirits, laughing heartily, followed by several sycophantic officials. Before leaving, Yuan Hai could not resist taunting Yuan Yang, as their rivalry had become public, and he no longer felt the need to concern himself with fraternal bonds. He remarked, "Elder brother, does that old wound from years ago still ache? I have some elixirs that could remedy your injury. If you do not mind, I can personally deliver them to your residence." Yuan Yang's countenance darkened, and in a fit of rage, he retorted with a bitter smile, "Yuan Hai, do not rejoice too soon. When you return in triumph, I shall take great pleasure in tending to your wounds." Alas, Yuan Hai shook his head, feigning disappointment, and said, "Very well, since elder brother does not appreciate my offer, I shall refrain from further insistence. I merely wish to convey that I, Yuan Hai, still regard you as my brother." Ha 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 ha. At the end, Yuan Hai himself found this incredulous and exceedingly amusing. The ministers behind him also rose to their feet. Soon, only Yuan Yang and a group of military generals remained in the court. As Yuan Yang stepped outside, his gaze swept over the generals, each of whom understood the unspoken message and nodded in acknowledgement. Among them, half were former subordinates of Yuan Yang, while the other half were prominent figures from Li Yongbua's faction, all of whom commanded the Li family's military forces. A cold smile crept across Yuan Yang's heart. Even if a prince personally led the army, he would still provide only a faade. Observing how they intended to rescue Yuan Zhang, once Yuan Hai exited the palace, he promptly summoned Zhou Zhun to his residence. He was acutely aware that Yuan Yang and Li Yongbua would not easily relinquish their military forces for his use. However, Zhou Zhun did not accept the invitation to the second princess residence. Instead, he provided Yuan Hai with a cryptic message. He instructed the messenger to convey, "For the next 3 days, your highness may indulge in feasting and merriment, and during your leisure, immerse yourself in poetry and literature, honing your own poetic craft. It is imperative that you refrain from persuading the generals to approach the military selection platform. The fewer attendees there are 3 days hence, the better. Ultimately, this message shall only be unveiled at the military selection platform on that day." Upon hearing these words, Yuan Hai felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Did Zhou Zhun truly believe that Li Yongbua and Yuan Yang would willingly grant him command of their troops? Surely, he ought to dispatch emissaries to persuade the generals in command of the military forces, showering them with gifts and gold in the process, right? Yet, Zhou Zhun had advised him otherwise, which was utterly incomprehensible. What if, on the day of deployment, not a single general or soldier was willing to march alongside him? Would that not amount to defying the emperor's command? Such an act could warrant a death sentence. Yuan Hai felt a sense of perplexity within him and inquired, "Have you asked young Master Tai Shu why this small pouch must remain sealed for 3 days?" The servant replied, "I have inquired. and young Master Tai Shu stated that the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Understood. You may leave now and collect 1,000 taels of gold from the steward. The servant rejoiced. Thank you, Your Highness. Thus, Yuan Hai, adhering to Zhou Zhen's counsel, carefully tucked away the little pouch before summoning the guests of the manor to host a grand banquet, indulging in feasting, revelry, and poetic merriment. Meanwhile, at the residence of the eldest prince, Yuan Yang emerged from the imperial palace and promptly summoned Li Yonghua, Lu Tianming, and Yin Hanyang. Yuan Yang recounted the events that transpired in the court with meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Li Yonghua expressed deep regret, lamenting that had he known, he would not have feigned illness. His absence from the morning court had unintentionally granted Yuan Zhang an opportunity, which was indeed a pity. Yuan Yang proposed, in my view, we should provide Yuan Hai with an empty military FAAD, allowing him to delay as much as possible. Should our father intervene? We can begrudgingly offer him a contingent of the elderly, ill, and infirm. Yin Hanyang, without hesitation, concurred. I agree, with the strength of the second prince's faction. They are unlikely to pose a significant threat to us. Li Zhonghua wavered, glancing at Lu Tianming, who was lost in contemplation. Rather than offering a direct suggestion, Lu Tianming posed a question. Did the eldest prince not just mention that Prince Yuan Hai was the first to speak? Are we certain it was not Wang Hong or Wen Jie, or perhaps some other civil official? Yuan Yang responded with surprise. Indeed, during this morning's court, it was truly Yuan Hai who spoke first. Even during the standoff, he was the most vocal, while Wang Hong and Wen Jie waited until the very end to voice their thoughts. Lu Tianming stroked his chin and remarked, Is that so? How peculiar. The other three looked puzzled, and Yin Hanyang inquired, What is so strange about it? Hasn't Prince Yuan Hai already been involved in court affairs for over a year? It is quite normal for him to offer suggestions in the court. Lu Tianming chuckled and replied, Indeed, it is entirely reasonable for Prince Yuan Hai to propose a suggestion. However, Prince Yuan Yang, ever since the conflict between you two brothers commenced until today, have you ever seen Prince Yuan Hai take the initiative to voice an opinion? Lu Tianming laughed again. Clearly, Prince Yuan Hai has a wise mentor guiding him. Chapter 115, The Secret History of the Paragraph. Clearly, Prince Yuan Hai undoubtedly has an astute advisor behind him. An astute advisor? Yin Hanyang questioned, What leads you to that conclusion? Lu Tianming smiled and said, This is merely my conjecture. Firstly, although Prince Yuan Hai is well versed in literature, when it comes to cunning and stratagems, he tends to rely heavily on those literati. Thus, one can discern from Prince Yuan Hai's words which minister's suggestion he is echoing. Secondly, as I previously mentioned, Prince Yuan Hai has never been as proactive in his speech as he is today. I suspect that Wang Hongwenji only spoke at the end, likely waiting for Prince Yuan Hai's true objective to manifest, which is for Prince Yuan Hai to personally lead the army into battle. The three were momentarily taken aback by his words, and Yuan Yang let out a dry laugh, saying, I did not expect that Chief Lu could discern such hidden intricacies merely from my words. Yuan Yang then inquired, Do you know who the wise mentor behind Prince Yuan Hai is, Chief Lu? Could it be Lan Shen? Lu Tianming shook his head and remarked, Wang Hong's notion of Lan Shen is merely a concept. If both Wang Hong and Wen Jie are set on Yuan Hai as their target, then it cannot possibly be Lan Shen. The remaining three were somewhat astonished, and Yuan Yang exclaimed, Does Master Lu imply that another formidable figure has emerged beside Yuan Hai? Li Yonghua sighed. Ever since the conflict with the Crown Prince, there has been a constant influx of talented individuals and heroes. Thus, the addition of yet another eminent person is hardly surprising. Yin Hanyang, with a grave expression, added, This individual's wisdom surpasses even that of Lan Shen. We may find ourselves in a difficult position. Yuan Yang, filled with frustration, questioned, Why is it that all these individuals have gravitated towards Yuan Hai? In the realm of the Western Jin dynasty, who can rival the wisdom and scholarship of that old wretch, Lan Shen? Lu Tianming chuckled, Your Highness. One may have read extensively yet lack true wisdom. One could merely be a pedant. He himself possessed a strength that eclipsed Lan Shen's and had always held a lofty opinion of himself, never regarding Lan Shen with any seriousness. The Jinmin group? The three were taken aback, and Yin Hanyang inquired, But isn't the Jinmin group reputed to abstain from involvement in dynastic affairs? Lu Tianming scoffed. There are no absolutes in such matters. As long as the stakes are substantial enough, all rules can be altered. Yuan Yang was struck with alarm, exclaiming, If the Jinmin group truly becomes involved, we will find ourselves at a significant disadvantage in both martial prowess and wealth. As he contemplated the formidable force lurking behind the Jinmin group, Beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. Should the Jinmin group choose to intervene, they would stand no chance whatsoever. Lu Tianming chuckled softly and inquired, "Do you all still remember my esteemed mentor?" Yuan Yang paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Of course, I remember. Senior Lu Ming was indeed a prodigious talent during the era of the Western Jin dynasty. It is said that your esteemed alliance owes its position as one of the three major powers to Senior Lu Ming. After the succession of the Lu sovereign, the alliance's name was changed from the Heavenly Alliance to the present-day Tianming Alliance." Li Yongbua, with a nostalgic expression, reflected on his past associations with Lu Ming, remarking, "Ah, that old fellow was truly remarkable. Had he not departed this world prematurely, the Tianming Alliance would surely have claimed the top rank among the three major powers. At the very least, it would not find itself so relentlessly suppressed by the Jinmin group." Lu Tianming, while acknowledging the truth of his words, did not exhibit anger. Indeed, while the Tianming Alliance was powerful, it remained at a disadvantage compared to the enigmatic Jinmin group, both in terms of tangible strength and financial resources. Furthermore, aside from Lu Tianming himself, there were scarcely any other notable figures within the Tianming Alliance. Lu Feng possessed decent strength, yet age had diminished his vigor, making it unlikely for him to ever attain the status of martial king. As for the Tongwen Pavilion, although their apparent strength was comparable to that of the Tianming Alliance, they cultivated the essence of righteousness, allowing them to maintain a perennial presence at the pinnacle of the cultural path within the Western Jin dynasty. Upon closer inspection, it appears that aside from Lu Tianming, the Celestial Alliance lacks formidable individuals, which constitutes their most significant weakness and serves as one of the reasons for Lu Tianming's active involvement in the transition of the Western Jin dynasty. He understands that stagnation leads only to obliteration or being obliterated. Li Yongboi inquired, "But what connection does this have with our current discussion?" Lu Tianming, observing the astonished expressions of the three, managed a wry smile and dejectedly remarked, "Subsequently, my esteemed mentor advised me never to oppose the Jinmin group. Not long after, he chose to enter a prolonged state of seclusion for cultivation, and later, in a moment of negligence, he succumbed to the perils of his own practice, departing this world with a heart full of regret." Lu Tianming continued, "However, I merely speak in jest. Whether the Jinmin group will genuinely align with Yuan Hai remains to be debated." Yin Hanyang, attempting to console himself, let out a dry laugh. "Indeed, even if a choice must be made, it ought to be in favor of the Crown Prince. Once the Crown Prince ascends, he will undoubtedly engage in extensive military action, subjugating the minor nations of Junhua and other states that have previously affronted our dynasty. The battlefield will invariably require provisions of weaponry, sustenance, and elixirs, which represents a lucrative opportunity for the Jinmin group. Surely they would not wish to miss out." Yuan Yang interjected with a smile, "These matters are peripheral. The pressing issue at hand remains how to resolve the current expedition." He turned to Lu Tianming and Li Yongbua, stating, "What are your thoughts, Master Lu and General Li?" Li Yongbua nodded in agreement, while Lu Tianming shook his head with a smile, saying, "This is not my area of expertise. I fear I may not measure up to His Highness the Crown Prince. Thus, I have no objections. Since there are no objections, let us proceed with this decision." Chapter 116, Secret Cultivation. With no dissent among the gathered, this matter shall be settled thus. Li Yongbua added, "Your Highness, the expedition has been firmly established. We cannot afford to delay it for too long. It is essential for you to contemplate the next steps." Yuan Yang chuckled softly, replying, "Rest assured, General Li. As Prince Yuan Hai journeys to Lishan City, he will traverse numerous towns, the majority of which are under my influence. I will ensure that word is sent forth. Although we cannot entirely obstruct it, we can certainly delay it by 10 days to half a month." Li Yongbua was momentarily taken aback, then expressed his admiration. "Ah, if that is the case, Prince Yuan Hai will require considerable effort to offer support to Lishan City. Your Highness is indeed a true dragon among men." As the group engaged in light-hearted banter, Lu Tianming suddenly sensed a subtle presence lurking behind a nearby pillar. He swiftly turned his head, but aside from the crimson column, he perceived nothing amiss. Yuan Yang inquired, "What troubles you, Master Lu?" Lu Tianming furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the pillar, an overwhelming wave of refined energy momentarily enveloping the area. Yet, as he anticipated, he discovered no anomalies. "I believe I sensed a rather concealed presence, likely of martial master cultivation." "Martial master cultivation?" Yuan Yang chuckled, saying, "Master Lu, you jest. My residence is fortified with the utmost vigilance, particularly within this hall, which is protected by a fourth-tier luminous array. Not even a mouse or a fly could infiltrate without my knowledge. Li Yongbo remarked, Indeed, Master Lu. It seems your paranoia has surfaced once more. Upon hearing the others speak thus, Lu Tianming managed a dazed smile, replying, perhaps so. As his gaze shifted, he noticed that behind the crimson pillar, there was indeed no one present, yet faint sounds of breathing lingered in the air. That was close. I nearly got discovered. The young man wiped away a bead of cold sweat, still shaken, and said, Master, what kind of training is this? It feels as though you are leading me directly into a den of tigers. The elder chuckled, Indeed. To hold your breath for such an extended duration during your initial attempt is a remarkable achievement, even by the standards of the entire continent. Truly. You are worthy of being my disciple, haha? The youth, at a loss for words, rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking that the old man had little to do with his current predicament. But master, what about that fourth-tier formation? It suffocates me terribly. Shall we not leave promptly? Oh, do not be hasty. Your level benefits significantly from remaining amidst such a mediocre formation. Just endure a little longer, the elder replied. With a heavy sigh, the young man lamented, Master, I genuinely fail to see how staying within this formation aids my breath-holding practice. Could you at least provide some motivation? The elder, ever unhurried, responded with a grin, my dear child, just focus on staying put. Although the diminutive Shijin dynasty may lack a formidable younger generation, I must remind you that you cannot recklessly employ your extraordinary abilities just yet. That exquisite is far too conspicuous. Even the formidable martial sovereigns would find it hard to resist its allure. Should word spread of your possession of a ninth-tier weapon, I can assure you that by the following day, no fewer than 10 martial sovereigns would come knocking at your door. The youth found this belief quite reasonable, for such ninth-tier weapons are exceedingly rare across the continent. It is not only the martial sovereigns who may lack them. Even the renowned martial emperors, who dominate the land, might not possess one. The young man, puzzled, inquired, Then why did you forge that weapon for me, master? Are you seeking to lead me to my demise? While our relationship is commendable, there seems to be no need for such extremes. The elder replied, You young rascal, what do you truly understand? Once your magical soul power ascends to a higher tier, you will comprehend the significance. When that time arrives, I fear you will be weeping and expressing, Master, I can never forget your kindness. I shall diligently cultivate and repay your boundless grace. The youth remained speechless. So what then? The elder chuckled. It has been some time since we arrived in Jinlong City. Yet what have you accomplished, my child? Li Yongbo and Lu Tianming still stand unchallenged by you, and your qi refinement has not seen significant advancement. The elder was also perplexed, as he could monitor the youth's cultivation progress at any moment. And he had certainly not been idle. Rather, he had shown remarkable diligence. The old man sighed. It seems that in these secluded years, quite a lot has transpired. Even during my time in the deep mountains, I sensed that the spiritual essence of the world was gradually becoming more tenuous. I wonder if this is the case solely within the Western Jin dynasty. He continued, Regardless, you must hasten to leave this place. Upon hearing this, the youth's expression initially grew grave, but he soon allowed a wicked smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. Master, you just mentioned that my current cultivation techniques are rather lackluster. Therefore, might you? He chuckled mischievously. The old man interjected, I cannot believe you would dare to extort your own teacher. I have laid out my concerns, and yet you still resort to such tactics? Alas, what misfortune it is to have a penniless disciple like you. The old man continued, Very well, let us proceed to the tenfold gravity chamber. Though it may no longer hold significant benefits for you, the concentration of qi there is still considerably greater than outside. Practicing there will expedite your progress. Before long, the figure of the youth had departed from the prince's estate, unexpectedly appearing on a bustling street. The throngs of people hurriedly attended to their own affairs, oblivious to the sudden arrival of the youth. He ventured into a secluded alleyway, where a nebulous figure of an old man drifted forth from within the youth's body. At a glance, the youth was revealed to be Zhou Zhan, and the old man was none other than Elder Mo. Upon seeing Elder Mo's acquiescence, Zhou Zhan rejoiced, Master, what rank will you bestow upon me? Heavenly rank. Elder Mo chuckled while rebuking. Do you think that celestial-grade refining techniques are as commonplace as sweet potatoes in the field? He continued, In any case, you already possess Fury of the Wind God and Azure Lotus Sword technique, so I intend to bestow upon you, well, a palace-level technique, Perhaps. Chapter 117 of Yin Yang Tenfold Sealing presents various speculations. A palace-level technique. The young man, Zhou, wore a face of disappointment, seemingly dissatisfied with the rank of the refining technique. However, upon realizing that he was merely at the martial artist level, he found it somewhat inconsequential, acknowledging that he would only wield it for a few months anyway. Higher-tier refining techniques might not be as practical for him at this moment as this palace-level one. Moreover, the elder had mentioned that he also possessed Fury of the Wind God and Azure Lotus Sword technique, whose terrifying prowess Jiuzhou had witnessed firsthand, particularly the former, which, according to Elder Mo, had subtly transcended the confines of refining technique ranks. Yet, it appeared to be merely a fragmented scroll, significantly diminishing its power. Nevertheless, it still bore the strength to rival the highest tier of refining techniques. Contemplating this, Jiuzhou found himself in distress, as what he possessed was either too feeble or overwhelmingly potent. Techniques such as Fury of the Wind God, Azure Lotus Sword technique, and the 9th tier Ice-Piercing Sword, if not for the fact that the Ice-Piercing Sword was forged from his own soul power, he would be incapable of wielding any of these extraordinary artifacts. Despite this acknowledgement, he dared not draw the Ice-Piercing Sword in battle for the time being. Should such a treasure fall into the knowledge of others, as Elder Mo had warned, he would face a fate as dire as being buried without a grave by the following day. He refrained from contemplating further. Should he continue, he feared he might succumb to his own melancholy. With an abundance of splendid treasures at his disposal, yet rendered utterly useless, it was the most vexing predicament. Jiuzhou ambled along, casually taking a shortcut towards the affiliated sect of the Golden Gate Group, for he needed to dedicate himself to mastering the Yin Yang Tenfold Seal. This secluded retreat could extend for an indeterminate duration, in stark contrast to Jiuzhou's urgent disposition. The second Prince Yuan Hai remained immersed in revelry with his numerous guests, indulging in libations and composing poetry, thoroughly enjoying himself. Despite his youth, Yuan Hai was well-read, capable of reciting the classics with ease, embodying the countenance of a learned gentleman. Under the tutelage of Yuan Benshu over the years, he had now ascended to the role of regent, holding a distinguished position in the court and possessing his own independent residence within the entire Western Jin dynasty. Only 4 members of the royal family held such esteemed status: Prince Gongqing, Prince Qingqing, the first Prince Yuan Yang, and the second Prince Yuan Hai. Among them, Prince Gongqing and Prince Qingqing held even greater standing, each governing their own fiefdoms, acting as sovereign lords in their respective domains. Prince Gongqing even commanded an army loyal to him, although both were entitled and empowered to participate in state affairs. One was perpetually engaged in warfare, while the other was rather dull-witted and disinterested in politics. Thus, neither would frequently visit Golden Dragon City. While Yuan Hai's status did not compare to the two, he had consistently been involved in governance, and was indeed a candidate for the heir apparent, making it quite natural for him to be under scrutiny from others. As anticipated, one of Yuan Hai's servants, after pouring him a drink, stealthily retreated to a forgotten corner to whisper to another servant. Once the conversation concluded, the second servant hurriedly departed. Notably, there were indeed several servants engaging in similar clandestine behaviors. At this moment, Yuan Hai appeared to be inebriated, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. However, a closer inspection revealed that as he raised his wine cup, his gaze subtly drifted towards the departing servants, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Oh, the young Master Jiuzhou is truly a remarkable figure. If I remain under the scrutiny of these individuals, how can I accomplish anything significant? Yuan Hai mused inwardly, his thoughts tinged with disdain. It appears that Wang Hong, Lan Xun, and their ilk are no better than Li Yonghua and Lu Tianming. Nefarious characters indeed. I must remain vigilant. A chuckle escaped him. Ah, you all wish to witness a spectacle, do you? Allow me to oblige. Yuan Hai gently patted his pocket, relieved to find the small pouch still intact. What clever stratagem could be concealed within this diminutive treasure? The anticipation is palpable. Meanwhile, in the study of the Tunwen Pavilion, the pavilion master waved his sleeve, dismissing a servant who had been kneeling before him. What is your perspective, Prime Minister Wang? He inquired. Wang Hong, looking bewildered, shook his head and replied, while I understand that bribing the military leaders at this juncture is futile, if I were in the same position, I certainly would not be hosting banquets and indulging in excessive drinking at such a critical time for the army. This is a significant taboo for a military family. Wang Hong continued. Although the majority of the military generals are inclined towards Yuan Yang, there remains a small faction that supports Yuan Hai. In 3 days' time, it is inevitable that a few will venture to the command platform with a modest force. Given the current circumstances of our expedition, having an extra person is certainly preferable to none. He further lamented, Yuan Hai's actions have undeniably alienated the remaining few generals. Alas, what a grave misstep on his part. After speaking, Wang Hong glanced at Lan Shen and timidly inquired, should we consider shifting our support to Yuan Yang instead? Once he ascends the throne, he is unlikely to make things difficult for us. Upon hearing this, Lan Shen was momentarily taken aback before bursting into an inexplicable laugh, remarking, Lu Tianming is correct. Not all who are well-read possess high intelligence. Wang Hong, perplexed, assumed Lan Shen was referring to Yuan Hai. He mused that one should not merely glance at the surface but delve deeper into the meaningful information it conceals. Wang Hong, he thought, as the esteemed prime minister. Surely you grasp this concept. Dumbfounded, Wang Hong wondered how a conversation about Yuan Hai had suddenly turned into a reprimand. What did the master of the Blue Pavilion mean? With a resigned smile, he remarked, Yuan Hai is already under the guidance of a formidable figure. If we were to abandon him at this juncture, we would likely find ourselves on that figuresque list of targets, plunging us into an inescapable predicament. Wang Hong listened in confusion, unable to comprehend the logic. Was it not Yuan Hai who relied on them? Why did it seem as though they were the ones trapped, dependent on Yuan Hai? In this moment, Wang Hong was utterly perplexed, standing in place for quite a while before he finally regained his composure. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence, he issued commands, acknowledging that Lan Shen's prowess and knowledge far surpassed his own. Thus he would heed Lan Shen's words. Chapter 118. The strategy in the pouch. A similar scene had just unfolded at the Grand Prince's residence. However, while Wang Hong felt a mixture of anxiety and helplessness, the likes of Lu Tianming, Li Yonghua, and Yin Hanyang at the Grand Prince's side were enveloped in gravity and trepidation. The banquet held by Yuan Hai persisted into the night of the following day. After such prolonged festivities, even the most resilient would grow weary. Yuan Hai had collapsed onto the banquet table, resembling a mere clay figure, soundly asleep. On the third day, he struggled to pry his eyelids open under the urging of several servants. Surveying the faces of the attendants, who seemed to have transformed overnight, a smirk of cold amusement flickered in his heart. Yuan Hai casually inquired of a nearby servant, Has my father's imperial sword arrived? The servant replied, It arrived yesterday. Very well, Yuan Hai remarked. Subsequently, he prepared himself for departure with the assistance of a maidservant. Armed with the imperial sword bestowed upon him by Yuan Benshu, he strode out of the residence with an air of gallantry, making his way to the city gate, where a platform for the assembly of generals had already been erected. Within the bustling center of Jinlong City, several middle-aged men were engaged in hearty drinking, their faces adorned with stubble. Clearly the military officials who had participated in the court's affairs. Surrounding them were a dozen enchanting women, adorned in vibrant attire and heavily made up, who continuously flirted and charmed the men. In the midst of a gathering, a man with a relatively handsome appearance donned in a fitted brocade robe laughed heartily, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. With the commotion caused by these two princes, we find ourselves with ample leisure. The king has become so preoccupied with the border skirmishes that he has appointed a mere child to lead the military. How perplexing. To his left, a man bearing distinct scars from past battles scoffed. Indeed, the king must be losing his faculties to have believed the nonsensical rhetoric of those antiquated scholars. If he wishes to avoid sending General Li Yonghua to the front, he might as well entrust General Li Yunian with the command. If that fails, General Ji would suffice. Yet, he insists on that Yuan Hai. It is truly disheartening. The marshal general in the center concurred, stating, General Xiang speaks wisely. It is indeed a pity that the Li family's unwavering loyalty to the royal house is overlooked. Another general chuckled softly. These matters of the court are of no concern to us. Li Yonghua supports the eldest prince, while the second prince has Wang Hong. We remain carefree and untroubled. As they quarrel over power, we are free to pursue the fair maidens. Isn't that a delightful situation? Their spirits lifted by the conversation, the group erupted into hearty laughter, clinking their cups together in merriment. Suddenly, they were all jolted by an unmistakable sound of disciplined footsteps approaching from outside. Rushing to the window, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Exchanging bewildered glances, they realized that a storm was on the horizon, poised to engulf them all. After a brief moment, the young ladies in the room discovered that the several martial generals had vanished without a trace, leaving behind piles of gold coins. The women were momentarily stunned before they erupted into a joyful scramble for the treasure. Shortly thereafter, the martial generals reappeared at the command platform beneath the city gates of Golden Dragon City. Yang Pu, the leader of the 15th Regiment of the Li Army, paid his respects to the second prince. Being the first to arrive, he looked at the smug expression on Yuan Hai's face, feeling perplexed by his delight in the presence of so few individuals at the command platform. This unease stirred within him as he approached the platform and stated, "Second prince, my heart yearns to serve the nation, and I departed in haste. My troops are following closely behind and should arrive shortly." Yuan Hai regarded him with a nonchalant gaze and replied with a smile, "Oh, General Yang, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Please wait here for a while." Yang Pu responded with a trembling salute, "As you wish." Following this, Yuan Hai cast a glance at the command platform beneath, where only the few hundred imperial guards he had borrowed from Yuan Benshu, along with a carefully selected group of a dozen or so guard captains, stood. Although their numbers were few, Yuan Hai understood that their significance in this expedition would be paramount. The presence of Yang Pu and his men was evidently influenced by the imposing aura of the imperial guards, who ranked 2 levels above them. Not to mention their superior strength. It was likely that upon first encountering the imperial guards, Yang Pu's thoughts revolved around the realization that if those of higher rank had mobilized, how could he and his lesser subordinates dare to approach? Upon his arrival, he was even more astonished to discover that the second prince possessed a sword of state. To behold such a sword was akin to encountering a sovereign. As the grand army set forth, the emperor's sword was typically bestowed upon the commander, facilitating the issuance of military orders. Historically, such commanders were individuals of great renown, like the esteemed Wang and Li Yongbua, whose prominence rendered the sword unnecessary, leading to its gradual obscurity. Wang Su, the leader of the 13th Regiment of the Li family army, approached the second prince. Following him was Shi Di, commander of the 17th Regiment, and Wang Zihao, leader of the 20th Regiment, all saluting the prince in unison. Their voices echoed from afar, growing closer until they stood at the foot of the command platform. These individuals were previously reveling in the brothels, now transformed into gallant warriors. Once the 4 commanders assembled, a multitude of soldiers surged forth from all directions, forming ranks behind them, eagerly awaiting orders. The collective strength of these 4 leaders encompassed approximately 70 to 80,000 soldiers, a number that scarcely aligned with the term Grand Army. The soldiers gazed ahead, their hearts ablaze with anticipation. Joining the Imperial Guards had always been their aspiration, and now, the army of their dreams lay before them, igniting their fervor. Yuan Hai toyed with the Emperor's sword in his hand, his gaze apathetically surveying the troops below the platform. He sighed, lamenting, "Alas, despite my theatrical display, an army of 8,000 still materializes. Such a pity, a true pity." Suddenly, his expression sharpened. Standing resolutely upon the elevated platform, his robes billowed in the wind. Wherever his gaze fell, none dared to meet his eyes except for the Imperial Guards. He let out a chilling laugh before speaking indifferently. "As soldiers, it is our duty to defend our homeland, to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly until death. Now, as the small nation of Junhua invades our borders, His Majesty Yuan Benshu has issued an edict. You are all to proceed to offer assistance." Pausing, Yuan Hai withdrew a silk pouch and produced a small piece of paper, upon which was inscribed a single character. He hesitated briefly, a cold smirk reappearing at the corners of his mouth. However, thus far, only 80,000 troops from the Li family had arrived. Soldiers who do not heed orders bear the responsibility of their general, hence the Imperial Guard must obey. Capture all those commanders who have failed to arrive. Execute them. Chapter 119. The Li family army capture all those commanders who have failed to arrive. Execute them. The atmosphere was thick with astonishment. Everyone present gasped in disbelief. One of the military officers timidly inquired, "Second Prince, although you have been personally appointed by His Majesty to lead the army, executing the generals within our ranks may not be prudent, and furthermore." Yuan Hai's gaze hardened, piercing through the officer like a dagger, causing him to tremble with dread. Yuan Hai drew his sword from its sheath, the golden radiance of the imperial blade dazzling, compelling all present to shield their eyes. He spoke coldly, "General Yang Pu, as a leader, you surely understand that obedience to orders is the fundamental duty of a soldier, do you not? Those generals who have failed to arrive have, first, disobeyed the king's command, and second, disregarded the safety of the dynasty. Their crimes warrant the extermination of their entire lineage. Yang Pu trembled uncontrollably, yet he acknowledged the validity of the second prince's words. Indeed, it was those generals who bore the guilt, rendering him speechless. Yuan Hai continued, however, it seems to me that their past contributions were significant. Thus I propose to spare their kin and exact retribution solely upon them. Yang Pu shuddered once more, grappling with the notion that disobedience to military orders and negligence of national safety should, under any circumstance, warrant the annihilation of their entire clan. The second prince's actions appeared to be a flicker of conscience, yet, at the brink of battle, the slaughter of one's own ranks felt somewhat, especially when it involved military leaders. Observing Yang Pu's silence, Yuan Hai offered a faint smile, which was soon eclipsed by a surge of murderous intent as he commanded. Imperial Guard, obey my orders. Yes, echoed the 500 Imperial Guards in unison, their voices resounding throughout the city. The guards, having undergone the most rigorous training of the entire dynasty, displayed remarkable efficiency, swiftly apprehending the 16 generals who had failed to report to the command platform. Each was forced to kneel, initially brimming with indignation, though they were brought in by the Imperial Guards. They were loyal to Li Yonghua and held considerable status. Who would dare treat them so? However, upon glimpsing the imperial sword wielded by the second Prince Yuan Hai, they collapsed in defeat. The Li family's military contingent was now complete with the arrival of the 4th squad, while the 16 captured generals stood, each flanked by an Imperial Guard commander, individuals of superior rank and equal strength, who suffocated them with their presence, rendering them incapable of even the slightest resistance. As Yuan Hai's gaze traversed the 16 individuals, he regarded them with the same disdain one might reserve for mere grasshoppers. A cold chuckle echoed within him. Humph. These individuals are precisely what young Master Zhou refers to. Li Yonghua's loyal hounds. Huh. Young Master Zhou is indeed formidable. With just a few utterances in the court, I have not only alleviated my brother's peril, but also significantly weakened Li Yonghua's influence. This is a masterstroke of dual advantage. With such a noble patron supporting me, what concern do I have over the throne? Oh, but wait, this is not merely a two-bird affair. After this incident, my standing in the hearts of these Imperial Guards will surely elevate, and the populace will perceive me, Yuan Hai, as a benevolent prince devoted to the welfare of the people and the nation. This is a multiple-bird achievement. With this thought, his spirits soared. He had already resolved that once these 16 grasshoppers met their demise, he would ardently arrange for his own people to take their places. Yuan Hai regarded the grasshoppers with an indifferent gaze and mockingly declared, "You must believe yourselves to be of lofty status, wielding considerable power, thinking that you, the second Prince Yuan Hai, are powerless against you, correct? Or do you subscribe to the notion that the majority cannot be held accountable?" His triumphant laughter resonated with scornful derision. "In truth, I would have preferred that none of you showed up. Alas, here you are, 80,000 strong." The smile remained on Yuan Hai's face as he continued, "Now, I shall use you 16 grasshoppers as offerings. Remember this in your next life. The Western Jin dynasty shall continue to flourish without you. Do not overestimate your significance. In my eyes, you are merely stepping stones." As he spoke, a murderous intent surged in his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, he commanded, "Eliminate them all." The 16 individuals were instantly struck with terror. Having initially believed that their abduction was merely a show of force to intimidate them, assuming they would ultimately rely on their leadership in battle, they were utterly unprepared for the grim reality of imminent execution, especially since their replacements had already been arranged. "Decapitate." With a cold snort, Yuan Hai issued the order, and the 16 commanders of the Imperial Guards swiftly executed their grim task, severing heads from bodies. Moments later, the ground before the command platform was littered with 16 headless corpses, blood splattering everywhere, the acrid scent of gore permeating the air. Yet, the seasoned soldiers assembled below were well accustomed to such horrors. Silence enveloped the gathering. All present understood that even the slightest noise could result in their own demise. Yuan Hai cast a detached glance at the lifeless bodies before addressing the remaining commanders of the Imperial Guard, saying, "Gentlemen, take their military tokens and summon the remaining troops." "At your command." The 16 commanders obeyed, retrieving the military tokens from the garments of the headless corpses before dispersing. The efficiency of the Imperial Guard was remarkable. Within less than an hour, they had gathered the remainder of the vast army beneath the command platform, a formidable sight to behold. Meanwhile, Yang Pu and his companions, perpetually nonchalant, had not genuinely aligned themselves with Li Yonghua's faction which led to their limited influence and the paltry allocation of merely 20,000 troops each, comprised largely of the elderly, infirm, and weak. However, the remaining 16 individuals are distinct. They are not only the loyal followers of Li Yongbua but also possess exceptional military prowess and superb command abilities. The soldiers they have trained exhibit formidable combat capabilities and demonstrate absolute obedience to their superiors. Li Yongbua is adept at recognizing and utilizing talent. Among these 16, each commands an average of 80,000 troops, comprising diverse military branches, including infantry, cavalry, archers, and siege machinery, among others. In summary, within the Western Jin dynasty, they stand as the second most formidable force after the royal army of Prince Gongqing and Yuan Binchu's Imperial Guard, truly validating the might of the Li family's army. Chapter 120. The Grand Expedition. Yuan Hai, wielding the imperial sword, gazed upon the vast army stretching for hundreds of miles and burst into a raucous laugh, for he had never felt such elation as he did today. This sensation was akin to envisioning himself as the king of the Western Jin dynasty. Before him lay an army of nearly 140,000, predominantly elite forces. And at this moment, they all awaited his command. Where's Han Feng? Present. Han Feng is one of the leaders of the Imperial Guard, and he has been summoned to assist the second prince, Yuan Hai, in this campaign. Yuan Hai cast down a command token. I appoint you as the vanguard of the left flank, leading 450,000 troops. Chao Jian will be your deputy. Understood. Han Feng and Chao Jian responded in unison. Where's Chen Wei? Present. I command you to be the vanguard of the right flank, leading 450,000 troops. Wu Xiao will be your deputy. Understood. Yang Pu, Wang Su, where are you? Yang Pu and Wang Su timidly stepped out from the ranks, nervously responding, We are here. Yuan Hai cast a disdainful glance and casually tossed down a command token, stating calmly, I am assigning 20,000 of you as the chief and deputy logistics officers. Shi Di and Wang Zihao will serve as your aides. Ensure the logistical support is well managed. The four from Yangpu could only manage wry smiles. They had previously been engaged in logistical support under Li Yongbua, rarely stepping onto the battlefield, yet they found contentment in their roles. In unison, they responded, yes. Within the army, sentiments were mixed. While some rejoiced at Yuan Hai's decision to allocate another 20,000 for logistical duties, others felt disheartened. Logistics did not involve combat, and apart from the calamity of complete annihilation, it bore little danger. The majority of Li's army comprised iron-blooded warriors, and aside from the 4 soldiers from Yangpu, none had participated in logistics. To these steadfast fighters, such assignments felt akin to an affront, leading to a myriad of contemplations. Yuan Hai then proclaimed loudly, for this expedition, I shall personally serve as the commander of the Central Army. The remaining 450,000 troops will heed my command. Now, let the army march forth. As the declaration echoed, all the generals appointed by Yuan Hai raised their voices in unison, to battle. To battle. The resounding cheers, accompanied by the thunderous beat of war drums, heralded the gradual advance of nearly 140,000 soldiers. At present, the military token of the Li family army rests in his hands. In terms of military strength, Yuan Hai has already secured an absolute advantage. Even with the alliance between him and Yuan Zhang, should the eldest prince Yuan Yang seize control of the Imperial Guard during Yuan Hai's absence from Golden Dragon City, Yuan Hai remains undaunted. In fact, he has already prepared for the worst-case scenario. If Yuan Yang coerces Yuan Binshu to declare him the crown prince, Yuan Hai would leverage his military superiority to mount a substantial assault on Golden Dragon City. After all, the literati would surely align themselves with his cause. The mere thought of their scholarly prowess leaves even Yuan Hai feeling somewhat inadequate. Thus he harbors no fear of future judgments upon his legacy. He recalls the adage, history is penned by the ultimate victors. In the capital of the moonlit empire, the holy city of Yihua, within a quaint yet dimly lit office, sits an elderly man adorned in fantastical blue and purple attire. His long white beard cascades downwards, measuring over a foot in length. This venerable figure observes from behind his desk, his eyes appearing open yet strangely unfocused. After listening to the words of a younger man, standing before him and several years his junior, the old man closes the ancient tome resting before him. The book, with its pale purple cover, bears gilded inscriptions in archaic script, the magic of the wandering star. Shifting his gaze to the standing figure, it is none other than Wananaiquan, the current president of the Mage Guild of the Western Jin dynasty. In a tone reminiscent of earnest supplication, Wananaiquan implores, Ninth Elder. I submitted my application over a month ago. Why has the branch yet to approve my request? The elderly man with a white beard gently dusted off the tome inscribed with the magic of Mars, then rose to place the book upon the towering bookshelf behind him. Nichuan, as a sorcerer, you must surely understand the rigorous conditions required to become a branch of our esteemed magic guild. Nichuan replied, this younger generation is well aware, otherwise I would not have come. A faint chuckle escaped the old man's lips, devoid of any discernible emotion. To be granted membership in the Magic Guild, the foremost requirement is to have had a previous 7th-level sorcerer. You stand at the pinnacle of the 6th level now, and it is only a matter of time before you ascend. We can turn a blind eye to this. Nichuan, puzzled, inquired, if that is the case, why has the guild not yet approved my application? The elder regarded Nichuan with surprise, his eyes obscured by his bushy white brows. Nichuan, must you feign ignorance? Surely, you are well aware of the dark history surrounding the mage guild of the Shijin dynasty. Nichuan's throat tightened, caught off guard, as he found himself speechless, pondering how they had uncovered such knowledge. Observing Nichuan's silence, the old man let out another hearty laugh and continued, Nichuan, your magical aptitude is commendable. Alas, you veered off course in your youth. Had you followed the path of my ordinary sorcerers, your achievements today would likely rival even this old man's. The white-bearded elder imparted wisdom. Always remember, the purpose of our existence as sorcerers is to halt conflict and strive for peace, rather than erecting our desires upon the suffering of others. Wananaikwan's expression was a blend of embarrassment and the pallor of a withered gourd, utterly unappealing. He replied, isn't this noble endeavor already being undertaken by the Empire Alliance? The Empire Alliance? Huh. The white-bearded elder was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. They can barely safeguard themselves, let alone protect others. Furthermore, do you truly believe in those words? Chapter 121. The current state of the Empire Alliance. They are struggling for their own survival. How could they possibly protect others? Moreover, do you really believe in that statement? Wananaikwan listened in disbelief and inquired, could it be true? Has the descendant of Qin Hong declared war on the Empire Alliance once more? Indeed, the elder replied. Qin Hong, the great master of his era, bequeathed nothing but resilience to his descendants, lacking in any other virtues. It has been countless millennia, and yet they still cling to existence in the southeastern corner of the continent. With a hint of derision, the white-bearded elder continued, currently, the only ones who pose a threat to the dominion of the Empire Alliance are merely those few individuals. Wananaikwan felt a shiver run down his spine. Trembling as he asked, Elder Jiuzhou, are you referring to the few martial emperors listed on the illusory world rankings? If not them, who else could it be? Wanaichuan's body trembled slightly, and a flicker of yearning arose within his heart. Although he was not a true practitioner of martial arts, he harbored a deep-seated respect for those towering figures who had reached the pinnacle of the continent. The old man with the white beard chuckled and recounted, not long ago, a conflict erupted between Chu Wuyun and Jianyu, igniting a fervor across the continent. Several allied nations were reduced to rubble overnight. Ironically, the 4 generals, who were said to embody the highest combat prowess of the Empire Alliance, seemed to have vanished, leaving the vast Empire Alliance too intimidated to intervene. How lamentable and absurd! Wanaichuan, astonished, inquired, those esteemed individuals possess such extraordinary power that even a behemoth like the Empire Alliance dares not meddle in their affairs. He sighed internally and continued. What transpired thereafter? The old man with the white beard chuckled dryly and shook his head. Such battles of that caliber are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. I suspect that very few across the continent are privy to the true nature of the events. What is known is that Jianyu, the instigator of the conflict, has since adopted a more subdued demeanor. Meanwhile, Chu Wuyun continues to live freely and has resumed his travels across the continent. The old man mused with a wry smile. It appears that even those at the peak possess varying levels of distinction. One wonders if any among them can ascend to that enigmatic realm. Eternal divine realm? Wanaichuan queried in astonishment. The old man with the white beard was taken aback upon hearing this. He waved his sleeve dismissively, saying, enough of that. Such matters are beyond the reach of someone as dull-witted as myself, best left unspoken. Wanaichuan chuckled and replied, Elder Jiuzhou, you are being overly modest. If someone of your caliber, a 9th-level mage, considers himself dull-witted, how are we, the younger generation, to survive? The old man merely sighed in response, stating, the higher 1's realm, the more one realizes their own insignificance. Hua Naichuan silently repeated this thought in his mind, finding it somewhat profound yet difficult to comprehend. Upon hearing this, Hua Naichuan suddenly snapped out of his reverie, his face lighting up with joy as he asked, "Elder Jiuzhou, do you have any suggestions?" The old man chuckled. "Ah, you are surely aware of the guild's regulations at the headquarters. Given the conditions of your small guild in the Western Jin dynasty, you have long met the requirements. However, your situation is rather unique. Thus the expectations are naturally higher than those of others." Hua Naichuan, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean, Elder Jiuzhou?" The old man replied, "Your youthful actions have indeed transgressed the great taboos of the Mage Guild. Hence, the first task is to make amends, and the second is to cultivate the connections you currently lack." Disappointment washed over Hua Naichuan's face as he realized the weight of these two conditions, each capable of bringing him to tears. He understood that the amends the elder spoke of required him to prevent the outbreak of a war. Yet as the upper dynasty of the Moonlit Empire, the Western Jin dynasty faced no threats. Who would dare initiate a conflict with them? The second matter is even more arduous, as social connections, in simpler terms, refer to supporting him in a non-anonymous manner. Within the entire Western Jin dynasty, it seems that only Prince Gongqing is capable of meeting the conditions. However, upon recalling the temperament of this prince, Hua Naichuan couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. Observing Hua Naichuan's countenance, which was clearly etched with disappointment, the elderly man with a white beard smiled gently and inquired, "Naichuan, how long have you been in the holy city of Nightwa?" Hua Naichuan was taken aback, unsure why Elder Jiuzhou suddenly posed such a question. He replied, "I left the Western Jin dynasty 6 months ago, and I have been here for nearly 2 months. During this half-year, you must not have heard much about the situation in the Western Jin dynasty, have you?" "Indeed, I have been preoccupied with the application for the Mage Guild, and naturally, I have not had the heart to concern myself with other matters." Hua Naichuan then asked, "Why does Elder Jiuzhou suddenly inquire about this?" Still perplexed, Hua Naichuan continued, "What do you mean, Elder Jiuzhou? Yuan Benshu, being of advanced age, is fading in vitality, and his days are likely numbered. The current Western Jin dynasty is somewhat chaotic. The so-called times create heroes. This is an opportune moment for you to forge connections, so do not let it slip away." At this revelation, Hua Naichuan understood. Realizing that the legitimate battle for the throne had already commenced in the Western Jin dynasty. However, just as a glimmer of hope flickered within him, it was swiftly replaced by frustration as he remarked, "Yet, the Prince Gongqing, whom I have my sights set on, is truly an enigma. I fear that even if the two princes were to cause a commotion, he would refrain from involving himself in the matters of succession." The elderly man with a white beard expressed skepticism, inexplicably asserting, "Connections do not necessarily require individuals of immense strength. If the people you befriend also associate with certain influential figures, we may find a way to negotiate." With a smirk, Hua Naichuan observed the demeanor of the ninth elder, pondering whether it was truly a request for him to forge connections, or perhaps the elder himself was eager to ingratiate himself with others. In Chapter 122, Hua Naichuan's return, Hua Naichuan, perplexed, inquired, "Might I ask whom the ninth elder refers to? Could you provide some guidance?" The elderly man chuckled, "To be honest, I am not entirely clear on his appearance, but I was informed of his name. He is a 14-year-old youth named Shojin, currently studying at a subsidiary sect of the Ji Min group." Hua Naichuan was taken aback. A 14-year-old? He seemed to grasp something, yet hesitated, uncertain. As the rumors surrounding that matter within the Western Jin dynasty were rife, with varying accounts. Bowing respectfully, he declared, "The journey ahead is long. I shall set forth immediately. Farewell." The elderly man regarded Hua Naichuan with a smile, stroking his beard as he remarked, "Go forth, and do so swiftly. It would be splendid if you could arrive in time for the martial arts tournament in Jinlong City." As he watched Hua Naichuan gradually depart, the elderly man's mind began to race. The boy he had just mentioned was someone he had never met or even heard of before. Just a few months prior, he had been summoned to the Eastern Region's Mage Guild branch for a conference of utmost significance. Upon hearing the news, the aged figure was momentarily shaken. As an elder of the Mage Guild of the Moonlit Empire, he was acutely aware of the significance of the Class A conference hosted by the guild. This tier of classification mirrored that of the Ji Min group. Class A represents the pinnacle of prestige, second only to the headquarters of the Mage Guild. The fact that it was convened in the Eastern region signified that momentous events were about to unfold therein. As anticipated, when the venerable elder arrived at the Eastern branch of the Mage Guild, He was greeted in the assembly with the startling announcement. The Dark Lord of Sorcery, Mo Yuan, is currently residing within the Western Jin dynasty of the Moonlit Empire. The expressions of the esteemed mages present mirrored his own shock and incredulity. Some bore traces of joy, while others were visibly moved to the point of tears. After years of relentless searching and waiting, the dawn of hope had finally arrived. Yet, how had this highly confidential information reached the headquarters? Was the source of the news credible? Such queries echoed among the attendees, prompting the presiding figure of the meeting, the president of the Eastern Branch, to clarify. I too received this news from headquarters. The personnel there informed me that it was none other than Murong Hung of the Rainbow Consortium who personally visited our headquarters to convey this intelligence, which is undoubtedly reliable. Murong Hung paid a personal visit. The president remarked, I understand the sentiments you all harbor at this moment, and thus, I cannot afford to conceal anything from you. Murong Hung had inquired about this matter not long ago. He mentioned that Chu Wuyun had ventured to the Black Beast Mountain, where he claimed to have witnessed the presence of old Mo himself. The revelation that Chu Wuyun had encountered old Mo was astonishing. The president chuckled wryly, stating, When I first learned of this news, I was equally exhilarated as all of you. However, I must urge everyone to maintain a semblance of composure. Murong Hung has indicated that their plan has already commenced. As beneficiaries of Old Mo's kindness, we, the Mage Guild, must dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to this endeavor. The president's words resonated well. Old Mo had bestowed upon us both favor and authority, and we must not let him down. Master Lung wisely remarked, It has been over 100,000 years. This world is long overdue for a change. Observing the usually stoic mages suddenly aflame with fervor for old Mo, the president felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least they still understood the value of gratitude. He continued, Everyone, please take a moment to regain your composure. According to Chu Wuyun, old Mo is currently in a weakened state, existing merely as a soul entity. To revive, it may be necessary to journey to the underworld. A gasp of astonishment filled the room as the crowd reacted, their breaths hitching in disbelief. The Iron Enclosure Mountain, isn't that a fabled realm of death? One queried. Indeed, the very existence of such a place is dubious. Even if it were real, it would be a veritable nightmare for soul entities. Old Mo must not venture to such a perilous location. Exactly. I have also heard that the underworld has only an entrance, with no means of exit. Escaping from there is utterly impossible. I concur with Master Lung's assertion. Old Mo must not set foot in such a place. Venture into the netherworld, shatter the death register. Let the venerable Elder Mo regain his corporeal form. Esteemed President, I am aware of your intentions. However, you are undoubtedly familiar with the nature of the netherworld. Are you not? Although Elder Mo currently exists as a spiritual entity, his physical body has indeed perished. Once a deceased soul enters the netherworld, escaping is utterly impossible. What use is resurrection under such circumstances? The president smiled coldly and remarked, Thus, we must find a living person to enter. A living person? Surely, you jest, President. In this day and age, few believe in the existence of the netherworld. Those who do, upon hearing its name, are filled with trepidation. How could one dare to venture forth? Rest assured, Elder Mo has taken on an apprentice for this very purpose. An apprentice? The crowd fell silent in astonishment. With one voice rising, Elder Mo once had disciples, yet what became of them? They met with betrayal, leading to the destruction of their sect. And Elder Mo himself has found his current plight. The president continued to chuckle, Fear not. Chu Wuyun has assured me that Elder Mo's apprentice feels the same devotion as you all do. Furthermore, the young man has been diligently preparing for this endeavor. And it is said that he will soon embark on a solitary journey to Mount Fangzong. Mount Fangzong. Indeed, I have heard that the three great immortal mountains harbor unparalleled techniques concerning the out-of-body experience. Should one acquire such knowledge, traversing the netherworld would become significantly more feasible. Chapter 123, The Grueling Path of Cultivation. Indeed, I have heard that the three great mountains conceal unparalleled techniques regarding soul projection. If one could master such skills, traversing the realm of the ethereal would become significantly easier. Indeed, how did I not think of this sooner? In this way, living beings venturing into that realm would naturally have no fear of being unable to return. It seems that the young lad is truly determined. Venturing alone to Fangzhong Mountain for the sake of old Mo. We, the elderly, should also contemplate how to nurture the growth of that young man. Upon hearing this, the president firmly interjected, stating, No, the matters concerning Fangzhong Mountain are not perilous. The true danger lies in the journey to the ethereal realm. Even if he possesses the means to enter and exit, sufficient strength is paramount. Otherwise, he would merely harbor lofty ambitions in vain. Another individual concurred, adding, "Indeed, the president is correct. While we have resolved the most significant challenge, the journey to the ethereal realm remains fraught with peril. At this juncture, it would be prudent to allow the youth to endure some trials, hoping he can swiftly acclimate to the ever-present threat of losing his life. If he cannot withstand even minor adversities, how can he hope to conquer the ethereal realm?" The president nodded in agreement, stating, "Master Fan's words are wise. The most pressing matter for all of you at present is to diligently elevate your magical levels. When the critical moment arrives, do not hinder old Mo's retreat. As you command, President. As you command, President." The assembly, having reached a consensus, respectfully voiced their agreement. Thus, the meeting was brought to a close. "Ah, old Mo. Have you awaited such sunshine for over a decade? You have truly endured much," the elderly man murmured, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman entered from outside, her voice soft and melodic as she said, "Elder Jiuzhou, Wu Huan is waiting for you downstairs." The old man, suddenly turning cold, barked, "Cast him out." The woman, startled by his abrupt anger, stammered, "Elder Jiuzhou, he is a legitimate lieutenant of the Imperial Alliance. He commands tens of thousands. I said, throw him out. Did you not hear me?" The woman, taken aback, was bewildered by the usually amiable Elder Jiuzhou's sudden fury. Trembling, she replied, "Yes, I will send him away at once." Stunned by the exchange, she quickly complied and departed. The old man gazed out the window, seemingly lost in contemplation. Then, a flicker of resolve ignited in his dimming eyes. He hurried to his desk, retrieved a tome from the shelves, and sat down, reopening the volume entitled The Magic of Mars. Meanwhile, Yuan Hai had been leading his troops for several days. The march and battles were not ceaselessly exhilarating. Rather, moments like these, during the journey, were often tedious and monotonous. Despite being the commander of the central forces, Yuan Hai was eager to move to the vanguard position. The swaying war chariot did little to dampen his excitement. He reached into his pocket and produced a pouch, distinct from the one he had previously possessed. Several days ago, while he was toying with the imperial sword at the commanding platform, Zhou had dispatched someone to deliver this mysterious pouch to him, accompanied by the rumor that it must only be opened when confronted with an insurmountable problem. The thrill coursing through Yuan Hai stemmed from this very sense of mystery, anticipation, and curiosity. Even before embarking on his expedition, this young master Zhou had already conjured the next dilemma for himself and discovered a means to resolve it, which filled him with excitement. As Yuan Hai was engrossed in the intricately crafted pouch, the vanguard from the left flank galloped towards him. It was none other than Han Fang himself. He clasped his hands and said, "Your Highness, the second prince, we are less than 50 miles from Yangcheng. The city is quite expansive. Shall we pass through it or?" "Yangcheng? Is the lord of the city not Ling Bo?" "Indeed," Yuan Hai pondered. "It seems Ling Bo is aligned with my elder brother's faction. Even if I wish to traverse the city, it is likely I would face obstruction. However, if we were to take a detour, it would probably require an additional 4 to 5 days." Han Fang was well aware of the situation between the two princes, yet he understood that delaying the opportunity for battle could yield even graver consequences. Moreover, Yangcheng was merely a small city, possessing little beyond its vast area. If they chose to circumvent it now, what would become of the larger cities ahead? Should every city necessitate a detour, the time wasted could amount to nearly a month. Yet, if they opted to pass through the city, given that most city lords were supporters of the elder prince, they would undoubtedly face resistance and could be delayed for several days. Therefore, whether to traverse the city or bypass it presents a dilemma. Yet the outcome remains consistent. The fighter planes are delayed. Han Fang, equally vexed, glanced at Yuan Hai on the war chariot, who seemed unburdened by such concerns. A smile played on Yuan Hai's lips as he mused. Could this be the predicament the young master Zhou spoke of? He then unfurled the small brocade pouch, extracting a slip of paper inscribed with a single word, "Seize." "Ha ha ha ha." Yuan Hai erupted in laughter, much to Han Fang's bewilderment. Amidst his mirth, Yuan Hai addressed Han Fang. "Rather than allowing them to impede our progress, we might as well have them replenish our campaign funds." Ha 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 ha. Young Master Zhou is truly a sage. Han Fang, perplexed, inquired, "Does the second prince intend?" Yuan Hai commanded, "Han Fang, lead several tens of thousands of troops to the Yangqing city lord's mansion, plunder their treasury, and distribute the spoils among the brothers, and ensure that anyone who dares to obstruct you is incapacitated, preferably to the point of requiring lifelong care. Understanding dawned upon Han Feng, who responded with a respectful bow. Yes, sir. As Han Feng led his troops ahead, Yuan Hai mused to himself, along this journey, I'm bound to encounter over a dozen city lord mansions loyal to the eldest brother. I reckon we can plunder at least 100 million gold coins, right? To profit at others' expense. Zhou Zhan, I eagerly anticipate your next directive. Within the tenfold gravity chamber of a subsidiary sect of the Jinmin group, Zhou Zhan, after days of rigorous training, had gained an initial mastery of the Yin-Yang tenfold seal. Yet, he persisted, relentlessly honing his skills. Previously, before the fierce golden body, the body that had reached the 7th level had now ascended to the 8th. Chapter 124. Only to protect those he wishes to guard. After several days of seclusion, Zhou Zhan had gradually mastered the Yin-Yang tenfold seal. Nevertheless, he continued to devote himself to his cultivation, striving to elevate his strength. This relentless and fervent practice had propelled his body, previously at the 7th level before the fierce golden body, to the 8th level. He was confident that, before the martial arts competition arrived, he would attain at least the peak of a 3-star martial artist and successfully forge the fierce golden body. Additionally, he possessed the formidable strength of his meridians as a trump card, the last time he was subjected to the immense pressure of the tenfold gravity chamber. His meridian power had barely advanced to what could be called 40% purple. Among all his powers, it was the meridian strength that he took the most pride in. Just this aspect alone placed him far beyond anyone in the Western Jin dynasty, including those martial kings. According to Zhou Zhan's estimation, if he revealed all his trump cards, he should be able to remain undefeated beneath the martial arts deity. If all went according to plan, he had essentially grasped the championship of the martial arts competition in his hands. Despite this, he dared not be complacent, as he was unaware of the hidden talents within the Western Jin dynasty. It is essential to note that just a few days prior, he had defeated Gao Yuan, who was a 4-star martial artist, yet he was merely ranked 8th among the affiliated sects of the Jinmin group. What terrifying strength might those disciples ranked higher possess? It was entirely possible that the top 3 had already achieved 7 or 8 stars, or even 8 or 9 stars as martial artists. If this is truly the case, then even for Zhou Zhan himself, it may prove somewhat challenging. With this thought in mind, Zhou Zhan clenched his teeth once more. He was unwilling to invoke Old Mo's power during the martial arts tournament of this modest kingdom. Certain matters must be accomplished through his own efforts. If he continually relies on Old Mo's strength, when will he ever become a genuine powerhouse? His relentless pursuit of strength is driven by the desire to protect those he cherishes. However, despite his yearning to grow stronger, the tenfold gravity chamber no longer posed any challenge to him. Old Mo also recognized this and decided to intervene personally to elevate the gravity formation. Yet, the magic array is a complex construct that harnesses the advantages of heaven and earth. Originally, Old Mo intended to enhance it to 20-fold gravity, but the local environment simply could not accommodate such a high-level magic array. Thus, the gravity formation reached its limit at 15-fold. Although it was only 15 times the gravity, it was still a considerable challenge for Zhou Zhan, who was merely at the martial master level and had not yet cultivated the violent golden body. As expected, the moment the 15-fold gravity array was established, Zhou Zhan felt a long-lost sense of pressure. His countenance brightened with joy. Even though he was being crushed by the 15-fold gravity, the exhilarating sensation of growth coursing through his entire being amidst the excruciating pain filled him with elation. Let him grow stronger in the midst of this pressure. Zhou Zhan once again closed his eyes and began his cultivation. He pondered that, since Yuan Hai was not present in Jindong City for the time being, Yuan Binshu would not hastily establish a crown prince as long as there was no imminent danger to his life. Without a designated heir, it could be assumed that those literati would be able to withstand the relentless assaults of the military generals. Furthermore, even in the absence of Yuan Hai's oversight, there was still his sister, Yuan Yilan. Yuan Yilan's stance was somewhat known to both Yuan Yang and Yuan Hai. Perhaps only Yuan Binshu remained naïve, believing that her aversion to Liu Tianming and Li Yonghua was merely a matter of preference. Having lived in the palace for over a decade, Yuan Yilan had witnessed the intricate intrigues of court life and had learned a thing or two from them. While she might not yet be on par with those cunning old foxes, she was more than capable of managing the military generals behind the scenes. Make way, make way. I am Ling Bo, the Lord of Yang City. A rotund man, flanked by several guards, slowly made his way through the crowd. In the center of the throng, a military general exhaled deeply, observing the armor that seemed rather unimpressive, belonging to a guard captain from the Lord's estate. Upon seeing the Lord's arrival, he thought to himself, "Thank goodness, with such a momentous affair, the Lord is here to bear the brunt of it." After all, it was his son's misdeeds. Surely he would not turn a blind eye. As Ling Bo entered the crowd, ready to speak, he was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. "Father, you have finally come." A teenager, in tears and crawling towards Ling Bo, lamented. "Father, look, it is those people." The youth in question is Ling Yuan, the son of Ling Bo. He pointed angrily at a general clad in resplendent crimson and gold armor, exclaiming, "Those individuals have beaten me black and blue, surrounding us with so many soldiers. Father, you must capture them and give them a good thrashing. Hang them up and beat them." The more than 20 members of the city defense guard surrounding them were drenched in cold sweat upon hearing Ling Yuan's words. Even the nearby commander of the guard, Xiao Ba, displayed a look of fear. What is this fool thinking? How can he not comprehend the situation at this critical moment? Good heavens! What manner of lord am I serving? Is there truly a future in this? This imbecile! Xiao Ba cursed inwardly. He had already resolved to leave Yang City after this incident and seek a different path. Ling Bo glanced at the individual in question, astonished to find that it was indeed a commander of the Imperial Guards in that very armor. How dare he? With a swift change of demeanor, Ling Bo turned to face the general with a facade of humility, bowing slightly and saying, "Ah, General, I am Ling Bo, the Lord of Yang City. I have failed in my duties as a father. I hope you can forgive me." Chapter 125. The Imperial Guards raid the Lord's mansion. "Ah, General, I am Ling Bo, the Lord of Yang City. I have failed in my duties as a father. I hope you can forgive me." Han Feng maintained a stern expression. Although he had not brought the multitude of troops as Yuan Hai suggested, he had indeed brought a contingent of genuine Imperial Guards. Even with only a few hundred, they were more than sufficient to accomplish what Yuan Hai had requested. Hundreds of elite guards were present, eager to kill or maim, merely awaiting a thought from him. Just as he was about to heed Yuan Hai's counsel and command the execution of those obstructing him, the military scribe hurriedly approached. He whispered something into Han Feng's ear, prompting a look of surprise from Han Feng, who then nodded in agreement. The scribe smiled at Ling Bo, saying, "It's all good. Our great leader is quite amenable. How about we find a more suitable place for discussion instead of standing here in a standoff?" Ling Bo stared in astonishment at the scribe, clearly taken aback by the unexpected ease of negotiation. It appeared that these warriors were not unlike his own son. A few gold coins might suffice to placate them. Elated, he replied, "Certainly, let us proceed to my residence, where I can serve you a fine pot of tea." Han Feng chimed in, "We desire only the finest tea." "Absolutely, the finest tea." Ling Bo inwardly scoffed, astonished at how effortless this had become. A mere cup of tea had brought such joy to these brutes. However, he was perplexed that the hundreds of guards did not disperse, but instead followed Han Feng to the Lord's manor. Ling Bo inquired, "Why is this?" Han Feng replied casually, "I couldn't be bothered to issue orders, so let them accompany us. It's been ages since they've laid eyes on such a dismal manor. It will be a sight for them." Ling Bo was left speechless, fully aware that the Imperial Guards had long been stationed within the confines of Golden Dragon City. It seemed an eternity since he had encountered a lord's residence more dismal than that of Golden Dragon City. Soon, the company arrived at the Lord's manor where Ling Bo resided. As anticipated, the moment the hundreds of Imperial Guards approached the manor, Ling Bo was met with words that ignited a profound sense of shame and indignation within him, wishing he could burrow into the ground. Well, is this truly the Lord's residence of Yang City? How utterly pathetic. Indeed, it had been over a decade since he had laid eyes on such a dismal estate. He had presumed that the Lord's manor of Golden Dragon City was already quite wretched in comparison to the royal palace. Yet he was astounded to discover one even more deplorable. It was simply more lamentable than the residence of his second uncle's eldest son's brother-in-law's neighbor, Old Wang, who had the fourth concubine of his ninth brother living next door. "Oh dear, my king, I beg your pardon. I have taken my fortune for granted. Had I known there existed a lord's manor even more dismal, I would not have petitioned for a salary increase. Oh, woe is me. I was wrong." Ling Bo, overwhelmed with embarrassment, hurried inside the manor. The imperial guards encircled the lord's residence. Han Fang sipped his cup of tea, chuckling. Well, it seems we have become acquainted with your esteemed household son through our little skirmish. The phrase your esteemed household son seemed to insinuate that Ling Bo was akin to a dog. Your esteemed household. Was this implying that his lord's manor resembled a doghouse? Ling Bo suppressed the overwhelming surge of indignation within him and forced an exceedingly unpleasing smile onto his face. Indeed, no friendship is forged without conflict. Come here, you rascal, pour tea for the general. The term rascal elicited a hearty laugh from Han Fang, who remarked, Lord Ling, you are truly amusing. I must say, I find you delightful. Realizing the implications of his own words, Ling Bo felt a surge of fury, his face reddening as he battled the urge to spit blood, suppressing it with great effort. Maintaining his facade, he inquired, May I ask your esteemed name, General? What is your position in the court, and what brings you here? The military scribe, savoring a sip of tea, chuckled, Names are of little consequence. However, it has come to our attention that the small nation of Junhua has encroached upon our borders, prompting us to volunteer to defend our homeland. Ling Bo was taken aback. So they were not affiliated with the second prince but had volunteered? He nearly burst into laughter, for with merely a few hundred men, even as the Imperial Guard, they would hardly make a dent against the formidable army of 900,000 from Junhua. Adopting a posture of fervent enthusiasm, he raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, Excellent. Truly commendable. The general is indeed a paragon of valor. For the nation and its people, I, Ling Bo, am in admiration. With that, he pretended to kneel in reverence. Han Fang, caught up in the theatrics, quickly grasped Ling Bo's hand, preventing him from truly kneeling. I had not anticipated that Lord Ling would exhibit such benevolence towards the people. In the Western Jin dynasty, there are scarce few officials as commendable as you. The Korean side expressed sentiments that moved both heaven and earth, evoking tears even from the accompanying scribe. Wiping his eyes, the scribe remarked, Fortunately, we chose to enter the city. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken to encounter Lord Ling. Alas, it truly feels like a case of meeting too late. Observing Ling Bo's seemingly emotional demeanor, Han Fang proposed, Since we all feel it is a case of missed encounters, why not forge a brotherhood right now? Ling Bo was taken aback, pondering how the conversation had swiftly turned towards pledging brotherhood. Bewildered, he found himself inexplicably becoming the brother of the commander of the Imperial Guard. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but feel a rush of joy. Could it be that he was now an honorary brother to the commander? His laughter erupted as he considered the implications. Would the people of that city still dare to cause trouble in Yang City? From now on, should he feel displeased, a single arrow would summon his brother from the Imperial Guard. Grasping Han Fang's hand, Ling Bo's voice trembled with excitement as he declared, From this day forth, we are brothers. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, for I shall not shy away from any peril. Han Fang, equally unreserved, responded, Good brother, at this moment, I am burdened by a concern, and I am uncertain whether to share it. Chapter 126. A good brother must share in your troubles, good brother. At this moment, I am troubled, and I am uncertain whether to share it. Han Fang confessed. Ling Bo, with a sense of noble resolve, urged, Speak freely, brother. Your troubles are my troubles. I shall spare no effort in supporting you. Han Fang suddenly clenched his fist and sighed, Then I shall not be polite. The situation is such that we have boasted before the king. And now we find ourselves in urgent need of supplies, with our soldiers arriving empty-handed. Thus, we hope the city lord can lend us some provisions. Lend provisions? Ling Bo was taken aback. How can it be that the Imperial Guard claims to be without supplies? He pondered, alas. Although Yang City is in close proximity to the capital, it is not a large city. The citizens toil day and night, barely managing to be self-sufficient. And the city lord's residence has little in reserve. This matter may prove quite challenging. Han Fang's gaze turned icy. You just claimed to offer your utmost assistance. Yet your demeanor has changed so swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Then perhaps we might borrow some funds. We can procure provisions from nearby cities. Ling Bo felt a deep internal conflict. The other party was the commander of the Imperial Guard, yet those funds represented his life's work. What was he to do? With a pained expression, he replied, General Han, in defense of our homeland, though you have but a few hundred men, your willingness to face death is commendable. By all rights, I, as the city lord, should extend my utmost support. However, while our city is near the capital with a bustling population, I have always endeavored to care for the people, living with frugality. I truly have little in the way of savings. Ling Bo then proposed, General Han, how about this? I shall provide each of your soldiers with 1,000 gold coins as assistance. What do you think? His words carried a sense of noble righteousness, tinged with a hint of sorrow, making them quite moving. Although he felt a pang of regret himself, with over 500 individuals, even if each were to receive merely 1,000 gold coins, it would amount to over 50,000 gold coins. On the surface, this appeared to be an exorbitant sum for a city of this size. However, the military scribe standing nearby did not share the sentiment. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, do you believe I have never been a city lord? I estimate that the treasury of the Lord's manor holds at least 7 to 8 million gold coins. The several deputy generals behind Han Fong erupted into laughter, nearly collapsing from their mirth. 1,000 gold coins? That scarcely covers a day's wages for us. Ling Bo regarded the deputy generals with a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of their motives. Han Fong, still smiling, remarked, my brother is indeed generous. By these calculations, it must be around 500,000 gold coins. We are but a mere 500. We scarcely require such a sum. With a sly grin, he added, since my brother is so magnanimous, we cannot impose upon you to lend us your gold coins any longer. Each of us can simply enter the treasury and select what we desire. Upon finishing his statement, Han Fong nodded to the military scribe, who promptly exited. Suddenly, Ling Bo grew anxious. Brother, what do you mean by this? Han Fong raised his teacup and replied with a smile. Come, brother. Today we meet after a long time apart. Let us simply enjoy tea and refrain from discussing other matters. He beckoned to the deputy generals behind him, saying, come, come. Let us all partake together. Indeed, this is splendid tea. At that moment, the sounds of clashing weapons and various shouts echoed from outside. Then came the harrowing sound of anguished screams, causing Ling Bo's face to turn pale. He hastily whispered something to the captain of the guard standing beside him. The captain, looking quite helpless, shook his head and reluctantly prepared to venture out to ascertain the situation. At that moment, a young soldier from the guard rushed in, moving so swiftly that he stumbled and fell to his knees, trembling as he spoke. My lord, the treasury has been emptied. He stammered, casting a fearful glance at the coldly observing golden-red armored figures beside him. Unable to bring himself to state that it was the imperial guards who had perpetrated the robbery, and instead merely claimed it had been taken away. What? This exclamation, which should have escaped Ling Bo's lips, was preempted by Han Fong, who slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone present, and angrily declared, who dares to be so audacious as to rob the Lord's treasury right under his nose? He turned to Ling Bo, offering him a fist bump, and said, Brother, your treasury has been plundered. I shall take it upon myself to avenge this affront. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the truth. Ling Bo's expression instantly turned frigid, his fury boiling over as he exclaimed, General Han, I regarded you as a brother, and yet you treat me thus? Do you not know that I am a man of the Grand Prince Yuanyang? Han Fong chuckled slyly. I am also a good brother to the Grand Prince. Since we are such close comrades, it is only natural to seize your wealth. Ling Bo was momentarily stunned, never expecting that even after invoking the name of the Grand Prince Yuanyang, his adversary remained unfazed. Coldly fixing his gaze upon him, the opponent snorted dismissively, Humph. Do not assume that the imperial guards frighten me. You have but a few hundred here, while I command the illustrious Yangqing Guard, which boasts tens of thousands. Rob me. Let us see how you escape from Yangqing. Han Fong also voiced his indignation. Humph. You, a mere city lord, dare to speak insolently to the imperial guards? I shall rid the kingdom of this great menace on behalf of the king. With that command, the imperial guards began to pour in from all directions. They had just emptied the entire treasury, and the mere thought of the military scribe's promise that the amassed wealth would soon be distributed among them filled each of them with exhilaration. They could hardly contain their eagerness. Ling Bo was overwhelmed with terror, entirely oblivious to the combat prowess of the imperial guards. Despite having a contingent of tens of thousands in the guard, he remained uncertain. Yet the opponent had only a few hundred men. Surely their fighting capability could not rival that of tens of thousands. He hurriedly shouted, Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao was about to rush out to signal for reinforcements with a distress flare when suddenly, a soldier from the guard rushed in, his face etched with fear and trembling as he exclaimed, My lord, grave news indeed. A 1,000,000-strong army has appeared at the city gates. 1,000,000 troops. Ling Bo gasped, his heart feeling as though it were gripped by a vice. and he promptly collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, quaking uncontrollably. Soon, the guards of the Lord's mansion found themselves paralyzed with fear, while Ling Bo and Ling Yuan were bound and suspended at the city gate. Chapter 127, Spoils of War. The military scribe stood at the city gate, meticulously counting the recently seized treasures. He had been engaged in this task for a full hour, yet the tally was far from complete. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a wealth of valuables. How could a mere lord's mansion possess such a staggering fortune? It was comparable to the treasury of a royal prince. At the same time, he pondered how the several hundred elite guards managed to transport all these goods in such a short span of time. Their combat prowess was truly terrifying. Han Feng, equally astonished, exclaimed in indignation, "A humble lord's mansion harbors such vast riches. How much of the people's hard-earned wealth has been plundered? If we report this to the king, he could annihilate the entire clan, and even his powerful ally, the prince, would face repercussions." Report? At that moment, the second prince, Yuan Hai, approached. "Why should we report? Lord Ling cherishes the welfare of the people, living modestly and impoverished. Moreover, have you witnessed Lord Ling engaging in corruption? And no, we have not seen such deeds." Han Feng replied, his integrity unwavering. The military scribe, understanding Yuan Hai's implication, quickly added, "Lord Ling is a paragon of virtue in Yang City. How could he possibly engage in corruption?" The Korean party was momentarily taken aback, seemingly grasping the reason behind the situation. When embarking on a military expedition, expenditures are inevitable. Even if reported, it would likely be intercepted by the Minister of Justice, who is an ally of the Crown Prince. Yuan Hai smiled and addressed the chief clerk accompanying the troops, saying, "Once the inventory is complete, set aside 1/10 and present it to young Master Zhou Zhan of the Jinmin Group's affiliated sect. The remainder shall be distributed among our brothers." 1/10. The chief clerk was astounded, rendered speechless by the thought of such a substantial sum being given away. He soon fell into contemplation, only to realize the implications. "Understood. I will select the most suitable items to present." An hour later, as dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, the chief clerk finally completed the inventory. After meticulously choosing an array of invaluable treasures, he allocated 1/10 directly to the imperial guards. The guards were equally astonished. Such an abundance of wealth was beyond their wildest dreams. As the adage goes, those closest to the source are the first to benefit. They would not genuinely divide it evenly. At the sound of a whistle from Han Feng, the 1/10 of the wealth was snatched away in an instant. Although 500 men were sharing 1/10, each still received a considerable amount of elixirs and weapons, leaving them in a state of exhilaration. The remaining 8/10, of course, would not be distributed among the vast army, but instead were used to procure a substantial quantity of provisions from the townspeople. Upon learning of such a colossal business opportunity, the common folk were nearly overwhelmed with joy. Furthermore, Yuan Hai explicitly stated that the price must be set at double the market rate. Nevertheless, even with this stipulation, a staggering 80% of the wealth was expended on procuring lavish provisions for the entire city, sumptuous seafood, and untold tons of rice, sufficient to sustain 1,000,000 troops for several days. With a surplus of gold coins remaining, Yuan Hai proposed distributing the excess gold among the citizens, and upon hearing that they could indulge in fine delicacies for several days, the soldiers felt elated and expressed no dissent towards Yuan Hai's suggestion. Han Feng, however, spoke coldly. Why not simply execute them? After all, they are affiliated with the eldest prince. I trust the second prince would find this agreeable. Yuan Hai fell into contemplation, recognizing the complexity of the dilemma. Yet, the young master only provided him with a single piece of advice. What should he do? The military scribe chuckled. "General Han, your sense of justice is commendable, and naturally, you cannot tolerate such corrupt officials. However, the position of city lord, though minor, is appointed by the king himself. If we were to execute him, it would be akin to slapping the king's face." Han Feng immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and chose to remain silent. Yuan Hai continued to ponder. He could neither execute nor release the culprit, and reporting the matter was out of the question. What course of action should he take? After a quarter of an hour, feeling weary of overthinking, a ruthless resolve surged within him. He coldly regarded the Ling father and son dangling at the city gate, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes. Let them perish. After all, they are merely corrupt officials, and they are allied with my elder brother. Even if my father were to discover this as a prince, I doubt there would be any severe repercussions, perhaps just a reprimand at most. Moreover, it is said that in the presence of the military, orders may not always be obeyed. To take a step back, who witnessed my act of murder? It is evident that he succumbed to a sudden illness. The accompanying scribe and the Korean envoy were both taken aback, gazing at Yuan Hai in astonishment. When did this refined prince become so ruthless and cunning? Yuan Hai himself was briefly startled by his own thoughts, before calmly uttering, "Proceed, scribe Liang. Let your eldest disciple assume the position of the city lord of Yangqing. Do not disappoint me." The scribe, still in a daze for a moment, then joyfully responded, "Yes, your highness." As night fell, Yuan Hai commanded the army to encamp in Yangqing for a day of rest. The following morning, the million-strong army set forth once again. The soldiers had feasted well the previous night, and they continued to extol the deliciousness of the beef, lamenting the incompetence of the cook, all with smiles on their faces, thus significantly increasing their marching speed. In every city, the highest administrative officer is the city lord. Once appointed, this position is essentially a hereditary one, often passed down through generations. Some city lords' households have accumulated wealth over a century or even several centuries, rivaling that of the princes, with some even surpassing their riches. After passing through Yangqing, Yuan Hai deliberately made his way to a city not far from the military route, one that was under the command of Yuan Yang. Undoubtedly, the treasury of its city lord had been thoroughly plundered. Upon hearing this news, Yuan Yang was enraged to learn that the cities allied with him had been robbed by Yuan Hai, leading him to vent his fury by shattering several precious vases in his residence. "Yuan Hai, I shall not share this world with you.